finally cracks this team.
Вы играете против Parivision, у вас была возможность к ним подготовиться, эта команда в отличной форме. Будет ли у вас шанс их победить в этой серии, как ты считаешь?
Я считаю, что шанс всегда есть.
Absolutely missing.
There is always a chance, and I believe we will play much better than we used to play during the group stage.
Oh, what's changed? What's different now?
Что изменилось?
Мы стали лучше.
We became better.
Okay, good to hear, good to hear. Were you surprised by that last pick? Techies kind of came out of nowhere. No? You were prepared.
Удивил ли тебя минер в пике?
Нет.
No, it didn't.
All right. You guys got a lot of your comfort heroes coming out here today. Is that just to keep the boys calm and ready to face against them, or were you specifically looking to get these ones for this draft?
Много комфортных героев в этом пике. Это чтобы игрокам было удобно или чтобы против этого конкретного драфта сыграть?
Это чтобы мы все здесь насладились отличной дотой.
We just want to enjoy the great Dota.
All right, fantastic. Well, let's get into that great Dota as we throw to our casters.
Thank you so very much, Sir Action Slacks. What a great human being you are. Here at the International, welcome. We got Vision versus BoomBoys, a matchup we've seen, well, I'm not going to lie, we've seen it many a time, but that, I think, makes it a little bit more interesting because these teams not only play a lot of matches against each other, but scrim against each other, so there's a lot of hidden strategies that we don't even know about, Cinderin. How are you doing?
Well, I'm very excited for this game in particular mainly because of BoomBoys, more so than Vision. Vision obviously 4-0. They're the team to beat. We've heard that on panel. There's no surprise there. But you and I have got to cast a couple of BoomBoys series, and we've seen they had a weird progression throughout the group stage. They started 2-0. They came in hot. Then they lost 5 straight games.
Yeah.
And then they barely scraped by to get into the elimination round, where they then 2-0'd the opponent that picked them.
Oh, they didn't have a choice, though, right?
They did.
Oh, that was the one that didn't have a choice.
Yeah, Aurora picked them, right? If I remember correctly.
Okay,
and
yeah.
Aurora had beaten them 2-0 in the group stage and supposedly also beaten them in 4 scrims in a row earlier. So I guess, that's dangerous. You pick the team that had a lot of learning to do against you. So what I'm looking for here is have BoomBoys leveled up. Because this is the hardest test you're going to get in your first series. I'm pretty hopeful for them in this game, if I'm honest. I think the Vision draft looks a little bit spicy and kind of hard to execute.
Spicy, you
Yeah.
say? Okay. How is it spicy? It feels like a lot of regular heroes that we're used to seeing for them.
It doesn't have the most obvious way of initiating. You're playing a support duo of Techies Bounty Hunter who don't have reliable initiating lockdown. Your offlaner is not your classic initiation hero either. Vacuum, sure, it can work if the enemy heroes are in a specific position, but there's no guarantee that's going to be the case. However, I will say I think this Bounty Hunter is going to become a bigger and bigger pick. We've seen Yandex have great success with it on Soxa. They might run it later today. And of course, you and I, we cast a Vision game where we were like, this is, when it comes to 9 class playing annoying heroes that just roam around the map, give Vision and info, this is probably his #1 now.
I mean, I would argue both their supports are extremely annoying.
Yeah.
I mean, who likes playing against the techies, for God's sake?
It's just, if I looked at these 2 lineups and I didn't know Vision were on the Dire, I would say I like the Radiant lineup better.
Right.
Okay. It's just they are so good at playing even very hard to execute lineups. But with that said, if you do have a slip up here or there, I definitely think it's the kind of lineup that can really run out of steam. So need to get off to a good start, need to get some of the plays rolling correctly. Otherwise, BoomBoys have I think it's fair to say they just have a more stable lineup, right?
Yeah, it looks much more stable to me, but that, at the same time, for Vision, we've seen this so many times before where, I mean, let me just ask you this very basic question with the Bounty Hunter. Is there a game at this level that you will win where the Bounty has 0 impact? Because I feel like he's either completely worthless or just takes over the game and they start snowballing.
Yeah, it's really hard to win if Bounty Hunter doesn't find the success that he wants. The good news is when you're playing with Darkseer, that's infinitely more likely. It's a great laning partner. You can see he's being super annoying right now onto Kiritich with the Iron Shell, as a matter of fact. Will not be able to kill yet.
Well, you say that. He won't be able to get
this is actually kind of close. We'll use the stick, though. It's just, this is a really good hero pairing. Like the panel talked about, Darkseer is going to push out the wave so Bounty Hunter can make moves. You always have the luxury of putting an Iron Shell on Bounty Hunter. He can go jungle with that, and you just farm more. It's kind of like having a Helm of the Dominator at the beginning of the laning stage. Bounty Hunter is notoriously a very weak laner, so having something that helps him be useful in the first 5 minutes is also nice, which is obviously the case here. putting even more pressure onto Kiritich.
Yeah, I feel like the games that we've seen, which I guess haven't been that many, but they pick a hero such as a Darkseer. You talked about the Ion Shell combo with the Invis from the Bounty, but also the fact that Notice on this Darkseer can be left alone at some point, and Bounty can start to roam and or kill couriers, which I don't think we've seen one quite yet. But pretty potent combo.
Oh, they're diving like badly down here with Glyph.
Omi in a lot of trouble getting chased by 9 class. Pops the Fairy Fire as Notice being gone on. White Gear, just a vacuum comes out, and that's going to be first blood onto Cat to Omi. Notice will take a tumble as well as Kiritich actually does survive.
Oh, there might be a
shuriken. Stay
shuriken.
alive here, gets the silence up the last second with the Bramble, as well as 9 class cannot finish the job quite yet. Still looking for the blood grenade now applied to the chicken as Kiritich trying to run it off. Very greedy, trying to get some last hits under the tower. He's just gonna get killed off by 9 class instead. Super greed mode for Kiritich as 9 class will be traded off. I can't believe he did that. Is now onto the tier 1 at the top lane. Miera, left to his own devices, will be dropped in addition. So Vision, after all said and done, have 3 kills to the 2 on BoomBoys.
That was basically a frame-perfect blood grenade. He broke the salve of Kez almost instantly, and that was actually important, because if he gets to heal another 50 HP with that salve, wouldn't have died to the final swing
Did
from
he
Bounty.
really need that last right click on the creep, Cinder? Did he really need it?
Carry players.
Yeah, seriously.
Too. But like you pointed out, this is the biggest deal in all of this, is if you leave Centaur alone against Lone Druid, it's terrible. Like, this lane is so hard to play. So being able to force Kataomi to rotate down bottom obviously has big ramifications on Satanic's game, and he has probably just been the player of the tournament. If you're giving Satanic a free lane, if you're giving him a good start, Vision are going to feel super confident, and so far so good.
So I know Satanic has had some incredible performances in the past. I feel like last TI, I don't know if it was the pressure necessarily, but he was definitely not up to his normal standards. This TI, I don't know if you agree with this, as we have a pause, of course. It gives me vibes of TI-10 with Yatoro.
Yeah.
How he just came onto the scene. Obviously, it's not like a huge surprise that Satanic is playing well, but playing above expectations, I would say, at this point.
Yeah, and expectations are high, so that means a lot, right? I think in the top 10 GPMs of the tournament, I think Satanic has 6 of them, which is an unbelievable stat line when you consider how many games get played in a TI group stage.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but I remember seeing a graphic where he had, I think 4 or 5 of them were on Nature's Prophet, or at least that hero had a lot of the top net worths, and Satanic holds some of them. But yeah, it's just by design, the way this team plays, it's also what we saw, what we heard from Rhea when she talked about Puppy, is it's very much in most of their games 4v5 for the first 20 minutes. You and I got to cast Satanic play TA in the most ridiculous farm game. He got forced out of lane level 3, and then he jungled, and somehow ended up with 500 CS minute 32 or something. So he's very efficient. He knows all the farming patterns. He knows what heroes to run in what game. They always prioritize him very much with the draft. This is actually a bit of an oddball because they first picked his hero. A lot of the time, Satanic gets overall last pick. So maybe they just feel like this is a great hero against BoomBoys in particular. Lone Druid's win rate is pretty bad, though, this tournament.
Yeah, I was going to mention that because Yatoro played that in the previous series, and he started off with 3 kills. So that's a lot of the reason that he got off to a good start. Because this hero in general, it feels like it's, for the first 15 minutes, very slow until you get the Aghanim Scepter eventually, and then things start to kind of pick up the pace. Does that feel like his playstyle to you?
Well, for Satanic, with how Vision play most of their games, him being in the jungle for 20 minutes is kind of par for the course. It's just a matter of, is the payoff on this hero versus a lot of his more traditional hard carries, is that a better trade-off for the team? And is it worth first picking? I think that's the biggest surprise out of all of this, is not that they're running Lone Druid, but that they rated this highly with the relatively, or actually just flat out bad win rate. This hero has definitely been figured out a lot more in the recent couple of weeks. It was very, very strong heading into this tournament, but maybe Vision just, I'm not going to question them until I see it fail. They seem to have a very good understanding of what works right now.
That's fair. We should mention this mid lane for the BoomBoys. GPK off to an incredible start, 35-12.
Yeah.
Versus the Snapfire for no one, which is a lot lower, 24-0. So definite advantage for GPK early on, and We'll see if he's able to snowball that on his Lina.
Yeah, they definitely have plenty of late game scaling on both teams. One side with the Lone Druid Snap, the other with Lina Kez. I think also worth noting, in some of the games we've cast with Kez, this hero just eats tanky heroes in the late game. Such as when we've seen it played against Centaur. They have that themselves, obviously. I think the bear kind of falls into that category, where Kez can just kill the bear extremely fast later in the game. We also did see that in the previous series, even though they did not win that individual game. You started seeing the problems that Lone Druid was approaching in that game. So I can't with confidence say that this is a game that Vision are going to win if it goes slow and late. But I don't think that's the plan here anyway. I think they're going to hit the Ags timing, and then they're going to try to constrict the map with Bounty Hunter.
What is this? Is that real? 70-30 at 5 minutes? Just from picks, basically?
I don't know about that.
That's, Dota Plus loves some Lone Druid, I guess. My goodness.
I have my,
It still feels 50-50 to me. Call me crazy here. That's really surprising.
This does not feel 70-30. I don't think.
Oh, it knows something we don't. It is AI, after all, Cinderin. Has taken over our consciousness, as it were. But yeah, top net worth already in the game is Satanic on the Lone Druid, off to a pretty damn good start. I mean, the thing about Lone Druid late game, you're right that the hero, it feels like it falls off at a certain point. But one thing I will mention, and we saw that in the first series, and the reason it falls off is because heroes are able to scale more than the bear eventually, especially like the Kez type. But buildings don't scale.
No.
The melee
That is
barracks,
true.
it starts with the same HP and armor from minute 1 to 60 plus. And once you get mega creeps, it is even, regardless of your line, it is very difficult to come back from.
Yeah. You saw in the previous series that I believe Yatoro got a Stygian Desolator on the bear at 60 minutes. That's why he was able to backdoor tier 4s and the Ancient without, or even with backdoor protection. There's obviously no guarantee that you're going to find that at 60.
Eventually you'll find it.
Yeah.
Long enough, yeah.
But once again, I don't think Vision's plan is to go 60 minutes. I don't look at this lineup and think, hell yeah, let's go late game. But you're right. There is always that X factor of winning in that fashion that late into the game. And I also think Darkseer is, as much as I talked about Bounty Hunter controlling the map, Darkseer has been a little bit of a wild card too in some of the series we've seen, even if it's not particularly great for the wall against the enemy carry. Vacuum is just one of those game-winning spells, right? At any given point, you can slip up your positioning on the enemy team, you get 3-man vacuumed into a blast-off, and then it almost doesn't matter what the other heroes are.
Yeah,
like, if you're that far out of position, you can lose with anything.
And the Chasm Stone into eventual Shivas makes the vacuum absurd.
Yep.
Because a lot of times, like, if you go back in history, look at Darkseer. Okay, what good illusions does he make? Oh, really, not great here, I would say. I mean, kind of Kez, but it's melee, eh. It's really just Vacuum is that good that this hero can be picked in basically any situation.
Oh, they're on Kiritich's trail here.
As we see the Vacuum being put to good work, gets off the parry, but he's just going down fast, this double Ion Shell. So another death for Kiritich, number 2 on the chicken.
And this is a great start for Darkseer. This is a hero that sometimes has a bit of a slow start. I like to say level 5 is when it really gets a lot better for him. Well, he won the lane. So he's top net worth.
That's interesting. You can aggro the creeps, by the way, while being disarmed. I actually did not know that was a thing. That defeats the entire purpose of it. Sorry to interrupt. I really apologize.
You don't mean that.
That's true, but I'm trying to save face here at TI, of course.
Yep, keep it up.
And some pressure now to this tier 1 mid. BoomBoys trying to find something on the map because they've lost their tier 1 bot already. They haven't really been able to pressure Satanic too much on this Lone Druid thus far.
This mid tower is kind of difficult for Vision to deal with, though. They managed to keep the siege creep alive with Cold Embrace and utilizing GPK's shield rune to tank the tower for quite a bit. And this is a great takedown. Minute 7, losing the mid tower. Very unusual here for Vision. Yes, you took the offlane tower. I think kind of a given that that's going to happen with a Lone Druid rotation at some point, but that mid tower is a very big deal to find that early.
7 minutes in, Miero's just hitting level 5, by the way.
Yeah.
Not the best start, as Wisdom Shrines Okay, Satanic Spare is going to be very annoying. Going to force out more rotation from BoomBoys. Get off the hoof stomp. They actually have the damage. Do they have another stun? Doesn't look like it, so he's just going to TP out. Just delays as much as possible. Save level 3, Kiritich level 4 still on Kez. Level advantage, definitely the way of...
Yeah, Darkseer is 6.5, and Kez just hit 5.
Rough.
That is a very one-sided affair in this bottom lane.
I'm already with the helm now onto the Darkseer. Notice been having a very good tournament thus far. I guess you could say that for everybody on the Dire side. They've just had such a great tournament so far.
Yeah, not losing will do that.
Yep, that's right.
Although, I mean, they've lost individual games. It's not like it's been flawless from Vision. They have been challenged a bit already, but
you learn less when you win, Cinder.
Yeah, that's right.
I've heard this from a wise man once.
Maybe they make sure to lose their scrims then.
BoomBoys lost a lot, as we they lost 5 of 6 before finally just barely getting out of the group stage here to the main event now. They've learned a ton. They've leveled up for sure.
Yeah. Have they learned to play with a 6th in net worth Kez at minute 8?
I'm sure they've tried everything, Cinderin.
Yeah.
No one. Get the scatter blast off here, looking for an opening, but the Bramble's gonna stop them in their tracks. I say that. 9 class in the trees, setting up the Mortimers. Looks like Kataomi's dead. Nice pick off from Vision. Not exactly what they were hoping for. GPK, obviously the prized possession if they can grab him, as 9 class knows there's no sentry in this area now.
That's obviously a very big part of Bounty Hunter, is the economic damage he does to the enemy supports. If you're already losing the lane to this guy and then you have to invest all of your hard-earned gold on the 5 into sentries, you're not really going to progress toward a meaningful item on the Wyvern. You can see we're 9 minutes in, he has boots and 150 gold on Kataomi, so this will be a very late blink, which is what he's queuing up. That's mainly good news for the Lone Druid, I would say, if he does get involved at some point. Obviously, Winter's Curse, an incredible ability against specific things. If the enemy has a hard right clicker that gets close to the bear, it could be a way of killing Bounty Hunter, it could be potentially a way of killing Darkseer. Doesn't seem like that is going to be a likely play to happen in the near future in this one. It's hard to find a curse without dagger this game.
Like some stacks are going to be taken now by Miero and company.
Yeah. Come the Dominator.
Level 4 on his return. Yeah, Helm and Dom on top. As Kaya officially finished for GPK. And what exactly is the Snapfire going to be going this game? I assume Boots of Travel to start things out. Is this a... I feel like I've mostly seen the magic damage build.
Yeah.
Do we see the right click at all?
I don't know if we've seen it this tournament. I feel like it's all been magic. I like the magic build better this game regardless. You're playing into Wyvern. Also, it's a lot of AoE damage that Kez can't really play around very well. So I think there's just too many upsides to going the long-range artillery build. And by going that way, you also potentially play better around Lina. Just outranging her is, you know, not many heroes can claim to do that. But Snapfire, one of the few.
I mean, I do feel like this. We're going to see the globs come out in the mid lane. Might be a trade onto Ducal as GPK looks to be finishing up with
Lotus.
Dragon Slave for the road. The 1-for-1 is... Not sure if we're going to see any more action now that Mortimer's is down, but this does feel like an eventual game. I know I love to talk about it, Cinder, and I do apologize in advance, as track is now online for 9 class, by the way. A good cart game for the Centaur. I feel like Lina is an excellent recipient of said cart. I mean, even Kez isn't that bad.
It's also good to save against Lone Druid, right? He's very hard single target damage that sometimes it's just hard to itemize against for your supports, for example, and then Centaur might just be able to reset the fight with a blink plus cart. He's going pipe first, though, as it looks. That is a little bit surprising to me, not because it's not a good item in this game. You're playing against Snapfire and Techies, obviously, for some good magic damage and some ion shells, but we've seen it not picked up in games where it's better on paper, I think. Seen Centaurs just rush Heart a lot more often than not. So perhaps this is telling us that BoomBoys are looking to actually take the fight to Vision with that item timing and try to exploit the fact that Lone Druid is likely just going to be in the jungle until minute 25 at least. It's a pretty narrow window, though, and if you don't get anything done, it's going to feel bad. compared to going for bigger items such as Heart. Is this a good Lotus game? It's kind of decent against Track. It's always good.
33 is out there somewhere shaking his head with this pipe purchase on Centaur.
Yeah, he's like, you should have gone Midas.
Radiance on Centaur, please. Appreciate that. 9 class is going to get some vision on the save, but he gets dusted at the last moment. There is a mine set up, but only a singular one. As Blast Off comes through, actually does connect on the save, but there's the counter curse onto 2. Good amount of damage, but now the cookie's not going to reach. It looks like the techies will tumble as a result. The Terrorize coming at the last moment as well. Onto 2 as Notice gets off his wall, but he's going to get absolutely destroyed by Kiritich and the Laguna Blade. So a nice pickoff overall from BoomBoys onto 2. And Vision not able to gain anything out of this little skirmish here.
I think that is a great illustration of one of the potential issues that Vision's lineup has is once heroes start getting a little bit tankier, the burst damage just isn't that overwhelming. It's a level 6 techies. He only got 1 mine down, and also a great curse, of course, to save that situation from Katsuomi. But yeah, the kills, unless Snapfire is involved immediately, will drag out a bit, so it's kind of easy for BoomBoys to bring numbers and counterplay. Worked out well that time.
Not that I'm surprised to see the Mage Slayer, but the fact that they're going pipe on top of that for the Centaur feels like
Yeah, it's a lot.
they're going to be pretty tanky in this mid game.
Yeah.
Feels like they want to take the fight to Vision.
Aside from the bear, who's going to kill these heroes when they are piped?
Radiant's middle tower.
Well, I would think Lina does some damage. One would
From
hope.
Vision's side, I mean.
Oh,
like,
right.
how are they going to kill a piped Kez with Mage Slayer if he gets to hit the Snapfire a single time?
Yep.
It's not going to be that easy. Oh, 9 class getting some good information here onto
TP
Kiritich.
coming.
Yeah, this
The
is gonna be
Darkseer
hard to
Snapfire
escape.
nearby. There's the stun to start things out. Noticed in the area as well. No one connecting. That is a dead chicken. It's on the...
Oh, nice
Raptor
timing.
Dance coming out, but at the last moment, healing up quite a bit. His 9 class now has to try and retreat as Kataomi joins the party. So Kiritich will not be dinner tonight for Vision, it seems.
Excellent timing on the Raptor Dance. I think he dodged the cookie fully and got to heal up a decent amount and ends the play once again. If you don't get that burst in immediately.
Last off Ducalis, not able to get there in time. Haven't seen the value from the techies quite yet.
No, also saw in the stats going into the game, Techie's currently 0-3.
Does that mean Save has not played him yet?
One of which is Ducalis. He has 1 loss.
Okay.
I don't know if Save has played it, any of their
There's no way he doesn't lose on techies. They're
Really?
just giving everybody else
Maybe
a
they should have
chance.
picked it in the game then.
That's why I thought they picked techies to try to deny it potentially, but I can't remember the exact order of the draft. Either way, GPK has his boots of travel with the Kaya now. Is going to finish off the Yasha. Combine it.
Very early gem from Katsuomi. I mean, this is a super strong timing for BoomBoys. I think their lineup's just better right now than that of Vision. You're running a gem, you have the pipe, you have incredibly potent spells. This is just a matter of not getting caught out and put in unfavorable positions. So far, so good.
Kiritich is not super far away from the Desolator, and that's when he starts to get to the next level. But this is the hero that we have to worry about, or at least BoomBoys has to worry about from the Vision side. Mjolnir online, and getting closer to the Aghanim Scepter, and that's when the bear can be autonomous. Sindarin can do
Yes.
whatever he wants. He's unleashed. He's no longer the slave of Lone Druid. They make it seem like Lone Druid is very good with animals, but he buys the Ags to get rid of the animal to the other side of the map. He doesn't want anything to do with it, it seems. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, it is interesting.
Okay, so we hit the 16-minute mark here at the International.
Not going to give you
Invis,
anything to work with on that.
Thank you.
All right,
Okay, we
Yashikaya.
got the Invis. See where he puts that to good work. Kiritich has had a lot of his experience stolen from 9 class, or at least leached.
So annoying.
Yeah.
This is interesting, though, to see the Lina go this route. It looks like GPK wants to go Yashikaya into Pike, so trying to play the distance game. I guess supposedly looking to match the Snapfire range. Like, you can reset position against a lot of Snapfire's abilities. You can play against the bear. Better.
Coming in for Kiritich. Can he dodge another gank? He's going to get stunned this time by the Cookie with a Scatterblast to follow. There's the curse to try to save him. Mortimer's Kisses, but he has the Grappling Claw just out of range. He's actually going to barely know. The last club hits him right in the back of the head, but now a back wall onto 2 with the wall to come through as well. 9 Class will fall, as noticed, still alive. Gets an Ion Shell onto Noah, but he gets gripped by the Bramble. Another Dragon Slave for the road for GPK, so in the end it's a 2 for 2. As, well, 1 core dies on each side, I suppose, but the carry, I would think, is the most valuable from BoomBoys' side.
Yeah, what an awkward situation. This is a 4v4 where Centaur obviously isn't there since he's farming the top half of the map. He's just jungling with his pipe. Think how much work that could have done there, right? But
yeah, where's the heart, man? You farm faster with that thing. Well, he's
gonna get
the blink.
He's gonna get blinked now, so I think he is very much looking to be involved in the next.
You sure
fight.
he's not gonna blink from camp to camp to get as much farm efficiency as possible?
He's definitely gonna do that too.
Okay.
No doubt about it. Yeah, that was a lot of things on the edge there. Importantly for Vision, they do get the Kez kill. That would have been a travesty if they didn't hit those last 2 globs with the opening they had, but another good play from Katsuomi to almost solve that situation on his own. Even without the dagger, it's been a couple of good curses, and yes, sure, the curse doesn't kill anyone, but it has proven to be a good reset button for them, and here is the smoke timing. So with the blink pipe, Ducalis.
Good deny on the rune. That would have been very big for BoomBoys, and that spots the entire smoke. So a good
Pretty
sacrifice,
good death, yeah.
Absolutely, for Ducalis. As it will be Hurricane Pike next for GPK.
And there's the Ags coming out now for Lone Druid. So we'll see. I'm curious to see how Satanic chooses to play the map here. Obviously, you have different options. Once you get the Aghanims on the bear, you can just accelerate your farm heavily by jungling with your hero, and then obviously send the bear down lanes, farm jungle, etc. But you can also choose to be a little bit more involved in fighting. And this is a player we've seen farm a lot before he gets involved. Already 260 CS here on Satanic. But let's see, considering they're playing with Bounty Hunter 4, I think he's going to be more eager to fight than farm on the bear. Gonna keep an eye on their movement immediately with that Axe pickup. They are smoking.
Vision, they're ready to pounce here. Going to try to bait potentially Miara, looking for an opening with that Blink Dagger. There's a Blink also unnoticed, the Darkseer, so watch out for that. This will be the reveal.
Oh, they're making their way down bottom. This is not an obvious move for Kiritich.
Although he is running away.
He's running the wrong way now, though.
Yep, going to get this camp. One more camp for Kiritich. Yeah, a little bit greedy boy.
Good sentry.
Very nice dodge of the Cookie, and now the Mortimer's Kisses on cooldown. TPs from BoomBoys as they want to try to do something with this opening. Gotta get rid of these annoying mines, though. At the very least, they don't lose their carry, so...
Kez is pretty good at destroying mines. He has a very fast-paced attack time, so... You can see he can easily attack them before they explode. But yeah, crucial sentry there. Without that, probably a dead Kez. And for what it's worth, with the great start Vision had, they haven't really compounded on it at all. This is the same lead they had ages ago.
Yeah, I would like, can we bring up the Dota Plus probability here just to see if anything has changed?
No.
Okay, so it's
not.
Exactly the same, basically. I don't agree with this still. It feels 50-50 to me. I'm an untrained individual. I don't do this for a living, though, Sinner. You do, of course.
Yeah.
And what do you think?
I would not say the Dire win this game 3 out of 4. That seems a little bit too lopsided, but... Gonna have to wait and see how it progresses at this point. Maybe we'll be made fools out of soon enough. I just see a lot of potential for BoomBoys. And again, let's keep in mind, it's worth remembering how they've progressed throughout the tournament. You can pick up a lot of momentum from hitting some adversity at the right time. Like, effectively, they came in with a good start, then they hit a slump in the middle of the group stage, and then they finished it off hot. So probably coming into this with a lot of confidence. You heard Bulk in the coach interview as well say that we just think we're playing better now than we were in the group stage, and they have all the reason to think that after they got on a little bit of a heater toward the end, and especially getting their revenge in the elimination game.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Class looking for some couriers. What's on this one?
Oh, that is real bad.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my
That
god,
is
if he gets
huge.
out with this.
I don't think he's going to. Surely they'll catch up. Mass TPs from BoomBoys. 9 Class already at half HP. Laguna Blade. Yeah, that felt really good, I'm sure, for GPK.
That would have been a disaster.
But Blink Dagger, that's 2 minutes. You won't be with. You will be without that for the Wyvern.
Yep.
That's annoying. Yeah, they'll be able to get the D ward as a result of this. That would have been a very big turn if he was able to secure the gem long term.
Oh, down bottom again. This time it's worse.
Heritage, that's right, finally shows up to this fight. Bear versus Chicken, who wins? Chicken is winning again, though.
They didn't have any detection.
No. Interesting.
Okay. That's
Now
unfortunate.
They're bringing out Dust now, so that's good news for Fish.
They'll have it next time. Unfortunately, they might be getting backstabbed
Boy.
here. No one.
No
All right,
one
he will.
running away properly. Notice under the cover of the tier 1 tower as well, so this won't connect onto anything except for maybe the old Tormentor, perhaps. We are 2.5 minutes past its existence, so it must be vanquished immediately, of course.
I mean, when you have this many heroes in the neighborhood, you kind of do want to do it, right? But maybe BoomBoys feel like they don't have enough information. Although, all right, they're just gonna go for it. They did see Darkseer, I think, on the ward in the enemy triangle. Maybe that was enough to feel confident. And that will be a nice shard for save. Just the upgraded.
Yeah, I
First
feel
crown.
like I feel like Dark Willow is the Bramble specifically, and especially this shard is very good against the bear. The bear is
Yeah.
once the BKB gets kind of low on timer. Melee heroes in general have a lot of obstacles they have to get through. I mean, even Darkseer with the Surge sometimes just nullified completely because of a random Bramble on the floor. See if that comes into play.
See him going BKB for that reason, or at least partially for that reason. There's plenty of reasons to buy BKB in this game. BoomBoys with
Oh, wow.
loads.
BKB on Darkseer.
Yeah, that is
As
very-
Shiva's already.
Yeah, he is super farm. He is second in net worth.
I was expecting to see him first with this amount of farm, but of course,
Satanic's in the game.
yeah, Satanic does exist, in fact. Silver Edge now on him, so a big power spike for Vision. They've tried 3 or 4 times in a row trying to kill Kiritich. They have not yet succeeded, but there's a back blow onto 2. Immediate grappling claw, though. A nice LSA onto 2 from GPK into the counter curse as well. Look at this damage being applied to the Darkseers. No one gets a full range. Mortimer's Kiss is not really doing that much in the end, though. Is already 2 dead for Vision as Satanic's Bear about to bite the dust as well. Again, BoomBoys already every single time for this Vision play.
Yeah, they don't have any immediate follow-up. It looks like a nice vacuum wall, but Insta-Stampede run out. They have to combo this with a blast-off or with a cookie, or it just doesn't matter. The illusion that they create is not strong. BoomBoys just reset position, and another great curse. I have to say, Kataomi this game has been playing exceptionally well in the Wyvern, just in the right place at the right time. How many times now? Bad Winner's Curse again. And that's going to be Roche. So now, BoomBoys have taken Tormentor and Roche and a good team fight.
All right, let's look at that Dota win probability again, please. Just want to double check that it's still 70-30 in favor
Yeah, don't-
of Vision. Okay, it's gone up by like 5%, Cinderin. Okay. Something's really wrong with this. What the hell? There's now a heart finished from Miero, so does finally get to the big bad item on the Centaur, and will likely go for the Shard next, which is he is not going for that, in fact. He's going to be going for Ghost Scepter, actually.
Just going to go Crozier.
Okay. Oh yeah, full Crozier, true.
Yeah, Darkseer queuing that up as well, so we're going to have a lot of ghostly heroes running around eventually.
A lot of Croziering going,
Yes.
some would say. TP onto the Wolf, Miero. Love to find an opening onto no one, but out of reach now. As GPK about 600 away from Ags. Satanic's Bear will be found and likely will be killed. Raptor Dance.
Oh, that
Coming in
is...
with the stun, but that's just a suicide mission for Ducalis. So far, I have to say the Techies has not worked out at all for Vision. Because without that blast off, they really are lacking stuns.
Yeah. Again, it's not to sound like a broken record, but ease of execution here, it is just hard for Vision's lineup to do what it needs to do. And you have confidence in them because of their track record in the tournament, but I think personally for me, this is one of their weaker drafts. You always at the back of your mind, you're like, Satanic is super farmed, Notice is having a good game. They're going to find that fight eventually that is going to put them in a good spot, but BoomBoys have done a great job the last 10 minutes of not allowing them to really build any advantage on the early laning stage, where both the Darkseer and they've won both side lanes, hands down, right? On Vision's side, it hasn't led to anything afterwards. No progression on the map. You still only taken the tier 1 top and the tier 1 bottom tower. You not even halfway through the mid one. And you lost both the Tormentor and the Roche. It doesn't get much better than that for the Radiant so far.
Yeah, and I feel like no one has not really what's the best way to put this? Because GPK started off so well, and he's continued that.
Yep.
No one has not recovered from the laning stage at all. Like, his impact, we've seen, I think, with Mortimer's Kisses, 1 kill onto Kiritich was pretty impactful. But outside of that, and again, lack of stuns, maybe not the greatest setup for him to get those globs.
Yeah, he's definitely plateaued. Easily the bottom net worth of the cores here. See, they're holding hands on all of BoomBoys' cores. They're within 50 gold of each other. How often do you see that? Ducalis
comes out. This will be an eventual death for Ducalis, one would think. Eventually found in the tree line. So GPK Mega Streak. He's got 5 kills to his name. As now an Aghanim Scepter comes for Kiritich.
Flame Cloak is so good against techies. You get a ton of magic resist, you get flying movement, so you can just catch him in the tree line. It's a very easy matchup for Lina to play now. She doesn't get caught off guard. She can just solo kill techies with very minimal risk. Kind of just flying through the mines.
So double Shivas now for Vision, something we are seeing more and more since they changed the way Shivas works.
Yep, area of
Globs
effect is
are
a
bigger.
pretty busted stat.
Yeah.
Who would have thought?
Cookies are larger, so maybe they can get the stun that they've been missing all game long. As Kiritich and GPK will team up to secure the tier 2. Another minute on the Aegis. And not sure if they're going to get anything else, but they're still the tier 2s top and mid. It'll be too late to group up and go for that, as they do need to clean up these waves.
Something that's also important when it comes to main stage games like this is whether the players are comfortable with the idea of going late, because oftentimes when the stakes are higher, people become a little bit more risk averse, they play safer. I think on the side of BoomBoys, they probably feel quite comfortable that this is a game they can win down the stretch. So if the pressure is on Vision to do stuff and their last, I want to say 3 or 4 team movements just haven't worked, regardless of what the game state is in terms of actual net worth, BoomBoys are probably just in their calm and focused on just keep on scaling. I just overall think their lineup will be better down the stretch, and the only thing that can really swing things is either a fat vacuum or if Lone Druid somehow gets to kill Wyvern before the fight even begins, right? He just comes in with Silver Edge and beats down Kataomi, but he is obviously going to buy items to try to solve that problem. You can see Kataomi right now eyeing up a Ghost Scepter plus the Aeon Disc as his quick buy, and if the bear doesn't buy a Nullifier, he'll never be able to kill the Wyvern.
Yeah, it's just going to be required at this point.
Impede? For what?
Did they see 9 class on a Sentry, maybe?
I don't know. Maybe?
Misclicked R. Okay,
Oh.
They did.
They did.
They get the dust. 9 class. Dead again. 4 staffs.
Honestly,
will
a
be finished.
pretty good death. That was a smoke move from BoomBoys that did not end up going on a better target.
At what point will Kiritich be able to just destroy this bear?
Yeah,
Does he need to get 6 slotted?
That's the other thing about the late game. I think BoomBoys, this is their best hard carry in recent memory. I just think Kiritich does exceptionally well in late game on Kez. He has a very good understanding of the limitations and of the strengths of the hero.
Yeah, I feel like we've cast him so many times.
He is so good on this hero. So again, just your confidence and your comfort. GPK is playing a hyper-scaling mid. Centaur, probably one of the hardest scaling offlane as well. Like, all 3 cores can just become beasts. And sure, when it comes to killing the bear, it's mainly the Kez that's going to be doing the heavy lifting there, but Lina actually can do a significant amount of damage to the bear too. Even just forcing it to BKB is a big win if you can pull that off.
Yeah, for sure.
It's going for Butterfly, it looks like, on the bear.
Okay, so no Nullifier yet.
I don't know if he's going to get one in general.
How can you win this game without Nullifier?
Yeah.
Such value. It's going to be, what, double Ghost Scepter, and is there a Force Staff on anybody?
There's a Force
Force Staff for
on
Cat to Omi. He's going to get that Eon Disc as well, so it's just going to have crazy value this game. The arrow. You can see 9 class gets spotted. Another death for him. TPK's like, thank you very much. Delicious treat for me.
7-0 on that Lina. And a little Dom creep as well. Oh, here comes the bear, but it's spotted, and Kez.
Oh, they're forcing out that BKB.
They could curse it.
Yeah, they could.
They don't need to.
They have the damage. Very nicely done. So wasting a BKB charge now for Satanic. As Vision, it feels... Dota Plus is telling us something very different. It feels like they're not panicking yet, but it's getting to that point because it feels like these... I mean, for me, it looks these supports are not getting the value that they originally were picked for.
There is a big pickup though in the Hex on Darkseer because that allows the bear to actually kill a support. But you need to get it. You need to bring it together. You need to find the right moment. But it's definitely, you can see how the Dire lineup can absolutely just break a fight wide open. You just got to give credit to BoomBoys for just not letting that happen for 20 minutes straight. Again, 9 class.
Single double edge brings him to half HP. It's absurd. Another death for little bounty hunter.
Centaur doesn't even have the shard yet. It's still rocking 5k health there after 2 double edges.
How often do we see 9 class bottom net worth of the entire game?
It's not that often.
I will say though, Vision, if they take one good fight, that's where bounty really help bring you back in the game. Get that net worth up. Maybe that's what Dota Plus is expecting, Cinderin. It's like, you picked bounty hunter, surely you'll get a kill at some point. A track kill, that is.
See, when's the last time they even got a kill?
It's felt like quite a while.
I mean, it's 17.
Okay, yeah, that is quite a while.
All right, well, Satanic took a tower minute 20. So the last thing Vision did on the map was 15 minutes ago.
You mean the last good thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, sure.
Oh, no one. Ooh, the hoof stomp
That
misses. Wow, wait.
Woo.
That was as close as it gets.
Yeah, if Centaur had a Shiva there.
Hey, that's why Chasm Stone is great to just have in your inventory. Daedalus online for Kiritich. I believe he's going MKB next to deal with his Bear's Butterfly. But he's going to deal with Roche instead. Absolutely. This is going to be second Roche of the game, so Roche banner will be dropping, as well as the Aegis, of course. GPK with the damage rune. There is no way Vision can contest this. But of course, they still have a 70% chance to win this, according to Dota Plus. Very important to keep that note. The AI knows something that we do not. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a real barn burner.
It's definitely...
The power is still up. 35 minutes.
Would you agree that this feels like it's almost equally likely that this game is 45 minutes and 70?
Yeah.
It's like, if BoomBoys find one good fight now, they could just end the game. But at the same time, if they aren't able to really take advantage, Vision is just going to split push the map forever. Between Lone Druid, Darkseer, and Bounty Hunter
like
scouting.
Vision can delay the game. But again, we talked about it. BoomBoys, their late game, it just, to me, looks way stronger. Like, not even close. Could be wrong, of course.
I feel the same, but...
Oh, we didn't take into account these mines. If they run into 20,000 mines, they can die. 4 minutes on Aegis for Kiritich.
I assume you definitely... I think you just give up this top tier 2, right? If you're Vision. It would be rather... I mean, maybe they want to get the element of surprise of BoomBoys thinking there's no way they choose this exact fight where we have Aegis. We'll see.
Gotta pick your fights very carefully. Because like you said, one lost fight in advantage going to BoomBoys could just be game. Or at least close to it. Despite the networks being dead even, by the way. That just goes to show how much Vision's getting out of the map, even though it is smaller than BoomBoys right now. No one snags himself an illusion rune. Kiritich showing himself in mid. What do they want to get out of this Aegis? Obviously the tier 2 top, but do they want to try to go high ground? because like you said, it's not like they're in a hurry necessarily. And in terms of high ground defense, Vision have a very good lineup.
Yeah. It sure is tricky to push into Techie's Darkseer. That is pretty nasty. You can just get vacuumed into a bunch of mines. And your tower hitter primarily is Kez, who is melee, so he's going to be very exposed for that exact play. But maybe that's something GPK can deal with. Oh, Nero got it for free. That's
what a
real.
tasty treat.
Yep. He's going cart.
Oh yeah,
Almost has it.
It was killed though, or at least the courier was. Imagine if the items died with the courier. Bounty would be the best hero in the game. Actually, Ricky might be better, right? Does he insta-get with Tricks of the Trade still?
Yeah, I think so.
Good old days.
I mean, the courier did use to drop your items when you killed it. Oh, way back.
The bear versus the chicken again. The raptor has to bring him back to a decent amount of HP. Laguna Blade on the bear. Life number 1 is down and out. No one in the meantime with the BKB trying to run away. They're going to be able to get life number 1 in all likelihood with that vacuum. They secure the Aegis. He's all alone on Kez. The wall's right on top of him. Grappling Claws in the middle of the tree line. Has to pop the BKB as the Terrorize gives him a little bit extra space. Will attempt to TP out. Should be successful. Oh! From Satanic just in time. And that is exactly what Vision needed.
Critical error there, BoomBoys. You should not have pushed.
Apparently not. 70-minute game it is. 3K lead now for Vision. I'm afraid to ask about this Dota win. You have to get that update every 5 minutes on the dot. Now a Basher's there.
I guess the good news.
7, all right.
The good news for BoomBoys in that situation is, yes, that was obviously a bad fight, but there's nothing to be claimed on the map for Vision except maybe a mid-tier 1. There's no Roche, there's no... Oh, hang on.
A big kill onto Notice. GPK has the burst damage. No one was feeling very confident he could stay alive. Ducalis finally gets a blast up onto an enemy hero, but then you see Satanic going to town on this Lena, but the Cold Embrace is saving him. Shiva's from no one, going to slow them down as well. Little minus armor now applied to the center. The curse only onto the bear. As they get the Yules to try to slow him down. Another curse crown. Talked about the value of that shard against the bear. Pretty damn good. So nobody's lives are lost on the BoomBoys side after the fact, but they get at least some sort of a trade. And the Darkseer, pretty damn high net worth, so good target to kill off. No one working on a refresher already. Already starting to get these late game items.
Yeah, well, we're 40 minutes in. This is modern Dota. You get 6 slotted at 40 minutes.
That's right.
Nowadays.
Doesn't sound like you like that very much.
No, it's if you're one of those players who doesn't necessarily follow Pro Dota all that much throughout the year, but you watch TI specifically, you'll see that compared. I mean, last year was also pretty high farm, but ever since we got the big map, these 5-6 slotted inventories just do happen 5 to 10 minutes earlier. At this point, it's just way more gold on the map, so that's the state of affairs now. But better or worse, some people love getting 6 slotted faster. Some people think,
who doesn't, really? Other than curmudgeons like you.
curmudgeon.
Piece of absolute garbage is Miero.
All right. I'm called for.
Yeah. So I'm really passionate about my late game items.
Yeah.
I'm a turbo player after all.
Yeah, well, you get 6 slotted every game.
That's right. Don't take that away from me, Cinderin.
Yeah, don't worry. I think Turbo is safe.
I feel like Kiratis just finished Daedalus like 2 minutes ago. He has MKB now.
Yeah, he's playing Turbo.
Yeah. I mean, that Bounty Hunter's supposed to give you turbo-like farm. Hasn't really been...
Yeah, well, when you have 10 kills in 40 minutes, it's not exactly riveting to be playing Bounty Hunter.
Well, he's gotten a lot of courier kills sooner. That does add to it, of course.
If that were the old couriers that gave a lot of gold, then we would have been talking, but...
Boots of Travel 2 already for GPK. Interesting. Okay. So now
oh, hello.
9 class allies. His 9 class will be killed off again. How many deaths is that?
9 class, 9 deaths.
All right. Looking good. Looking good. Satanic finds himself the chicken. There's Miero, though, with the save onto the horse. This Satanic have to BKB in retreat, trying to get to the high ground. Mortimer's kisses to try to slow them down. Miero pops the pipe and just shrugs it off. So that's the showing off the workhorse for Centaur. Look at these mines. Somewhere Slacks is smiling. Of course, he misses the green variety.
Yeah.
GPK now level 25. Kiritich just about to get there as well. Any surprises on the talents? Hasn't, oh, he did choose it for Lina.
No, I mean, Lina generally picks this, I want to say, every game. And Kez will probably take the Echo Slash attack. It used to be the Shodosai a lot when that was 100%. I feel like ever since that went to 80, we almost exclusively see Echo Slash attack. All right, they're going to try for a little bit of a siege here with the banner. They don't have agents.
They do not, and the banner is killed off almost instantly by no one. There's one tick left. He takes a Laguna Blade to the face from GPK, not happy with his Roche banner almost being killed. Bear can probably just come in and swipe at that real quick. As Notice actually blinks in to do exactly that. He's going to get stun locked now. The Eon Disc does proc, so should be able to get away just fine.
Surprised they let him.
Alive.
Why was he the one doing that instead of one attack from Techies or the Bear or, you know, something?
Techies has infinite range, it seems.
It's a bit surprising. He only has 600 attack range, but I mean, the banner was placed relatively offensively. So they almost got a tower out of that. Genuinely surprised that BoomBoys, out of all times, they chose to push that one.
Yeah.
But
hey, they
kind of got away with it.
They got some good damage. No way to heal the tower, of course. There's no Treant Protector or Lich level 25.
Does Lich still have that?
What, Lich?
Yeah, does he still have that talent, actually?
Yeah, of course. Go look it up in case I'm an idiot. I feel like this is a turbo special.
Yep, he still has it.
Right.
Yeah, Lich generally doesn't get level 25 outside of turbo. As a matter of fact, in order to get level 25, you need to be picked.
That's right.
Which is part of Lich's problem in this tournament. I think it's been picked maybe one game.
It's unfortunate because he has
if even.
A great hole, Cinderin.
Yep.
The Sinister Hole, some call it.
That's right.
Very
Sinister
powerful.
Gaze, late game with Ags. Ooh.
Very good.
Shiva is now for Yero. He is 6 slotted on the Centaur.
Oh.
Not really much to be upgraded here except an upgraded Blink.
No, you could get rid of the pipe.
Yeah, that's true, I guess.
Nine Class, is this another death for you, good sir? Trying to get some cover with the mines. They will blow up. The Shadow Realm will reach him. Curse Crown onto the high ground. And he's just going to get Echo Slashed by Kiritish. My goodness, the damage coming out of him is absurd. And it's like every time we look at DeCall, he's just planting these mines. Miero's like, I will eat those up for dinner anytime, brother. So both supports are dead for Vision. Miero. It's like he's Tidehunter trying to pick up fish. But unfortunately, he doesn't get any stats from it. Definitely not getting damage, though.
This is actually a really weird game to watch, isn't it? Like, BoomBoys have had to spend half the game chasing 9 Class around to kill him off, and the other half they have to
And faster the back wall onto 2 heroes. There's the cart, though, to save Kez, rather. Miero will use the Stampede to help get him away, but just like that. I mean, this is interesting because Roche is up, and now you don't have a BKB on your Kez.
Yep, true that.
Can you go for it?
They seem to think yes.
Cold Embrace to get him back to a respectable amount of HP. Will Vision try to contest? The Roche Belch comes out. They have the scan.
This is so fast. Kez is gross at this.
9 Class not going to be able to do too much.
So like a 5-second Roche.
Roche number 3 for BoomBoys.
9 Class is too late.
And now they have the Refresher Shard to go along with another Roche banner. Cheese as well. Why not?
Yeah, this time they... I mean, considering how they pushed top last time, surely they're going to repeat the success up there, and this time with an Aegis and a better banner. They might actually even get some real estate this time. I feel like Vision just never has 10 kills minute 45. It's so unusual.
Yeah, this would be an impressive victory for them. Can we look at the Dota Plus probability by any chance here? Would love to see an update on that. All 3 Roaches have gone the way of BoomBoys, but it's not enough to give them the lead according to Dota Plus. Why do they hate BoomBoys so much, huh? Do they not own Dota Plus? Does that have something to do with it, Cinderin? Looks like they do to me. GPK, very high level on his Lina.
Well, if you want to look at it from a positive perspective, this is the highest win rate that BoomBoys have had since minute 4. So
No, it was less than that. Didn't we look at it 2 or 3 minutes? Or is it a huge exaggeration, Cinderin?
This is just a potentially, at this point, a one-fight game. Like, if you get a clean opener for either team, you can completely obliterate the opposition. A 3 or 4-man vacuum into a combo will be devastating. On the side of BoomBoys, any good curse, any setup with... You have so many... That's what's so nice about the BoomBoys lineup, is that there's plenty of players that can play off of each other, so whoever finds the opening, it doesn't even matter. Like, Centaur could start, Willow could get a catch, Lina could even start for herself. And in some rare occasions, maybe the Curse can be the setup. Oh, look, 9 class.
Will he be dying again? He has
On a bit of a
10 to his
mission.
name.
Oh, but this time he's giving Invis to the bear.
Ooh, that's right. GPK spotted. Miero, though, in the vicinity. They're not going to bite off too much. They're getting that instant bash.
Yeah, and
From
the
the Shadow
Abyssal.
Walk.
It's actually really, really strong. You give the Shadow Walk to the bear, it opens with the bash, then it immediately Silver Edges and breaks you, and then it Abyssals you. This is a crazy killer combination around the map, but gotta find the openings.
How good is the break this game, though? Is noticed. Going to be noticed. No pun intended. Actually, it was technically, as BKB just runs away.
The break, I mean, it's not really that big of a deal, but at least you get the, the Silver Edge slow is obviously great.
True. Yeah, that's actually one of the better additions in the last year, I would say, too. Especially an item that's just been around for a long time that has been picked up pretty consistently, I will say, throughout its lifetime. But definitely good against, well, they don't have it on the side of BoomBoys, but against things like Surge, just capture movement speed. Against Spear Breaker, hilarious to see him try to charge.
Worth mentioning here, if you're a fantasy fan watching this game, Satanic is close to 900 CS, so if you have him on last hits, that's good.
Nice. Heritage, he's going to get stunned up right off the bat. Eagle's going to try to keep him alive. Nero gets the hoof stomp off, but no one able to close the gap here with the Mortimer's Kisses on the backline. Satanic is deleting one hero. There's the cart being used, but nobody's inside it. It finally puts a little critter inside. It's a chicken trying to run away, but the Aegis gets claimed while he's inside the cart. And Vision looking very good in this high ground defense. They get the Aegis, they get a buyback out of a support.
They didn't even damage the tower.
Dota Plus knows something, Cinderin. Very smart.
Yeah.
I should pay for Dota Plus.
That's
Look
right.
at wait, it's went up for what is happening? This doesn't even make any sense. Are they trolling us? Jesus.
We're getting to that part of
All right,
the game
BoomBoys, you need to go down 10K so you can finally take the lead for Dota Plus.
I suppose it's a game time thing where we're getting later and later, so Lone Druid's expectancy is dropping off a cliff now.
Okay.
But considering the fight we just saw, I don't know how big of a concern that is. Satanic got his 3rd kill of the game at 50 minutes. He's having a wonderful time. 3-0-1. Back to the jungle.
I mean, how much... I always think of Lone Druid as such a fascinating concept because you can get 12 slot. We never see it, though. They always just end up deleting items that they have on the bear and replacing it. Why do we never see Lone Druid participating, Cinderin? Is he scared?
Yeah. If he's in the fight with his hero, he can't
That's
farm
a big
jungle.
courier kill.
Oh, that's
Miero,
a
no
great pickup,
BKB
yeah.
for a few minutes. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's just if you're fighting with your hero, you can't farm jungle. So, carrier players, got to hit the creeps.
Very true.
Oh, Pucha travel.
BK gets instantly bashed, abyssaled, and blown up. Huge kill for Vision, and that is 100 seconds of no Lina. A godlike streak, no longer for GPK. His first death of the entire game, and it's a costly one.
That kill was worth 2,700, or what's that? 2,200 gold.
Now let's look at Dota Plus to see how much BoomBoys has gone up in win probability after the death onto Lina. It's gone down slightly. Unbelievable. 60-40 for Vision. I can't believe it, Cinderin. Incredible display. Yeah, GPK, that is a costly. He's had an incredible game so far.
The good news is they seemingly are not able to use this for much on the side of Vision. Just more farming. None of their waves. I suppose the bottom wave is actually across the river, but looks like Heritage will press a button and deal with that.
Yep. We'll be able to eat his Aghanim Scepter here pretty shortly, and what is he opting to buy next on the chicken? Looks like Satanic.
Yeah.
Not the player, the item, of course.
Yeah. Goodbye, Satanic, the player. It would be a pretty unfair game, 6v4.
If they transfer him, I think that would be one of the most expensive players, I think.
Yep.
There's now an upgraded Blink for Noticed.
And
as he is
for the bear.
Essentially 6-slotted. Yeah, Swift Blink for the bear. All right, well, how much room to grow do these? He still looks like Refresher into Nullifier for Notice. I'm not sure what he backpacks. This is where we get into late game dopes, of course. What if you could buy an item for 5,000 gold that goes in your backpack permanently and it makes switching faster, like from 6 seconds to 2. Do you think people would buy it?
For 5K? I mean,
5,000.
late enough, yeah,
In turbo mode, you would.
I guess.
So,
Great
concept
idea.
there. Thank you. Just adding to the great resume that I have, of course. Great ideas. 10K lead for Vision. Oh, the bling in instant abyssal from Satanic, and Wyvern just gets deleted. What the hell was that bling? Did not have Vision, but surprise, Vision were up there waiting.
It is, man, it's got to be miserable to play against Lone Druid plus Bounty Hunter at this game stage. Like, it's hard to cross the river because there could be mines everywhere. Bounty could be scouting you. The Lone Druid's going to kill your supports immediately.
I mean, that reaction time from Satanic.
Yeah.
Man, what it's like to be young. I barely remember anymore. Definitely wasn't that fast, though.
You probably did some good op flicks back in the day.
I definitely did. Thank you very much for pointing that out, Cinder. I really appreciate
Be a
that.
professional Counter-Strike player, of course.
That's right. Very good back in the day when you could quick scope reliably. God, great days. No longer, though.
Yeah, you miss every Counter-Strike before this one.
Wonder what Notice is going to backpack when he gets these items. I guess we'll get to that eventually,
Yeah.
but GPK in the meantime.
Probably just going to swap out the disc, right? When it's procced, he can just swap it out for refresher.
Yeah, and then BKB gets swapped out.
Or that, yeah, one or the other. Keep one in, swap the other one in
Yeah.
after you refresh, depending on what type of fight you're imagining.
And for GPK, he's already consumed his Ags and is 6 slotted on top of that. How bad is this shard that nobody buys it?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this is undervalued, no?
I mean, it seems like it's decent.
Get 12 stacks instead of 7, so that's a lot more attack and movement speed.
Maybe he's banking on Tormentor?
I mean, I guess. But you could argue at this point that if you buy it yourself, then if you kill Tormentor, you give gold to your teammates, which is actually better when you're almost 6-slotted, right? Because you're capping out.
That's true.
And it's better to give your supports an extra few hundred so they can get their Eon discs, for example. You can see both supports buying that now.
He did buy the shard. Roche number 4 is up. Will BoomBoys get the 4th Roche of the game?
And most importantly, will they be able to hit a tower with it if they do?
I was going to say, more importantly, if Dota Plus will believe in them at any point in this game.
Going to see more and more red mines on the map as well. Bukalis is expanding his territory.
Oh,
hello.
Want to get this arcane rune. They find themselves at techies. They force out the Eon. There's the back wall onto 2. Mira's going to use the cart, though, to get away. His character's on the other side, all alone.
Oh, that is
BKB.
very awkward.
A big miss from Kiritich as he attempts to get out with that grappling claw. Now, Vision, smelling blood on the water. See, Roche is up, and look like some things have been expended for BoomBoys that Vision will have a decent shot here to get this.
And they're starting to place so many mines around the river, so if BoomBoys were to contest this, it could get really spicy.
Inside the pit, can Vision get their first Roche of the game? Dota Plus believe in them all the way. And now we're finding out why, but BoomBoys, they have something to say about that. They put something into the pit, onto the bear. Only the one, though. Now the instant hex onto Miero has 6,000 health on this chunky centaur. Satanic going to be blocked off by these annoying brambles.
Yeah,
And it is nighttime, so Roche will swap to his winter home in the southern side of the map. Nine Class going to lead the way. Notice, jumps in, they get the hex, they get the Abyssal from Satanic, focusing on their Centaur. He's really tanky, though. The Force Stats are trying to keep him alive. He uses the cart, gonna try to put somebody into the curse onto 2, though. Is Miero looking for the hook pump after attack, getting some good layering stuns onto this bear. Notice Pops BKB still avoiding all of this damage. They kill off the bear with the chicken, but another bear will be out very shortly. And let's stand on the high ground. The Brambles preventing this from going any further from the BoomBoy side. That's gonna break things up for the time being. Satanic has that second bear up. They're going to go for Roche. I don't know if BoomBoys can get here in time. The mines are very... Even the creeps are against BoomBoys. Dota Plus, the creeps, what's next? Finally, no one getting the first Aegis of the game. They find themselves with Lina. Vacuum into the Abyssal, but there's that cart. They're trying to save him. But the stun lock onto the Centaur. And now they get the force time on the high ground, but GPK has nowhere to go. Finally gets off the low side. He's getting invis. Will be able to get out, potentially trying to TP out, and he does. But 3 dead for BoomBoys. And Vision in firm control of this game. Dota Plus knew all along. There's a damage rune at the top side of the river as well. If Vision can find it, this would
You're definitely going to force buybacks here, without question. Lone Druid can obviously push very, very quickly. And he will find that rune. Bear now hitting for about 500 a pop.
Normal.
They have double siege creep as well, so it makes it even easier.
And Roche Banner is on Ducalis. See where they opt to use it. Titanic, Bear. A little bit of miscommunication from BoomBoys. They get the LSA for the back team onto 2. The Refresher now popping. The Terrorize comes at the right moment as Kiritish is absolutely destroying Notice. He gets killed off, but it's going to be a trade for the chicken as Satanic's Bear does fall.
There's another bear in 20 and Refresher, so he technically still has 2 bears to go.
They're going to likely to try and protect this Roche Banner while this bear comes back off cooldown. GPK is able to kill it. It is very far away, though, as this Roche Banner gets upgraded with each Roche. It's farther and farther. Does it actually upgrade past this point? Like, how does it scale infinitely?
I don't remember. It's not very often we see games get like 5 or 6 Roches.
That'll be hilarious. It just ends up being global at some point.
I do
just win the game.
I think it does just upgrade every time, no?
Not sure. You're the analyst here.
Yep. Don't know everything, though.
Roche Banner will be claimed.
Well, they got a tower!
They did.
Congratulations to Vision.
Looking for an opening. There's the hook stomp onto the bear with the Laguna Blade as well. They would desperately need this one. Satanic does get the BKB up, but he is burning to the ground as Miero will take a couple of globs. Did the bear survive?
No.
Okay, so that's bear number 2.
Yeah, he could refresh now, but he's choosing to hold on to that refresher.
Yeah.
Knowing that BoomBoys aren't going to try to put any pressure, so probably risk-reward of getting a bear right now versus just waiting.
Yeah, it's 70 seconds
Way
away.
safer.
You'll still have Aegis at that point. Still have Cheese. Still have the advantage. Can we take a look at the Dota win probability, please? Dota Plus, that is. Great storyline we've been covering since minute 3 of this game.
Yeah, you've been obsessed with it.
70, this is where it started. Look at how accurate it is. 72-28 at minute 3. It was essentially the same thing.
Yep.
Just masterful coding from Valve.
It's pretty crazy. It's been an hour, and we've taken 1 tower in the base.
And we're 1 minute away from tier 5.
Yep.
That's
So
a lot of mines on the map.
all right, so what are we looking for? Obviously, Stygian Desolator for the carry.
Hold on. There's a block of cheese, Cinderin. Got to point that out.
That's pretty interesting.
In the backpack of Noticed.
Yeah. So, tier 5s, you want Stygian Desolator for Kez and for Lone Druid without question. Harmonizer for Lina is probably decent. Obviously, Dazoon Bloodright is also incredible for like half the heroes. Especially Darkseer would be wild. But almost every hero in this game wants Dazoon Bloodright, actually. Bounty Hunter doesn't, Lone Druid doesn't, and Kez, I suppose, doesn't, but everybody else.
But that Raptor Dance could be huge.
It could. It could also deal 2,000 more damage with a Deso.
Yeah, that would be a little bit better.
Yep.
Oh, look at this. These items coming out for Satanic out of nowhere. Gets an AC, gets boots of travel.
First level 30 of the game is
Oh,
Mr. No One.
Oh, no one. Wow.
It's a bit surprising that he ended up getting level 30 first.
Yeah, he was off to kind of a rough start this game.
Yep.
60 minutes is upon us.
And yeah, No One is doing the hybrid build on Snapfire now, so he has both. As the Daedalus in his backpack currently
Yep, normal.
is going to be able to get the value out of both versions of Snapfire, essentially. I'm curious to see how he's going to approach fights, if he wants to go in for a big burst of physical damage first, or play off the globs and then do it. As we've seen from the previous fights, he doesn't seem that compromised when he cookies in. He's generally just able to waddle away after with BKB running.
Yeah, Almiro being pursued by Satanic as the Desolator with the Homer's Kisses.
God, what is this
damage? Look at this. Centaur almost dead. Uses the Yule to try to stay alive. Miero now on the run with the Stampede. Kiritish taking the brunt of the damage now from the bear. Gets the Raptor Dance with good amount of HP back. The bear does die, but more will come. I believe a Cheese or Lotus was passed to Kiritish.
That was
back to
2
full
BKBs,
HP.
though. 2 BKBs for a bear. Can Vision use this for anything?
I think they might just wait for the next Roche.
That could take 6 minutes.
So Stygian for Satanic. No, oh my God. Notice gets Dizoom Blood right. I mean, that's S double plus tier, as one great analyst would say, Cinderin. For Darkseer specifically, that vacuum is absurdly large now.
Fortunately for no one, he was not offered the Zune Bloodright for Snapfire. Obviously insane on that hero, but he will settle for Spider Legs for now.
I mean, would he want that though?
Yeah.
You still would take that even though you're transitioning to more right click?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you have so many spells still that you are going to use, and the AoE on them is incredible.
Oh, baby. Divine Rapier for no one.
Got a Fallen Sky on 9 class, Harmonizer on Techies.
All he needs is an Aegis. I don't think they're going to fight until they get Aegis now.
How many tier 5s do they have on the Radiant? They have 3. So Book of the Dead on Kez. That's a real stinker.
Yeah, that's not great.
Witchbane on Lina. And Centaur with a Minotaur Horn.
Okay, Witchbane, what does that take off this game? The Root and...
all the surges, track.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
You can... Wait, is it self-cast or it's
AoE
now?
It's an AoE, and it
right.
targets all enemies and allies, so it's a double whammy. It's pretty good here.
Yeah, that's really good.
But I honestly still think ideally GPK is not the one carrying this item. If you want to have it, that's fine. I think the Lina needs to have Dizoon Bloodright or a Deso as well. GPK is doing serious right-click damage, so yes, it's nice to have a Deso on Kez if he were to be offered it, but I think they should have one on both.
GPK, Divine Rapier. How much does he need for buyback? And Divine. Do the math, Cinderin. You have a brain.
4K surplus. He's almost there.
Okay, good.
It's about 1,000, I think.
So Minotaur Horn for Miera. So yeah, everybody I believe has a tier 5 now. Fallen Sky for 9 class, so he can die a little bit easier. Oh, I didn't realize he didn't have Blink. I mean, maybe Blink's not the most common thing on Bounty. But
it's been pretty popular this tournament, actually.
I mean,
Blink
basically
Force.
has it now, though. With the Fallen Sky.
Pretty good.
Daedalus. Wait, he had a Daedalus, didn't he?
On who?
Oh, he had double Daedalus? What? What the hell? No one. Double Daedalus Divine. All right.
Yeah, we're going full physical now.
All right.
This is the game ender on Snapfire. This is gross how much damage it does when you blink in.
That is disgusting. Obviously, we'll want the Aegis. And we are 2 minutes from Roche spawning.
Under attack.
So no one currently has an amp damage rune. When that expires, his damage is going to be, how much is this? 200 less? So he currently hits, so he will hit for 700 per attack with split shot, super high crit chance.
Yeah.
He could just blink and then wipe the floor with almost all of BoomBoys' heroes in a vacuum. It's dirty.
I believe the next fight will be Roche. But of course, these teams don't know when he'll spawn. It was a relatively late spawn timer. So they're going to have to continually scout it out. It's now a Divine Rapier for GPK, so I assume he does have buyback as well. He actually does not. 200 gold away. Imagine a fight breaking out right now.
I imagine he died without buyback now. That would be crazy. Just needs one creep wave to get that buyback secured, but doesn't really have access to anything just yet.
Are there any level 30s that you think are worth mentioning? I mean, what's the 25 on Dark Willow? I don't even know. Been stolen.
Either Terrorized does 500 damage or Bedlam hits 2 more targets. The Terrorized one is quite good. It's quite a bit of damage when you're hitting 2 or 3 targets in the fight. The Wyvern 25 is very good. The Splinter Blast stun.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You might get there. Kez is almost 30. That's obviously great. It's just more damage.
You called it. It's going to be a 70-minute game, Cinderin. Close enough. We round up.
This could... I mean, you tell me, how long do you think this game is going to be?
I'm going to say 78 minutes.
Okay.
And I don't know who's going to win. Dota Plus does, though. So should I even question it anymore? 5th Roshan up.
9 class.
Yep, he's spotted. Bedlam doing a lot of damage along with GPK, so they delete one support. Does have buyback, though. He's going to buy back, actually. You can see Yatoro has brought out a lot into this bear. They're already getting the bear just by himself. It's a full lane for Vision. The Darkseer does die on the other side of the map, though. Now Lina all alone, going to get stun locked. Is the damage there as Miero gets the hook on at the last moment, trying to save his Lina. There's a back wall, though, and that is the Divine Rapier on the deck as no one just completely insta-gibbed on the Snapfire. Double kill for him. And surely they're going to force these buybacks out. A couple have come out, though, for Vision. Obviously, they would love to get Roche, and they're going to decide who gets the Divine Rapier. Why not Techie? Going to use the Spell Amp version. And now, with the one lane, it's in the... I mean, the one lane doesn't matter that much at this point, but the Aegis, I would assume Snapfire ends up... It's no... Okay, he did buyback.
Yeah.
Sure.
He has to take his Aegis. It's a good call. All right, that was one Rapier down, transferred to Techies, as you mentioned.
Very strong.
Still definitely not over yet, but that was a huge blow to BoomBoys. And of course, this is the problem when you're getting to this late in the game against the Lone Druid, that he can force the enemy to rotate one or two heroes just to deal with the bear up top. They did that, they still lost the barracks, and then simultaneously they get the clean Lina jump, and that's...
Heritage. Oh, he finds himself a Techie. He's trying to go for the Raptor dance, but gets... Oh, that's the damage from Nolan. It's not quite enough to get the kill. They get the curse instead, as they're going to beat 9 class into the ground. 2 minutes of no... Notice! Getting destroyed, but that is just the Aegis. Heritage with the BKB, attempting to run away now. Satanic gets off the Epical Blade. Absolutely destroys Heritage as no one, again, with the damage on this double Divine Rapier, double Daedalus. My goodness. He is the true carry now for Vision. And certainly going to force out the buyback onto Kaz as Satanic gets a second lane of barracks, looking for the Megas now. They should certainly need to buy back on the Centaur. He's going to come back now naturally. The next Mega creep now in favor of Vision. There's Kaz inside of the cart. Satanic's bear will likely fall. That is not an entity that is holding a Divine Rapier, so he can just respawn that bad boy. Another Divine Rapier comes out for GP. How many do we have in the game, for God's sake? Is that 4? I count 4.
4, yeah. Only 4?
Maybe there's something on the ground somewhere.
We need more. We need more than 4.
Maybe Roche will start dropping Divine Rapiers here pretty soon.
It is pretty insane to watch the damage output of the Snapfire, though. Like, that is just something else.
And they're going to wait for this respawn of 9 class.
No one was juggling his rapiers.
Yeah.
Eventually goes both physical. I think just made a mistake.
Probably the right choice, I would say.
Trading for 2,500.
He has an AC. I don't know what he's going to do with that. They still have block of cheese. How do you... Okay, I was going to say, do you just use it?
Yeah.
To get this barrier? 20 seconds for bounty. So that's 500 extra barrier now for... Is that 5 minutes? 300 seconds? Okay.
That is 5 minutes.
Very good. BoomBoys down 66K. Let's look at the Dota win probability one more time. Is it 70-30 somehow? All right, not quite. 97-3. That seems about right. Mega Creeps.
Mega Creeps and 70k gold lead and still 3% chance. That's interesting.
Dota Plus wants to make it, no, I mean, doesn't want to make it obvious that it can just predict the future in general. Gotta give them a bone here and there. As no one will get an Arcane Rune. Now they have 5 up and running. In terms of buybacks, well, Lone Druid doesn't matter. It's really the Darkseer, 4 minutes from his, and Bounty as well. And on the other side, only a single buyback for Miero. They're going to open up onto Miero. Look at the damage again. The Cold Embrace is going to save him, though. This Centaur is not tanky at all. As the bear is destroying the base. A la Yatoro, they get both tier 4 towers in the blink of an eye. And now the Ancient fully exposed. As Vision looking to close the book on this first game. It's not even a series.
And
it's the first game of this best of 3 in the upper bracket here at TI.
Maybe Satanic indeed did watch that game and he was just like, I can do that too.
He's certainly doing it. He hasn't died yet.
That looked fun.
Now Swift Blink for no one.
Kez Rapier, there's your 5th.
Okay, very good.
9 class will die again.
Yep. He doesn't have buyback, so is this
Different.
another 90 seconds wait time?
Look how many mines are on the map. Jesus.
Yeah.
It's actually crazy. He's covering the entire pathway across to the Roche pit, and the top half is covered. The bottom half around the rune is covered. Their own triangle stairwell is covered. Their base is covered. I mean, this is... Even if you somehow took a good fight on BoomBoys' team, still plenty of issues. You saw the Eon Disc there already procced on the Willow. Wyvern almost got his proc too.
They still have fortification for BoomBoys. Is that another Divine Rapier? Mm-hmm. Is that
6.
Is that just going to be on the ground somewhere in case he dies?
I think he's just going to keep it in base.
Yeah. Probably for the best.
I mean, style points if he gets it on him. 3rd one, just swap it in instead of BKB. Giga Chad. Not going to happen.
Unfortunately, we're not going to see the Aghanim Scepter for Snapfire. Would love to see the bear just being thrown to the other side of the base to just kill off the Ancient.
I mean, you could have definitely chosen to buy that over a Backpack Rapier or a base Rapier, if you will. But
It's a decent save, I would say.
I mean, it's also an interesting initiation idea to be able to toss in the bear. But
Yeah. Whoa, okay. Did that just happen? Was that a single shot?
oh well.
Oh my god. Poor save. Didn't even have time to pop Shadow Realm.
Yep. Late game Dota. Yeah, so Willow has 11 armor, and Deso gives minus 13 and is procced before you do the damage. So if no one crits for 2,500, it's 2,500 pure.
Yeah.
And Willow has 2,200.
Oh, arrow. He pops the... it wasn't the BKB, it was his neutral item, but trying to keep 9 class out of the base. Yeah, they have to stick around for this freaking bear. So annoying to deal with. And all Vision have to do is wait for the creeps to get close. They have Roche Banner as well. I mean, how the hell do BoomBoys defend this? Moonshard for Satanics. Bear doesn't want to go for Divine because it is dying. He has double. He ate one and has another in his inventory. I mean, what's on the actual Lone Druid hero? He has Refresher and Octarine.
Yep,
Okay.
standard.
I mean, you just don't want to play with this hero ever?
No. Not when you can jungle.
You can have 6 heroes in the base.
Yeah. Well, now that he has Moonshard, he is going to push this real fast.
He is. And here we go for Vision, trying to end this game number 1. GPK showing himself. Notice, gets off the vacuum. There's the damage to Eon just procs. Now they're going to back away. Roche Banner placed on the high ground as there's the bear going for the Ancient again. They get the Yules against him. Can pop the BKB, will do so. Gets the Empress of Blade. The damage is enough to kill off the bear. The Ancient is almost dead already, and Vision haven't had to expend basically anything to kill it. It's a jump in from no one, trying to finish off the base himself. There's the fortification. He will fall, but with the Divine Rapiers. What the hell is happening?
Wait, was
They
that...
buy back on the Lina. No one thought he could just finish the game, but no, says GPK.
That was really unnecessary. You could have just waited for the next bear to do this again. Instead,
Yes.
you just threw away 2 rapiers.
All right, let's look at Dota win probability again, Cinderette, just to make sure that things have not gone crazy in favor of Vision. Here we go. It's gone down 1% since that play. Still understandable considering they don't have fortification and it just takes probably a single bear just to kill this thing.
Effectively now, all you need to do is get waves in the enemy base, blink in with the bear, pop BKB, and end it. And they can only deal with it by cursing the bear or insta-killing it in a stun with Kez. They have Crimson, that's true.
Okay.
I don't know if that is enough, though. I feel like the bear hits way too hard with Stitch and Desolator.
I bet they wish they picked the Lich, Cinderette, level 25 heal. Very
That's
strong.
right. They might have got there.
And Abyssal Blades are coming out. Some more ways to deal with the bear. The Lincoln Sphere would be, well, I guess, a Lotus in general.
Save sold all his items except his Blink Dagger to buy Abyssal and Willow. Because the only way you ever win this game is by chain stunning the bear.
Now, how do they communicate who's stunning the bear first? They don't have much time because it just dies so fast, the Ancient, that is. You think they have an order of priority?
Whoever sees the opportunity first just goes, I think.
All right, well, Vision going to be back up with all 5. Snapfire will have, I believe, a single
I mean, he
Divine
must have a
instead of
rapier in
both.
base, right? He bought that early. That's on his courier.
And Roche will be up in a minute, so no reason for Vision to wait, or there's no reason for them to go for it when they can just wait for Roche.
Well, the reason to go is that Glyph is down and the
True.
Ancient is on half HP,
That's a good reason, I suppose.
but
Of
you
course,
could
on
also
end.
wait.
Smokes on both sides. And Vision, again, attempt number 3 at the Ancient.
9 class
Gonna get
somehow.
some Vision. Notice is jumping in. No one jumps in. And then Dixon, he gets up into the blade of Satanic. But the Bear's gonna get first at the last moment. Doesn't have enough damage. Onto the back. This bash again. Gets stunned again. Down goes the Bear. Is there another one? Divine Rapiers hit the deck again in favor of BoomBoys. They're just collecting Divine Rapiers. 35k lead for Vision. It's gone down by half.
That was Curse and Crimson.
All right, they're going again. Another Bear up and running. Does not have BKB, though.
Yeah, that was the Bears BKB. Now they can control it in other ways. I don't... Can they end?
It looks like they're going to go for it. I mean, that was a buyback for the Snapfire, right? Yeah.
No one buys
And another
raid.
Divine. Okay.
Yep.
They just need to come in from opposite angles. There's the AoE Surge. An attempt number X as noticed. Again, right on top of the throat. It's enough! And Vision finally bring this game to an end. 77 and a half minutes. They take it. What an awesome game number 1 of this series. Holy shit.
They look so calm about it, too.
They've
Like,
been in this situation many a time.
They knew this was inevitable. At some point, they were going to break through. That looked very... I mean, at the same time, it was probably very controlled and calm for them to play the map the way that they did the last 30 minutes. But that last 5 minutes seemed a little bit dicey. But at the end of the day, they were in control for most of it. So, a nice game from Vision.
All right, Shivar!
Thank you so much, Sunspan and Cinnamon. What a game we are treated to here in game 1 of Team Vision versus BoomBoys. It is Vision that take the win at the end of this one. Oh boy, that they have to fight hard for that one. For a very long time, this game, Rhea, looked like it was in the hands of BoomBoys.
You know, like the later the game goes, the harder it gets because Snapfire gets to transition into a right-click core. You get techies that starts to put mines literally everywhere, where it then becomes dangerous because your Centaur can't just clean them all out anymore. It's just they're everywhere. I mean, the Bear is just getting more and more annoying to the point that he's now, I mean, he's sweeping your towers in like 2 seconds. It's unbelievable how much this team scales and how they managed to hold on. I can't believe they held.
I can't believe they held for that long, Saber. That was intense.
Yeah, and I want to thank Vision for ending the game. This was amazing, especially because I feel like some of the teams, they would be like, okay, guys, no need to risk this. Let's just farm. I'm not pointing any fingers, Falcons, but yeah, I really love to see that they had a Vision to like end the game. You know, Vision, obviously, to like force the glyph with the Snapfire and then ran it back when they don't have glyph on BoomBoys. And it worked out, and it was lovely to see.
Yeah, they just let the game went on too long. Felt like BoomBoys, they had a period of time where they were overreacting to the bounty. I don't know if they needed to kill the bounty hunter so many times. I like that they got a gem early, like 15-16 minutes. They got a gem on Wyvern to play the nighttime. And after that, they had a timing where they had gem, they had the pipe on Centaur. I felt like they needed to just group up together, find a way, just hit towers and just not TP back, because they constantly TP back to kill the bounty and they were not progressing on the map and they couldn't really use the timings that they had to actually get more of the map.
Yeah, and then you come into a situation, as we see, where they have to just be at the Ancient, sit there.
At this point, you're screwed.
But I think it takes a lot of courage to be like, okay, I will feed them 2 Divines. We don't care, guys. We have 60k lead. And let's just go again when the glyph is down. Because at this point of the game, the only thing that matters is glyph. And also, props to BoomBoys for buying Crimson Guard and like thinking of creative stuff like that to try and defend. But at this point, it's just impossible.
Yeah, as soon as that glyph got used, we were just like, it's GG. Because they're just throwing bodies at that point. They're fine losing the rapier because as long as you get the glyph, there's literally nothing they can do. Nothing.
And that's another lone druid that is unscathed. 0 deaths for Satanic, of course, for his main bear, because his disciple bear had a tough one. Definitely was slaughtered quite a few times during that game. But this is a very tough game for me to decide Who would be MVP in a game like this, Winter? Because
Bounty Hunter.
Oh, please, no.
It can't be Bounty. Would it be Satanic, or would it be, in this case, no one Snapfire?
You probably have to just give it to like the Lone Druid. In the end, the Lone Druid was the one that cleaned up the game. He was the one that secured the win at the end of the day. But even though I'm kind of like joking about the Bounty, but I felt like the Bounty, even though he looked like he didn't do anything that game, but he made the opponents, I feel like, react in a way where it was really bad for BoomBoys in whatever they were doing. They bought the gem, I was fine with that, but I don't think they needed to just keep going back. The way they killed him took too much effort. Like, the way you deal with Bounty, you have to figure out a way to deal with him by not using so many heroes, because they were TPing heroes back. Once you TP 2 cores back to kill a Bounty Hunter, he's like, whatever, you know.
I felt like they were handling it well for a while, because every time they went for a gank, there was always sentries on their like main farming camps. So like when the Kez would see Bounty like walking towards him, he just ran away. And I thought that was enough, you know. You don't.
But then again, there was one death on the Lina. Remember, they were like, the game was like 1-2k lead, but then the Lina died one time in the jungle on the right because of the high ground ward, and the game became 10k goal lead just off one death.
Yeah, for me, the MVP was Puppy, as I feel like they just played incredible as a team. This was not an easy game to win with their draft. They didn't really have many stunts, as we could see. Like in the middle portion of the game, it did seem like BoomBoys might take it, and it was really hard for Vision to play. However, I don't know how they do it, but they just make it work regardless. No matter what heroes they have, they play they play stable, and they make it work. And eventually, you know, they got to their timing, and it's easy peasy from there.
You don't know about the easy peasy part, but they did get there in the end. And you mentioned the no stuns. And Rhea, I believe you're going to take a little bit of a deep dive into that one.
A deep dive of some clips where we just see the early game movement by Team Vision, where they attempt to do anything. But it's so difficult because they just don't have the control needed to keep any heroes within their damage. Like in this fight, I think we end up seeing as the Snapfire kisses come out, it's like you hit this and that's it. They can just disengage with the Wyvern ult. We want to see the kisses, but there's nothing to just keep them in place, and they end up really getting nothing. And this is kind of a repetitive thing throughout the game. Like, you know, Kez can just walk in. It's like, oh, we want to kiss him, but then he just leaves. There's no stuns, no control. Here again, they're going to go, they make a big smoke play with a bunch of heroes to kill Kiritich. There's that sentry I talked about, keeping his camp safe. And with that, he's just going to leave. And there's nothing they can do. They don't have a blink stun. They don't have good catch. Like, Bounty has to walk up and catch them. Here again, they're going to go onto the Kez, and he just leaves because they don't have anyone to initiate. I found it was so difficult for them to ever get anything. They were either overextending and then ending up feeding, or they were just wasting resources, wasting time, wasting farm, and then they just had to back off and reset, and that's how the game ended up in this extremely passive state in the mid to late game, where it was just, okay, let's just wait for 70 minutes, I guess.
Now, waiting, we did, and there was also another fight that was a little bit of a turning point, after which we thought, you know what? There's more in this game than just BoomBoys going high ground and taking this one, and that's a fight you wanted to highlight, which was a pretty active fight.
Yeah, it did seem like BoomBoys might take the game up until this happened. It was the Kess Aegis. They popped the Aegis, and I want people to pay attention to the bear specifically, because they open really nicely on the tower. They kite back beautifully. They vacuum him back. Okay, he's under the tower. They could use some stuns on him, but they know that they have BKB. Satanic, he's hitting him. He got the 4 stacks, and maybe it's on purpose, maybe it just lined up really nice. But now he gets this 5th one. Oh my god, this was so perfect, and they got the cast kill, and it felt much more easier afterwards.
It did, and then you have a Lone Druid, and I think, Winter, we kind of saw the writing on the wall once this game dragged on, as it did.
Yeah, it just became too difficult to play on the map. They didn't really have a lot of tools, and Lone Druid late game, you're just a sitting duck. There's nothing much you can do.
There's nothing much you can do as a BoomBoys. One thing they had to deal with earlier on as well, we mentioned him already. 9class had a great Bounty Hunter performance. To see what exactly he was doing while we were watching some of the action, we're heading over to Purge.
Thank you, Cheever. Yeah, Bounty Hunter is a little bit underwhelming looking when you're watching the stream, but I popped into some details, and I promise you he was doing some really big things this game. Let's take a look at some of the clips. Now, here's a really obvious gank. They had a great laning stage, obviously. We caught that on the mainstream. But set up this nice kill on Katayome here. He can go roam the map. He can get kills with Iron Shell. That's all really good stuff. But look what he was doing to limit Kez's farm in this game. He's moving across the map to block camps. And this was the main camp that he blocked most of the times here when he was trying to shut down what Kez was doing. And they even forced a sentry response from the Winter Wyvern as well, which is great. A little bit of economic damage. But let's talk a little bit about his skill build. I was talking to Yamson last night at dinner, and he actually really likes Bounty Hunter. And that's because the invis duration, when you max this ability out, goes up by a lot, and the stun duration goes up by a lot, such that you can basically stun somebody twice using the skill at an early point of the game. Your Shuriken doesn't go through creeps anymore, so it's not really that important to level. But what he basically gets out of it is movement speed and duration. So he's basically able to do pretty much whatever he wants to on the map because he's so fast. He's even going to clear this camp here that Kez is going to want to kill. And this is all obviously fantastic for him because that's less farm for Kez as the game goes on. He rotates over. He even comes back 80 seconds or 60 seconds later to block the camp another time. He takes a little bit of damage here, but not that much. And ultimately, this is really important because what this does for Kez is when he's going from the creep wave here all the way here and back, it takes him way more time when there's not two camps in the middle part. So 9 class is basically reducing the gold gain that he's getting. He can also use Bounty Hunter to very easily break smokes. He easily disengages from this fight with his invisibility. They ended up fighting afterwards and it didn't go perfect, but that's okay. And he keeps doing the same thing. He just keeps blocking this camp. Kiritich never gets to farm it, and that's why his net worth was so far behind for such a long period of time. And he eventually does go for ganks as well. We saw some of these fights happen where he's going for 2 stuns against the Kez here while his team rotates over. And these are really scary for Kiritich, which makes his game harder. But ultimately, they do secure this kill here at the 16-minute mark. And he's just got to deal with this the whole game. It's a little bit hard to keep an eye on it because Bounty's off doing annoying things by himself, but his impact was huge to make sure the Lone Druid was always ahead in this game.
Thank you, Purge. If I'm Kiritich, I am going to ask for a ban for this Bounty Hunter because that seems, Saber, like that was just really wrecking his early game.
Yeah, I would not want to be the case in that situation. It is the worst when people block your camps. And there isn't much to do about it as well, because once the camp is blocked, you're like, oh man, now I have to wait another minute and maybe that camp I get to farm. Eventually, they had to bring a bunch of heroes to bot lane. And then Bounty is also happy if you overcommit just too many resources to this area. Yeah, very nicely played by 9 class. He for sure deserved the win.
Yeah, very good game by Team Vision. This is a team that we expect to do well, and this first game was maybe a little bit more rocky than what we thought would be the case. I'm also very curious to learn how Vision themselves felt before heading into this series. We are going to find out because we're going to listen to Satanic and No One.
I think groups wasn't that easy because we played versus Falcons, and I think it was hard games.
And the first 2 games that we played, it was like really rough for us because like I think we got like super jet lagged, all the stuff, like no sleep, tired.
We didn't play that good, I would say, versus Team Resilience.
When we started game 3 against BoomBoys, it was like much easier for us, and with Spirit as well, it felt like we were on the something good already. To be honest, the older I get, the worse expectations is like, when it gets to my mind or like from someone else on my team, I don't feel good.
I don't think it's still gonna be easy for us to win, but I expect to win anyway, this day.
I think expectations are kind of a bad thing, because if you expect something, you're not ready for the all possibilities that coming up. And to me, coming to the tournament, I have no expectations. For upcoming match against BoomBoys in the playoffs, I think it's gonna be no matter what a hard match because I think they're like really strong team. Playoffs are super different, so we expect, I would say, really good Dota.
I'm not sure about them, but I think others we can like beat for sure. I consider our team the best, so I think, yeah, maybe other teams will watch replays and it's going to be harder for us.
We just won another tournament, we came to TI and we are unbeatable at the group stage, but who cares, let them see, you know.
But the main point that we should like just keep improving and keep getting better. So we're gonna destroy everyone.
I think it's gonna be one of the hardest TIs of competing through all the years, because I think all top 8 teams are capable of winning this TI, and they're actually like all strong teams. And first, second of all, I'm really happy to be here right now in this year, because I think it's something special gonna be at the Shanghai Arena. Last TI 2019 here was super amazing, and yeah, thank you all guys for the cheering for us.
I want to say, guys, thank you for cheering up for us. We'll try our best to win this TI and keep cheering up for us. Thank you.
I love the duality of that. We got the 18-year-old carry and the 28-year-old mid laner, 10 years in between them, and a lot of wisdom and a lot, two different sides of the coin for sure, with confidence and also the possibility to be humble there for no one as well, to make sure, you know, not going in with any expectations. And Winter, I think this was a very healthy way we just saw Team Vision portrayed.
Yeah, the balance, right? One guy is like, oh, we're going to win, we're the best team. The other guy, nope, nope, nope. No expectations. I just want to come here, do my job, and hopefully we get the championship.
Yeah, I think that's very cool, Rhea.
Yeah, I would. I mean, arrogance is interesting, right? It's like good to
You
believe
need
in
it.
yourself. Yeah. I kind of like humble is fine, but when you see the real drive, the real push, I feel better about that. It makes me feel more invested.
I feel like we felt the drive of no one in that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's ready to do what it takes to win. I think the interesting part is that both, I mean, on one side you do have the confidence, and the other side like no expectations, but both of them talk about the group stages as it not being an easy road. Both of them a lot of respect with how, even though it went 4-0 in terms of series, how they lost those 2 games and how they still felt like, you know what, that wasn't quite right. A lot of respect then also towards BoomBoys, and I think that first game there showed that respect, Saber, was well placed.
Yeah, I think Vision, if they misstepped once, they were done. I am very excited to see what BoomBoys have prepared for Game 2, how they adjusted. I think they proved that they have for sure what it takes to beat Team Vision, and I'm hoping that they will be able to do it in this game too.
Yeah, I want to talk about that because, you know, great. Vision won game 1, fantastic. What was it, 75 minutes or something silly? I'm sure that the way we just heard Vision talk about how their group stages went, they're also not going to be happy about the game they just played, because for a large portion of the game, BoomBoys was winning. And some might argue that it is BoomBoys that ended up losing the game. They could have probably tweaked a bit of things and played better and won the game. So I think both teams are looking to make a lot of adjustments, and I want to talk about possible adjustments, Winter, that they can make if you're the coach of Vision. How are you going to approach this? Because you don't want your team to be with their backs against the rope at minute 30.
And you don't really have to change anything on the Vision side. I feel like the pick order, though, like for me, like I think it matters a lot, whoever is on the first pick side, because you have so many Imba heroes to go for, and I feel like you have more control over the draft if you are the first pick. And I think in the first series, it was Vision that had the first pick. The first game, Vision had the first pick. And in this game, BoomBoys, they also prioritized first pick. So I feel like there's a lot of heroes that both teams are trying to get. And being on first pick, you kind of have more control, I want to say, over the draft. And on the second pick side, whenever I look at the second pick team, I always feel like the 24, the last pick, the overall last pick, you don't really get anything great, you know, most of the time. So I think the pick order is going to matter a lot in this series.
Is there any hero in particular we do not want to see? Because I feel like this is 2 games that we've seen today, Rhea. There's Lone Druid. The games go late.
It might get banned. The thing, when I saw the Lone Druid pick, they also had Nature's Prophet in the pool, which Satanic's also been incredible with. And I think when I've seen Nature's Prophet versus Lone Druid, the Lone Druid usually wins, or it looks like a much better matchup. So I'm assuming that's why they grabbed it first and left Nature's Prophet to rot. But that's the thing. If you ban Lone Druid, he'll just take that. Or maybe there's a Shadow Fiend, he'll take that. And I don't really think you can just ban Satanic out. I don't know if this Lone Druid feels like, you know, we ban that, it's the be all end all.
Yeah, for me it feels like, honestly, I like the BoomBoy draft more than Vision. I feel like Vision are just playing way too good. Especially the offlane, this first game. There's no way Notice should have such a strong start against the Kess. Darkseid against Kess, it's like in a best case scenario, it's a 50-50. Clearly, he should be able to have a good game. However, Vision, they just stomped this lane, and then it kind of bled into other lanes. And BoomBoys, they did react to it in some nice ways as well. They were able to pressure the mid tower. They played through GPK, who had a very nice game. However, I don't know. I'm not sure what do you do when the enemy cores and supports are just on point, playing extremely crisp.
They should just, I think it's just a few matters of like controlling yourselves a bit better. I think when we highlighted the death on Kez at the top tier 2 tower, it's like when that snowballs into more and more problems, they had a good grip on the game before that moment. And all they needed to do was get that next Roshan, because they had already gotten the early Roshans. And when they gave up that map control and let Vision suddenly take a Rosh, now they're getting a Roshan's banner with really high range, and they're able to put it so far back from the base and, you know, start to push and siege that base so much more safely, because BoomBoys already did the hard work for them with the early one.
Yeah, when you buy a pipe and you have the Aegis and you're not using those items, it's going to come back to bite you. And I think all the small little details matter a lot. Like even from the lane, like Saber said, like they are not supposed to get so much out of the lane. Cass was not supposed to be so poor. Because the lane went so well, the bounty he got so much levels out of the lane, and he became such a problem.
Yeah.
If that didn't happen, the bounty wouldn't have been so annoying this game.
Yeah, and that made Karatus's game even harder. It sounds like it all does start, especially for BoomBoys, with the draft, setting themselves up for success so they can propel themselves forward into that mid-game. Both coaches and the teams have surely cooked something cool up for the second game coming our way. Can't wait to find out what that's going to be, but good news. We don't have to wait any longer, as it's time for that second game.
Team Vision versus BoomBoys. Game 2.
Let's see what they cooked up. We got Team Vision on the Radiant side for this game number 2. BoomBoys will be on the Dire side. First pick, as Winter mentioned, will be in the hands of BoomBoys, and it will be interesting to see what they choose, where they want to take this draft. At least Team Vision has put respect on that Lone Druid, removing it from the pool. It does mean that the hero that BoomBoys started previous draft with, Lina, is still in the pool. Do they want to pick that up here? Not sure, as this time around they don't have that instant ban to protect it, and instead we get the Largo, the first Largo on the main stage. Love to see it. I know, Sarah, you're a big fan of this hero.
Yeah, I love Largo. I'm also very surprised that they banned Earth Spirit themselves, because I know GPK, he's a very good Earth, but I guess they feel like, you know, no need to just have Earth in the game at all. We got our Largo. I know Miro plays it really good. I'm not sure if they also flex it to some other position. However, this hero, very popular. We've seen it banned many times. It's always solid, and it scales really, really well. It becomes a real beast in the late game, and we've seen games go really late. So I think this Largo should be off to a good start, especially against Prophet. I think it's a pretty solid lane.
Yo, but it's a Nature's Prophet. It's a satanic Nature's Prophet.
That's true.
Viewers at home, if you were not watching the group stage, let me enlighten you to one of the best games of Nature's Prophet I've ever seen in my life. Maybe the best of all time.
Ooh.
This man, this boy, this prodigy, he picked Nature's Prophet, and he farmed so hard, like his net worth through the roof. I mean, that's just a classic. But on top of that, his APM felt incredible. He was using his Treants non-stop to go and block camps on the enemy side of the map, like go into their triangle, and there's these two little like hidden points on the camps in the
I
triangle.
saw that.
Yeah, where he was able to find it
Crazy.
and kind of hide them. I mean, he's on Radiant this time, so I'm not sure if it's still the same on the die. But anyway, the point is, I think when you play a long game of Dota, it's very easy to get lazy, to maybe not be as efficient, because you're just doing so much for so long. It feels like Satanic never loses that energy. He is just so efficient with the Treants. He does everything. He gives vision, he blocks camps, he farms, he's active, he pushes the towers at the right time. The team is very good at playing around the timings. Honestly, just hype, man.
Can he beat the Io Largo though?
That's a good question. Probably
Ooh, will the IO come out? That'll be also hype, because then you got the best strategy that Vision has pulled out versus the best strategy that BoomBoys has pulled out. And I'd love to see that.
I mean, they're 1-0 up, you know, maybe they're like, let's just let them have their strongest hero, you know?
I think this might be a good call.
I hope they ban the IO, to be fair, because it's a very nice matchup for IO against Prophet, in my opinion. I think you just kind of don't deal with it if you don't have to, and they don't have to. But we'll see. Perhaps they're trying to bait it out, and they have some crazy tech prepared for it.
Yeah, I heard Puppy talk in a podcast about what he's learned about how he used to draft versus now how he drafts when he's on Team Vision, and it was exactly about, are you letting things in? And he's like, because he used to be the drafter that always let things in because he wants to beat it. And he has said, like, now I just know, you know, just ban it. It's easy. Just like the IO gets banned here. Winter Wyvern picked up as the pick out of ban phase for Vision.
Yeah, this is probably just mainly for the Largo and the lane because you can keep reapplying the slow onto the Largo. So it's one of the better laners against Largo here.
Yeah, it's very nice. I'm also a little bit surprised by the BoomBoy bans, as they banned both Bounty Hunter and Willow, who are both not the best heroes against Largo, as they both like apply a bunch of debuffs, and then Largo kind of solves that with his lick. However, I'm sure they have like some grander vision about the game than just one.
I think the bounty is kind of like mental, you know, something like they were worried about the same game happening, so they didn't want to deal with it. Because when you lose games like this, I feel like there's a high chance that it affects your decision making in the draft in the next game.
Yeah, these like invis heroes as well, they just make you invest so much into them. It's like we saw him last game snipe the gem on the courier, right? And it's like 5 heroes have to TP to come and kill him because he got that, because you can't let him have your gem. Or it's like in the first series of the day, we saw 2 gems get picked up against Lone Druid because it's like we just need vision of these guys. They make the game too complicated.
Because sentries were nerfed so much over the course of so many years. Like, it's not
wow.
Okay.
I was going to talk about Mirana, but I'm going to skip that. I need to talk about the Pudge. Talk to me about Pudge. What's he going to do? Who's going to play it? Is this a 9 class Pudge?
It's 9 class Pudge.
Hype.
For sure.
I watched him play it in the group stage. It was honestly, I'm not going to lie, amazing. First of all, he actually landed his hooks. I know that to anyone watching, you haven't seen that before in your pubs. He landed his hooks. He was disrupting the safe lane so hard, and he was genuinely actually playing with notice. He wasn't just like hooking and then leaving and trying to get something on mid. He didn't make any silly stuff out of it. He was genuinely like just dragging creep waves and making the lane playable for his off lane, because Pudge is not, you know, fantastic.
But why is he good here though? He doesn't even have a setup. I think that game he had an Ember Spirit, so he could hook
But he was
the
hooking
chains.
without it. Like, he's actually just that good at Pudge. I'm not kidding.
I have a question, Saber.
Yeah.
Or everybody, actually, yes. You're in the pub. You got to choose. Do you want your opponents to play Bounty Hunter, opponent position 4, or do you want your opponent position 4 to play Pudge?
Depends how good the Pudge is.
They're both very good.
Well, if they're both very good, I would take the Bounty Hunter rather than the Pudge. However, it is easy to miss hooks on the main stage.
Alright.
I love this pick from BoomBoys. I think Ember, it kind of brings their entire draft together. It pairs up super well with Largo. He's gonna buff you. You have bonus magic damage. They super desperately needed some setup for this Mirana arrow. Now they have that. They have super strong mid pressure against the puck. I feel like this, I'm very worried, because if this is like a normal game and the Pudge doesn't get some crazy hooks and some crazy kills, BoomBoys have much better pressure through the mid lane. Their free man of their supports plus Ember is way stronger than Pudge, Wyvern, Puck, so they can run away with the game very easily if they get a normal game going.
Yeah, the Vessel is also going to counteract the Wyvern heal, and Ember is also a very good hero at hunting down the MP. This pick actually solves so much of the problems here for BoomBoys.
So go for it. Yeah?
The way I saw him play the Pudge, at least, just to give it some credit, is you go like a lot of pause 4s, you buy Blink, and then you have a BKB piercing stun. So it's not like you're relying on landing your hooks here to have impact. He knows how to play his lanes around his hero maybe being weaker. He knows how to, like, he's going to IMIze and then he's going to go make plays with his team. I also do like when you're playing against saving supports like Undying, if you are able to hook someone away from their team, it forces everyone out of position, which I think, you know, it makes BoomBoys draft quite uncomfortable.
Yeah, you can also start the fight with the curse into hook. It might be something that they practiced before and they felt like it could actually win them some games.
Quick question, Winter. Pop quiz. There's a Winter Wyvern. He cursed someone. You're gonna hook the cursed target. Does the curse follow?
Yes. Yeah.
So you can hook him into enemy players and everybody will be joining the curse.
Yes, they'll be following the target.
Great. Love that. All right, let's talk final picks because we are needing a hero for Kiritich on the side of BoomBoys, and we're needing a hero for Noticed on the side of Vision. What kind of holes do the drafts still have? What kind of holes need to be
Damage, they
plugged?
definitely need damage.
Damage on the side of
Is
BoomBoys.
Spectre a hero? Spectre's kind of good against Wyvern and MP.
I can see it.
The damage will come from the Rockman in the form of Tiny. Do we like that?
That's okay.
I do.
It's a stable pick. I guess.
Very solid. I like that it's a stun for the puck, because right now with the other 4 heroes, this puck cannot really die unless someone buys an Orchid. So once you have the Tiny and you have way to start on this puck, it becomes much easier. And we got the Slaughter counter pick. I don't mind it. It's good against Undying as well. You have like a lot of physical damage. Should be good against Tiny. Depends how much the Pudge does. I don't really have an idea. On paper, the BoomBoys safe lane looks much better than the Slaughter Pudge. However, I'm sure 9 class has something in his pocket.
I feel like the Slaughter, like in the lane, you're already a good matchup against Tiny because Tiny has no armor and you can just spam the crush. But you feel like the Pudge not really being useful would be a problem for the Slaughter against Tiny.
Yeah, but I'm also very excited because it doesn't happen very often that we have 4 melee heroes in one lane. So it's just gonna be an absolute bloodbath.
That surely favors BoomBoys because they got the Undying.
Do have the Undying.
Yeah.
I mean, they might also they might swap lanes. I don't know if it benefits them more to do that. I mean, because Pudge, he's just going to go drag the waves anyway, and then it's like you applying your Undying to the best possible lane.
And you could start with Boots as Undying in this sort of lane. I feel like that could be an option in a 4 melee lane. And you could pressure whenever, if 9 class tries to pull, you can just right-click a bunch and, you know, push him out.
Well, we're going to find out if we're going to get a game 3 to this series or if Team Vision will take it in a 2-0. We're heading over to the game, but first, an interview with Coach Puppy.
Hey everybody, yes, I am here with Coach Puppy. My goodness, Puppy on the main stage of TI. Certainly unsurprising, but great to see you here today. Let's get into the business, my friend. All right, now Pudge, you guys memeing or what? Do you really believe in this Pudge?
9 class is the best Pudge player in the world.
He is, but you're up against something like an Undying. Undying, traditionally kind of tough for Pudge. All those little zombies running around, blocking hooks, you know, strength. There's a lot of strength carries on the enemy team, you know? We're not talking about the lore, Puppy. We have to get into the draft.
Come up to me, ask questions about the lore, right?
I am not asking you about the lore, sir, okay? Tell me about this series itself. Kind of sus in game 1, if I have to say. Not sus to you? Did you feel like you had any chance of losing that game?
No, we should have lost.
You should have lost! Who got you out of that pit?
Got me out of it?
Who was the guy who saved that game?
I would say Satanic.
Okay. This guy is satanic. That's pretty good. I've never seen such a ratio in a player in all of my time. What do you think about this kid? Do you think he's got what it takes to win this year?
Yeah, I think he's got the balls, you know?
Well, that's what we're here for, my friend. Balls and walls, and here we go. Thank you very much, my friend Puppy. As we get into this game, let's throw it over to Sunsfan and Cinderit.
Thank you so much, Sir Action Slacks with Puppy. Another illuminating interview where we learned literally nothing about this series and the game. Team Vision versus BoomBoys, game number 2 of this best of 3. And one thing Slacks mentioned, I was thinking the same, Cinder. I love to see Pudge, but Undying, I mean, not just being a strength hero, the zombies blocking hooks, the tombstones saving heroes when you get dismembered. Pretty tough pick, but I'd love to see it. As I see the first hook of the game right off the bat. Of course, Caster Curse underway already. Kataomi gets licked up. We have 2 hooks in a way. And now Noah in a little bit of trouble. The Crush is going to give him a little bit of space with Illuminate to get away as well.
I think when...
It's not over yet, Synderen. Shut your mouth. We got a crush now onto GPK. Noticed. He's going to be forced out now.
It was
Take
over.
a tree to the back of the head. Quiet.
Unless...
I believe there was more 9-class hook. It misses. Okay, you can speak now.
It was over.
It must have been very important to interrupt hooking action, Synderen.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think in a game like this, I don't think you should be looking at the lane in a vacuum between the Slaughter Pudge lane against Undying Tiny, because there is the ultimate wild card from the safe lane of Vision. Satanic is playing Nature's Prophet. This hero can just start joining moves up top very early if it wants to and overwhelm the lane, and you can get that numbers advantage. This is, to me, this is the strongest carry of the tournament, I think, and that might be weird to say when you just saw 2 games today of Lone Druid doing despicable things to the enemy base. But Prophet just has had incredible GPM. Has been in the top chart of GPMs this tournament. Satanic holds a lot of the spots. He holds a lot of them on this hero. It's been very successful. It fits the flow of the game very well in terms of it's almost impossible to beat Prophet in lane now that you're actually stealing treants early with Nature's Call. They're quite strong now in the lane, so most of the time you get out of the lane as a winner. Then you transition that win into other lanes, which a lot of other Satanic heroes don't do that. Like, he will just win his lane and then he'll go jungle and farm a lot. This is probably the best of both worlds, where he can do that, but he can also join moves when he wants to, and he can join from anywhere, which is very different to a lot of other heroes, or almost every other hero, where you need to make a choice. Do I go for this camp or do I go for this play? Well, guess what? Just do whatever you want at the same time. So,
sounds easy enough.
Keep an eye on that Prophet to be potentially running the show here. He has looked outstanding on it.
Why have we not seen more of it?
I don't know. I think that
you keep hyping it up. Every time we cast it, it absolutely destroys.
Yeah, I think it's been undervalued. It's also been, it started getting banned a lot more in 2nd and 3rd day of the group stage.
But taking heavy damage. Yeah, be able to walk away. He can lick off the Arctic Burn, but it will reapply if he gets attacked again. That's one of the changes to Wyvern in the last year.
Yep.
And very important question, mechanics question for you, Cinder. We have 2 heroes that can hook runes. Does that matter in this game?
Not really.
Give me a situation where it really matters. Everybody wants to see it.
Oh, there's great rune spawning. You hook it, and therefore your mid player gets it, and their mid player doesn't. That was good.
That's hype.
Yep, that's pretty cool. I don't know what you were expecting. It's kind of the only thing that can happen.
What if you collect runes? You ever think about that? You just put it onto the other side?
It just makes like a little store.
Yeah.
Runes for sale at
you just need techies for the mines to protect it, and then you have a new base you can protect.
That is a good point after the previous game. We just saw BoomBoys playing, I would argue, a pretty solid game. I think they played very well, and they made it tough for Vision to win that. They had to play under so much map pressure the entire time between Bounty Hunter and techies, just having invisible pressure everywhere seemingly in the mid and late game. This time around, it's more of a fair fight, if you will. So if they get off to a similar start to game 1, or a similar early mid game at least, I think perhaps this time around they could have what it takes. Pudge is quite volatile. Even if you play it well, there's just games where you just fall off a cliff. The Prophet is obviously going to be the X factor of this game together with Corrosive Haze. Like, make no mistake, this is extremely potent. But I'm pretty positive for BoomBoys based on that game 1 that they could have a good shot here despite giving them the Prophet.
Okay.
So
already a very good start in the mid lane for BoomBoys. 29 and 5 CS. As you're going to see the hook from 9 Clash under the tier 1 tower, and that is going to be first blood 4. That's
the tower.
Yeah, the tower claims it. Unfortunately, the tower cannot level up as a result of these kills. That would be something.
Yep.
Not get into those discussions.
Yep. Tower hero, your favorite design.
Game design is always at the forefront of the mind, Cinder, and very interesting, I know. But yeah, GPK owning in the mid lane right now. Has quite a sizable lead, I would say, at this stage.
Yeah, he also did very well against no one in game number 1 on the Lina versus Snap matchup, but I think that one is more inherently Lina favored than this one is for Ember. I would say, at least based on the games we've seen so far in the tournament, Ember generally doesn't get this much of a distance, so GPK just outplaying.
The arrow. Oh, will tick away. Satanic gets the last hit and save, forced out. Does have a couple leaps available to him. Yeah, that bottom lane definitely going quite well for Vision so far. And yeah, with GPK winning this lane, let's see if he can. I mean, last game he played Lina and he destroyed the game overall. They just couldn't get over that hump. And that hump was a bear.
It was a combination of bear, bounty, and the mines.
That's right, an inanimate object was too strong for BoomBoys to recover from. Notice playing the Slardar this time around. What do you think about the offlane Slardar? I feel like more times than not we see it mid lane to try to counteract these melee heroes. Of course, you get the extra river bonus as a result, but because you're in offlane, you're not getting that at all.
A lot of the time, this offlane Slardar just falls a little bit flat.
Yeah.
It has a pretty bad matchup here. Considering those factors, being 22 and 4 here for Notice is actually quite good. I think this is a terrible lane to play. So he's getting what he can. But the issue Slardar oftentimes has is that he doesn't recover very well in the jungle compared to a lot of other offlaners. That's why they're more popular, because in the current patch, you go into the offlane expecting to lose. That's just Dota right now. The safe lane's just better. The carries are extremely strong in the safe lane. The 5s are really good. So most of the time, your offlane will struggle. And Slardar, if he wants to farm jungle fast, he needs Shard and Soul Ring. And you don't get there until, obviously, minute 15 is the earliest possible. A lot of the time you won't afford it then. If you want to do what he's doing here, which looks to be treads into Soul Ring and then Blink, that build can, if it gets delayed significantly from a bad laning phase, you become a liability for 15-20 minutes in the offlane. Compared to last game where you were a Centaur that went Helm of the Dominator, just pulled waves and farmed and had Global Stampede, this hero can have very little impact comparatively. However, if things go well, you are a monster. Later in this game, Slardar is going to be incredible if he gets there. Corrosive Haze for Prophet is amazing.
Yeah.
One of the few heroes that can actually just take a fight to Tiny, face to face.
Radiant are scanning.
GPK looking to create some havoc on this 7-minute Wisdom Shrine. Notice will
concede.
Have to concede, it looks like, because 3 members have shown up for BoomBoys. Although 9 class can make his presence known apparently, but the damage has already been done on Notice. The hook comes out a little bit too late to save Notice. Actually does trickle away. The tree was not enough to finish the job, and instead Kiritich will fall to 9 class. He will trade his life away though. And now you see the Undying following suit as GPK will have to Remnant away. After all of that, kind of weird to lose Kiritich here as BoomBoys. Definitely not what they signed up for.
They did get both Wisdoms, though, I do believe, yeah. So a decent trade overall, but Prophet joining in for the play, gets the final touch, and then immediately heads down to bottom to put the pressure back onto Miero. Satanic is about to crack level 6. That's going to be more issues for BoomBoys, but yeah, very, very important for them to get these Wisdoms, to get levels on their supports.
Class to be a crippling death for Kiritich. Just came back to lane. Nightclash not close to level 6, but Notice is there. Getting slowed to a crawl, gets the bash out. The arrow's only going to hit a creep though. They will lose the Pudge as Notice gets some help from Ducalis now. Gets off the slow, gets off the crush, and another death for the position 1 Tiny. That is 2 down already. As Notice going to get healed up now from Ducalis as no one finishes the job onto the Mirana. And GPK will have to run away in shame. And for the Tiny, there's no TP for 30 seconds. That is the worst part about this death. We'll have to walk all the way back if he wants to even connect with the lane.
And that was such a slow kill, too. It took them forever to bring down the Tiny, but reinforcements just didn't arrive in time for BoomBoys. The Ember showed up very, very late. GPK had cooldown on the TP from the previous move, so couldn't really get there. So another advantage for Vision. If Tiny falls behind significantly in this game, it's serious problem. The panel was talking about this from a damage perspective. BoomBoys lineup very much relies on the carry to output a lot here. That's one of the downsides when you play Largo in the 3 position. He just doesn't do very much damage early on in the game. So you really want your Tiny to get toward that Silver Edge ASAP so you can pose a threat to actually kill the puck. So you can pose a threat to Nature's Prophet to not just play 2/3 of the map for free. Yeah, it seems very targeted as well from the side of Vision, like they've recognized if we shut down Tiny, this game plays itself.
So far, so good. I mean, he is top net worth on his team and 3rd overall in the game, so I wouldn't say this is, even though I called it crippling, maybe it's just a setback.
Well, you got it.
Way to put it.
If you think about it in relative terms to how easy his lane was, this is a pretty bad result.
Okay,
right?
fair enough.
You were playing Tiny Undying into Slardar Pudge. You're not going to get a much easier lane than that on the TI main stage. So if that ends up in you having a 400 net worth lead over the Slardar minute 10, I would say you lost the lane. Like, that is just not good enough. And obviously there's a lot of moving parts in this. It's not like they lost the lane 2v2. Not going to pretend, but that's the profit factor. That's those rotations from the puck. It's the gate play from Wyvern. All of these things just adding up and making it a hard game for Kiritich.
Mira will have to go back to base to get some mana. Damage rune on the puck, so we'll see what no one wants to do with this. As he has, I mean, he lost the lane initially, but you can see net worth-wise, he's top 2 in the game, so having himself a very good comeback now.
Yep, killing 2 assists will help. And Satanic, it's only just beginning. Here comes the Maelstrom, 10 minutes 40. A very good time.
I'm so glad I added him to my fantasy. This guy is a beast. Kataomi. Try to lead the way here for BoomBoys. As noticed, will notice this now, and that is the crush already. Look at the damage coming out, and a nice hook as well. Save will have to use those leaps, has one more at his disposal. We'll use it and attempt to TP out, but the illusory orb and the right click is enough as no one making use of that damage rune. And Vision, 2K lead, 8-2 in terms of kills. And they're likely to get this tower as well.
It's guaranteed. So almost 3K lead here after this tower goes down. And keep in mind, while all this is happening, they have a Prophet in their back pocket who did not need to join. So it's just more farm on the map being taken by Satanic. Kiritich trying to match his pace in the jungle, not going to happen. Like, even if Tiny has a really clean start, he can maybe get somewhat close to Prophet's pacing. But with how this started out, Satanic should be widening the gap, currently sitting at 1,600 more net worth than the Tiny. I would expect this to bloom to 3 or 4K come minute 15 or at least minute 20. He should be ahead by almost a full item at that point. So once again for BoomBoys, gotta get some plays going. And this is the issue I have sometimes with these Largo picks, is it looks really good in certain games, but it also, in losing games, I just find this hero oftentimes just becomes a complete non-factor. Miero has an extremely deep hero pool. You're playing against a team like Vision and you pick this Largo and you round out your lineup in this fashion. I'm just worried they're going to end up farming until they fall way too far behind.
What type of a hero would you have liked to see on Miero then, with that in mind?
It's hard to say, right? Because you first picked it. So obviously the draft is going to be designed around the fact that you picked that, and Vision are deliberately going to target it in different ways.
So then you have a problem with them picking Miero's hero first, is what you're saying.
I personally think overall first picking Largo, I would argue, is overrating the hero. But we've seen other teams do it. We've seen BoomBoys do it, as we're going to see a nice arrow here on Ducalis. Will be a kill for GPK. I don't know. The thing is, if you do get to the point of the game where Miero is going to pick it up, then it will be great.
Go for it. Go for it. Let's see it. Right through the creeps. TP's coming. Right through the uprights here. The arrow hit, the hook rather, into the dismember. Notice all alone though is in 1 versus 2, but no one's going to join the party. Actually gets a double kill with 1 illusory orb. And now the reinforcements for BoomBoys have arrived, but it's 3 versus 5. Can they do this? The coil comes out. Satanic has to try to fight his way out of it, but he does die. Triple kill from Nolan. They do lose Satanic in this, but they lose 4 on BoomBoys, and it's going to be a full team wipe in all likelihood. The curse sets it up with the bash and the crush to finish the job. And Vision just dunking on the basketball team. They're getting a strike on the bowling ball team. They're getting a strike on the baseball team, Cinderin.
Yeah, that's
Strike
right.
actually works for 2 of them. Interesting.
That's right. Yeah.
That's nice.
Are they going to get the Wisdom? No, they're not going to get the Wisdom 2 unless 9 class.
Oh, okay. Ooh. Very close. Keep calling it arrow. I'm so not used to seeing Pudge, apparently. That's a hook, you idiot.
Somebody had to say it.
Thank you.
This is
like this tier 1
is
tower.
A really big lead this early. Yeah, these types of lineups being up 5K, 6K now, almost taking the mid tower there as well as no one, but getting punished by GPK.
Yeah, the remnants are there, no one. The Spirit Vessel apply, trying for the illusory orb, but it's not happening. GPK getting a solo kill. Very, very much needed for BoomBoys. They need a lot more of that.
Yeah. Gonna need some individuals to step up here. GPK, that's a massive solo kill, getting level 12 now. A big upgrade for him. Kiritich will be going for the blink before Silver Edge, as it looks currently, or he will go blink into Harpoon.
Are scanning.
Curious about the exact order here. Miero, Kaya Sanj, excuse me, on Largo. Pretty standard. We either see one of two builds, essentially. In games where the lick is outstanding, we sometimes see the Octarine Rush. If that's not the case, it's usually a variant of Kaya. Either you get Kaya Sanj or just Kaya into BKB, for example. Looks like in this game he doesn't value the lick highly enough for the Octarine build.
Moonlight Shadow. They're trying to find somebody.
Not going to
Gets to the
happen.
high ground. Yeah, some wasted rotation for BoomBoys, unless they can catch them out here. It's only Kataomi on this side, though. He's spotted. He's going to take more damage than he was able to get on top of Vision instead. We talked about last game how BoomBoys had a better late game. That was obviously not true. So what's your next incorrect prediction here for late game Dota in this game too?
The thing in the previous game, I think neither of us really considered just how, first of all, how gross the Bounty Hunter plus Bear combo was with the extra stun, which actually played a huge role in that game. And secondly, the physical swap on Snapfire, which gave them just ridiculous late game. In this one, I don't know, I think it's kind of close. I think there's plenty of scaling potential. To me, Puck is one of the... It's in like the handful of best late game heroes in all of Dota when we do get to that point.
Yeah.
Just gets ridiculous when it's 6 slotted.
Avalanche
That's
with
fine.
Arrow, another death to no one. So BoomBoys able to find a couple of big pickoffs on this Puck.
Yeah, blink reveal there on Kiritich. They're not going to get the tower, but again, setting back no one by a bit. Does feel good.
Going to be shadowing 9 class here, as 9 class has a blink himself.
He's level 10.
Yeah, he's a monster. Look at the net worth. He's gotten 60 last hits in this game.
Yep.
That's just hooking creeps.
It's really nice to play with Wyvern when you're Pudge. There's so much value to the heal. You just farm camps and then build up.
Blink doesn't go for the dismember.
Okay.
Must have lost vision at the last moment.
That's hard to be fair, Mirana, it's hard to hit an arrow against. She knows it like she has it.
And you're going to incept me into doing this again.
Yep. Smoke up from Vision. No inherently obvious move to be made here because you can't transition this into a mid-tier 1 or a top-tier 1 since you already took them. So this feels like we're going to invade, try to get a kill, and get some offensive wards out so we can keep playing the map aggressively. This is a very dead Kataomi.
Yes, very much so. 9 class going for the hook. He successfully gets on a character. He gets a double avalanche, but he is completely surrounded now.
Look at that damage.
Via Satanic's right click. He's 3-1. Kiritich, on the other hand, 2-4 on this position 1 Tiny.
And it was a double-edged pick. Tiny is very good against the Puck, but you are picking it into Wyvern, who I would argue is maybe the single best support in the entire game against Tiny. So heavy on the physical damage, you just block it with Cold Embrace. Arctic Burn does a ton of damage to you because you have high HP. You'll die for that. It's a big kill. And of course, Curse as well, even another good ability against the Tiny. But yeah, in that instance, you saw the issue that Kiritich is probably going to be dealing with the entire game here. When you get Corrosive Hazed, you die so fast to a Prophet.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it with which would you rather have with a Slardar, a Kez or a Nature's Prophet?
A Kez.
Okay, well, why did I even ask?
No, I don't know. We have.
Chicken is always on the menu for you.
I think we've I don't know how many games we've cast of Kez Slardar. What do you think?
Maybe at this tournament or overall?
Overall.
Maybe 5?
5. It always won.
I mean,
I think it wasn't even close a single game.
It could be wrong, but yeah, it feels like they've been always.
Selective memory and all that, but...
And old age.
Yeah.
Don't forget that one. You'll be forgetting a lot more in your life.
No.
That one's important to remember, though, that you will forget.
I'll keep it in mind, thank you.
That's all you gotta do.
Yep.
No one trying to avoid another death here, but he's still created a lot of space for Satanic to just separate himself from the pack in terms of net worth. A 3K lead just on himself versus Kiritich.
Yeah. So, yeah, 3,500 in 20 minutes, carry versus carry. This looks like a lot of Satanic games we've got to see. It's following the standard Team Vision recipe. So this should be feeling very comfortable. And yes, as you pointed out, no one has died twice, but he's 6-2 and 5. So it's not like he's had a bad game at all. He's still second on net worth.
Yeah. He's going to get the Waning Rift. Will blink away. And that, I believe, was a Moonlight Shadow, maybe even a smoke reveal as well.
Very timid here. Eventually, Heritage will start hitting the tower. Looks like Vision want to fight for this. They're big blade.
They get the coil only onto the one, though. They find a separation. The Blinken from Notice gets off the crush, but they've already lost no one. But that's not going to stop Satanic from right-clicking Kiritich to the ground. Going for the Tombstone next is the Slardar pretty low. It's double kill coming out from GPK. Now they're going to try to focus on Satanic, but Nineclass sprints in with the Dismember and the Rod. Is it enough damage to kill off GPK? Gets off the remnants at the last moment. They lose 3 on the side of Vision, and GPK will survive. Nineclass now on the run. They're slowed to a crawl thanks to Ducalis, but the triple kill from GPK, and he's not done yet. Spirit Vessel applied, make it an Ultra, as BoomBoys needed this desperately. Full team wipe in favor of them.
That felt very forced from Vision. You already lost your tower, you one-man coil. They really, really wanted to fight there with their BKB timing on the Nature's Prophet, but the conditions for that fight could not have been more ideal for the Dire. That is huge for BoomBoys to get a fight on those terms. They get to hit some key items now. They get double Kaiasange between the Largo and the Ember. A lot of Vessel charges as well picked up now for GPK, getting an Ultra kill in that fight. But look at this. Yes, sure, you're going to kill the Tiny, but you compromise your Puck's position entirely. You port in the Prophet, who has to spend half his BKB just destroying the Tombstone.
Yeah.
And your curse was not really that great either. I mean, sometimes it's better to just cut your losses. They could have lost the tower and that's it.
It was very close, though. Satanic.
It was.
Could have gotten that kill on GPK.
That is massive. That's 2/3 of the lead down the drain.
For sure. You can get the arrow connection onto Nineclass. Already at half health. Now the Blinken.
Now he's at 0 health.
Absolutely. He eats them up for dinner. 2K lead now for Vision, so it has dropped dramatically. BoomBoys, they don't want to go out in this upper bracket. Of course, they're going to have that second life regardless, but this is the difference between guaranteed top 8, which you currently are, and top 4, right?
Top 6.
Is it top 6 for upper bracket?
Yeah, I think so. It usually isn't.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Because you could lose twice after. What a pivotal fight, though. I think that was more, even though there was an Ultra kill on Ember, I feel like the fight was most important for Largo because he actually got to get involved, have a successful fight, and progress his game. I had my concerns about the Largo, but now that that fight has happened, his game is going to start looking up a lot. He's 1,500 up on the Slardar. He's obviously going to counter Slardar very heavily until level 25s come in. You're going to be able to just lick off Corrosive Haze. In addition, you're buying Lotus, so even more removal for that, removal for the Puck Silence. Blocking Dismember is super annoying for Nineclass. So a lot of upside here for Miero. And he almost has the Lotus. Actually progressed so much, and yeah, I was questioning. I still don't know how much I love that hero as an overall first pick, but that one fight might have just been all they needed. The entire lead is gone for Vision.
Yep, you talked about it, but the Lotus with the Shard, a very big power spike for the Frog. As in the pit, BoomBoys go. Will Vision have any idea this is going on? Nineclass can try to go for a hook. Will actually get a hero instead of a zombie, surprisingly enough.
Not the hero he wanted to hook, though.
Absolutely not. Now they're searing chains together. BoomBoys will exit the pit to try to find something. Kiritich using the harpoon to get to the other side of the trees. They take out Ducalis in turn.
GPK is level 18. He's super, super strong right now. Level 3 on that ulti this early in the game.
To be a free, I mean, BoomBoys have gotten almost every single Rosh in this series.
Yeah.
So it was 5. It was 4 out of the 5 last game, and this will be their 5th overall in the series, and they're down a game.
Yeah. This time around, though, they're not dealing with mines.
True.
Noticed, gets found. No BKB. He should be dead here.
Doesn't have the TP anymore either. I don't think he wants to burn the BKB charge, so will sacrifice himself. And BoomBoys looking much better now after an extremely rough start.
Yeah, and they might even get the Tormentor as well. It's about to hit up top. This is pretty much perfect timing. Just push out this next top wave and grab that as well.
It's going to be a really early Aghanim Scepter for GPK as well.
Yeah,
usually we see it as I want to say you usually see it with one more item on top of what he has now. What do you think the reason for that is? I mean, it's an incredible act.
I think he's not very countered this game inherently on his hero, so I really like rushing it when you're doing this well. You get a ton of HP when you go Kaya Sanj plus Ags, so if they can't chain stun and lock you down and kill you in a burst, then he's going to rely on getting Dispelled or getting Tombstone saved or Soul Rip, like whatever it is. He's going to trust in his teammates, and the payoff is he has way more mobility, way more damage. Yeah, I really like it here. I think this is definitely the right choice. Gonna go for Lotus Orb next on him as well. Daedalus for Satanic, seemingly out of nowhere. They're gonna need him to come up big here. This is gonna take a stellar performance at this point. Anything less than top tier play from Satanic is not gonna cut it here.
Yeah, and remember,
BoomBoys having the next 3.
In the last TI, we mentioned this, but Satanic was on a pretty hot streak, and then on the main stage, kind of maybe fell victim to the pressure, I want to say. I mean, obviously, he's a very young kid. Game number 1, he kind of brushed that off, so I'm not personally worried about that anymore. But it's still a lot on his shoulders as the position 1.
Smoke could be good. Moonlight as well.
Moving it up. It's the Avalanche.
That's a good curse.
Curse from Ducalis. Undying is almost dead already. Now they get to hook him to Dismember with the right clicks coming from Satanic, but the save coming out from Yero. The lick just in time, so Kiritich able to get out just fine. They only lose the 1. Of course, Undying just instantly comes back anyway.
Okay, that could have gone way worse for BoomBoys after that curse came out. Obviously, we haven't talked about this synergy, but curse with Corrosive Haze is actually kind of crazy. Tiny just clobbered Undying back to the base, but...
And even made better by Slardar Shard, right? Because you get the AoE.
Yep.
Kiritich will find himself a Lutka. Golden Brace not going to be enough. 2 minutes on the Aegis. So what do BoomBoys want to get out of the Aegis now in terms of structural damage?
I mean, maybe they can get a tier 2. Oh, no one. He has Disc. Gonna be a tough takedown.
I'm sure he's fine here.
I'm not even finding him. Maybe just TP's out. I mean, probably bottom tier 2 seems realistic for BoomBoys. At the same time, maybe you don't feel like you have to push anything. Go for smoke again.
Here we go again. Does that mean they have a better late game? You said that last game. Ducalis. Gonna be
quick reaction.
Very fast. Gonna take some more right-click damage though from Kiritich. His Wyvern does have the Golden Embrace to stay alive if needed. Save with the arrow. Will actually hit onto no one.
Oh,
a
good
big
hook.
hook coming out from 9-class. Look at Dismember under the cover of the tier 2 tower. That's the Aegis. We have the reinforcements now for Vision. 9-class blinking in. Some rot damage as Kiritich able to get away from the onslaught of Vision. They will kill off 9-class. Honestly, for Vision, trading Pudge for Aegis, pretty damn good.
Yeah. Important there that Kiritich gets to blink out from respawning with the Aegis. If he somehow took an instance of damage, they would have killed him again with Coil in the tower, probably. But with that reset, that's the end of that fight, BoomBoys.
Can you phase shift out of a Yule's arrow when you're coming down?
I think the arrows on top of you is going to hit.
Okay. I don't remember if they've changed that or not. BPK doing his best anime impression here now that he has the Aghanim Scepter for the Ember Spirit. Genuinely still think this is the best Ags in the entire game.
It's very, very good.
I haven't really talked about Satanic because they haven't been really looking for fights per se, but you talked about the Daedalus. Looks to be, oh, he's going to get his namesake in Satanic to replace the Wraith Band, and then looks like a Hurricane Pike after the fact.
Yeah, it's interesting that he's waiting that long on the Pike here. I suppose there's no ranged matchup per se. You're playing against a melee carry and a melee mid. I mean, triple melee cores on the opposing team, so maybe the Pike less good than usual, and you just need to have staying power. That in mind actually makes a ton of sense to buy the Satanic here. But yeah, it's been rather quiet from the Vision camp, and that mid fight was what turned it all around.
Yeah. But we saw it last game. They're pretty comfortable just chilling, getting the items that they feel like will be the next power spikes for them. A Blink Dagger for Kata Omen. He has the grab ally shard, so can definitely cause some havoc. Get some good saves on. I mean, Dismember is going to be a problem, or rather the other way around. Dismember can be countered instantly from that.
Get Ags on Mirana too. 9 class somehow has a BKB.
What are that? How?
He's pretty farmed. Pudge can scale really hard, even as a support. It can become a problem for cores later in the game. So I think that's potentially a bit of a saving grace for Vision. They do manage to drag this game out again. Like, let's say this is another 1-hour game. Pudge does present a bit of a problem. There's no percentage-based damage on the enemy team. There's no hero that's really going to buy anything that truly destroys Pudge in the blink of an eye.
Can we look at the Dota win probability again? I should have asked at 3 minutes. I do apologize for all the Dota Plus enjoyers out there.
Just like BoomBoys.
We can't really compare. What is it at right now?
62 for them.
Okay.
That's pretty accurate.
So this time it's a BoomBoys favored Dota Plus. That's good.
So Satanic is going to buy his item now. Wonder if that is going to prompt the move. Obviously a very strong timing for the Vision side. But also BKB on Largo at the same time, so matching that high value pickup.
Is Satanic the only one that can reliably hit the Tombstone? Is this kind of an issue with their draft?
I mean, Wyvern can help, but it's not very fast. So yeah, that is definitely a potential concern as well. If he has to spend half the BKB again doing that.
Yeah, he'll end up getting a Butterfly after the Hurricane Pike, so he'll have enough attack speed to reliably take it out relatively easily. It ain't no Snapfire, though. Say that. UPK working on a BKB next, it seems. And Roche is in 55 seconds. Likely the next fight, since both teams playing relatively passively at the moment. I mean, in terms of just getting solo pickoffs, I would think that Vision actually have the advantage with that. You got Corrosive Haze, single target, right click from Nature's Prophet, the Pudge. But it's about finding these heroes alone, which has been difficult.
And ideally, getting a combo of Hook during Coil, which I don't think we've seen that play a single time in this game. It's generally just been 9 class setting himself up. That does matter a lot when heroes get BKB though, because otherwise he's going to hook them in and they will always be able to BKB before they get dismembered. But if you do a Coil plus Hook, you might actually snap them and be able to chain all your abilities.
If there's a Tombstone down though, it becomes way more difficult.
Yep, that is true.
That's a very difficult mini game to try to get high score on. And even for saving teammates, the Hook loses a lot of value because of the zombies. It's not like you can buy Shard and just eat your teammates anymore, which I'm really missing, by the way. God, I love that thing. Smoke from BoomBoys. Will be broken by 9 class, so I'm sure they'll find him in the tree line. Is that a BKB TP? Yep. All right, Night falls away. There's now a Nullifier online for Notice, so they're getting the items, they're getting the farm, they're dodging fights relatively successfully for Vision. Roche is up though. They don't know that the BKB, not that they would really care that much, I guess, but the BKB being down for 9 class was out of Vision.
Yeah, that's something to keep in mind in this game. Like, you can
see the lick, Synderen?
Oh,
very important.
Massive.
It will bottle the damage rune for Kiritich.
Yeah, it's when you have some really strong physical damage, it feels like if the game is somewhat even, you can always find a win off of getting a clean jump at any given point. So the Slardar Prophet, even though BoomBoys have been doing a really good job in the last 15 minutes, you slip up once, let's say you get your Undying jump, then he instantly dies to Prophet Slardar, the fight develops, you get a Dismember off, and there's no Tombstone. You can definitely see a path for Vision to set up a fight on their terms. The Nullifier on Slardar helps, and step by step he's approaching the 25. You know, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but that is... I think a lot of people would say it's the best talent in the entire game. The Undispellable Corrosive Haze is...
Have you ever seen the other one?
Crazy. I have, I think.
On the Octarine build back in the day, right?
Yeah, the Octarine build we would go the Crush cooldown, but Undispellable Haze is huge against Largo. If they do get there, that will be a big swing for Vision side, and it allows Notice to become another carry, which arguably they might need, because I don't know if Prophet's going to be able to do all the damage by himself here later, but I mean, come on, you've got Puck as well and Slardar. I don't think damage will be a concern. I'd maybe like to see BoomBoys take a little more initiative if possible. If we find something here, 9-class just standing in a spot here trying to break smoke or at least get information.
Oh, Ducalis is spotted though. Searing Chains cancels out that TP.
He did.
He will end up falling to GPK.
10-1 on the Ember.
9-class. I think he was trying to de-ward. He's going to be spotted as a result, and he's killed off. So both supports dead for Vision. And Roche is like, hey, I'm ready for you. Open wide. Very nice. Delicious food.
He actually blinked and stood right on top of their ward. He just stood there. That's pretty unfortunate for 9-class. Yeah, that's going to be, well, Roche number 10 for BoomBoys in this series.
This is 6 out of the 7 Aegises so far. Yeah. I believe. I could be wrong, actually. No, maybe Vision got the last 2 Roches, actually, in the game, because it did go on very long.
Yeah.
We've lost track. Counting's difficult.
All right, let's see if BoomBoys have a plan with this Aegis on the Tiny. If hitting high ground is realistic, it is. We talked about last game how hard it was to Siege, playing into the Bounty Hunter scouting, playing into Techie's Mines. This time around, you're playing into Pudge, Coil, Wyvern.
Yeah.
Like, you can build this advantage, but how do you break the base if you don't win a fight first? Seems quite tricky. Your tower hitting hero in Tiny has to come up close. He can get hit by at any point by a hook. He takes a ton of damage from Wyvern.
Look at the damage he does to buildings.
Yeah, of course. I mean, he can definitely get the job done if he gets to swing at it, but...
Who would you rather have, a bear or a tiny?
Oh, I'd rather have the bear.
So bear is greater than rock? That's like a new version of rock, paper, scissors, bear. As the 4th component. You need a 5th. Maybe your face?
Yeah.
It just loses every time?
Yeah, that's right.
This time it'll work. Nope, never does. Sounds like great game design again. From
Yeah, you're
3.5
really proving yourself today.
I'm a veteran.
Yeah.
3.5 minutes on the Aegis. Is Satanic about to hit 25?
Puck, 100 gold from Octarine.
Which talent do you take?
We've mostly seen Treant damage. I guess in this game state, maybe take teleportation.
Sounds pretty good.
No, he still took Treant.
Okay. He'll get to 30, I'm sure.
Yeah.
How long is this
Very
game going, Cinder? Let's make predictions. I was dead on last one, so it's your turn to be right for once.
Oh, nice courier kill.
Yeah,
that was actually
a
full Octarine, yeah. It's nice. I'm going to say 65 minutes.
I don't think it's going to go that long.
You don't think so?
I'm going to say 57 minutes and 21 seconds.
Really upping the ante here with the seconds, too. Very confident.
Yeah, because I was 30 seconds off last time and it upset me. I need to be correct. I've already forgotten what I said, but I'm sure somebody has a record of that somewhere. Hopefully we're not casting into the void.
You said 57-21, no?
Okay, sure. I'll believe you.
The fact that I can say it again and you still don't recognize whether it's correct is
probably right.
This was something you said 10 seconds ago.
I think it was 58, though, wasn't it?
Was it?
Yeah, see? Now you're doubting yourself. That's why I'm here, to make you doubt yourself, that you become a better analyst, or worse, depending on the day. 2 minutes on Aegis. They get the tier 2 mid. You can still see the separation between Satanic and the rest of the pack is completely absurd.
We're reaching that point, though, where Sardar's net worth this hero, generally speaking, most of the time offlane Slardar, when it has a good lane, it can sometimes sit in the top 3 net worths, but oftentimes Slardar will be at the bottom of the cores, or at very least bottom 2. But he reaches a certain point where even when he is 6th, he has mega impact just because of how minus armor scales later into the game. And when he gets, like, let's say we get 10 minutes later in, and everybody from here on out gains 5k gold each.
Yeah.
His hero has so insane impact with that 5k gold compared to a lot of what a lot of other offlaners would in that range that I'm not really worried for his ability in this game to just scale. Even if he's at the absolute bottom of cores by a large margin, as long as he buys the right items, which seems to be the case. Now he bought the Ags, so a lot more survivable. And eyeing up a Wind Waker next, which is pretty interesting.
Oh, okay. We're not going to be seeing... Oh, he already has the Axe.
Yeah.
Of course, why am I even questioning? It's 40 minutes in, late game items, of course. Smoke from BoomBoys. Satanic would be huge pickoff for them. TP.
Just late.
Very close call.
Yeah, Miran actually has a Yules, so he could have almost instantly canceled him there. Yeah. They would have forced the BKB. Probably BKB TP's out then, but they don't have a counter to that. Imagine if you could put the enemy in Tombstone.
I was just thinking that. Somebody made a game like that, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Smoke from Vision. It was me, by the way, in case you didn't know. Heritage spotted, crushed up. They have the Nullifier applied to him as well. There's 15 seconds on the Aegis. The Tombstone saved for now. Still inside the Tombstone. Will pop back out. Aegis expiring now.
Yeah, a very interesting time to open on it. You get 20 seconds of Aegis left. I guess Vision just trying to force a reaction to make space on the map.
Tombstone being down is pretty big. That's their main save in the game. They do have the double Lotus now. Well, triple Lotus if you think about it, with the Frog.
They're gonna lose their value when Slardar hits 25. He's
Is the Lotus not good for anything else? I mean, against Curse?
It's good at blocking Dismember, but they have primarily bought it for the Slardar, I would imagine. Yeah, it's good against Dismember. Reflecting Curse can be good, but a lot of the time, Wyvern is still gonna get the Curse he wants, and then the Reflected one, if nobody's nearby, it kind of doesn't matter, right?
Yeah. CPK wants this desperately.
Not get it.
Crushed instead with the Dismember to follow. They don't have the Tombstone save anymore. The right click from Satanic is going to be enough. TPK hits off the slider, finished on the Remnant's way. Heritage jumping with a big avalanche toss. Kills off one as Satanic, he's standing his ground in a 1 versus 5, it feels like. Do they have Curse? They do. The Satanic, he's going to get saved by the Tombstone again. BKB, but the Yules comes up now. Arrow connects, and now Heritage jumps back out as the Tiny. There's the Curse to try to save Satanic, but it's not enough. Down goes the Nature's Prophet. You can see the Ember hitting pitifully against the Tiny, so the Curse not able to do much for Vision. And BoomBoys in a very good spot now.
I think critically during that entire time when Satanic was trying to kill Heritage, I don't believe the Corrosive Haze on the Tiny there, was there? It didn't feel like it. His damage was rather underwhelming. I'd say that he did 6k and his teammates did like 4k combined, but...
Carry harder, please.
I mean, there's no way out of it, though. Like, once you're in there on Prophet, you're not getting back out, so has to commit. It's really big for the side of BoomBoys.
And
putting down the banner.
Can they force out the buyback from Satanic? Heritage, we've seen this time and time again with the Tiny being able to decimate these buildings. GPK force out the Cold Embrace onto Gatalis, gets licked up, gets arrowed up, gets hooked up by his teammate, but it's a dead fucking body. His Heritage is gonna hit the buildings now. Looks like it's gonna be a set. If he was gonna buy back, it would have happened already, surely. That is...
You're gonna force more then.
Absolutely. I mean, Tiny, anytime he gets this tree, he's gonna be putting these buildings to work. No one trying to delay, trying to split push a bit. Heritage still pounding on the buildings. Fortification. This is the last one for a while. No more refresh for you. Ooh, nice blink to avoid the hook. And now it's only 15 seconds away for Satanic. Ninecast can be spotted in the trees. Pop the BKB in retreat. And Heritage, can you get the building before you exit? Get the range. Looks like that's going to be it for now. No one has the coil. Onto 2. Satanic up in 2 seconds. Finally, able to technically fight, but it's a little too late, it feels like, as the Moonlight Shadow will buy them the space to get away for BoomBoys.
big sequence there. Lane and a half. You've got 2 minutes for Roche. BoomBoys probably just going to control the map to the best of their ability. Now Hex as well on Margot. Miero raking in the dough here, way ahead of the enemy cores, except Prophet, of course. What do we got coming from the side of Vision? Anything of importance? It doesn't really look like it. It's only that Slardar 25 that I'm looking at as their potential saving grace. I think that's more important than anything they could get in terms of items, is let Notice get experience. But obviously that is also up to BoomBoys. I think ideally for them, they would love to fight now and just not even allow the game to get to that point. And this looks like it might just bear fruit. But they've turned around. If they would have just continued down the river, they might have been able to backstab the Slardar.
After waiting very patiently, 9 class is walking towards them. Waddling more like it. Back in his base now, though. Just getting some wards up. BoomBoys still chilling. Vision nowhere close. GPK is going to consume his Ags, and for what exactly? What's he replacing it with?
I wonder what's the best purchase here for him, actually.
Does he have Octarine?
He doesn't, which is obviously really good. I'm not positive that's the absolute best choice. I think maybe Disc might be better in this game in anticipation of the Slardar 25. You need to make sure you survive and get your spells off. It's more important than anything else here, obviously. At the same time, though, they have so much in the way of saving. They have Largo Lick, Tombstone. Mirana could buy the Wind Waker now. She wouldn't have buyback, but that will also be in play. Now Roche spawned, and they saw it.
Inside the pit they go. Looks to be a freebie. So BoomBoys absolutely dominating Roshan in this series. He forsook a word? Forsaken them? Forsaken? That sounds weird. As I have this aneurysm.
Forsake?
Forsake? It sounds wrong.
I don't think it's forsook, at least.
No, it should be.
Maybe it is.
Forsaken, I think. Has to be, right? As we're having English lessons here. Divine Rapier now for Satanic.
Yeah, they need damage, and well, they have damage now. Slardar 25 and Prophet Rapier is a mega upgrade on Vision's side. So yes, BoomBoys have the Aegis, and they have an 8k lead. This is not a clean win here. It's going to be a difficult push. If anybody gets hooked, you could be in a really compromised position. Gotta be very careful with how they choose to attack this high ground.
Looking for the smoke, potentially.
Octarine Core and Mirana did not go for the Wind Waker.
Do you want to wait for them to get to your base if you're Vision?
I think so.
Okay.
You're in a very good spot as long as you're in a defensive position where you have Vision. Like, if you see the enemy team and you can get a hook, or you can get a curse, or you can get a coil plus Slardar jump. Is that a... Oh, that's the AC as well. The timing on these items and 25 is just perfect for Vision.
It's a lot of minus armor and right clicks from Satanic.
Prophet can kill Tiny real fast. Are they actually going to try to fight them outside the base with a smoke here?
Well, maybe. Notice.
CGPK.
Yeah, this would be a huge pick-off.
He is killable here.
Yeah, does not have the Aegis. No one. Satanic also joining, but the Moonlight Shadow gives some cover. And with that, Kiritich in the base, looking for no one. Avalanche is scary. Gets off the face shift and the blink. Avalanche only going to clip Ducalis. Good attempt from BoomBoys, but it was not to be, it seems. Hook. The hook is to be, though. Zyklon caught the BKB into the Dismember. Where's the Tombstone? To get the lick off, his character's already at half HP. Of course, he does have the Aegis. He gets Soul Ripped now. There's the Curse on top, though. Not a whole lot of right-click damage until Tiny joins the fray, but the lick brings him out, and he wants to beat his teammate. That's all he wants in his life. The Tombstone is there to save one. Now the hook again from 9 class. His Kiritich is just getting bounced left and right everywhere. Another Tombstone, apparently. And it's a save onto Kiritich. Still maintains the Aegis for 3 minutes. He has... Was that Refresher Shard? I was going to say, there's no way he has an orb. No one trying to buy some time now.
It's really nice to have Largo in these types of fights, though. It just keeps linking and keep healing the team. You get to get a full reset.
Now Kiritich can hit the buildings. Still maintains that first of 2 lives. Satanic gonna show himself. Gets Searing Chains. Has to pop the BKB early. He'll use it to kill off the Roche banner, though. That's a big item down. He can put the Mjolnir back in place, though. The hook from 9 class again onto Kiritich. It's Kataomi in position to get the save. Searing Chains onto several heroes. As you can see, BoomBoys are very, very careful to push this. Extremely disciplined, especially after that game number 1. Miro gets off the Hex. They get the Avalanche as well. That's a dead puck. 100 seconds does have buyback, though. Buildings, tier 3. One more right click would have done it. Kiritich will eventually finish the job. Now opens it up onto the range barracks. Searing Chain's going to buy some time as well. No BKB charge for Satanic. And the buyback from Puck is going to force BoomBoys out for the time being. Avalanche into the Hex, though. This will be a dieback onto no one if he's not careful. Gets off the phase shift, though. BoomBoys still maintaining the Aegis, another minute and a half. And you're right, this Largo is doing work, keeping everybody at full HP. Feels like Vision have killed off 4 heroes. Kiritich finally going to jump on top of 9 class this time, gets the kill. The BKBs are popped now. Satanic gets hacked. He gets beaten down into a poke. He goes down. No buyback for Satanic, and he calls it. GG, and we're going to a game number 3. That was a terrific performance from BoomBoys, and they're able to actually finish the job this time.
Yeah, really nicely played game from them. Just, once again, coming back to that mid-moment, it really changed the trajectory of the game massively. That they were able to fight that fight at the mid-river, and it was on Vision's initiative. They already lost their tower. They still ended up looking for that fight themselves. And well, afterwards, kind of just step by step, BoomBoys just kept finding more and more good moments. I think especially GPK playing an outstanding game on the Ember Spirit in this one, just really put the team on his back when it mattered the most. It was godlike pretty early in the game, I do believe.
You get good fantasy points for somebody that loses but is still top net worth in the game because Satanic had a bestial performance, as some would say, Cinderin.
I believe it's only your best game that counts, right? Surely he'll do better than this.
Okay, I guess that's...
The previous game was worth more.
Okay, well that's good for the fantasy enjoyers right there. We'll go to Shiver, who enjoys fantasy quite a bit as well.
Hey, more games is always better for the fantasy followers, absolutely. And BoomBoys, they give us more games because they forced this one to a 3rd game of this best of 3. A lot to break down with that one, with Rhea, Winter, and Saber here still with me. Saber, this game, if you only watch the first 15 minutes, you would be very surprised. BoomBoys came out on top.
You would be, but I think Kiritich on the Tiny, once he got the blink, the game kind of started going well for BoomBoys. They managed to get the puck kill in the middle, and I don't know, they played so clean, and it worked out in the end. They proved that they have what it takes to beat Vision, which is very important, not only for this result, that they managed to 1-1 the series, but also for their confidence. You just beat the best team in the tournament, and it gives you the power to keep going and perhaps take the 2nd game.
Yeah, that mid fight was actually so crucial, and I felt like on Vision's part, maybe they were overconfident because it felt like they didn't need to defend the tower. The tower was already dead, and they still kind of tried to force it, and it actually threw away the whole lead they actually accrued from the early game, and the game became kind of difficult after that.
I'm wondering if there is a nice some stats person can give us on the win rate of a team if they lose both Wisdom runes at minute 7. Because whilst it looked like Vision were winning, they did actually mess up, and BoomBoys got both XP runes at the 7-minute mark, which I don't know. I mean, they took a little nice skirmish around it on Vision's side, but it's I think BoomBoys got a lot out of this game. Like Miranda especially got her items at really nice timings and had so much impact.
I want to also point out that the Largo that we saw coming out from BoomBoys, this was the overall first pick of the entire draft. I felt like he was having a jolly good time.
He did for sure. I understand why this hero is banned now. You could see that the BoomBoys, once they group up, it feels impossible to teamfight them, similar to game 1. With this Largo playing his tunes and the Undying being ready to save, it never felt like Vision had an opportunity to like get an in and win a team fight. They just had to rat and rat.
Yeah, it got to a point where I felt like in the team fights, like the supports on Vision just couldn't really do much. You know, Pudge wasn't really very useful. He was just like waiting and waiting, but they couldn't really have the damage to kill. He managed to hook someone in, but they just didn't really have damage at some point.
Yeah, and I feel like we have to talk about the man in the mid lane, GPK. He had a bit of a rough start to this game, but it did feel like a very good Ember Spirit game, Winter. I think that he definitely, as the game progressed, he delivered also.
Yeah, for sure. He had a stellar game. I think maybe you could only criticize him where at the 7-minute mark when he was moving, he didn't have chains. That kind of grieved his team a little bit. But I think apart from that, outside of that, he was a true force to be reckoned with in the whole game. And not to mention, he had the buff, the croak from the Largo, which made it so disgusting.
93% kill participation? That man must have been everywhere here.
I mean, he was, you know, the key, right? So you're playing with a Mirana support. What are you going to do? You're going to chains into Arrow, right? You're going to play with your Largo. You're going to get the Croak on you, and you're going to go do loads of damage. Like, it's on him as the Ember, as the hero with lots of mobility to go and be on the Nature's Prophet in fights. I think GPK has to do a lot, and he did do a lot. And he also acts as part of this counter duo to the Puck as well. So it's like everything is on him, and that's why he's the best. I mean, what a great game.
He delivered with that pressure on him, absolutely. Now we have to talk a little bit about Vision as well, because they were doing very well in the first start of the game, and a large portion of that came because of a certain hero that a lot of people were very excited to see. We saw on the main stage the first Pudge in action, Ray, and that was a treat.
I asked for a highlight reel because I thought they were going to win.
Well, you gotta get it anyway.
Yo, check this out. They put a ward on the gate so they can see movement, and then when they did, 9-class TP down and got a sexy little hook. Got a nice little kill there early. He was doing a lot of wave dragging. He always showed up for his team and got those nice little hooks. Puck coil stun into that. It's nice. I think his early game was pretty solid. I think his rotations were good. I think the way he worked around his lane partner was good. I think the way he contributed to fights like this was good. Being able to split the heroes apart so Largo couldn't heal.
This was an insane one. He got the tiny.
Yeah. I mean, he also got tiny 3 times at the end and it did nothing. There was a certain point where Pudge would blink in with the BKB and bite like Tiny or GPK on his Ember, and no one really had the damage output to follow up and actually get the kill, and then the hero becomes useless because it doesn't do anything anymore.
Yeah, it looks flashy, and then it's like, okay, well, that was fun. Now what? Because I don't want to talk about how Vision kind of lost Winter the grip on the game they had in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, I felt like they were in a position where they could have definitely won the game. I felt like after the first 15 minutes, they were in a fantastic position. They could have just controlled the game, get the Tom, get the Roche, and the game would be theirs, you know, but I felt like they were too confident, because even the tier 1 bot, the safe, I don't know if you guys remember, they TP'd heroes to defend, but they barely defended the tower, and then that gave them kind of a little bit of, oh, we have the power to defend the next tower. So they went and defend the next tower, and they lost that fight, and they lost a lot of their advantage.
This is a little bit of an extra tail where we see the hook still on the Tiny. It doesn't do as much as I'm sure.
I mean, it's also like the support just lost a lot of usefulness against Ember Spirit later on. You couldn't really do anything against GPK as a Wyvern and Pudge.
But also watch Largo in this fight. Every time he gets an amazing hook, boom, just gets licked back. It's the counter hook.
Yeah, and like the heals from him plus the Undying Soul Rip as well. It's like they just don't have enough to get through Tiny's HP pool. Meanwhile, you have like Mirana having endless utility throughout the game, like buying that Yules to make more pressure onto Puck with the like Yules into Arrow, buying the Ags, which helped clear out a lot of the like tree amp pushes from Nature's Prophet. So Mirana was often able to go TP back and like push the lanes out easily and safely, and then return back to the team. So like I think we saw a nice little support diff.
Yeah, there was a little bit of that. There was also a pretty clear point as to when Vision's boss stopped, because around the 20-minute mark, that was Saber, when there was a fight, we're like, hold on a second, BoomBoys have something to say about this one.
Yeah, as Winter was mentioning, they got a little bit too overconfident in this fight. I think they kind of forced it badly with the Puck ulti, and very nice team fighting from BoomBoys. You could see that when Kataomi drops his tombstone, Now Satanic spends like half of this fight hitting the tombstone and not really dealing damage, and that was enough for them to like have enough in the tank to just kite them around for Miero to heal up and deal his overtime damage, and eventually they end up winning this fight, getting all 5 kills for free, which is exactly what they needed. As you can see, even at this point, Vision have like 2k lead, but so if they weren't able to win this fight, it would be big trouble. However, they were able to capitalize on their mistakes and they took it home afterwards.
Now, we all heard Poppy after the draft was done, and he said that game 1, actually, Winter, should have been a loss for them as well. So are you worried for them at all going into game number 3 soon?
I don't think so. I think game 1 they played really well. Game 2 they just had a problem with their heroes where they just couldn't have damage at some point. You know, I think if they just made some small little adjustments with the heroes, and it would be fine. The pudge was kind of like, I don't think they would have done it personally if it wasn't a 1-0. I think if it's a 0-1, they would not have tried the pudge here in this game.
Oh, there was also.
I know you don't agree.
No, it's fine.
I know you think that he
you
just
could
wants
be right.
to play
you
pudge.
could be right. I don't like the pudge anymore. But I do think that there was that critical fight as well when they hit a really good IM timing with Satanic. Like he had Satanic and all these other IMs. He was ready to go and noticed BKB TPs out of the team fight on the mid river as Satanic TPs into it. It was a horrible miscommunication. It lost them like so much synergy. It was literally just him versus 3 heroes, which should never be happening. And I think that might have been honestly the moment for me where they lost the game.
Yeah, a little bit of communication then also issue there.
Yeah, I think they just needed to back. I felt like they didn't really need to take the fight. They needed to have the patience. I think this game they lacked the patience. They were a little bit too ahead of themselves. Maybe the scoreline played a factor in the head. They felt like, oh, we just won the first game and we want to finish this quickly 2-0. And they made a couple of bad errors and the game just gone out of control.
Yeah, I got out of control real bad. And then sometimes in a game like that, and you have a Nature's Prophet carry, I would imagine that there is still a way back in. Maybe to, it is Nature's Prophet. You can rat a little bit. You can take some towers. You can basically go the lone druid route. Saber, why didn't that happen? Why wasn't that possible?
They were trying to do it, and Satanic was able to rat as much as he could. It is just not easy to do that against Tiny with Shadowblade, who's running around trying to pick you off. Yeah, they prolonged the game as much as they could. However, eventually in every single Dota game, you have to teamfight the opponents. Once they got the Roche and they came to Vision high ground, you have to take the fight with pudge hooking heroes in and hoping for the best, which is like the best fight you can get. It was unfortunately not enough because the Largo would just lick you out.
Sorry, right? Thank you, Saber.
The high ground.
Great. I do want to talk about that because that was overall first pick. Surely that's the answer. Right, you're gonna ban that.
Largo?
Yeah.
I mean, he has been first phase banned like every other game. So I suppose you could definitely, yeah, I would. I think it synergizes just way too well with the current mid pool. And it just makes, it's so good against so many heroes.
Let's get it out.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to say again, like the pick order, like if you're first pick, I just feel like it's easier to plan everything.
Yeah, and this was BoomBoy with the first pick. We did see the team where Vision had first pick. They were the ones that came out on top as we're looking at the international stats. Going into this, Largo was kind of not talked about that much. We see him here sitting at a comfortable 50% win rate, very much in the picture. But what made it that he now is first pick, first ban material? Is he just that easy to plan your draft around?
I think so. I think it just gives you everything you need. It gives you team fight. It's a strong laner, and it's not easy to pick heroes against it. I think you need some special, like kind of draw ranger kind of heroes to deal with him. So for me, it was partly the Largo impact, and then partly Vision not having Darkseer as they did in game 1. As the Slayer, not displayed well. However, the Darkseer impact, it's like much more visible. He gets to push all the way. You can see it in the team fight. When he vacuums, it's just crazy good. Yeah, so I think they kind of need to aim for that.
We'll see which one of these two teams will play crazy good in game number 3. The score is tied, and for the first time on the main event, day 1 here for the international. we are gonna go to a third game of this series, and the last people out of the gate are the two coaches. They have a lot of work to do in this one. If we already know, or at least in this series, it seems to be that first pick gives you a little bit of an edge, Winter, and you're going to go in as the second pick team. How are you going to try to compensate for that? What is the plan?
I don't think you have much of a choice because the ball is in the first pick side. They're going to choose something and you cannot ban everything. You need to take a trade when you're the second pick team. And we've seen what Lina, Undying, Lina, Lone Druid. I think you just have to pick one and you have to play against it.
Yeah. I also think if we look at the drafts from last game as well, they picked heroes that rush blinks. And we already had a discussion earlier today about how, it's nicer on some heroes in the off lane to get like a Helm first or something before this blink dagger. Instead, you have a 12-minute blink out of a Slardar, a 16-minute blink on a Pug. You have a 23-minute blink coming in on the Wyvern, a 15-minute blink on the Pudge. It's just like 4 heroes with blink daggers, whilst the enemy has like Sanj and Kai's and stuff, and they're outputting so much more damage and being so much more tanky that your spells alone aren't enough to do this damage.
Yeah, that's why the mistake they made when they defended the mid tower was so bad, because of the items they bought. You're buying like fighting items and you're
not fighting.
You're not fighting well. They were trying to fight, but they didn't fight well, and they lost the fight.
Yeah, that is a big problem. And with that in mind, that seems like a super easy fix. You can just say, guys,
stop.
Don't buy a blink. Or just have one blink.
Calm down. Just calm down.
Calm down. One blink. Scale up. They just want to go too fast. And don't they know that currently the average game time is 40 minutes plus? You can get your blink at minute 30. That's fine too.
Yeah, this tends to happen when you're just winning and winning. It gives you confidence to be like, okay, other teams can't play fast, but I can because I'm just winning everything. And honestly, it is true as long as you keep performing, which they were up until this mid-fight.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we haven't talked about it, but I do want to give a shout out to the Satanic Nature's Prophet, because I was watching my mini-map the entire game and looking at the little blue dots that keep coming out of him every time he presses treants. It's just so cool. Like, if you have time to go back and look at the replay and watch it, he's just always sending the treants out to scout, like when he's farming the triangle.
What was it, 33 minutes? You were telling me he's still blocking Ancients?
He was still blocking Ancients at 33 minutes. Like, they weren't even farming the Ancients anymore because they were playing on Vision's side of the map.
So sweaty.
Still sweating it, yes. Like, the amount of vision he was getting for his team by sending these treants out, like when he's farming triangle, he sends like 4 or 5 treants out into the enemy jungle to scout like where they're playing, so that he knows, oh, if they're not there, maybe they're smoking to his position, or if they are there, he knows that he's fine. This kind of like information control is so powerful, but you have all these blinks and you're not making use of it. So I really think there were some problems with the...
Satanic got let down by his team. That's what I'm hearing.
I wouldn't say that. That would be inflammatory.
It might just have been the case. Now, he had his first pick, Nature's Prophet, or second overall pick, I guess. And unfortunately for him, I did not have the backup to make it come to fruition. But everything is different in a third game, because now both teams have proven that they got what it takes to take this series and guarantee themselves top 6. More importantly, stay in the upper bracket, because as we heard no one before this series even began, every team in the top 8 has a chance to take it all at the end of these 4 days. But we're going to find out which one of these two teams is getting that little bit of a leg up by staying in the upper bracket. But to decide that, we will have to go for a third game.
Team Vision versus BoomBoys. Game 3.
We got ourselves BoomBoys on the Radiant side, Team Vision on the Dire side, and the long-awaited question has an answer. It is Team Vision with the overall first pick. And boom! He's back!
What?
It's Bounty Hunter! And the Largo did get banned, the Earth Spirit did get banned, Lone Druid is still in the pool, Lina is still in the pool. I feel like I touched, upon all the high priority questions here, but how are you gonna deal with the Lone Druid? Sorry, with the...
That's exactly the thing. Where's the Lone Druid? They picked Bounty?
Yeah. There's the Lina.
Before I came to China, I had a friend telling me that Bounty Hunter is OP, and I was laughing at him.
He might have been right.
He told me he had a win streak, like 10 games, and he's certain that Bounty was broken.
And it is in 9 class hands. They did ban it out last game on BoomBoys, so they were afraid of it. So Vision, they were like, heck it, let's just first pick this bounty and let's get it done with.
Okay. You know, a hero that we've seen throughout the whole day is the Undying. I want to point that one out too, because having a pretty solid impact, I feel, this hero had, and maybe better now in the hands of BoomBoys, considering they already have a counter to it themselves, so maybe Vision doesn't want to go for it. But something to keep on our radars for sure. As it's Centaur that gets banned out by Team Vision. We see Centaur and Lina in the late.
Yeah, but I'm also thinking whether they need a specific hero to deal with Bounty. So I was talking to you guys about like, you need to have like a convenient hero to deal with Bounty. So you don't have to spend so many heroes that can charge at him like Spirit Breaker. So you can just kill him right away without TPing too many heroes. Something along those lines.
I wouldn't mind seeing Spirit Breaker.
Spirit Breaker, Task, anything that can hunt the bounty.
That is a Kataomi special as well, so definitely in their wheelhouse.
Very true. I'm mainly hoping that BoomBoys learned their lesson from game 1 and 2 and they banned the Darks here, as I believe it is the one of maybe the only hero that enables this bounty hunter. Because we saw for both games that Vision, they just draft it in a way where they can't really teamfight BoomBoys. And it's usually coming from 9 classes hero because it's this kind of patch bounty that's just roaming the map. And Darkseer kind of makes up for that. However, if there is no Darkseer and they end up with something like a Slardar, again, it's a big problem for Vision, and BoomBoys can just repeat what they did in game 2. Just pick some more teamfight. They don't have Largo this time, however, they can just pick something else and collect their win.
Maybe... Oh, they ban out the Puck. So, respecting the chance that this Lina still goes mid, we did see GBK, of course, have it earlier, and they pick up the Mirana. All right.
Like bounty, like kind of like a counter to Mirana in a way because of the track.
Yeah.
It's Moonlight Shadow.
Yeah, but I think it had so much utility in general. Like it kind of helps counter heroes, right? Like it preventively helps stop some heroes from coming out. Just this like Yule's build is so effective. The anti-wave push. I want to know why they banned Dawnbreaker, personally. I'm still lingering on it because it just seems so odd. I'm like, did they want to pick Enigma? What hero do they feel like Dawnbreaker is so good against?
Potentially, BoomBoys wanted the Dawnbreaker because if the Bounty Hunter goes on anyone, at least there's an instant save, as Wyvern is the other.
That's such a large commitment.
It is. Oh, not disagreeing with you. We got a Winter Wyvern. Support duo, complete. Thoughts? Because maybe
balance.
A little...
Balance. It's good.
Is this balance?
Yeah, Bounty and Wyvern is good.
I like this as well. You deny the Ember from BoomBoys because right now they don't really have a proper setup for this Mirana, and Ember is the best setup with these chains. So now BoomBoys have to respond to this. They could put the Lina mid, as we saw. It is a nice matchup against Ember.
They need some melee heroes right now.
Yeah, they do.
I mean, they still have Undying, they have
Undying, Task, Clock, some kind of melee hero.
They still have Spirit Breaker out there if you wanted to.
That probably
They also,
I've got fingers crossed.
It's not a melee hero, but Bane is also in the pool when he was been banned the entire series so far.
There he is.
Yeah.
So why has he been banned out the entire series? What makes this hero such a menace? And there is still the lone druid coming
He's
out.
really good against Bounty. Like I've spoken about the Spirit Breaker against Bounty, you can charge him and hunt him. Bane can kind of do the same. Not the global range, but you can find him, use the sleep, low committal.
It's also Vision, they love to pull their waves with this Bounty when they play their offlane. That is impossible against Bane. You're just gonna get slept, the creeps will de-aggro, and you need to lane normally. And already Bane is a very strong laner, so it is not easy. And we got the Prophet.
Rhea, you already said that this is a good matchup for the Nature's Prophet.
No, I think I've seen Lone Druid win it.
Oh yeah, you said it was the other way around. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I misremembered.
But Satanic plays both of these heroes to a super high level, so I'm imagining he believes it's favorable, or maybe he believes the rest of the draft makes up for any shortcomings.
It's kind of annoying. I feel like in this Lone Druid Nature's Prophet matchup, Lone Druid is afraid during the catapult wave for 4 minutes, like the MP TPs down with creeps to kill him.
Yeah.
I think the matchup is difficult in the beginning, so if you can find a way to snowball, then MP can get away with a lot in the early game against Lone Druid. If you can kill the Lone Druid, I think this hero, if you kill him once or twice, the first 10 minutes, it actually completely slows the hero down so much.
Yeah, it depends a lot on the offlaner that you have against Lone Druid. If you are able to pressure, they did ban out the Darks here.
Or they're both banning on offlaners.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the sad part about picking Prophet as a response to the Lone Druid is that you cannot pick your offlaner, and instead there will be 4 offlaners banned, which is kind of hard for both teams, to be fair.
I mean, you say 4, but the Largo has already been banned. The Centaur has also already been banned, so that's 6 already banned out.
Still Underlord. Underlord's really good here for...
Someone has to ban him. I
Yeah.
think Vision would want it. So and they have first pick coming out of the ban phase, so they can ban something else and then leave BoomBoys to ban Underlord.
We talked at the very start of this series about especially Miero in this offlane matchup, where he has the widest hero pool out of every offlaner here, the international. So this surely favors him as he just has deeper pockets, it seems like.
Yeah. If Underlord gets banned, I'm a little scared because there's a chance that BoomBoys can last pick some Lycan again. Like Nature's Prophet kind of struggles against like swarm in fights.
Yeah, but they have the Wyvern. Wyvern's really good against Lycan.
Yeah, that's true.
It's hard. I believe BoomBoys need some form of team fight. Honestly, both teams kind of need team fight. I wouldn't be even opposed to like some Mars on BoomBoys or some way to deal with this Prophet like Axe. It usually gives you a free enough lane.
Oh wait, they didn't ban the Underlord.
Yeah, I believe if Vision can pick Underlord here, it is super nice. The Underlord innate works with Nature's Prophet TP, so then when Nature's Prophet TP somewhere, he gets free movement speed and free damage reduction.
That is lovely.
Really scales up in the late game.
Do you think they're just gonna trade like Underlord and then Doom, and then just call it?
You'll be happy with the Underlord, I think.
Yeah.
Perhaps. Because the second part of that is, if they don't pick the Underlord, then I think it's incredible Underlord game for BoomBoys.
Yeah.
It is like so free.
You have to pick it, right? You don't have a choice here.
Yeah.
I mean, they take their time, so it seems like maybe they are discussing a certain
what other
choice,
options
a
do
certain
you have?
trade.
Like what, NS? Lycan?
Slardar, still in the pool?
Oh, you didn't like that.
No me gusta, as they say in Spain.
This seems like an insane Underlord game.
There we go.
I would not want to be Slardar into Underlord.
I would not want to play the Vision lineup here, though.
Yeah, this is like the Axe Rush on Underlord this game. It inhibits everyone's game.
It's also such a good hero against MP.
Yeah.
Maybe not in the lane. The lane you get bullied by the creeps, but I think in the game it just stops MP from farming the map, pushing the waves. You regain control as a global against global matchup, and you can catch him with the axe.
So what is the thought that goes behind picking the Slardar over the Underlord? Because a lot of thought went into that. We saw them thinking a long time about this, so they must have considered.
I think the main reason here is they wanted to have the amplified damage, the corrosive haze, to kill off the Lone Druid bear on the lanes, and they figured that they could snowball the game, kill Roche, kill Tormentor, and play really quick. I think the idea here is they want to play an outscale against BoomBoys. It's going to not be an easy task here. I think Underlord kind of is the best hero to stop the snowball, and once you get past that stage where the Slardar can actually kill you easily, you're gonna have a superior scaling lineup against the Vision heroes.
Yeah, I do not like the Vision draft at this point, which is why I am calling it. Quote me on this. BoomBoys will beat Vision and will be the first team to do so. I
ruined a lot of people's predictions.
Yeah, mine included. I declare.
Well, I declare that I think Vision's lineup also sucks. So they're going to win because I am never correct. I'm the worst panelist here. And I think Team Vision's draft sucks. They won. It's easy.
Wait, so you're the not tiebreaker. You're the one that can decide
I'm the
the
rational one, you know.
Yeah.
I see underlord in a game like this. I can't go against the underlord.
So you're okay. So all three are on board. Other than kind of Rhea is, but also isn't. So
I just feel like the supports will lack damage and it gets weird and murky in the middle.
we don't mind that. That implies that we're going to have quite the back and forth game. I mean, in the first game and the second game, we definitely had periods where it's like, especially the first game. What's going to happen next? Well, I'll tell you what's going to happen next. Next, we're going to head over to Sunspan and Cinderin, and who are going to tell you all about this game number 3.
Thank you so much, Sheever. Yeah, we don't get to hear Sir Action Slack's voice before the game. A very welcome change, if you ask me. Sunsfan heroist, and as we get to game number 3 between Team Vision and BoomBoys. And they're right. This could put Vision into the lower bracket, destroying every fantasy. Is that possible, Cinder? After such a great group stage, such a great start to this tournament?
I mean, we've seen this plenty of times at TI and other big tournaments throughout the years. A team that looks unbeatable in groups, you give the other teams some time to figure out during these break days how to counter them, and they come in with some fresh ideas. Maybe they've leveled up. Maybe the couple of days they just got better. And for BoomBoys, regardless of how this game goes, I mean, this has been a good showing, right, overall. So definitely a team that has leveled up dramatically since we cast them earlier in the group stage.
Early D ward, by the way. That's pretty big.
Good start here for Katomi. With everything the panel said, I feel like we cannot underestimate the potential impact of Bounty Hunter. Like, this just has to be mentioned every time it's picked in these games by the teams that really master it, which in this tournament for me are Vision and Yandex. They first picked this for a reason. There were other S-tier heroes in the pool, but they're recognizing the value of this as noticed.
Getting slapped, but
okay, but I don't know if
go
the call is well.
He's in a lot of trouble. LSA hits, so first blood goes to. They tried to give it to Karatich, and they will eventually give it to Karatich. Good start for the Lone Druid, and we have seen Lone Druids, I mean, today especially, get off to a good start, and then it's just, how do you shut this bear down? Very difficult.
Yeah, the biggest problem in this lane for the Vision side is that Bounty Hunter can't reliably pull waves because he's playing into Bane. Bane can just Nightmare you, and you're going to lose the wave. And Slaughter cannot lane into Lone Druid. So this lane is very, very difficult. And I think the Bane pick, this is the main reason they chose the hero, is specifically to take that play away from 9 class. You're going to see he'll try to do it. He can pull them down. He can't go up. So he has to try to do some weird stacking. Actually, he got away with it, Katomi. This was a bit of a mistake. He was late. This might not seem like the biggest of deals. This is a really big deal, actually, that he was late to this. Because sure, the waves are going to connect again, but effectively 9 class has now made a double wave for the Slardar, who otherwise genuinely might have been unable to lane almost. Now with the creeps going into tower, this will be pushing back his way, so he'll get some experience. You're still going to lose the lane, obviously, but it's a matter of by how much.
Yeah. Well, already 9 class having a big impact on this game on his Bounty Hunter, the most annoying player to play against probably in the last couple of years. Of course, I'm going to say his heroes haven't been as annoying individually lately because of the patches. They've kind of patched out his Slark support, his Monkey King support, but still finding a way. And like we talked about, this is a Bounty Hunter without the Ion Shell from the Darkseer, so how much impact can he have on the laning stage? Already doing a good job.
Yeah, it feels like this should not have happened though. So yes, he did have good impact, but I think it was a bit of column A and B where Bane was late and he just went for it at the perfect angle on Bounty. But still, you are absolutely going to suffer down here. There's no doubt about that. Looking at the other lanes, mid is going to be Ember against Lina. This should be a favored lane for GPK. He's been winning against no one the previous 2 games. This should be another good one for him given the matchup. And up top,
is it the matchup or is it the player?
I mean, it's a bit of both. I feel like GPK has just outplayed him today, to be honest, in the laning stage. So if he does have an easier matchup, which I would argue this is, compared to at least one of the other ones he played, I am expecting GPK to just win this lane.
So he can snowball this time on the Lina. He played game number 1 and ended up losing despite, I want to say he started 7-0, something to that effect. But Dota Plus knew all along, Cinderin. Actually, it's 3 minutes in. Can we check on Dota Plus real quick? It is the laning stage, of course.
100% for Dire.
Is this real or is this a meme at this point? My goodness.
Dracalis. Oh, they missed an arrow.
Get the double proc. Heritage in a little bit of trouble now. Noticed getting the bash and getting the kill. That is a big one going the way of Vision. Of course, Satanic setting it up. He can have presence all over the map. And of course, BoomBoy's not able to take advantage in that top lane.
This move that you just saw is what's likely going to make or break the game for Vision in the first 10 minutes, is that exact play where Bounty Hunter +1 hero finds Lone Druid and Prophet TP's in. He's very...
Okay, getting ganked though. This would be another big kill for Vision. They get him. And this will help no one out quite a bit. I mean, he's been losing these lanes individually. But with the help from his team, not too shabby at all.
I really like the Bounty Hunter Prophet combination. Obviously, it didn't come into play in this mid move, but it did in the bottom move. Bounty can reliably scout heroes. You bring in the Prophet, you give Prophet a stun, so he can guaranteed stop TPs through the Bounty Hunter. And you get to work. Now, as the panel pointed out, this is a really, really good Underlord game, though. So he can obviously start counteracting that later in the game. When Prophet goes for moves, you match them with Fiend's Gate. But we're not quite there yet, obviously. It's going to take some time. So Prophet has the advantage this early on, and that 1 kill on Heritage should inspire them to try to go for it again sometime soon. You can see 9 class already heading over again. They don't have the mana for a Crush, though. He's sending out a Mango soon unnoticed.
Got the Omi, maybe looking for a Nightmare play. It is just level 3 Heritage at the moment. Still a couple of minutes away from that Wisdom Shrine, but no one pulling a wave, apparently. You just not want to lane at the moment? What is this all about?
It's a decent efficiency play if you're laning into Lina, right? You can farm camp plus creep wave. Unfortunately for him,
it's the Malrine Classic.
It's the worst possible camp, the Mud Golems.
True. Yeah, they spot 9 class. We'll have the Skeleton Walk available, or Shadow Walk rather. Of course, it's very different from the Clinks one.
It wouldn't really make much sense to have Skeleton Walk on this guy, although you could argue all Dota heroes really have a skeleton inside them.
Most of them, that's true. Gonna get a courier kill.
Might get 2.
Oh. It's only a TP on the second one. But still, being an annoying presence. I mean, the fact that you have to use extra brain power to remember.
Yeah, and you have
protect
to put sentries, and you still lose your couriers. It's super annoying.
That is probably the biggest part of Bounty Hunter, is how much gold is being spent each game on sentries, just Vision in general, to try to counteract him. As a 6-minute power rune is about to come to be, arrows hit onto 9 class with the Laguna Blade as well. So they're going to try to turn this around onto GPK, which would obviously be the bigger kill. Nice cold embrace for Satanic, as no one claims GPK. And now Kataomi going to get slowed and likely picked off as well. Nice turn of events here from Vision, as no one, I mean, I want to say the first game of the series where he's coming out on top of the laning stage.
Yeah, he's top net worth.
Obviously, it's in big part to his team.
Yeah. They're getting a lot of value out of bringing Prophet to plays and just bringing numbers. And to make matters even worse here for BoomBoys, that was a regen rune top, so no one depleted his entire mana pool and can just get it back. So he can actually look to fight once more. He has TP ready, could go for a move down bottom. After killing this wave, if he wanted to, he could consider a Wisdom Rune attempt.
There's it, ganked up. They don't layer their stuns properly, but probably wouldn't matter too much because they'll still dive. TP's coming, though, is noticed. Not quite level 6 yet. Kataomi's in the vicinity, though.
Crazy,
Gets
no?
the root onto the Slardar. Notice now on the run, gets nightmared into the tree line. Taken off, though. Blood Grenade will slow him. Tower Shot making him even lower. Is noticed one more right click would do it, but Kataomi cannot catch up. Now they're going to try to turn this around again because of the TP from Satanic, but the TP is successful from Heritage. Extremely close call. And eventually Kataomi does die, but it took a lot to just get that 1 kill.
Yeah, they really wanted to go for that dive, but Satanic had cooldown on teleport, so eventually, yes, they do get through and kill the Bane, but they didn't get the Lone Druid, which was the grand prize there. Not exactly what Vision had hoped for, but at the same time, they also didn't lose their Slardar, which it looked like they might. So it could have been a lot worse for them. Now Miero is about to hit level 6. We'll see if he chooses to skill Fiend's Gate. We've seen sometimes Underlords not doing that on level 6. I think in this game, it feels like a really, really good pickup given the way the lineup he's against functions, how much they rely on bringing in the numbers. So I'd imagine he is going to skill the gate here. Holding his skill point for now. He will skill it now. All right. So Fiend's Gate online, Prophet ulti online. Anything else worth noting? Not quite, I suppose.
Wallace, backstabbing character. She does get the ult off. Already at half HP though. Satanic TP's in. Gets the fear into several heroes, but not Satanic. And that is enough to bring Heritage down. Death number 2 for the Lone Druid. He did get off to a good start, but now these deaths are starting to rack up.
He's going to lose his tower as well. This is bad news for the BoomBoys side. You're losing the early game against Bounty Hunter Prophet. And turn up that aggression. Now, the good news for them is Bounty Hunter is only level 3, so it's going to be a while before 9 class gets track, which is going to make things significantly worse.
Now 1K lead for Vision here. As no one off to the best start of this series. So we saw what GPK was able to do on the Ember Spirit in game number 2. Let's see if he can replicate it for no one. 9 class. Ooh, very close call.
And Noticed seems to also be getting out here. Took a lot of damage from the Lina between Laguna and the Dragon Slave, but not quite enough. Couldn't reach the Nightmare on Kataomi.
Satanic on the Nature's Prophet, still working on the Maelstrom. Just basically one component away at this point of the game.
Yep, this is a bit slower than in the previous game.
Well, there's a lot on the line. I feel like we see this every single TI when it's an well, I shouldn't say elimination, but even just going down to the lower bracket, you're going to play a little bit more passive, you would think, on average. 10-minute rune, it's an invis for Kataomi. Not going to stop no one from getting very aggressive. The steering chains onto GPK. Kataomi, nice sentry. They find the Bounty Hunter. Satanic will get stunned out of the TP, but they will get off the Bane, or will kill off the Bane regardless. Miro shows up to try to counteract this push a bit. Not a whole lot of damage done to this tower as of yet.
Yeah, you're right. A lot of the time in these high-stakes games in Game 3s, we've seen teams slow down. But I also think that's sometimes what separates the championship teams from the others, is that in the higher-stakes games, they play faster. Sometimes, you know, if everybody else is going to be timid and play passively around the map, if you are the one to take initiative more often than not, you're probably going to find success playing like that. And you can tell Vision don't seem very phased from that game 2 that went wrong. They're going to run back 2 of the same heroes between the Slaughter and the Prophet. They're once again finding their Bounty Hunter a lot of success here. And this lineup is crafted to play quickly, not to play slowly. So even if the stakes are high, I don't expect them to just look to farm here.
Yeah, I do find it interesting that they back-to-back games go for the Nature's Prophet despite losing and despite Satanic being top net worth in the game. But he wasn't that active early, really, if you think back, compared to what he has been in this game number 3.
Yeah, it's just a different lineup by design. It makes a ton of sense to play it this way in this game. So I think it's very good to see that he, you know, a lot of Satanic games, also on the Prophet, like you mentioned, he will just be farming a ton in the first 20 minutes. But this time around, he's already been in 5 kills out of the 7. Very liberally TPing into fights. He does have slightly lower net worth as a result, like we talked about. The Maelstrom is coming out in 100 gold. I think last game he had it at about 1040. So he's a minute and a half slower on his first farming item, which is actually quite a bit, but well worth it for what he managed to accomplish around the map.
Both teams trying to deny the rune, it seems. GPK will be successful in doing so. 9 class running over yet another sentry play.
Moonlight Shadow.
That's for him. Yeah,
Noticed.
Moonlight. Notice now on the run. He's going to get arrowed. Nice setup thanks to the ensnare.
Cold Embrace, though.
Cold Embrace to keep him alive a little bit longer. Do they have damage to finish him off? Lone Druid has to use his ult, but he will not survive the transformation. A nice curse onto the Underlord. They will lose the Slaughter, though, so it's a 1-for-1 to start this fight. And Satanic now on the run, finds himself in a precarious spot inside the pit. One more right click does the job. LSA from GPK into Miero's right click. That's a lot of damage onto no one. Trying to run away from it now, but Save still has a leap and a Starstorm to boot. And another Cold Embrace from Ducalis as Miero Not sure if they have the damage to finish the job. There's no remnant for another 5 seconds for no one. Getting slowed down thanks to Ducalis. No one. Arrow just has to dodge this. Will do so successfully and run away as a result. Has the remnant up, will TP back. A save, just barely getting outside the reach of these trees. Like that, I believe the fight has finally ended.
Very, very close engagement here, but yeah, nobody really coming out significantly ahead there. Obviously, the good news once again for BoomBoys is the Bounty Hunter is still not level 6. That is coming up in about 40 seconds time. He'll be taking the Wisdom. And not only do you get the track gold, but you probably win that fight with track as well from having more mobility. Like, it is going to help significantly, or excuse me, more damage amp, as track has changed.
Many times.
Yep.
Heritage rounding out the Maelstrom here pretty shortly. Spirit Vessel now on to no one. How many charges he can get in this early stage of the game. Kataomi is level 6. Haven't really seen any Wisdom Shrine plays yet, as the second one will be traded off, it seems.
Yeah, so that's also 6 for Bane, which is obviously huge here. Very... It's not a super reliable grip game because you can get cursed or you can get stopped by a Blink Crush from Slardar, or of course if Bounty Hunter is on you with Shadow Walk that can stop you, but once these fights break out and develop, you're probably likely to find a full duration grip one way or the other. Could have helped out a very big deal in that previous type of fight they were in.
Blink now online for Notice.
Yeah,
how aggressive they want to be now.
Exactly. This is a huge pickup because now Bounty Hunter can scout ahead. You can Blink Crush, and then you can stun out of it with Bounty, and in the meantime, Prophet TPs in, and it's just going to be clean kills. So the map now for BoomBoys is going to be super tricky to play. You can see 9 class scouting out in the mid. It's going to see GPK.
You get the track into the stun. Searing Chains from no one. The crush from Notice. Goodbye, GPK. Other side of the board, though. Look at this. Satanic getting ganked. The double proc onto the pit. As Satanic, one more right click does him in. So very nice trade across the board for both teams. Obviously, the position 1 going down. The bigger of it. So BoomBoys, I guess, are happy with this exchange.
From the night.
Uh-oh, save. Oh, he saw him. He's in... Oh, he's not going to chase.
He's perfectly fine.
Oh, I thought he was going to go for that chase for sure.
Oh, he still could. Theoretically, TP's fine. Okay.
All right.
Still going for the shard on Notice. That's extremely nice pickup. One of the few heroes that just picks up shard instantly when they can.
Yeah. It's such an incredible farm speed increase. And obviously massive for fights.
Dire's middle tower is under
16-minute rune will be bottom. It's a haste. Nice Searing Chains onto 2 from no one. Arrow will be set up thanks to the Nightmare. So that's a freebie onto Ducalis. Kataomi yet to have to use the Fiend's Grip. Heritage being spotted though in the meantime by 9 class. Still hunting couriers, it seems.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, will be the typical build from Heritage. Mjolnir into an eventual Ags is noticed. We would love to try something on the Heritage, but you know that there's backup. And it's actually a really hard team to get a pickoff on because you have the save from Nightmare, you have Fiend's Gate at their disposal at any time. There's no one. Gonna try his best efforts here. Searing Chains with the crush to follow. I don't know. Oh my god! Satanic
damage.
His ult actually just insta-gives him. All right. Just from across the map, just a casual kill, no big deal.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, it looks like they want to try to get more. Not going to happen, though.
9 class cannot go through the barrier. Believe it or not, he gets the track off, though. Now they do have vision. 4 vision.
Moonlight out of them.
Yep, true.
Don't think you're really thinking about tier 2 here whatsoever. I think it's going to take quite a while before Vision are knocking on those towers, but I think they would love to take the mid tier 1 and start accessing the enemy triangle. But for the time being, not able to.
A lot of backup for the lone druid here. As 9 class will finally be exiting this area. He's been a nuisance all game long. And how close are we on the Underlord to getting towards... Okay, he already has it. Aghanim Scepter online.
Yeah,
this
that's
is
big.
A huge item for him. Gonna opt for the Shard into a Lotus. So will obviously be very good against the Slardar Corrosive Haze until he gets 25.
It's an insane Lotus game. Slardar, Ember Chains, Track, Curse. Potentially. Curse is still a bit of a wild card, but very good against Slardar Ember. That already is easily worth it.
Yep.
So the rest is just luxury on top.
Another Wrath of Nature coming out. And yeah, Satanic has, aside from just finding kills with the rest of his team, has been left to his own devices, I want to say. The only times he's died is when he's trying to set up a gank. Has the Mjolnir, has the Dragonlance, BKB 1,000 into it. And for no one, looking to get the BKB next as well, so they're going to line at least 2 of those. And the question is Slardar doing the same? Absolutely. So if they farm at the same speed, which is not the case, obviously, they will get 3 BKBs within the same realm.
That's a dead bear.
Indeed.
Very
sets
quick.
it up.
And Bane is not long.
Who's worth more gold, the Bane or the bear?
The Bane.
Okay.
Trek.
Oh, Fiend's Gate being used, though. You can see the arrow coming out of Satanic as well. He's going to get rooted yet again, extremely low, trying to stay alive thanks to the cold embrace. Can you get that last right click from the arrow? The clicks come in, and Satanic actually gets the kill. The double, make it a triple turnaround.
My God,
he survives. Unbelievable play. Satanic getting all the help from Ducalis and friends. My goodness, what a huge turnaround.
It's pretty rare that Satanic tips a teammate. But that was well-deserved. Ducalis, what an insane sequence from him. Perfect curse, perfect embrace.
And Michael's getting another one. Oh, my goodness, just like that, the tables have been turned upright. 6K lead for Vision. Make it 7 as they take a tier 1 tower as well.
And they have the Slardar, so Tormentor should be very easy as well. Or the Roche potentially. I think the Roche is a lot harder to pull off though, but Tormentor right now would be super easy. However, today so far we haven't really seen Vision play any objectives, so I don't know if they're going to be bothered with it, but look at this from Ducalis, just beautiful stuff. Everything coming together nicely for Vision in
That's
that
with
moment.
no lifesteal at all. Just the heal and good positioning, tree lines to their advantage as well. You could see Miero actually did a double take. I'm not sure if that would have made a difference, but started to walk back and then changed his mind. Maybe could have made a difference, but too late now. And those are track kills, ladies and gentlemen, so 8K, that's why this is ballooned all of a sudden. That is the Bounty Hunter advantage for Vision.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Our closest Kiritich to this Ags.
So what do we got? BKB Lone Druid, BKB Prophet now. Yes, you said they weren't going to get it at the same time. That is correct, because Prophet is 5,000 ahead of the others.
Right.
I think Slardar and Embers might overlap quite cleanly. Only a few minutes to go on both of them, but yeah.
Get a Malice onto 2, but the curse from Ducalis, the bear is beating the hell out of him. And as you can see, the whole team joins the party to do just fine. Kiritich dies as a result. The saddest death so far at TI. And Miero's going to follow suit. And again, it's going to be a team wipe. My goodness. Basically a team wipe. The Lina off the map for the time being. But Vision, my goodness. This has ballooned out of control now.
Yeah,
that Fiend's Gate. Oh my God.
They had 2 pretty close games. But Vision have a dinner reservation at 7.
Yeah.
So
Satanic has to eat at a specific time.
Don't want to be late for that. And well, if they keep up this pace, Vision has been one of the few teams this tournament that has been able to close out games really quickly. And when I say really quickly in this patch, that's probably something between the 30 to 40 minute mark. They've done that multiple times, and this is the type of game with this lead. If they get an objective through, let's say they get Tormentor and Roche, and they get another fight like the one they just had down bottom, they take a set as well. And then they're up like 25K in 30 minutes. So, looking at this from the BoomBoys perspective, you're on your last breath here in this series. If you make another mistake, it's almost, I mean...
All right, look at this Fiend's Gate. Oh my goodness. That was rough.
Yeah, you're just making the curse even better and setting yourself up for chaining down of the stuns here. It's so many kills, so many track kills.
Heritage, like,
understand.
Oh my goodness. All right. GPK laughing in the background. Quite the dichotomy there as Ducalis gets killed up by Miero. Vision want to get some retribution for their loss on the Wyvern. Looks like they'll get the trade that benefits them. Miero bites the dust. 12k lead for Vision. Rose opens up for them. Laguna Blade, though, for 9 class. Arrow going to be sidestepped, though. He is burning very low. Will survive. Is this enough for Vision to take Roche? Looks like it. They have the Corrosive Haze, of course, but now BoomBoys.
Light Shadow, he's going to spot them, though.
And a Treant's being placed to try to scatter it out for the arrow to come. It does hit a hero. They don't have the Laguna Blade, so all the burst damage is kind of out now. Dragon Slave doing a good amount of work, but it looks like they'll have to give it up eventually. They make Vision work for it. Satanic claims the first Aegis of the game.
That's a pretty damn good sign for Vision that they finally get a Roche.
I don't think we've seen Grip yet, right?
No, I don't think so either. I mean, the last couple of fights have just been Vision just piling on them and killing them off instantly. There hasn't really been much counterplay at all. The Winter's Curse has really set the terms for every single fight.
Oh, Karatic, his bear in trouble. More important than the hero. That's a lot of gold, again, going the way. I mean, can you track the bear now?
I don't know.
Well, they still got a lot of gold anyway.
I would think you can't, but...
It's a hero now, though.
Yeah.
Surely, surely.
I still feel like that's not fully consistent across the board. But...
Oh, this is to be spotted. Arrow's going to hit inside the pit. See no one trying to create a little bit of space. He gets gone, and there's the first piece going to get instantly canceled via to Ducalis and his ult. And no one with the double searing chains. This is a double dead support. LSA going to hit Satanic, who's made his way over, and Miero just putting down pits of malices just to get away. Still 4 minutes on the Aegis for Satanic and the rest of Vision. They can play however the hell they want.
I think you could definitely make a case. We're 25 minutes in. You can make a case that this is the best game of the tournament from Ducalis. I feel like everything he's doing is super high impact. The clutch factor. Wyvern is a clutchness hero, and he's just been nailing it over and over and over again in this game. Like sometimes in a 25-minute game, you find like one good curse, maybe 1 or 2 good cold embraces at the right time. I think he's found 5 of each.
Yeah, he's been very big this game.
Massive swings in every single moment from him.
And this is kind of a sign of how things are going right now for the BoomBoys side. I mean, GPK farming the complete opposite side. And he just better hope that 9 class doesn't stumble upon him. It's kind of the risks you have to take when you're down to this degree.
That's a good point. When your map gets constricted this much, what the cores of the other team will usually do is spill over on your side of the map, but Bounty Hunter is the perfect hero to have in that situation. Obviously, 9 class will be aware soon enough that, well, we haven't seen Lina for so long on anything. He must be playing up there, and there's no tell for the Lina at all, because Bounty is never showing. So
Heritage, Ducalis again going to try to set things up, gets the vision, and force out the ult. Look how low he gets already from the crush on the right clicks. He is dead just like that. It's going to be a trade for the Bounty Hunter, but definitely trade going the way of Vision again as Miero just taking massive right clicks from Satanic, who takes the Laguna to the face. Force Staff in to secure the double kill, to secure the tier 2 tower, and Vision continuing to snowball in this game number 3. And that forced GPK back as well, so he honestly would have been better off just chilling in the top side of the map.
And what Vision are proving in this series is that all the heralds are right. Torments are just not worth the hassle. Just pretend it doesn't exist in the series altogether. I don't know.
That's not true. Game 1 they had a lot.
Did they kill it?
Oh yeah.
Wait, wasn't it BoomBoys killing it every time?
Maybe. Yeah.
I could be wrong. Like maybe Vision got it once, but
overrated. Just moving to that side of the map, just not worth.
All right, time to check on my fantasy how many Tormentor cards I have on Vision.
Yeah,
it's a bit of a problem.
GPK might run into some trouble here. Ducalis gets off the slow again. There's the crush from Notice. GPK in a lot of trouble. The Hurricane Pike As guess who joins the party? It's Satanic again. You cannot go anywhere as BoomBoys. They now have a close to 20K lead. This Aegis. I wouldn't say they've gotten a ton of buildings, but they've gotten a lot of kills. Finally, Aghanim Scepter for Kiritich. He's going to be spotted, though. Searing Chains for the Bear, who's now an autonomous creature. No longer, as he will go to the grave.
You are right. They did kill a Tormentor.
Okay,
one.
Good. Thank you.
They've killed one.
Oh, the arrow. They hit an arrow right outside their base, and they're not going to do much about it because they can't.
No.
They just can't right now. The Aegis about to expire here for Satanic. He's going to get the tier 2 top. As Kataomi able to secure the shrine. Silver lining for BoomBoys, but this is getting out of control fast. I mean, how good is their high ground, would you say? I mean, compared to the last couple games against, it doesn't feel particularly great to me.
You mean the high ground defense?
Yeah.
I mean, Underlord is pretty solid with the Ags, but the issue is Vision don't necessarily have to push. I think they're going to massively out-farm and map control, and they're going to... It's almost impossible for BoomBoys to farm the map without getting picked off against Bounty Hunter Prophet and Ember. So even if you trade on farm...
Okay, looking for a... Oh, the LSA misses, and now GPK trying to take out Wyvern. Is a Fiend's Gate coming in? GPK is going to continue to right-click Ducalis, though. Oh my god! Satanic completely insta-gives him. They'll find save as well. Nothing going the way of BoomBoys. Vision in charge for sure. Satanic, what does he have on him right now? The Daedalus close to getting Satanic. Just 1,000 away from finishing that. He is huge. 8K lead between him and the number 2, which is on his team.
He almost has the net worth of the top 2 enemy cores combined.
That is...
They have 26K, he has 25.
Good God.
Yeah. If this game doesn't end soon, he's gonna beat them out actually, because of how much of the map he owns and the fact that he can just teleport to farm. Obviously, Kiritich desperately looking for something on his bear, has access to like 2 camps on the map. That's pretty much it. You can see 9 class on the prowl up top. Assuming that, well, BoomBoys have to get up here if they want to find any farm, because my 4 teammates are going to keep the bottom half on lock.
GPK and company just have to stay in base. That is the unfortunate consequence of being down big.
Oh, hello.
He leaves the base, and look what happens. And of course, the BKB out of notice, but the right clicks are coming from Satanic. It's a curse onto several heroes.
Oh, it's
they are dying so fast. GG is called, and Team Vision will secure another spot into the upper bracket, as BoomBoys, unfortunately for them, will go to the lower.
That was a statement game, I have to say. They run back the Prophet plus Slarnar that they lost within the game just prior, but this time around they couple it up with their first pick Bounty Hunter, and it's a totally different experience for both teams to play this one compared to game 2. That was a beatdown. I mean, what can you say? The favorites win. They were tested,
yeah.
But this game is...
I mean, they responded really well to a game loss, which, I mean, in some ways, it feels like BoomBoys should have won 2-0.
Yeah, you could argue they could have won the first game. I don't know if Puppy was memeing in the interview when he said they should have lost game 1, but
yeah.
This game was a statement game, and I think this Bounty Hunter is going to be a heavy contention point against this team. Like I mentioned, we've also seen Yandex have great success with the Bounty.
Yeah.
I wonder if other teams are going to catch on.
Oh, Satanic ends the game 13-2 on his Nature's Prophet. I don't think the game went on long enough for that to be his best game, right?
Another fun fact about this game, the highest kill participation out of anyone was Wyvern position 5. Ducalis was in 28 out of 32 kills.
I mean, I would give him MVP for this game.
Yeah, for sure. Satanic was in 27. I mean, they really came together. Satanic was in 27, Noticed was in 25, 9 class was in 27, and Ducalis in 28. Just beautiful. Ironically, Ember with the lowest kill participation in his team.
Let's go to the stage for an interview.
观众朋友们，大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访。那现在在我身边的是来自 Vision 战队的 Satanic。 还有我们的英文主持 Snarks。
Absolutely. Thank you so much, my friend. Satanic, so good to see you. My first question has to be, why the hell are you so good? You have the best stat line out of any carry in the international. I just don't get it. Why are you so much better than every other person here?
我首先想问 Satanic， 为什么你比其他1号位都强那么多？你的每一项数据都是我们这里最好的，到底是为什么？
I mean, I'm just in good shape in this TI. Now team is good, in good shape. So like we're kind of playing on me right now that I'm farming so much, I would say. Of course, on Syrian, I can just run down the enemies. So, and Vanderkamps, it's so funny, I don't want to play. It's just like super annoyed them. Yeah, what can I say?
Give it up.
我觉得其实就是我们现在我的状态非常好，我的队伍状态也非常好，他们永远会给我创造很多打钱的空间。我还能说什么呢？就是这样。
Do you remember anything about game 1?
I played 100. Yeah, I remember.
Okay, good.
第一场比赛还记不记得发生了什么？有点长了，有点忘记了。
What I'd like to ask you about the end of the game. Snapfire going for the Ancient, kills themselves so they can buy back, hit the Ancient, get that glyph down, and then go in. What is the communication like on the team? Are you guys discussing this, or is this just old man, no one saying, I'm going in, strap in?
第一场比赛的话，最后电决手靠圣剑，然后去靠买活打出了对面的基地的塔防，所以想问一下，你们当时发生了什么？是不是 No One 说我不管了，我要上了？
If we take exactly this moment, he just said 0 words and go in.
到那样的时刻 ，No One 就说我不管了，我真的要上了。
All right, last question. You guys go into this tournament. Everybody wants to take you out. The target is on your back. Yet, you still survive. Quite a big series here. Do you think anyone's going to be able to take you down?
你们来到这次的比赛，作为最大的夺冠热门，每一个人都想去击败你们。你们现在又成功的晋级到了下一轮。今天对手给了你们很大的抵抗，你对这样的一个情况，你感到意外吗？
I believe in this tournament, some teams can cause us a lot of troubles, but I think we'll still win.
Okay, thinks you'll still win.
我相信我们今天摧毁了我们的对手，最后的话，更强的队伍永远会赢的。
All right, last question. In your group stage interview, you said if there was one team that stood a good chance, it'd be Team Spirit. You are up against Team Spirit next. Any words for those boys?
你在赛前采访的时候说过，如果有一支队伍最有机会的话，就是 Team Spirit。接下来你们就要面对 Team Spirit， 有什么想跟对手说的吗？
Let's see who is the strongest.
我们看看谁是最强的。好的，也是感谢 Satanic 接受我们的采访。我们把剩下的时间给到我们的分析台。
He believes that there will be challenges for Team Vision, but at the end, they'd still win. Well, definitely, BoomBoys did prove to be a challenge, but they did still win. And this game number 3 was firmly in their hands. This was a little bit of a tough point here for me to make because my panel, and especially Saberlight, said, I declare that this one is in the bag of BoomBoys.
I didn't say that.
No, Saber did.
Yeah, but you said all the panel.
All the panel, especially Saber.
Yeah, I didn't.
Okay.
Well, Shiver, a broken clock is right twice a day. How many times is an unbroken clock right? Only once. And that's all I'll say about that.
All right, that's very philosophical. Thank you, Saberlight. Now, this game was getting out of control real fast because at the start of the game, Winter, it did look like we were in for a fairly even game.
Yeah, I would say the first 10-15 minutes were really good for the BoomBoys, despite Kiritich having kind of like a meltdown. I think that if they could farm another 10 minutes, keep the game stable, they would have been okay. And then the Underlord X comes into play, they play the map, they get pickoffs, but they were just constantly reacting to this bounty. I just felt like they didn't really needed to react. Like they TP bot so many times, and this is one of the few bad fights they TP into. They should just let the Loner die, play the map, farm, push, and just wait and see, just try to make your own plays. They were just constantly reacting, and I felt like they just lost the game because they lost their nerve in the game.
Yeah, this was 2 fights back to back that went this poorly for BoomBoys. And Rhea, when that happens, there's no chance. It's just done.
Yeah, I don't think your lone druid is supposed to have 6 deaths. Because like even in a lot of the bad games in the group stage for this hero, I don't think the main druid was ever really in that much danger. It always that's a new Twitch emote right there. That's the Kiritich. Actually, don't do that to my boy. I really like Kiritich. He's really, really nice.
He really is.
And I can feel his frustration. Like, it sucks when you've had such a close and good series and then it kind of ends on a stump like this. But I really liked how they utilized the Slardar this time around compared to last time. I think Notice did so much, and you could see when the bear would be found on a side lane and they can just simply point at it with the Slardar and then bring in like a slow from Winter, and then the Nature's TP's in, and then it's just dead, and it's like the bear can never farm, the bear can never push, the bear can never have impact.
Yeah, we have no one with an 8-0-13 record, and yes, that is very good. And it would be so easy for us to say, you know what, he gets the MVP, but no! It's time for the supports, Winter. It's time for the callers to take this MVP. Well deserved.
Yeah, he had like some 100k co-embrace or something in one of the fights. You know,
it was so good.
Felt like this game, he did a lot more than an average Wyvern would do in a game like this. I mean, I think it's a good game for Wyvern, but he did exceptionally well. Like with some of the clutch curses, his co-embraces, and the moves that he was making, he was playing with the right heroes, and also the fact that he had a Nature's Prophet, because I think with Wyvern, you kind of want to move around in this game, and Nature's Prophet is perfect, and we mentioned that why they picked MP into the lone druid, because you want to TP to his lane and just mess up his early game, and they did it so many times, and maybe some of it was avoidable, like 6 deaths, not that great, but you saw the game plan there.
The game played out very well for Vision in the end. Saber, your predictions are safe.
Good.
Yeah.
God bless. Yeah. I also want to highlight, noticed, I was surprised by how incredible he did in the lane. I don't think it's easy to lane this Slardar bounty against Lone Druid Bane. That seems like an absolutely incredible lane, and they just managed no problem. They beat the lane, and then eventually Satanic was able to TP in, they opened the tower, and they were able to bully the Lone Druid afterwards. But that only happens if you don't get destroyed the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, it was a fantastic series to watch. Our first 3-gamer here on the main stage. Ladies, gentlemen, thank you so much for your thoughts for the first half of the day. We are going to shortly head over to the second half of the day, where Nati and her team will take you through that. Before we get to our next series, which will be a Liquid taking on Team Yandex, we are going to hear some words from both of the teams, starting with Tofu and Nisha, about how they feel coming into this best of 3.
I think overall we can be really happy with our group stage. Maybe due to the fact that we made it straight to the playoffs and skipped the elimination round, but also overall we had like some setback in every game. More than we lost like the first game in the series always, and then we have to bounce back.
Usually in groups I don't really care how many losses you have, but it was like back in my mind, like if you go 3-2, it's like, well, I guess it's kind of scary.
It wasn't necessarily clean, but I think also like a good thing out of that is that we had to learn something out of every series. And usually when you win, you like take it a bit more easy and just like move on. There was like emotions involved in every series that people had to overcome, fight against, but also learn from. So I think that's very good.
I mean, the teams we played were pretty hard, especially like the last 2, I think. But we ended up going for 1, and very happy with that, because we would have to play the like elimination round, which we like failed last year.
We also have good momentum in the team right now, and I think the mood and vibe is very good. So I'm happy with how things are now.
When it comes to Yandex, our next opponent, I think they probably underperformed in the group stage, or against us, I don't know. But I think they usually were a good matchup against us. I don't think we've won against them before that.
But I think everyone, both sides of the teams, fans, everyone just looking forward to a good match. And God knows how to say, it's been a while that we played in front of a crowd. We're just going to give it our best.
feel the energy from the crowd. But I mean, it sounds kind of hype, to be honest.
TI also, it's always special. The TI magic, just get out, enjoy the game, see the fans, feel the hype, feel the crowd. I think we are one of the most experienced teams, at least in terms of age and like career decorations. But yeah, I don't know, it's falling out of favor to have massive crowds. So I think that's just what we're looking forward to.
I don't think you go into tournaments thinking you're gonna lose either. So, I mean, it's not really on my mind, I guess. But we will win, yeah, top 1. That's the goal.
I think our journey through the group stage has been pretty rough.
We weren't sure what's best for our team, like what are the heroes that we should play.
Maybe it was like we had our expectations too high, so when we had like some rough results in the first place, our confidence was kind of shaky. And
the games that we played could have gone like either you win or either you lose. It's like total 50-50.
We're happy to make it out at this point.
I mean, even like Dota predictions, I didn't put myself in 4-0 or 4-1. I just put myself in a like survive group stage.
I think expectations going into this event definitely hurt us because people are putting us in parties like the top 2 teams.
I wasn't shocked at first because I knew our conditions of our team.
TI is all about like mentality, and we need to be relaxed and in a good state of mind to perform.
In the playoffs, we're gonna figure out what's the best approach for the games.
In like all my best results, I've had this mentality, and I think that's the best way to do it.
No more messing around from us, and we're gonna perform more responsible.
Going up against Liquid, we're not focusing so much on the match itself, more like on ourselves and trying to get ourselves to a point where we feel confident in our play. We want to win the whole thing, and Liquid is just one obstacle to overcome. So right now we're just focusing on getting better, fixing our mistakes that we have, and just basically improving on any point we can.
For me personally, just need to focus Tofu and Ace because they are my teammate from previous team, and they think they are better than us. I'm gonna prove them wrong because they suck.
TI still definitely holds a special place in people's minds.
For me, TI means something bigger than a regular tournament.
I think it's still by far the most important tournament of the year for everybody.
On the TI, you can make a history.
If you want to be considered one of the best, you have to at least win one. So definitely it's still very important for people to do.
It's not about the money, it's not about the fame.
Nobody has still won it 3 times, so I want to get there.
I always been dreaming of lifting up these ages and have my name on it.
And we're back.
Day 1 of TI 15 main stage continues. We are only halfway through this day 1. We've had 2 best of 3s, but we have 2 more to come. And it isn't just those 4 personalities that we saw in our content piece there. There's 3 more that we get to welcome to the panel here. Starting off with TI 13 winner, Liquid alumni Insania down there. Of course, we have Effie, our Miss Consistent, and our Earth Spirit connoisseur. And Quinn Callahan, our 2-time TI finalist, but now you've been on more TI panels than finals.
Well, getting there, not quite yet.
Almost.
But I am very excited to be here. TI is such a special tournament. It's such a treat to get to be a part of it in any way, shape, or form. And I'm just super excited to get to watch these teams play, as I have a very personal connection to both of them.
Yeah, it's actually crazy to see just where, you know, your old teammates from Gaming have ended up for themselves. But I do want to check in with you all the way down there, Insania, how you're feeling for TI joining us here. And I know TI 10 was a while back where you were paneling there, but this time around, a retired player, retired man, you're supposed to be here, you know?
Yeah, it's really nice to be here. I honestly, you know, TI is a very special event to me. I think it is the thing that we've strived for all your career. You wanted to, you know, become the champion, and it's cool to see that it still means so much to all these like new school players that maybe they weren't around for like the really glorious years, but you can still hear like Maldi talk about it. It's something special. It's not about the money. It's about what it means. And being a TI winner, I think, is something that everybody wants to work towards.
Yeah, and it's super special if you to get to come into main stage, know that we have our top 8 here, to see Liquid, Yandex, ex-teammates of some of our panelists here to go up against each other and hopefully continue their dreams of the upper bracket into a TI final.
Yeah, I mean, it's not an exaggeration to say that these are the best teams of the year, and it's been a very competitive and incredible year of Dota, but this is the culmination of it. And ultimately, someone's going to be crowned the winner, and that's what we're here to get a front row seat to.
All right, well, let's start talking about our tiers because it's not too much time between series here. We can start up with Liquid and what we're expecting coming out from them in Senior. The fact that it feels like a pretty rough year for them, having lost their offlaner, having lost you as well, having a bit of a void to fill in since last TI.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's interesting. Like, this team essentially consists of the remnants of like Gaming Gladiators and Liquid, and these were like the main 2 rivals. We were the rivals throughout like all of, I think, 2023, 2024.
Yeah,
somewhere out there.
And now you're paneling together as well.
Yeah, exactly.
We didn't even.
We're on the panel. We're rivaling here. They're rivaling in the games. They're playing up against Maldi and Watson, obviously part of Gaming Gladiators. But more importantly, they got Ace and Tofu, which is like 2 of the star players that we struggled against all the time. So it's cool to see that like Liquid is literally just like the people they struggled with were the players they decided to go for when they wanted to like build their new team.
Yeah, I think it's also so special these players have been together for so long. Like, they've been together all the way since the start of COVID on different teams together. And I think players that stick together like that over long periods of time, you build the chemistry, you build that cohesion. And it's also just such a cool storyline. It's 2 people who have said, you know, we could have been on other teams, we could have taken different paths. We're going to stick it out and stay together and build something because we care about not just building something in general, but with each other.
And this is 5 years together as lane duos, over 1,000 games together, Mira, as lane duos. But now they're split. Tofu took on that role of a position 5, so you know they could still have some semblance of being in a team together with Ace.
But to me, that says a lot about how much they value Team Liquid and their desire to play on it, to split up their duo of playing that many games together. And a lot of the issues that I would attribute to maybe Ace looking a little bit shakier earlier towards the season was because his lane partner was taken away. But now that we're reaching the end and the culmination, like we mentioned, it seems like Ace and Boxy have kind of filled that flow and fit into that role that Ace and Tofu used to have.
Yeah, I mean, it's also something that Liquid have done before. I mean, you can speak to this more, but y'all's season with 33 was pretty shaky for a large majority of it. But toward the end, you sort of got it together. What do you think it is about like Liquid that lets y'all do that? Because there's something about this team that when the Aegis starts getting closer, they start ramping up.
I think it has a lot to do with the way the team is built. Like, the philosophy within the team is that the tournaments throughout the year don't really matter, in the sense that we don't need to win them. But the point is to go to all these events and learn about our team, learn about what makes us good, and learn about like...
Team Liquid!
This roster of Liquid, whilst a shaky year it has been, rounding a corner, getting to win the previous online tournament before coming into the international here, and they're hoping to make that group stage dominance count. They're striving to prove that they're a 4-1 team for a reason, coming in as the highest seed, but will they take opportunity in the shakiness of their opponent? Of 5 here, Chira Jr. being the only remaining player of the 12 months ago Yandex that we saw. Such's veteranship has led them to a lot of success throughout this year, but is it enough to bounce back from a rough group stage, a situation in which not a lot of people thought they would be in here? The fact here, Mira, that we're seeing them come in as the lower seed is the biggest question mark about Yandex. Will they perform when it comes time to being on main stage, not just enough to scrape through group stage?
Yeah, when you look at the year that Yandex have had, most people came into this tournament with the expectation that they would be one of the teams, if not the team to beat. They have had a fantastic year with 3 first-place finishes and a lot of second and third podium finishes, and they looked like the raid boss in a lot of the tournaments they played, most recently at EWC. Then, here comes TI group stage. Even though you're good, even though you've had a fantastic year, the nerves can hit you, things can change, but we heard from Malady in that interview that he thinks that it was close. A lot of the games that they lost, they could have won, and the pressure, they've got to be feeling it right now, but I think they're going to rise to the occasion.
Yeah, I think in a lot of ways, TI, like, as long as you make it, that's all you really care about. And I think that's very true because so much of this first part of the tournament is about learning. It's a long tournament. It's a double elim. It's a lot of games. And so the more you can learn about yourself, about your team, about the heroes you want, the meta is such an important thing at TI. I think that can be an advantage as long as you survive. And they did. That's what counts. And now they can use all those losses to their advantage.
I feel like that's what they have to prove today, though, right? They have to prove that they did learn from these games.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just like, we're not that good, we're a little bit shaky. It's, we took all these games, we tried out all the stuff that we want to try out, and we realized what doesn't work. And I think Yandex this year, I haven't seen that from them, really. Like, the tournaments that they've done well in, they've come in and they've looked hot from the start. So I think for them, that is a big challenge, and they have to prove it to us. They have to show us that they are capable of doing that.
That's very true, because even that raid boss moment that I mentioned during the most recent EWC, they were completely crushing. They weren't put in situations where they had to recover from bad lanes. They weren't put in situations where their drafting was weaker. And they usually come into tournaments with ideas that set the pace for most of the meta. This time around, it seems like they're just following what the rest are doing and aren't doing anything that's signature to them, outside of a few exceptions, like Shira Jr.'s Invoker being first phased or Soxa's Mirana coming through in a draft.
Being more, retaliating rather than the ones leading the charge and having their foot in the door there. But I wanted to know more about, Quinn, your perspective when you say implementing these learning lessons for themselves whilst they've had that experimentation. Where has it mostly been? What roles or in what ways do you see that play out?
I think it applies to all the roles, but I think especially, I've actually feel like the safe lane has been weaker than in prior tournaments. I look at Malady and Watson, they were extremely dominant throughout this year, and I come into this tournament and it wasn't quite the same. I think their safe lane in a lot of games is not going as well as it was before, and that bleeds into the other lanes. All these small changes, and maybe a lane goes slightly worse, and now it affects your other lanes because there's less ganks and things like this. And so I look at especially the younger players on this team to how do you stand up with the TI crowd, the TI pressure, because it's a different beast and Liquid is much more experienced. And so I think the onus is on Yandex in a lot of ways to prove that we are up to the task.
When we look towards how we had what their year had been, one of their second places was a Blast Slam that happened here in China. And that was actually the first time we'd seen many people on that roster take to a main stage. I know Soxa doesn't fall in that category. I know Watson and Malady don't necessarily either, but CJ was the one for me in Senior where I was like, he didn't feel that he was playing to his level on a main stage. And I'm hoping, because that happened so long ago, November last year, a lot more time has developed and it's not going to be a factor today at TI.
I think your first event in front of a crowd is always a little bit different. Like, you don't have that experience at all, and you don't know how it's going to affect you. I think a lot of players think to themselves, like, it's going to be fine. It's going to be just like any other event. But it's not. It's different. There's a different energy. There's a different vibe going on in the arena. And sometimes it brings out the worst in you, and sometimes it can enable you to shine the brightest. And I think having been there before, it's a completely different time. Your second time, you're a lot more prepared for it. And I think for him, he has been one of the most improved players of the year.
Yeah.
And he has the skill, he has the capacity, he knows how to do it. And now it's just like, take that experience you gained last time you were here and prove that you can do it.
Yeah, I love that. I love that idea of some players shine brighter on the TI stage because it's a make or break moment. Like, there's an energy in the room and you're choosing what you do with that energy. Does that energy take advantage of you and you crumble under its pressure, or do you channel that into your gameplay and make yourself better? And I mean, Spirit's
a big one of them. We saw it earlier today.
Yeah.
Spirit's definitely a massive one of that. But when we're also talking about Yandex, despite it being just on stage, also the year that they've had for themselves, whilst we looked at results, it's more about what's happened on their roster, Effie, the fact that we've seen them make this change in their off lane. They started off with Noticed being their off laner, and at about the start of the year, Marchish, they had DM come and stand in, and I feel like that's a really blurred moment for people who've been following throughout the year, but also a question mark for people who are only tuning in now.
Yeah, it's funny because essentially two of the most dominant teams of the year, if not the most dominant teams of the year, basically swapped offlaners. It's like they did a cultural exchange program or something, but it turned out that sometimes you can have a very high tier player in Notice, for example, on Yandex and not have it be the perfect fit for you. And they discovered that when DM stood in for him because he had visa issues, and he just slotted in better. I would attribute that personally to DM's ability to take a step back and not be as greedy. Notice is a player who does tend to farm a bit more, and that does fit more on Team Vision.
Yeah, I think they also definitely want a player who can just play early heroes. He's down to play anyone. I think DM, when I think of him, I think of a player who just pick me whatever hero, and I'll sit there and I'll just take it. And you on the other cores can farm, and they can gank me, and they can try anyway. I'll dodge all their ganks, and I'll be low net worth, and it's okay. And I think for Watson especially, that's what he wants in an offlaner.
Yeah, I think DM, to me, we have this concept in Liquid that we refer to as casuals. It's like some player that is willing to play any hero into any matchup. So a lot of like pro players, they want to have like the best matchup. They want to last pick their hero. They want to see all the information and then pick. I feel like DM is the polar opposite. He's like, I want to play Doom, and I want to play Doom into anything. I don't care. And I think for Yandex, that's what they needed, right? And Notice is, like you mentioned, a bit more of like a later type pick player.
Well, we've seen these two teams come up against each other recently. In fact, they went up against each other in group stages. So we're looking at, yes, this hero pool of DM, but more importantly, how that series went, because it was such a pivotal part for them at the moment in which they clashed. They were both 1-0, so it was really early on. But from that, Yandex ended up taking a downward trajectory coming into the elimination round as 2 and 3. Liquid went on to be 4 and 1, and I think a lot can be taken away and said about this matchup specifically.
Yeah, this series for me was one of the most interesting ones to watch unfold, because that game 2 very easily, with a few different decisions being made by Yandex, could have been a 2-0 on Team Liquid, and I think they're very aware of that. After they lost this very close game where they had a lead for a big portion of it, then they just kind of snowballed into that game 3 loss, which we see happen so often. But in that game 2 in particular, they fell for the ultra bait Insania, which is, we're going to go on Mickey's Monkey King, and we're going to fight him, and we're going to call his bluff, and then suddenly he turns with the Jingu stacks, and the game flips on its head.
I mean, Mickey is, I think, one of the best Monkey King players in the world.
Yeah.
And when he's given these kinds of like lane setups where you see him playing up against the Axe, it's a melee hero, Monkey King gets to stack up the Jingus, he shines in these moments. I also remember Tofu had an amazing series this game on the Shadow Demon. But no, I think this was also the #1 confidence check for Yandex, right? This is the moment, like Saksa mentions it in his interview, where their confidence was a little bit shook because they had high expectations and they weren't able to live up to that. And I think Liquid was the team that gave them that like reality check of like, hey, you guys are not as good as you think you are. And I think this is like why this is so cool to see them go up against each other again.
Yeah, it's so cool, especially when you played against each other in the past. That rivalry builds up over time, and you've played with and against these players, and there's so much unsaid in the air. You walk past each other at lunch, and you see them, you kind of smile and say, good luck today, but
You don't really mean it.
You don't really mean it. You want them the worst luck ever. Every rune is on the other side. All the creep score rolls low, like everything like this. So there's so much tension, and you can feel it when you see them in the booths. And I'm just excited.
Okay, when you see them at lunch, though, Quinn, when you walk past them, you have your safe lane duo of Watson and Malady on one side, and your off lane duo of Ace and Tofu on the other. So who are you really wishing? Who needs more luck, and who do you think is just got that slight edge on skill and doesn't need the luck as much?
I think Liquid's got the edge, if I'm being honest. I think they have the experience edge, and to me, that's the biggest thing. You talk about Mickey as Monkey King. I think about Mickey and Nisha as players that are rock solid. These guys do not have bad games. They own every game, regardless of the pressure. I think they thrive under the pressure. And, you see it on camera. The flip side, Cheers Jr., does he stand up to the pressure as well as Nisha does? Is he as consistent? I don't know if the answer is yes.
Nisha's just aura farming in that booth, by the way.
Dude, he fills up the whole camera shot. You can't see anything else.
Fit him in the camera. He's so huge. No, but I also think it's interesting because I think Liquid, when they struggle throughout the year, I think a lot of it has to do with like motivation issues and kind of like not able to like lock in the same way that they can do when they're in front of a crowd. And I think the same thing goes for Niche, Mick, like a lot of like the cores on Liquid. When they get in front of a crowd, suddenly they're reminded of why they love playing Dota. They're reminded of why this, they've been stuck around for so long and played this game for so long. So I think Nisha in this kind of matchup against CJ, it's like the opposites really. It's you have the guy that loves the crowd, shines in front of the crowd, and the guy that we haven't seen that from yet.
And on that note, I do think a lot of this matchup will be dictated by these two mid laners, because while CJ didn't have the best group stage performance, I think he's by far the most improved player of the year and has had tournaments where he's been diffing a lot of the best mids in the world. We just didn't get to see that same level of confidence from him. And when I look at the series that they played versus Liquid, to me the big issue was when they were picking CJ heroes that didn't counterpick for mid lane. CJ's a player where I think he shines if you give him a counterpick if he's not on his first pick Invoker. He wants something to dominate the lane with, and in that game 3 where he played a mid Primal Beast versus Nisha's Earth Spirit, it was just crickets. And I just don't think that's the style of Dota that you want to play to enable CJ. At EWC, he was the best mid Slardar, and he was using it to counterpick all these Earthshaker mid players like BZM, the Earth Spirit mid players. He had a hero in his pocket, but we just haven't seen him bust it out this TI.
Yeah, I think you want comfort. You want comfort, especially in a first game like this. There's going to be a lot of tension. It's the first game on stage. There's a lot of nerves. Get that out of the way. Play something that you have a lot of muscle memory for. You have tons of games that is very easy and normal for you, not just in a pub sense and an individual hero performance, but also in a team setting, right? A hero you played a lot within the structure of Yandex, something that works well.
We're seeing some big smiles coming out from Liquid as well as we were hovering over their booth for a brief moment there. And I think on the side of Yandex, it isn't so much smiles, but I do think the energy is there. I think it's just displayed in a different way. I feel like they're a team in Sania that's a little bit more, we want to center ourselves and focus on ourselves. It's not that copium that some people might chalk it up to be, but I think that's a genuine thing that Saxa was talking about.
I mean, they're fundamentally different teams in that regard. I think Liquid is a lot about, like, we want to keep it relaxed, we want to have a good time, we want to just try to enjoy ourselves, and I think it's reflected if you just look at the player cameras. I think, like, Yandex is a lot more about, like, you know, it's all about the Dota, and I think Liquid is a lot more about, like, what kind of headspace do we want to come in with? You see Nisha, like, fully lean back in his chair. You see, like, they're laughing and making jokes. I know what it's like in that booth. Right now, nothing is serious. Like, William Lee is saying some stupid things to try to make people laugh and just get them relaxed, and that's how they shine. So it's just really, I think I find it to be really cool. Even like further than that, the way they approach Dota is also quite different in some ways, and I think Liquid is like a team that you're gonna see this kind of vibe from in the game too. It's not that serious.
When you say approach different, how so? Like, is it a hero? Is it the tempo that they want to play with? Like, what exactly could you pinpoint it down to that is different?
So I think when I think of Yandex, I think of like the remains of the Tundra roster that won TI. They have Saxa, who brings that and like that kind of vibe into their team, which is very much like, we're going to focus on the Dota, we're going to focus on the numbers, we're going to think about how to get as much value as possible out of the map. Whereas Liquid is a lot more of like a vibe team, I think. They try to like find these specific moves, they're trying to find these clutch moments, they try to connect the heroes in a way that is unexpected and their opponents don't see it coming. And that's how I think they really like differentiate themselves from each other.
Yeah, and on that note, I think they are different in a macro sense, but also kind of similar. Like, when I look at Team Yandex, they do remind me a lot of Team Liquid when they're in peak performance. If I look towards the EWC that was played most recently, I thought that I was watching old Gaming Gladiators or Prime Liquid sometimes watching Yandex. They had the earliest or the shortest average win duration. They were grouping up really early. They were like 5-man collapsing on mid lane towers. I was like, am I watching Gaimin? What's going on? And when I think about it, Melody and Watson, they did come from that Team Quinn, and maybe they brought some of the lessons that they learned onto Team Yandex when it comes to that.
Yeah, they're definitely players that can push that aggression when they get the chance for it. I think lanes will be a really, really big deal in this matchup, especially it being a game one. I think jumping off the bat to a good start is very, very good. And I totally agree with the in the booth vibe. It's so funny. Like just looking at them just stare at their monitors. It's just 5 dudes. No one's talking. Everyone's just staring at the monitor. Maybe take a little sip of water if you're thirsty. But other than that, you're getting in your own zone. Watson's looking at something.
Oh, I was like literally the one person to prove you wrong is Watson. He's like, actually, I'm going to look at the ground, really
Never
taking
mind.
the stage. A little bit of a bait there, but you're talking about what reminded you so much of a winning Yandex mirror. But we have this team versus team right now. Their numbers, Liquid and Yandex, the average duration really isn't that different. Even when it comes down to the shortest duration, an 18.5-minute game for Yandex, whereas the other side for Liquid, it's 28 minutes. And again, longest duration. So the fact that their average duration right now is within 2 minutes of each other, you could see that they're going to want similar tempos. They're going to want to have a similar win conditions too.
And 2 minutes can be quite long in Dota. Like a team that wins in 39 minutes versus a team that wins in 45, I look at them entirely differently. And I think that's so cool because Yandex, when you look at the players on it, Watson in particular, he does not seem the type to play for early aggression when you look at his hyper carry pool. And the coolest thing about Yandex when they're doing well is that they don't care who their carry is. They will push the advantage and go high ground. And I think that's been to their detriment sometimes during this group stage. They've had moments where they've been leading and they just take a bad fight or two. They try to push a little bit too much and it's not within their calculations and things go wrong very quickly.
I think another really cool thing about the statistic we just had on our screen is if you notice Liquid stats, they're a lot more consistent. Like you have Yandex said their shortest win was 18 minutes and their longest game was 68. Whereas Liquid is like between like...
It was 27 and 60.
27 and 60. It's a lot closer. And Liquid also played a lot fewer heroes, which I think is a signal that like they know what they want. And Yandex is spreading, it's a lot more spread. They're like 42 heroes versus 31. So Liquid kind of feels like they're a team that knows what they want to do. They're coming here with a game plan. They're coming in and they have something figured out already. And Yandex is a little bit more, still trying to find their fit.
I mean, to me, this series for Yandex is going to make or break them. Because I think that if they can start off their main stage experience with a strong game one win against Liquid, it's going to change from what we've seen during group stages. And I think that if they lose in a fashion that wasn't competitive, we might see them spiral. That's just my take on how they've been playing. And that's why they seem so quiet. That's why they seem so focused and centered, because they're coming into this as the weaker seed, and they understand that they haven't lived up to their own expectations.
You're talking about the difference in heroes as well when it comes to the whole team, a difference of essentially 10 heroes. And for the side of Yandex, it's predominantly the mid and the carry that are experimenting. Both Watson and Tira Jr. have 11 different heroes for themselves. Like, they're not really finding consistency. And sometimes that's great, Quinn, because it's like you're always going to have that great counter pick. You're always going to have that gotcha hero. But if you're not winning, if you're coming in as the lower seed, it doesn't scream we have gotcha picks. It's we don't have confidence in where we're going.
I totally agree. And I think in the modern era of Dota, having a smaller pool of heroes that you everybody's got 4 or 5 heroes, you can't ban them out, and they cycle through those heroes, and they just pick them, and they form slightly different drafts amongst a similar pool of heroes, I think is shown to be the best way to win games, because people know what they're expecting. Expect what they expect from lanes, how they expect the team fights to work. People have similar jobs. This guy starts fights, this guy follows up, and you build a lot of consistency and practice there. And so I think when we see those hero pools, you think the bigger one maybe is an advantage because you've got more possibilities, but I think the smaller one actually tends to be just a better result, apart from like a Collapse or Yatoro that can play 14 heroes in 14 perfect games and it works, but there's not many Yatoros and Collapses.
Yeah. I mean, they're two-time TI winners for a reason, of course, but we're focusing in now on the side of Liquid because their smallest hero pool comes out when you look at supports. Boxy's that one, insane. And when we look at what he's been able to do, it's just a strong foundation for the off-lane of Liquid to succeed, to then transition into all of Liquid succeeding.
I think Boxy generally at TI he's been the Tusk guy, right? He's always a melee guy. He plays some melee hero. He absolutely runs the show for Liquid. And this time around, he's taken more of this Hoodwink Wind Ranger kind of role where he plays a bit more heroes that will enable ace, but still have some sort of catch, still have some sort of way of starting fights for them. Because I think that's really what he has to do for Liquid. He's the big voice, and he wants heroes that enables him to have a voice, and that's stuns, essentially.
Yeah, the Hoodwink and the Wind Ranger definitely help with that. And I think it's a good replacement. It works with Ace, but also isn't, not stuns.
Yeah. We're going to be able to see the first game of Yandex and
Liquid versus Team Yandex. Game 1.
We do have a game number 1 draft here, Liquid and Yandex. We're going to be seeing the bans popping up pretty soon, but it feels quite stock standard in some of the learning lessons that our teams have taken away from group stage. Tree, Lina, Undying, Invoker, and Kez being taken out.
The big question for me is, Nisha's been on a tear on Earth Spirit. Are you going to let it through on Yandex? Are you going to try to take it for yourselves, or are you going to try to beat it? Personally, I think CJ hasn't impressed me so much with playing his Earth Spirit, so in the case of banning it, I would agree with it, but I would also love to see them attempt to counterpick it on the mid lane. Just pick a hero that punishes him, punishes a melee hero. Go back to your roots a little bit and bring the Slardar back, but not in this game one.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that Liquid also opted to ban out Invoker. I was looking a bit at their statistics throughout the year because they played up against each other quite a lot of times. And Yandex has beaten Liquid almost every single time. I think their track record before TI was 1-5, and 5 being Yandex, 1 being Liquid. And Invoker was quite frequently picked in those series. So I think Liquid has also realized, like, even though they beat it in the group stage, this hero is a problem for them.
Yeah, it's very spooky and it scales very, very well, and it's also super comfort for Cheer. So I think it is a good ban, makes a lot of sense, and a lot of teams are prioritizing it. So this IO hero is a hero that has been the talk of the town over the past week. This may not be what you think it is, which is support IO. This is most likely a core IO, which has been popularized over the past couple of months. It is very, very powerful. We saw Watson win a game with it during the group stage, so they are capable of playing it, and I like the cojones to pick it super early like this because I think this hero is very scary, and if you do not win the game very quickly or build a lead against it, it can take over.
There's a caveat, though, to a core IO working where it feels like you still need to be able to have either another core that feels really good to relocate in, a support that you can bring with it. Surely it isn't just as straightforward as shut it down early and you can win against an IO carry or IO core.
That's a very valid point. I mean, when you look at IO carry and the current support pool, he works with most of them. Like, we're seeing a lot of 5 Undyings. We're seeing Largos sometimes be flex to support, but mainly played through the offlane. We're seeing Tusks, we're seeing Clockworks. All of these heroes they pair excellently on lane, and also in the case of heroes like Clockwork, can set up for that IO relocate. I look at this IO come out in the first phase, and I think it's very ballsy, like Quinn mentioned, but it also makes sense in Sanyo versus Nature's Prophet. You have this hero with global threat, you counter it with your own global threat.
Yeah, I mean, Wisp, whenever I see Wisp at TI main stage, it just makes me think of, TI9 OG when they did this. And I know something they really like to run was the Wisp Tusk. And when you have these two heroes paired together, you get the overcharge that adds damage to the, to the tag team. And then you have that relocate that you mentioned, and suddenly Nature's Prophet is not tanky at all. This guy just vanishes. And this is another way to abuse the Wisp, which is just you amplify the healing.
Yeah. Yeah, this combo is terrifying. I think, honestly, when I see these two heroes, I think the story of the game has already been set in terms of draft. You cannot beat IO Largo late game. It's impossible. The healing is absolutely out of control. Without something like an A or a Doom, I think it's just completely, it's not even a question. And so to me, Liquid is in the ballpark of we want to run them over now because IO and Largo, they're greedy heroes, they're farmers. And you've got a window where you can abuse them, where you can run them over. You can get these ranged turrets, these Scotties that beat them down and nullify the regen some. And so I think Liquid's got, they know what their path is, what their plan is for the draft now.
Yeah, the healing amp is ridiculous, but also the damage amp, right? Like,
yeah.
IO Spirits with the Aghanims plus Largo's, E, plus Conjurer's Catalyst, which seems to drop in every game when you're playing against core IO. Like, wow, suddenly he's got a Conjurer's Catalyst. It feels like you can't play into this. There's permanent uptime on ridiculous damage.
I mean, Yandex are essentially saying, like, hey, this is our draft, try to beat it.
Yeah.
And I actually like that Liquid take the Tusk away. I think Tusk is one of the main enablers that allows Wisp to get through the early game. And like we mentioned already, for Yandex right now, it's about how can we build a strong enough early game that we can reach our end game timings, because that's already on the table. If we get to the end game and we have everything online, we're going to be stronger.
Yeah, and I think the Tusk Marauder fits that very well. It's two heroes that are really like early skirmishing. They get up in there, they fight, and you can set up for Nature's Prophet TPs because you want to open the towers early, you want to speed the game up, keep making moves, keep killing heroes, and I think these heroes fit very well. Not to mention you've got some extra damage from potential Vessel and Marana to counter the healing. You've got Tusk, which amplifies Nature's Prophet's damage. I think it's these picks make a lot of sense and fit that sort of theme of we need to tempo these guys and shut them down.
I also like that Yandex are kind of defining the draft. When you pick these kinds of heroes that are like, now you need to respond to us. I think this is something that we haven't seen from them in the group stage. And it's showing confidence in that, like, they're willing to put their draft out there and be like, now you come play our game. Boxy is not playing Wind Ranger or Hoodwink. They're not having that offlane combination that they've done so well with throughout this year, or this TI. They're forced on this Tusk, which is a Boxy hero. They can absolutely pull it off. But Liquid is playing Yandex game.
And that is a concern of mine, because while Boxy is probably the best Tusk in the world, it hasn't looked amazing for them this group stage, like you mentioned, Nat, because Boxy and Ace, they seem to function if Boxy is playing a hero that doesn't stack camps like Coddle, just sits on the lane, hits the enemy, secures him his early game farm, and then leaves. When you're playing this Tusk into Yandex's lineup, you're making him leave that lane very early. He's going to be going mid, he's going to be trying to pressure that IO and kill him as early as possible with the Nature's Prophet TPs, and that's not Ace's recipe to success.
It's definitely not. And with Enchantress and Hoodwink, it's two more heroes that are difficult to kill. Enchantress got the healing, Hoodwink's got the running through the trees and the built-in evasion. Like, you need more tools to kill stuff, because just one support that's starting fights, you look at Mirana and Nature's Prophet, they're follow-up heroes. Nature's Prophet TP's in, Mirana wants someone already stunned so you can arrow them. You need other heroes that can get in there and get the ball rolling. You don't want too much more follow-up, because there's a lot of stuff that you need, a lot of tools to kill. It's not heroes that just melt when you look at them.
Someone that I'm surprised is still in the hero pool is Centaur. He was a big talking point when it came to group stage. It felt like more often than not, he was first phase picked, and in Seder I'm looking, it's still there. Someone who goes in, someone who has a blink stun initiate.
Hero fully capable of doing it. I think Ace doesn't really love playing the hero that way.
I see.
And they're going to opt for the Dawnbreaker. This has also been extremely strong for them throughout the groups. I think they're one of the few teams that plays it really actively, and Dawnbreaker Tusk is an amazing combo again. If you look at their spells, Dawnbreaker's Q essentially is 3 auto attacks really quickly, and Tag Team amplifies that. And Wisp is like a pretty low armor hero, so if you get on top of the Wisp, it can just explode.
Versus Enchantress as well. You have the means to kill her now with this Dawn Starbreaker. She was a hero that Yandex were just going to throw into the enemies and say, press your only disables on me. We're going to survive this and our IO will kill you all. Now Dawnbreaker's purpose in the fights is very clear. Hoodwink and Enchantress are the heroes that Ace should target, and the global presence on top of Nature's Prophet's global presence will be able to match IO's tempo once he gets his items.
Yeah, I do think there is risk in this pick, though, because you've now got 2 global guys. Dawn is also a follow-up hero, so there's a lot of weight on Tusk now, and I totally agree about the Tusk Dawnbreaker lane. That is a classic counter pick to Enchantress. When Ench was a first pick hero, you respond with those 2 heroes and you try to kill her. But if you don't get the kills, suddenly, if you look at a long fight in this game, like a fight where both teams are kiting and chilling, Yandex is super happy because they have all these heals, all this slow damage over time, and Liquid needs to burst you. If they're not bursting you with a Tusk jump into a Dawnbreaker follow-up, then what are they doing in the fights?
Yeah, I absolutely love this puck ban as well, because I was thinking here on 18, this is on our road to winning TI13. This was our go-to thing. So the pick where they just picked Dawnbreaker, the very, very strong thing about it is that you get to pick your hero into banning 2 heroes immediately afterwards. And Puck was our go-to. You pick the Puck there, and then you ban 2 counters, and it feels like this hero is just unkillable. And if you look at the Yandex heroes, they essentially have 1 stun, and it's not a stun that you can really land on Puck because of the phase shift. So I love that ban. I think Yandex they're hitting.
I have a question for you, Aiden. How unlikely is it that there's the potential to flex the Nature's Prophet to mid and just make a high burst damage hero?
It's been done before. Nisha used to play it quite a bit. I think even during that TI run that we had, he did play it mid every once in a while. So it is a possibility.
But is it good enough in this game? Do we potentially see it as we know the reason of a Nature's Prophet moving towards mid and the benefit it gives?
I could see it for something like a Tiny, potentially, which is not super high damage, but it gives you a starter, and then you let your Nature's Prophet and your Dawnbreaker be the true carries. You get a hero that can go in there, it pairs well with Mirana in lane. Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. And it's a cool adaptation to Nature's Prophet. I haven't seen it mid this tournament at all. My one worry is that it's blind, and it's a hero that can be counterpicked, and if you have heroes running at you mid like Enchantress and Hoodwink like do, if you die a couple of times, well, Nature's Prophet wants to TP elsewhere. He wants to fight on other lanes, use his spells to open up towers and attack other places. So if people come to you, the hero can have some big problems with that.
Yeah, so I think Nigma played Nature's Prophet mid with a carry Ember at some point.
Okay.
And it was really cool because it functions similarly to this Nature's Prophet plus Tiny, where they're going to have that same dynamic. But this Nature's Prophet, had it just been run as carry and was forced to follow the IO around, it would have felt very underwhelming to me because eventually he's just going to fall off a cliff. Whereas from the mid lane, his role becomes different. Suddenly he's more about opening towers, pressuring, and not trying to maximize his GPM.
Yeah, I think just conceptually this game on Yandex, they said very early on, we're going to be so tanky that you cannot kill us. And if you don't win the fight in the first second, we're going to win it over time. And Liquid has responded to that by picking heroes that provide a lot of damage really, really quickly. You have Tiny that deals a lot of damage, you have Dawnbreaker falling in, you have Tusk you have an arrow, and then a Nature's Prophet ult on top of it. So Liquid is essentially trying to break that by exploding a hero at the start of the fight, and then abusing the fact that they have a numerical advantage to keep snowballing these fights forward. So for that reason, I think the Tiny conceptually makes so much sense. There's no other hero in Dota that one-shots you the same way Tiny does.
Yeah, it's a very logical and purposeful draft. I think it's actually super cool. The Index proposes a problem like this, and Liquid says, okay, here's our solution to the problem. And then you put it into the game and you test it and say, all right, is your solution good enough for this problem? Have you solved the proof?
Yeah.
I do see one thing that might become an issue, and I'm not sure if Wind Ranger necessarily solves that or if it puts more of a hindrance to it, is Nature's Prophet wants to be around the farm, around the map a lot farming. Dawnbreaker as well, they kind of want to be by themselves. Is it almost either too greedy, or is there an avenue in which we could see them getting picked off without having that backup from Liquid in moments?
And I think it depends on how the lanes go, honestly, and how the pace is set. But I just need to comment on this DJ IO. This is so funny because they dodged the, okay, carry to carry IO Nature's Prophet matchup. I'm just going to play a different role. And CJ's like, no, I'm on your lane. I'm playing IO versus you, and I'm going to be your problem, Nisha.
This is his 12th hero now at the International, adding another one to his hero pool.
Yeah, this is super interesting. I think it's a lane that IO should be pretty happy in. If you're not pressuring IO early, then Cyril farms really fast, and he gets his levels super early, and he relocates elsewhere. And he can also have Ench come to mid, so I think it's a cool pick. My biggest question is, can Chira Jr. actually play it? Because this is a specialist hero, not a hero that any schmuck can play.
I absolutely agree. I think that is the biggest question mark, because from theory standpoint, this idea is really cool. Wind Ranger doesn't die as quickly to the Tusk and the Dawnbreaker. She has the ability to Wind Run, which dodges the attacks, so you don't take the bonus damage. And they've solved kind of like the laning issue, but now it's become like a skill check. Can Shira play Wisp? Because I think if he can, they're in a good position to win this game.
What makes it so different, Quinn, playing an IO mid compared to playing it carry?
You get a lot more levels. But you also don't have a hero naturally with you that you're paired with and tethered to all the time. And so I think there's that extra level of IO expertise needed, because you need to know, when do I go to side lanes, when do I farm, and when do I fight, compared to on carry, you kind of just autopilot fight and press relocate, whereas mid, there's a lot more decisions.
All right, well, it's a lot of fun in the draft that we've been given right now. A plot twist right towards the end, but we're going to see just how confident Liquid's coach is in their draft as he's standing by with Tsunami.
I think he's very confident, because Blitz, I was getting ready for the interview. They didn't even finish picking Wind Ranger, and you already walked out of the booth. What's up?
Usually during online games I do that, and then I kind of forgot that we're at TI. So I don't know. It's like not going to change anything I've done. I've 23 picked, and you know, do I tell my team anything different now that they pick Wind Ranger? Like, they got us, guys.
There's no world where you'd have been like, oh, wait, actually, let's not do the Nature's Prophet Tiny swap. Let's keep Nature's Prophet as carry, or you were set no matter what?
No, I think at this tournament, something that I've really learned is you got to have faith in your ideas, and you got to do you. You can't think too much about what the enemy team can do, or else I think it just gets in your head.
And then in terms of having faith in your ideas, you have been here before. 2 years ago, you were getting ready to go into your playoff bracket and then win the whole thing. Last year, polar opposite, not making out a group stage. What's the vibe right now with you and the team?
Oh, I mean, we were talking about how it's been 2 years since any of us have been able to play on this stage. And, you know, I got pretty emotional because Tofu was like, hey guys, I'm really proud of how we got here and stuff like that. And it means the world to me. And, you know, when you win TI, you just think to yourself, like, life's going to just keep cruising and stuff. And it was a really big reminder to me that this game it's not like a right, it is a privilege. And I hope that everybody remembers that and treats the game with a lot of respect, because, you know, for sure, I thought that we were just going to cruise and keep being the best team ever. And, you know, life comes at you really hard. And, you know, I don't really have many years left in this. And I just want to, like, take it in and appreciate it.
Well, let's still appreciate the moment together. Blitz, good luck on game number 1 as we send it to our casters.
Thank you very much there, Neil and Blitz. Some great words there from Blitz coming into this series. It should be a fantastic one. And you can tell Liquid, obviously with their run for the group stage, looks like they're really locking in and taking it serious. They had a fantastic run. Yandex is a little bit shaky, but the potential from Yandex, as we've seen through the season, is pretty scary. So if they start to step it up here in the main event, they're going to give Liquid a run for their money.
For sure, and I have to be pointing out that this is a bit of like the only rematch that we do have, I think, from any of the teams, right? This is the only time that we are having in this tournament so far, a team playing against each other for the second time. So the last time we did see Liquid come out ahead, Curious to see how this one's going to go, because a lot of teams, a lot of players have been talking about this Io Largo disgusting kind of combo where you have just infinite sustain inside of the draft. Liquid's approach, just like the panel was talking about, is overwhelming burst. Everybody bursts.
I mean, yeah, both. When you look at the side lanes from Liquid, it's honestly the dream sort of setups for a mid-Nature's Prophet. Yeah, I love the mid-Nature's Prophet. I want to see more of it. It is a risky one to do, because if you start moving around the map too early, and you can lose your lane pretty hard. Nisha, I'm sure, he's not going to do that. He's going to be very sensible with his early game movements. But the potential for early movements are huge, because both lanes, you've got these duo lane setups that are absolute killers, right? Already the aggression coming out from Boxy and Ace, looking to secure that first bit of blood, but won't quite get it. Malady will live, able to sneak away. But you can taste it. Liquid, they're going to be hungry for the kills. On the side of Yandex, though, they have got some pretty nice slippery laners, right? They've got the heroes ready to sort of sustain through that. You look at this bottom lane, give them a few levels, and both these two, the Hoodwink, the Wind Ranger, they're going to be slipping about. It's not going to be that easy for this kind of Dawnbreaker Tusk lane to set up the action. Yandex, they've responded well.
Yeah, responded well. Liquid does a lot of control, though. On top of just having the burst damage, that's something I am looking at their draft with, is much easier for them to just approach these fights, approach just initiating as well, too. While you look for Yandex, it's a very different approach in general for everything. Like they were talking about panel, right? Long team fights, having to bait a hero at first, throw the Largo in, maybe the Enchantress to force some spells. Liquid is just going to be go, go, go. So excited to see how this one's going to go down. Excited to see how the lanes go. And if this Largo, if this Io is going to get together and become that unkillable duo with all the heals.
Absolutely, yeah. The group up from Yandex. It's going to be a question, as you say, who kind of gets to that point first? Are Yandex going to be able to build to this stage where you can't kill them? Or are Liquid going to be able to build to the stage where their overwhelming burst and aggression and initiation is too much for Yandex to group up?
Chira?
Going to get hit by a snowball. Is he going to quite reach him? No. A creep wave comes in. He's got the tether at the ready to get away from Boxy.
This is, I'm very curious about this lane as well, too. Just like Quinn was talking about, Chira has played, what was it, 12 heroes? 12 heroes at this tournament.
11 or 12, yeah.
Absurd, right? So I think the question really is how well is he going to play it, and especially how well is he going to play it into such an aggressive lineup that can potentially burst you if you're not careful. Right now, lane's looking very good. 17-0, sure, some denies on Nisha, but like Quinn was saying, right? If this Io gets away with a good start, it can be pretty problematic because you get that reload online very early, you devastate the side lanes, but we do have to talk about that too, right? Global potential of both sides, quite high. Bottom, Boxy.
Oh, he's going to come in with a snowball. I don't think he's getting out of this one, though. As soon as he's going to be out of the snowball, Watson's going to look to try and secure the first bird, and he'll do so easily. Same time in the mid, Nisha's trying to go for Chira Jr. here with the tree. It's going to get him. He's into the trees, Chira Jr.
Got him.
We'll do it. Nisha did TP over just in case he needs to get a right click in himself. And we'll TP back to base to make sure he can get the refuel. So, kills
big deal
going down already in that mid matchup.
Big deal in the mid lane to get this type of kill, though. That probably could mean he did have to use the TP back, so it might take him longer to come all the way back.
He's got to walk to lane.
But he might still be able to get that level 6 very early. And as we said, high burst potential, that Wrath of Nature with the double stun on side lanes could be very strong, very aggressive in this game.
In the top
lane, another move.
This rotation come in. Links to the side here, but the arrow's lined up. Tofu, make sure that Sax is not getting away.
Overall for Liquid, it's much easier to just make these moves, right? As we're saying, for Yandex, it's more of this group up, eventual just whittling heroes down to the side lanes because they do have this very strong safe lane with the Wind Ranger and the Hoodwink. Boxy, he's just going to be moving now. They've accepted the fact, yeah, we picked the Dawn and the Tusk to be able to try to pressure that lane, but the fact that they picked the Wind Ranger, you just can't really.
You're not killing one.
No, it's too hard unless he literally just kind of runs up and dies on purpose. Even then, right, they have a stun to be able to protect. So now Malady, his choice is, where do you want to go? Now this Hoodwink has opportunity to also match the movements, and you can leave the Wind Ranger alone. So let's see how much he wants to do. He's looking for Boxy. He knows that Boxy's just looking to go through these gates and pressure the lanes. So good identification of that there from Malady.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be good enough, really, right? Just sort of keeping tabs on the Tusk movements. Yep. Not allowing Boxy to get away with those sort of plays top.
Even mid, though, they do have to be wary, as we saw there. Boxy, well, not right now, but can go for those TP plays, can look for the kills onto Chira. But now, let's see those 6s. Chira's about to hit it. Nisha's about to hit it as well. Similar timing.
I mean, that's the thing. We're seeing fantastic efficiency from both of these mids, both backing up, making use very early on of the neutral camps here. Chira with the Spirits and, of course, Nisha with the Treants. So these two are going to get fantastic farm out of the solo situation. It's just going to be very interesting to see where both of their games go. Obviously, both heroes with huge global potential and many ways to read the map and make moves, which is going to be an absolute treat to see from these two players. Because when you have these sort of mid-heroes that have those sort of opportunities, as I say, it's very easy to sort of make a bad move that kind of snowballs in the wrong direction.
For sure.
So they've got to be on top of their game here, Nisha and Chira Jr.
Rune's going to be the choice, because Io does want to play with the runes, right? So Nisha, he's going to double check with Treants. So probably going to prevent the fill-up from going out there for Chira Jr. Could restrict some of his movements here. And let's see what Saxo wants to do, because usually we do see as well the Enchantresses try to sandwich onto the mid lane, so maybe something they want to consider, but not the easiest, as we said. For Yandex, their lineup just isn't really about ganking overall, right? No. So it's just different what we're going to see. Liquid probably the one's going to be on the aggression in the majority of this early game. Nisha, another one.
Able to come across and help out Tofu to take Saxo down.
And another thing, I actually wanted to check with the build. I'm assuming Tofu's going to get a Vessel anyway in this game, right?
Someone's got to buy one, right?
You definitely want one versus all this healing. Sure, Largo can lick it off, but Arrow, connection, DM.
If they have enough to take him out with the tree coming close.
Not quite there.
Not going to catch him. DM will be able to survive. We're going to see Malady see if he maybe gets lucky around the 7 minutes with Watson. We'll see what sort of response Liquid come in with.
Both contesting. Boxy and Ace are strong. Boxy's a bit low level.
He is low on the levels. With the shackle into the power shot, this is going to hurt pretty badly. Relocate's coming in as well. They want to contest this.
They got to sack it.
And indeed, they have to back away from this one. So Watson's going to be allowed to take away
Ace.
Shrine of Wisdom. DM's going to secure his own.
He could be in trouble here. Power shot hits.
A lot of damage as well. They'll get the kill on top of it. I mean, the dream sort of move there from Chira Jr. Not only helping out secure the Wisdom to make sure that Yandex get both of them, but also getting involved in a chance to kill off the enemy offlaner.
Nisha not feeling like he's in a position. I don't think he had the TP, the teleport available. At least he had the TP scroll, but feeling like he couldn't join it.
After that play he made against Saxo, I think it
was still on cooldown, yeah.
Yeah, level 1. Pretty long cooldown on that teleportation, 65 seconds.
Heads up move. Very nice play with them having this advantage in the bottom lane, being able to play versus Dawnbreaker. That's the reason they can go for this. Ace struggling to enter into this game in comparison to the opposing offlaner. See how he can catch back up. As we said, lots of global potential, but that does mean that it's going to stall out the 6 a little bit longer for that Dawnbreaker since he does get brought down. And DM, he can just farm super efficiently now at this point. His lane was good on the Largo. Now he just goes to the side camps that we love to watch these Largos farm, of course. And he can show up to most of these fights himself, too. A very responsive lineup that Yandex can go for to counter what Liquid wants to go for.
I mean, that's the thing. There's just so many heals. And honestly,
so much
pretty good aggression and offensive potential as well later down the line, right? There's a lot of spell amp between them. You got a Hunter's Boomerang later on from the Hook Wing. You got this Io with the Overcharge. You got the Cargo with the Bull Belly Blitz and the Croak. If they put this all together, it's going to hurt. They can live through it all and they can dish it back at you.
There's a lot of really cool combos that we can get to. Sure, there's some way later on as well that are pretty ridiculous. The Io plus the Wind Ranger, Focus Fire, level 25, etc. We'll wait down the lines to be able to talk about
But
that.
honestly, if the game duration is anything to go by so far here at this international, we might get there.
Yeah, some really, really cool combo plays. And something to talk about, too, is they do have these like pseudo saves on Yandex, but Liquid, they have the harder save in particular in this game, right?
Yeah.
They have the ulti from the Dawn, they have the Tusk Snowball, so we'll see in particular in the team fights how much that's going to actually matter.
Yeah, it's not going to be the easiest early on for Watson to sort of just focus fire someone and hope for the kill. There's going to be ways for Liquid to fight back and keep one another alive. Honestly, just both lineups very much kitted out to bring us some pretty exciting action.
I think we're in for an absolute trip. I think it's very likely we do get to that 50, very later stages.
Because both teams, they don't, well, at least especially on Yandex's side, they don't mind playing a bit greedy, right? No. You got this Io, he wants to be kind of max efficiency, getting the creeps, hitting the jungle, pushing the lane out, holding the tower. DM, he's happy to kind of get his big items online with this Largo and beef up, and Watson, he's more than happy to hit the creeps. Over on Liquid side, they do obviously have like the safe lane Tiny, but we do see these Tiny, they kind of want to get kind of these 2-3 items online before they do anything, right? These Echoes into a Shadow Blade or into a Blink, but we'll see which way Mickey is going to be going this game. I mean, which way do you think he is going to be going, considering that he obviously has this mid-nature's Prophet that Nisha's playing, who's like this Maelstrom, he's going to be farming.
Yeah.
You got to have someone go in, right? And it's probably got to be the Tiny when you've got this mid-NP.
Otherwise, you're fully reliant on the Tusk. I think that's exactly what Mickey has to do. Maybe take a slight back foot and let Nisha play that true carry from the mid lane, because they do scale. Absolutely on the side.
Because that's the thing. Could they also just say, well, Yandex is going to try and scale. We're going to outscale them. And Can you trust in the tiny Nature's Prophet core to sort of outdo that of the IO Wind Ranger, or do you think that's a risk?
It could be a risk. It's just we don't know. I haven't seen the full tests in some of these games of how busted the IO Largo really can be when it's put together, because the healing gets to be absolutely ridiculous. But Liquid, if they have the burst, right, you get the Daedalus Tiny, etc., right, we'll have to see as it gets down later down these lines. The other thing, too, for Yandex, pushing buildings might be a little bit harder in particular. Liquid, you can see how they can set up for siege, right? Nature's Prophet can siege, Tiny can also siege a little bit quicker, so map control will definitely be pretty important in these next few moments. So Saksa, I like what they're doing down here a lot. Enchantress probably their best way of being able to push these towers early on with these creeps, starting to get the ball rolling on the bottom side. Try to open up the map, perhaps have some access into Ace's side camps.
Yeah, so I feel from everything we sort of know and what we've seen so far, Yandex's approach this game seems a bit more self-explanatory, right? It seems safer, I would say. Liquid's is a little bit riskier. They got to do some flashy stuff. Whereas Yandex, a lot of stuff is going to very naturally gel together.
They're going to exist well, but they're going to lack ways to start fights, perhaps, on Yandex.
But I think they don't mind that.
Yeah, they're going to farm. They're going to farm.
We'll start a fight when you bring it to us, and hope we're going to be able to just hold our side of the map for the next 40, 50 minutes until you have to bring it to us, and we're going to be ready.
Let's see whose idea works out better this time around in particular, right? Because Nisha, he's just farming. He's got the Maelstrom build. He's just going to go straight up, as we said, playing the one position from the mid lane.
Yep.
So I feel like pretty much when the Blink Daggers come out from Liquid, they're going to accelerate a lot more. I don't think they're just going to sit back, Yandex get these like multiple timings, because we've seen, at least today especially too, what Largo can do if he's able to just do his timings as well.
And with this IO, as you said, it's just a mass heals, the way things come together for Yandex's lineup. Yeah, I think Liquid, they're going to be feeling a little bit of an urgency to do something, and it's going to be around mid-case Blink. It's about 750 gold into it, so that's the key timing we're looking for to see Liquid really try and get the ball rolling.
Yeah, let's see if they can, I mean, in particular, open up the map, and is it going to work versus the timing, because the Blink's going to come, but Chiro's going to have the Axe. So he's already going to be that, I mean, reckoning force that they have to somehow deal with all the extra heals. And he's, as we said, the Lick will be there, so even when the Vessel comes out, if they do go for it, not sure if they actually will this game, he'll have an answer. Because I see it's now it's a Distiller being queued up for Tofu. So maybe he just goes, you know what? I'm never going to be able to get the Dispel off. Or get the Vessel on.
Because
they're going to have the Lick.
Yeah, that's fair.
Quiet start here, though. 4-3. No teams wanting to over-move with their global because there's reactions from the opposing global.
As I say, I think we're going to sort of see this sort of slow pace for quite some time this game.
I do think so, too, until the Blink comes. Then Liquid definitely going to go, because there's easier ways to start fights, but see how Yandex wants to respond with all this healing.
Because Watson on track to hit very good timing on the Mjolnir.
And Chira's, too. Chira's timing is going to be really fast here with the Aghanims.
You give these two space, an IO with an Axe and a Wind Ranger with a Mjolnir Rush. They're going to clean up the farm a little bit quicker than sort of the Tiny with an Echo Blink. Yeah, Mickey, he's going to want to go. He's going to want to go, and he has got great teammates and heroes around him to do so.
So much follow-up. That's just like Quinn was talking about, right? That's why they did this switch up where Nisha's now playing the carry from the mid lane. They have so many ways to jump in and start, and then they have follow-up as well, too. They've kind of, I mean, lined it up nicely. It's just going to be, can they execute it? Since I feel like theirs is a bit easier to execute in terms of bursting, but Yandex, if they don't get burst,
the play is over. Yeah. Because they're, as you said, they're full in on the heals. Outside of the heals, they don't have any other sort of direct save. 2 times now, that's... You know, sure, they kill, if they even do, nearly gets away with the scurry. They will get the kill, but it's gotta hurt. 14 minutes in, you're yet to secure a Shrine of Wisdom for yourself, Liquid.
But they're not even that far behind on the experience, to be honest with you. They're maximizing really well with the way that they're just farming all over the place. Like, Nisha's just hitting the creeps, being able to get involved with that global potential. So, even though they lost the double wisdoms, they're actually, I mean, pretty much dead even in terms of experience and gold. So,
yeah, so that's pretty interesting.
Pretty cool.
Considering, 4 wisdoms already going the way of Yandex.
Please don't tell me this is going to be one of those games, though, where it's 4-4 at 14 minutes already.
I'm telling you, I think both are. We're looking at Mickey. We're looking at Mickey to save the show. Is he going to be able to look to make action happen? Or is this going to be one of those blinks that kind of just speeds up the farming because you get from camp to lane to camp a little bit quicker? We'll see how aggressive Mickey wants to get. But honestly, I think he might just be happy hitting the creeps.
He might. He'll make one move. If it doesn't work, then it's going to be
back to the creeps.
So let's see what goes down here. Rotation toward mid. Yandex is actually the one accelerating here. Trying to shut down Liquid before they can't get that timing. They'll get a quick pick.
That's a nice little move and an unexpected one. I don't think if you're Liquid, you're expecting Watson to just sort of turn up here around the mid and put this pressure on. I like it. You know, this is sure Yandex doing something that, yeah, Liquid, I don't think they were expecting this sort of heavy pressure just to appear around the mid-tier 1 tower. Yandex are going to get that for free.
And so far, Chira, he's looking good on the IO. He's not doing anything crazy or flashy, but his farm is excellent.
Yeah,
Catch on Nisha.
It's going to be on a turn to get the sprout off. He's got first comes in with the sharpshooter before the Solar Guardian heal comes in. They'll turn with the start break over with Chira Jr. Chira Jr. will get taken down in return, so they'll lose the mid for a mid. But Yandex the heals. But they can move on for more. They get the grab on the waist. Double kill for Malady. They'll look to Tofu to the tower. He'll try and leap away. We'll get away with that final leap up to the high ground. Snowball into arrow, back away Malady. The combo doesn't hit correct. The power shot though for once.
Actually,
Max Strange takes out Tofu. Mickey though will finally turn up and ensure that Liquid do not go empty-handed. Cleans up a double, so make sure that the trade ends up relatively even.
Oh my, what a response there. I mean, Mickey getting the perfect connection there to get the
good job. If he was in there, that would have been bad news for Liquid, but Mickey, he knew he needed to be a part of that one. You know, the dive in the tier 2, he can't miss out on that, and he does.
And Boxy actually coming back in time. That fight lasted so long, he came back in time. He almost has his Blink Dagger. He actually got some gold because of that. So if anything, I actually think Liquid comes out ahead in that one because they get this extra gold for the support.
Sure, for the Blink.
EM dies as well too, and Ace gets some, sure he dies, but some
Another
recovery.
one here for Mickey and Nisha.
Another.
Catching sacks around the lane up top. All right, Liquid. Funnily enough, weren't the ones to start getting the action going. It was Yandex going, hey, you know what, let's try a look around the tier 1 and see what we can turn this into heading up into the triangle area.
Yep.
Liquid's like, all right, you want to play? We're ready to play. Let's go.
They just have, I mean, in general, right, looking at the stuns, we have to talk about it because we did mention it earlier. Liquid has a ton. Yandex just doesn't. They really don't. So they just have to collapse on these targets and burst them a bit quicker. Yeah. Liquid will have that easier access to go for these kills in most situations if they do have those numbers. But, okay, very even still. 2K lead at the moment here for Liquid, but a big punchback. They slow down DM, and Ace now does have the Echo finished up. Is level 12, so level 2 Solar Guardian is also online for the next play. That healing could make the difference too.
And a decent amount of protection is going to be built for the IO. Going for the Shiva's Guard next, right? A lot of their burst damage is this physical damage, so once he has the extra armor on top of things, Chira Jr., I mean, we even saw there, they did sort of take everything they threw at him to take him down. Like, it took time to take the IO out. So Chira Jr. is able to get this next time online in good time. He's going to be a tough one to defeat. Liquid. See if they're prepared for this. Another movement's actually going to be coming in from Yandex.
I quite like if Chira does go. I kind of want him to go BKB first.
Before the Shivas?
It's too much magical burst damage that could just explode him. And a lot of the lineup, I feel, for Yandex is revolving how Chira does. If Chira gets burst at the start of these fights, a lot of the healing, the lineup that they want to play with and dangle heroes kind of falls apart. So.
Validate gets a quick connection here. They're coming with a focus fire, trying to get the Solar Guardian off base, but he's gone.
Big damage.
They turn with a huge amount of burst again. Mickey, he's everywhere they need him to be.
Chira.
Build up the two, then they're going to try for Chira.
They got him.
Damage they do. Mickey making sure that he's not missing out on any of these fights. Again, Yandex are kind of bringing.
I think they're forcing more than I expected.
I mean, I don't think we thought they would do this.
I thought they would chill back.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just that I think they're kind of happy to chill back, but no. They may be feeling some pressure that's not necessarily there. They're trying to make these plays. They're not going too great each time.
And also,
Liquid, they're countering them.
I feel like I kind of cursed Chira there because something about a lot of the IO players, we have to talk about it always, right? It's the timing of the 15 talent. They went right before he hit level 15. So I've seen most of these teams, that IO just plays around that time because you do so much overwhelming damage. That's twice now he shows up, dies. Yeah. Now we're seeing separation between them. And Mick, I have to say, what combos that he's got.
He is the happiest Tiny in the world right now. Each of these moves just turning up and cleaning up. It's the dream for the carry Tiny.
He's big now. Shadow Blade also finished up. This is dangerous. The burst is a bit too high, it feels like, for Yandex to deal with. They have to be more careful how they approach these next few fights.
Yeah, and we'll see what they do. But as I said, two sort of surprising moves. They're trying to make aggressive plays where it just feels like their draft could kind of lean towards a more defensive style, but Yandex taking a risky move, and it's not paying off.
I want to see Chira finish BKB before the next move. I think he just potentially can just get burst again and again if he doesn't get that before the moves. He's going the standard build, though, as we said. It's the BKB, it's the Shivas. It makes your spirits so much bigger. Makes you go for just better, easier team fights in particular. But yeah, it's going to be tough. I'm seeing some difficulties in protecting him since they don't have, as we mentioned for Liquid, they don't have that hard save. Yeah, you've got lots of healing, but you don't have a Tusk Snowball, right? You don't have that type of save if he gets caught from the magical, from all the stuns that comes in from Liquid.
We'll see if Yandex calm things down a little bit. I will be very surprised if we see them run at Liquid again because it's not working out.
At least get the BKB for Chira. But a lot of this downtime now at this point, we're seeing Liquid pulling ahead. Nisha potentially also getting his BKB at a pretty fast timing. Their 3 cores are scaling very hard.
Absolutely, yeah, with that excellent bit of a bump up that they've received across the board. McKay in prime position.
He's done this quite a bit of times on his Tiny. He's now the hunter as well too with the Shadow Blade.
Radiant are scanning.
Honestly, I feel like if I'm Liquid, that you're like, what, do we actually need to go over to their side of the map? They're probably going to come over to us again soon.
Yep.
So, you know, let's kind of chill out and wait for Yandex to make a move into us again, and we'll just counter it once more, I feel Liquid's going to be saying.
Soon, 20 minutes. Well, now 20 minutes. Tormentor's available, so let's see if any team wants to actually set up for that in particular. Yandex, get the Wisdom. Liquid's not even going for theirs just yet.
They should be able to get that Wisdom.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Time round.
Liquid, Mickey, as we said, on the hunt. So overall for Yandex, much scarier for them to show in these lanes, and Watson does go greedy. He does go the Hurricane Pike build rather than putting the BKB early on. Maybe because he feels there's going to be so much attention on the heroes. I
wanted to see Yandex go for the greed.
You did? Yeah. Okay. I feel like at the end, I feel like Shira going for greed would have been too much, though. Okay. I don't think all 3 of them can go for greed, because the map, it does feel like it's going to start shrinking pretty quickly now. With Liquid having this opening. Malady.
Can you do something cool in Malady?
He's being sneaky.
Not the easiest to burst.
He's gonna go check. Let's see if he gets the time.
Oh, it's close. He won't get the steal. He'll get a kill. He'll get a kill. Will he get out? He's through the trees. He's gonna get away with it. So, well, won't get the kill, but hey, he'll take that. Gets a free pick off to take down Tofu.
He's really high level on this Hoodwink.
Oh, yeah.
You do have to point that out. He's level 13. Malady. Actually playing the 4 position, it feels like, from that 5 role this time around compared to Zaxa.
And he is, of course, he is trying to build that save for his teammates, right? Getting the solo crest, getting the glimmer cape. He wants to be able to make sure that Jira Jr. stands a very good chance of surviving through the burst and getting a chance to get the BKB off, even if he does get caught in the chain stun.
This just is indicative of how they want to play the lineup, right? They want long team fights.
To stay alive.
Yep. Liquid, they want to burst the target, kill them almost immediately. Yandex, they want a long fight where these spirits just start adding up, where the Croak starts adding up. Speaking of the Croak, his DM gotten the 15 talent, not yet. Another really strong one when you do get it versus heroes like Tiny. This Croak of Genius max HP, it really starts to add up with something like that. So we'll see if that comes into play soon. Liquid accelerating.
Manisha able to find pretty much any of these heroes 100 to 0 if you catch them alone.
This is a real tough game for Zaxa. Like Pan was talking about also, right? Like the Dawnbreaker, the Tusk, these are great answers in general, and the Tiny. This is not an easy game for Inch.
Nice little lick there to catch up Tofu as he tries to leap away. We'll set Watson up, take him down.
Liquid is smoked up, potentially looking for a jump.
Yeah, we'll consider this if anyone steps too far forward. He's going to try and cheer Jr. They've got the Solar Guardians committing as well. BKB comes down, lick to the side here, trying to save him. Nisha team is in the right thing. Cheer Jr. is going to get
too much
down. Watson caught in the sprout for now. Nisha standing his ground with the BKB. Watson will be able to cut his way free and wind run to safety. A lick back onto Nisha. He's down into the river. They have the bushwhack into the sharp shot onto Ace.
Follow-up? A power shot?
Slowing him down. Any further gap closed? DM getting ready for the lick. He can. We'll lick him back into an impetus or 2, and that shall do it. Yandex will be able to hold their own around their tier 1 and make sure that their mid-IO does not die for nothing.
They were super prepared for that move. They had all 3 cores sitting behind, all 3 cores sitting in the mid lane looking for that move. Liquid still does get the kill though. They still push right through it, but will end up sacrificing Ace. But that usually is the case for Ace. He tends to be, especially in this type of draft, I feel like he has to be the sacrificial lamb since he's just playing the Dawnbreaker. 0-4 though, he is struggling a bit in this game. But Nisha, he's soaking all that space. 6-1-4 now on this Nature's Prophet. Jeez, what's he end up going for? Is he actually... Oh, he's rushing the MKB. Yeah, since he's playing versus the Wind Ranger, totally makes sense. He's going to have it at a very early time.
I love it. For your full out on the damage. Like, he is going to hit hard. And, yeah, you need to have that overwhelming damage to get through this amount of sustain. In terms of Watson's next pickup, obviously looking for the BKB.
Yep, you absolutely
about 1,000 gold off it.
What about DM? I was thinking, I mean, I think they have to triple BKB on the cores. Sometimes it feels a bit bad in these games to do it. Like you said, you want to be going for these farm items, but in this game, you have to versus all the magic, all the stun.
A good few catches against Tofu now.
That's like 3 in a row. Yep. Like they've gotten on.
Now Watson's been able to find the chance to finish him quite a few times, and that will very much help towards that BKB fund, which he's pretty much got complete. Getting to the point now where the group up, especially from the 2 of them, the IO and the Largo, we are strong. How strong it is, and as we know, it is very strong.
Very strong.
gonna see situations where these two heroes, their HP might not dip below sort of the 90% if the fights go smooth.
I was waiting to mention this too, because looking at Liquid's lineup, there isn't really a Krellis Crozier buyer. Because that is the counter right now to the healing, as we've seen in a lot of these drafts.
Yeah,
who's going to buy Krellis?
Can you fit it in on a Dawn build?
That sounds bad.
Yeah,
I mean, he might do it.
Yeah,
but I don't know. Usually you see like the Underlords, the Dooms, Centaurs, any of these traditional offlaners can usually go for it, but Dawnbreaker isn't really usually that type of traditional offlaner where you can do
No,
this,
it's
so.
sort of hard to kind of fit other items into your build as a Dawn. There's so much core stuff that you kind of want to have every game.
So they're the thing is that they're just going to have to deal with the healing then, or just try to pop the target. So let's see if Liquid can do it. Smoked up, looking for another move, potentially around the Roche.
All right.
Yandex is getting to start to catch up, at least in terms of the gold. They're chilling back, getting the creeps.
Yeah, throughout it all, Watson doing his best to keep up. Obviously, Nisha getting a significant lead and holding it. So that's Mikkel's going to be able to go with the burst. Going to try and burst straight through the IO. Can they kill him? Chira Jr.
They
taken
can.
down.
It's too much.
Divine Malady as well. Boxy will fall in return, but the damage already done by Liquid. Maybe even potential for more. As they look at the he can't get his way around the shards.
Oh man, Liquid, they're opening things up so much. The chain stun combos, he doesn't even get his BKB off. Everything just connects on it.
I guess he had no moment to be able to press it throughout that entire burst.
That's the combo. They just have so many different stuns.
They've got enough.
This is now multiple times. What, 4 times they're catching Chira at the front. He needs to survive longer. In order for their lineup to function, he needs to be alive the majority of it. He cannot die first. Liquid really accelerating Nisha.
Stuff from them now.
21.
And just massive. Nearly 21k net worth as well in 27 minutes in. Having a phenomenal time here as the Mid-Nature's Prophet. He's going to be able to try and finish the guy. Though he has been caught. They can take away that Aegis moment after he was able to pick it up for himself.
He doesn't have BKB either.
See if they can go for round 2. It certainly looks like they can. They're going to be able to drag him out to the side. Boxy trying to bail them out. The 3 of them trying to help out. Back up. The full team of Liquid turn up. Nisha's going to go for the team.
Watch it, gets him.
Watch them beginning. Finish off the kill. Now the relocate's coming in as well for Chira Jr. Yandex ready to strike back. Punishing the...
Oh, what a play.
So heavily. Double kill for Watson. All 3 cores dead because Nisha really wanted that tier 1 folks. And he doesn't even get it.
He did not.
Didn't even get the tower. He's just cost his team all 3 of the cores' lives.
Oh, that was really rough.
Oh.
The worst possible positioning for Badin, and Watson gets the focus fire. Aegis makes the focus fire. You still continue after the respawn. Respawn just runs him down.
Oh, he's going to regret that, Nisha.
Oh, Nisha.
That whole... They just lost sort of
their whole lead's
5k gone nearly. They were 7k down to 2k. Everything was looking Liquid's way. They were entering the mid-game so cleanly, but one mistake there costing them nearly everything that they've gained so far.
A massive blunder there from Nisha, but Yandex in perfect position to punish it, and it's around Watson. He's the key for the team this game. 11-1-6. He's like, you know what, Chira? You may be dying a couple times, but I'm going to be the rock for the team so far here. Gets the crit now. His damage is accelerating as well. That was a quick turnaround.
Yeah, they won't be doing that again.
Nope, Nisha, going for a tier 1. If that was like a Rax or something, you could understand the play, but...
Something about when you're on the Nature's Prophet and you see a tower this low, it's kind of just instinct. You can't help yourself. You want to try and finish it off. Doesn't get it.
It's quite brutal.
Yeah, that's a big swing.
Level 20 now for Chira. Now has the armor item as well. I believe the Shivas is about to be finished up. That was a monstrous turnaround there from Yandex. Now feeling that they can make the aggressive move since the Aegis was taken away. Nisha still getting closer and closer towards the Satanic, but if he doesn't have BKB up in the fights, as we see there also, can just get killed, can also get stunned.
And Watson's closing up to him on the farm.
He is.
It was about 4k behind. Only just over 1k difference now between the 2 of them. Trying to get the jump, they're going to be able to turn straight away. Lock down Boxy.
The little friends preventing him from getting any type of snowball play. He tried to blink punch, didn't get the connection there. Yandex playing nicely together here as a team, responding accordingly to Liquid's group up and burst after finding that pick.
Yeah, that sort of swing's going to give them a chance to really get their group up into the position that they want to. Yandex, what the Shiva's done on top of the BKB for Chira Jr.
Getting closer.
This IO, as you mentioned, could be an absolute beast. Good on the levels as well, level 20.
That's the main thing we're looking at, right? The levels.
It's getting there.
The 20, 21. Well, this is the thing is when you do this build, though, it's not always... He'll probably pivot toward an item since he is playing with the Wind Ranger. Yeah, we'll see if he does actually want to pivot or if he just does do the relocate thing when he hits 25, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, because when need that castle, they can lead to some pretty clutch moves.
And now DM, after that fight, a full Aghanims too, so can do the double songs.
So much has come together.
So much. And for Mickey, it's a pretty big slowdown, because that was literally, Liquid was probably not expecting to have to do saving Private Nisha, and they ended up losing so much because of it, not even being able to save him. All that momentum they gained, gone. Yandex now in a very comfortable spot.
They are Daedalus on Watson. He is going to hit hard. It's going to be a lot of pressure on Boxy to make sure those snowball saves are always there in reaction to the focus fire, because at this point, with this amount of damage from Watson, Solar Guardian, it's not really going to, it's not going to save you. No. It's not going to save you. If Watson is firing the arrows at you, you're going to die.
And now let's see if Liquid, after building up that momentum and losing it, there's so much extra healing and health on the side
wrap around. They're going to be able to get the jump on him. If it gets the top, the snowball save will come in. Buys him a bit of time here. Into the Solar Guardian. He's got the comrades on it. Watch
is gone.
Holy moly. They were able to burst him.
No BKB.
He played a little greedy there. Did not want to put the BKB before the snowball came to end. It cost him his life. He's out for 70 seconds. Liquid, they've got the numbers now. They can lift the push for more. They make the jump over to Malady. Malady trying to get away with the harpoon, drags him back.
Holy
Mickey
moly.
gets the double.
Just deleted. Gets caught in a stun.
Didn't get a BKB off.
Did not. He got greedy with it.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, next scenarios, you probably just have to get the BKB up early, but
Liquid's now going to be able to dive to get more. They make the jump on the DM. They've easily got the damage. There's nothing for them to be scared of when Watson's gone. There isn't that hero alive to just sort of shred through one of their big cores. So losing Watson at the start of the fight there, a bit of a nightmare for Yandex.
Does anyone have a force staff on the side of Yandex? I feel like someone's got to stop the chain stun to be able to allow these heroes to get BKB off.
I like that. That's some core thinking there. It's like, I didn't get my BKB off. It was probably a support's fault. They didn't force me.
Well,
that's what I would be saying.
For Liquid, it's so much chain stun. Someone's got to break it if that's going to be the case. And now Liquid, this could potentially be a Rax. They push super fast here. There is a glyph available.
See how careful they play at Liquid.
They're not playing. I mean, they pop
30 seconds without DM on Yandex.
They pop the glyph themselves. They're forcing this.
Yep, they got the drums ready as well.
Jump. Okay.
Toss back on to Saxa. Look for the burst. Starbreaker to follow to lock him down. Chira Jr.'s coming in with the heals. It's a lot. He's keeping Saxa alive. It's enough. They can't kill Saxa. He'll survive. Liquid, they're going to bail out. Nisha's going to have the BKB.
He's dead.
Rick comes in. Watson able to take him down with a focus fire. I think pretty much with that fast he rolled on the Daedalus. All right, we've got a spicy one here. Both teams making some crazy moves that aren't always going the best for one another.
Back and forth we go.
I don't know what's going on here.
The Enchantress, Isaxa just tanks everything with Chira there.
Yep.
He's able to sit back and just get the heals.
All right.
How crazy this game is. Oh my goodness. It looks like they were potentially going to be able to get that Rax with the push, but nope. Watson gets the perfect timing, as you said, the last hit, the crit on these.
Yeah, I think he needed that last. It comes out about 508 damage on the right clicks when it procs with the Daedalus. Got the crit needed.
And the graph is truly telling the tale. It's back and forth we go. Now Yandex going the other way.
All right.
Seconds.
Let's
They go for the Rax.
They're going to try and do as much damage as they can. It is just a long time without Nisha. And at the least they might be able to force Mickey's buyback.
And Liquid also, they use the aggressive glyph in the push, so they don't have the defensive glyphs.
Sometimes the aggressive glyph can be a bit too big of a brain move to make.
Wow.
That can hurt.
In a span of 2 minutes, it's Liquid who ends up getting Rax.
Yeah, that's true.
When it looks like they were.
I mean, I think you go about 1 minute and you say who's going to lose a set of Rax. You don't think it's going to be Liquid, but it is. They lose the mid Rax.
What an insane game so far here. And Chira now. We were asking if in the bottom fight if Liquid was going to have to damage the burst targets. They did. Now Chira's going to have a heart. Are they going to have to damage this time to be able to burst the targets? If they can chain stun, as we saw, very likely. But maybe with the heart, it might be too much. We'll have to see.
That's the thing. If they can't burst an Enchantress with just a DM Largo behind them, what sort of chances they have of bursting anyone else when these sort of heals and sustain comes in? It's not easy. The game continues to be difficult for Liquid, despite hitting that early stride into the mid game. That is slipped away from them multiple times. One on trying to take out the mid-tier 1 tower, which, may I remind you, still stands.
It does still stand.
And then one on that failed attempt to try and go to the high ground that cost them pretty dearly.
Aggressive move. Malady looks like he's probably going to get caught. They're even using the Solar Guardian. Oh my goodness. Yeah, well, Malady's dead.
I think Yandex say, okay, whatever. We don't care.
They'll get a Tormentor. Liquid will also be able to get that picked up during it. Yandex can't really claim anything themselves off of that movement. Back and forth we go. 35 minutes. Wisdoms. They'll be able to back up and get those themselves. Liquid as well.
You've got to secure the Roche, I imagine, if you're Liquid next.
Yeah. And let's see what...
And next time, try and get something a little more done with the Aegis.
Yes, maybe Nisha won't TP by himself.
Yeah, maybe just let that tier 1 mid stand. It's cursed. Do not touch it. It's fine. You can win the game through the side lanes. The mid lane might be risky.
How's Ace's itemization going now too? Is going to have the AC, so more overwhelming physical damage. As we see, Liquid still like double, tripling, quadrupling down on what their strategy is, right? They're just looking to pop these targets. Yandex, tank up. Everybody tank up. Everybody get ready. If you can just survive those long fights, we can see the success that they can have. Chira, almost 24. Same thing for Watson, getting close to these scary level 25s.
All focus around the Roche time. 30 seconds and we will see it back in play. Both teams are going to be bringing their best efforts to contest this Roche.
And they do now have a 4-staff on the side of Yandex. So the potential, besides the core, you know, Watson's not going to use it.
Sure, just to give them a chance.
Just to give a chance to break
get that
the
distance, get that window for the BKB to come off if they don't enter the fight with it preemptively pressed, which they might do so as well, as we're seeing.
True.
You know, if you are Watson or Nisha in these sort of moments, you might have to sort of look to the future and press that BKB before the jump comes in, which can be a risk, but can absolutely pay off if they make the correct read on the situation.
All right, Yandex, they're looking for the fight themselves, setting up. They throw the croak. Everyone's gathering together. They're looking for something here on Liquid. They see Boxy. Picking.
They'll pull himself away with a harpoon. They know what's going on in Liquid. They'll back off.
That was dangerous for a second there. If he doesn't get that harpoon, his blink did get canceled. They could have forced a BKB. Not going to be the case, though. Liquid trying to buy more time. Tofu getting close to Aghanims and level 20 himself. So burst damage is continuing to grow, as we do see for their draft. And formality, I mean, I love it, right? He's now going Greaves himself. So it's just, you see the idea that both teams are really trying to do here. One team just trying to delete targets, other one just sustaining. Mickey also going to go for the MKB this game, so it's not going to be the most explosive damage from the Tiny with the day.
You're alone bottom now.
Still strong.
Targeting in fights will be really important. We need to kill one guy at a time. We don't get out-healed. This guy has heart now, so bursting is important.
Yeah, absolutely. So Boxy there,
Similar
trusting
mindset.
that at the moment they still have enough to all-in-one target and 100-0 them.
Yeah.
Which, it might be slightly wishful thinking, but it's the thinking that you've got to have, right? You've got to believe that you can turn up an 100-0 someone, and sure, if they get all 5 heroes on one of them, even if it's the Heart IO, they can do it. It's going to be close, but they can still 100-0 a single target.
And now let's see, right? When a lineup starts to realize that you are looking for that, right? That's when people are going to start itemizing, perhaps with an Aeon Disc, maybe the Wind Wakers. These type of saves are something that
Wind Waker's going to be
still look for. And I think, I mean, I did see Chiro was queuing. Okay, he is going to go for it. So.
I mean, Wind Waker's fantastic this game.
I think it's one of the best.
It's the best time in the game to counter that sort of playstyle.
So
right?
one burst. So besides that,
a lot of money.
Horses, it is.
Gonna take some time.
But it's a very good item on, I mean, it's a good item on anybody. If you can get
I think they want to see multiple.
Sure.
Eventually.
I would agree. DM, level 20, double catchy lick.
Yep.
Smoke up from Liquid, looking to get the catch, trying to start the numbers advantage.
Yeah, this fight will get you a Roshan, will get you an Aegis, and will likely get you a Barracks.
Howdy.
You're gonna find the star on the water hook wing. They won't be able to save him.
Watson's punch.
Caught the opening into the star break.
Getting chased on.
They can't.
He's gone.
Again at the beginning of the fight, Jujun is going to try and go for the BKB TP away. He'll make it out of there. Tax also able to survive. To the BKB TP from DM, nothing to put a stop to that, so they'll get the rest of the 3 out of there. But another situation where Watson, he's not getting the chance to get the BKB off. They're fully controlling him, and at the moment, they don't have enough ways to get him that opportunity to press BKB.
He literally is just getting perfectly changed then. Boxy sees him for a split second, a punch into a snowball, into a Solar Guardian, into a Dawn Break. I mean, even if he gets the BKB up in an instant there, he might still die because he already got everything thrown on him. Right, Liquid's execution, sure, a little bit shaky for some of those times, but when they're getting these single pop targets, they're getting them time to time.
I mean, that was the 100-0 that we just heard Boxy talk about. They put it into action straight away. The play pays off. They get the Aegis onto Nisha.
Let's see where Nisha, where's Nisha going to go?
He's not going to be solo hitting towers, I'll tell you that.
I mean, Watson, what do they do to protect him, right? He's got the Prophet Pendulum. He did get RNG with his neutral item, which is fortunate. Going to go for the Satanic, but they will go through this. So maybe there is going to be, as we said, some other item slot that they need to go for. I see Chira, he's pivoted away from Wind Waker, and speaking of Chira,
he went for a very greedy relocate to farm a couple of camps, and they read that immediately.
Perhaps they're feeling some of this pressure right now with Liquid just popping
they went
their core.
straight in with the reactions to that.
And Liquid not slowing down with any type of number advantage. It's 80 seconds. It's a long time for them to get this kill to go for this Rax push. Yandex has to be very careful in these next 60 seconds. Don't want to hemorrhage another hero and then you're playing this 4v5 for the next 2 minutes or so. Have to probably back up and get together toward your base, but Liquid is on the prowl.
See what they got with this. Johnson. We'll have the Satanic here for the hold.
Malady is standing outside here. This is a dangerous position to be in. If he gets seen, Boxy will jump him. Does he have the follow-up here, though? Arrow?
Anyway to get him out the arrows. Nisha!
Oh my god!
Straight away! A fully aggressive move there for Nisha. He has obviously got the Aegis to rely on. See if he can get out. Have to put the BKB on run. Buyback's going to be coming out from Malady.
Again, Nisha just in a way too aggressive.
Yeah, might be able to control it. The Shackle Shot's going to connect. Watson's in with a focus fire. Snowball save comes in though. Boxy trying his best to bail Nisha out of this. The Snowball's going to go pretty deep though. Nisha's pretty low. Is going to stand his ground. Try and heal up. The Shackle comes in though, locking Nisha and Mickey together. DM trying to run. Nisha's going to fall to the damage of Watson and Saxa. An attempted TPL will succeed for Mickey.
Oh, it's expensive though. Chira buys back. They will get the kill on the Nature's Prophet. They will get all of this, but man, that is such an expensive hold. How many actually is that?
Just the two of them, right?
2 buybacks coming in.
But the big one, as you say, Chira Jr. having a buyback, that's going to slow down his next big pickup.
And it's not the
Saxa!
Saxa!
With the little friends able to put a stop to that TP out from Tofu, so they get a fair bit out of this.
But it's expensive.
How much can they get out of the map in return for using these 2 buybacks? We're seeing the middle lane getting shoved down by Watson and Chira Jr.
Can they go for any of these pushes? There's still tier 2 on bottom. Maybe they can swing directly to top?
I mean, there's a high chance they can force out this Nisha buyback, right? I mean, someone...
Potentially.
Boxy at the least is going to have to buyback, surely.
Depends on where Yandex wants to really hit. And does the Liquid actually want to care about losing another set? We'll have to see how they want to react. I mean, again, Nisha super himself.
He went right up with the TP to the high ground.
And it's the thing is like, when you have Aegis and you're versus Wind Ranger, the focus fire, right? It just persists the whole time. You respawn, he's still just wailing on you from that distance. So they could not protect Nisha in there. And as you said, a buyback from Boxy, Yandex.
All right.
They're making them work.
Now, Liquid won't be pressured to use the big buyback themselves on Nisha. They'll be able to wait out this 20 seconds or so.
And they're going to have this window where Chira does not have the buyback. And as we see, we'll see if he ends up changing the build or not, right? But he is queuing up a Hex now instead of having that Wind Waker. So the burst, the one shot is still available there for Liquid to catch these targets.
And indeed, in terms of the talent selection, as you say, because he doesn't have the
he
right
went for the
items,
relocate.
even though he has this fun synergy with the Wind Ranger and the Focus Fire, keep him with the talent choice that fits the build.
Maybe he'll say he'll hit there eventually. We'll wait till 30 and I'll go for right.
I mean, as we said at the start, right, I think both teams would not mind having a little bit of fun and going to the later stages. They might not know it. They might both be sweating. You know, I can imagine it's pretty stressful when the game goes late. But everyone else watching is certainly going to get to enjoy quite a treat if it does so. And highly likely, 25 to 25, 43 minutes in, only a 6k gold difference, a lead that Liquid hold at this moment.
It's pretty even on the board here. Because just the scare is for Yandex having to use that buybacks and the potential for them now at this point not scaling as hard. It's starting to get a lot of pressure onto Watson. He's been taking that pressure, but as Liquid's lineup is designed about burst in one target, that's where it can be hard for someone like Watson to solo carry it at this point.
Yeah.
Let's see how they can connect with the next move. Nisha now, Butterfly is done. So Watson's damage will be a lot weaker now versus the Nature's Prophet.
It is, but honestly, even if they still catch him in a stun, it's just so much damage with the Davis and the Focus Fire that even if you're missing a few hits, I think he's still going to die pretty quickly. The opening onto Boxy. Do they want to try and fight this, Liquid? Tofu. They at the side. He's going to look start. What's he's dead? God! Again, he's never getting the BKB off!
Just dead.
Liquid get the catch on it. We'll see if Saxon DM and Max
Hero.
Clean up anything return. They'll get Boxy. But the 2 claws on Yandex dead. DM's going to go for the BKB TP. Malady will not get out of there. That's Malady and Chira Jr. both dead. Of course, their buyback still on cooldown from that last defense. They're out for over 100 seconds.
And the push that Liquid can come in with is so fast. And MP Tiny.
Not able to get the BKB off. They're catching Watson every single time.
I think this time, I think most of the times it's been just the punch into the solar guard. This time it was a punch into an arrow. And he just gets full connected on just dead. Actually, I have to check really quickly if it was that. Yes, it was. Avalanche into stun. He just dies. He takes the damage so fast.
It's a terrifying game from him because if you get caught by one stun, you're just not going to get the BKB off. It is that follow-up. We're seeing it time and time again. Liquid always making sure that they have that full lockdown to punish Watson if they catch him in just one spell to start the move.
Right, Liquid synergy on point this game. Sure, Nisha maybe a couple times have hemorrhaged some big kills for the side of Yandex, but now the push. I mean, Nisha, careful.
The friends, they're hurt.
It's the tree, it's the own tree, it's beating him.
Yeah, that's very true at this point. You've got to be careful standing around those when Sax is ready to turn them against you.
That actually is very dangerous for other people as well, too. If someone else gets caught in little friends next to the trees, it might just kill them.
See how much Liquid can get him. Good window. There are no buybacks available on Tribune and Malady. If Saxa step up, Kim's going to be able to lick him back to safety, but they're going to have to toss it. Mickey's got the control. Saxa surrounded by the four of them. He's out. He does have the luxury of buyback, but the mid-racks will be gone. Nisha ready to keep the pressure on, and TP's down over towards the bottom lane, gets the treants back out again. They'll put the fortification here, Yandex, but still
so much time.
Many moments until they'll have the full lineup ready to hold against this. They do at least still have the tier 2 top, Yandex.
Foxy picking up a flag as well for the push. Watson forced to use BKB so early.
They're going to try to get the shackle shot off. Detection is there. Focus fire coming in, but Solar Guardian's there. They're not going to have the damage to kill Mikhail. Mikhail's able to get away. They turn towards DM. DM puts the BKB, but he's been focused down by the three of them. The shackle cuts him clutch onto Nisha to stop the outgoing going down. But it's not enough to keep the DM alive. DM's gone. Sax is dead. He's died back. Jira Jr.'s going to relocate in aggressively to try and look for Mickey. But Nisha just turns, right-clicks into Jira Jr. He'll tether across over towards the tier 4s, over towards Watson. Boxy now into the tier 4s himself. He'll die for this time, coming with that final punch on the Jira Jr., but it was not enough to finish him. Jira Jr. lives. BKB TP out from Nisha. He'll get out. But many a buyback having to be used there by Yandex to push Liquid back.
And now Watson he's having to use BKB so early in these fights. He's like,
terrified.
I gotta just pop it. It's tough for him to just stick onto these targets, kill these tanky cores. That's the other thing too, they are very tanky. This Dawn, this tiny, they're just tanking right through it. Now with the Nature's Prophet having the butterfly.
Nisha does so much damage.
Yeah, and having, like, look at all these little things for Nisha, right? The Idol of Skriok thingy that gives you this extra evasion with the butterfly. It's actually, now it's hard for Watson to just focus fire him, to go for him at that point. 25k lead. Yandex starting to fall very far behind. They're getting very outscaled now.
Liquid.
DM, he's behind the support Mirana. The Mirana even catching up to the Io as well too.
Now Liquid are in a very comfortable spot right now. They only don't have Boxy's buyback. Everybody else has got theirs. The buyback situation obviously from Yandex much, much worse for the next few minutes. So Liquid very much feeling like they're one good play away from closing up this game one. See if Yandex can prepare for it. It's Liquid's game. It hasn't been the cleanest. Still a chance that Yandex catch Liquid and trip them up if Liquid try and make too aggressive a move or don't make it in full synergy with one another. Okay,
gets the catch.
Going to be able to start things with a lovely pickoff. Malady's gone.
So much burst damage now at this point. With the Mirana also, with the level 20 that he's had for some time now, you just see it. Every time it's just 2,000 magical damage from these two heroes. And there's not much that they can do to prevent it at this point. Again, now Yandex with the number disadvantage as well.
Liquid. He's got the Hex pickup. Watson, dreaming big, looking for the Divine Rapier.
Yeah, I think he absolutely needs it, because even with this Hex, right, it feels like they're lacking damage now at this point to go through all that Liquid has. And Liquid really never lacking the damage in this game, as we've seen. Their preparation with this one, their draft, it's looking like a great response to the healing. Since the healing comes kind of slowly, the way that they burst these heroes down, it's just working beautifully. Amp damage on the bottom side also for the potential push. Roche also, 20 seconds, Liquid waiting for that.
Looking for the safe way to finish this one up.
And cool to see, like, no Krellis, right? Not really much anti-heal. Literally zero anti-heal. I think they got a Jitty Pollen bag at some point, and I think Boxy's been hanging on to that as the neutral item.
Yeah.
No real anti-healing. It's just about blowing them up in one shot.
Yeah, we're going to see what Ace tries to slip this Scar.
I saw he was queuing it. But at this point, right, like, it's kind of just like a stat stick as well. Sure, it'll help, but he's just going to get tankier with it. We see that they're already dealing with the sustain.
All right, Swift Blink on Mickey.
We should go where you spawn, huh? We have buy and don't have buy. Let's abuse it.
Absolutely. I mean, reading the situation that we're all seeing here. Buyback situation is fantastic for Liquid. The buyback situation for Yandex, pretty rough right now.
Liquid could literally just throw all their bodies, and they will probably have 11 heroes, essentially. Actually, we'll call it like 11 or 12 with the cheese as well, too, right? Because they can buy back, TP back in with multiple. Everybody's got it at the ready in a second here.
Watson's so close to his Rapier. Honestly, he's going to need a slot right, so might just sell something up to buy it, or do you hope for the buyback? Because he is one of the ones that does have buyback. Do you go all in on the Rapier, or do you play for the buyback goal?
I don't know. It's such a hard choice. It's really up to Watson at this point.
Yep.
It doesn't even feel like the Divine Rapier is the end-all be-all, because it's literally just him, and the entire draft of Liquid, as we've seen, it's just about killing that one target. So if Watson just gets caught once, it is just over.
Quite a tough position to turn around from here. Yandex now down 34k against Liquid.
Lane pressure coming in from these Treants as well, too. Liquid, they're looking to close it out. Anybody that chose will get popped. And they've got the numbers right now.
He's going to walk it around. They get a beautiful arrow from the low ground. The Licks save him, though. They don't want to go too over-aggressive. Some restraint there from Liquid. They say, hey, it's an Enchantress. It's not actually the one we want to go for. And diving into the high ground, unnecessary. Liquid, they're going to look for a better option.
Nice licks. He licks them out of the toss.
Yep.
Yeah, nice little mechanic right there. Liquid can just wait, though. Wait for that opportunity for one of them to show. They still have some time until those buybacks do come back up. Chira does have his at the ready, but DM does not.
Chira's going to be ready for that level 30. Going up a Daedalus. He's ready to try and get there.
Tofu is so... These type of Mirana games is a blessing when you do get these.
He's just firing these
Octarine, Ag, you have everything, and you're just a follow-up. They just...
Well, Saxa going to try to set things up with a little French, but that's right away. Mickey turns into the burst onto Saxa. They do get the trade, though. 1-for-1 immediate buyback comes in from Boxy. DM the first penalty on this prop. Step back to the high ground.
Chira, be careful how far forward you're standing there.
And this is where they want to use their lives here, Liquid. You know, Boxy, no hesitation with his buyback, knowing that there's not the buyback opportunity for Saxa, still on cooldown for 2 minutes.
The push is coming in. These buildings drop very quickly. Forced to use the glyph. They have double Solar Guardian at the ready from Ace. Ace does go
Going to try and make the jump here, but Mickey's here straight away with the avalanche onto the both of them. They'll look towards Malady. Malady able to get away with the Glimmer Cape. And she gets pretty low, but will survive. They can finish up that Aegis. They can. The Aegis gone. Watson punch up into the snowball. See the relocate take him out to the side. It's going to be enough to keep Watson safe. Watson gets Mickey. Pretty nice angle with the shackle. It's going to land a lockdown. He wants to take these out, but they turn with the abyssal into the avalanche combo. Onto Watson. Solar Guardian comes into play.
Nisha's back.
If they can get him out of this one, they can't. DM's out without buyback, dead for 2 minutes.
Too many numbers.
Have lost Boxy a second time. Hex is actually out onto Nisha. He brought back for this. They've got the lockdown. They got him. Oh my God. Watson, he takes him out. Gets the double. They look towards Ace.
Oh my God, Chira dies to Tofu.
They're holding. Oh, but Mickey, he says it doesn't matter. I'm going to close this game up. It doesn't matter that Nisha's died back. Mickey tries to...
Mickey's going to focus. He's doing it. He got the kills at least.
Liquid, they felt they had the edge. They had the buybacks. They weren't all in. But now they're in a situation where they don't have their Nature's Prophet for 100 seconds.
It's got to go. I mean, Yandex has to run down mid.
Run it down mid.
Beating Mega Creeps is
Run it down mid.
I don't think...
Get that Rapier purchase. You got 10,500 in the bank, Watson. You got the money.
I don't think I've seen
They
a
need
team
the damage.
this tournament come back from Mega Creeps just yet. It's Tofu.
I don't think it's happened.
He's caught as well. Oh, man.
Buyback. There's the Rapier. Get the Rapiers out. Go for the Ancient. Try and end it. They're going to do their best.
They have to go for it.
Running down the mid.
Oh my God, if they can do this. Nisha dead still for 70 seconds. Oh, this would be insane if they can't do this.
It looked like they had this one. They had a few mistakes early in the game.
They've got buyback. 40 seconds until Boxy comes back. Watson forcing it. There's a glyph available.
Can they do it 3 versus 4? The tier 4s are falling.
They're dropping fast.
They're going to do something soon. Mickey's in with the avalanche. They're trying to follow with the Solar Guardian.
Force that.
Watson out of the Solar Guardian. He's going to be able to use the tier 4 now. Bishop Blade comes in. They'll slide him out to the side. They have the stone control now for the big enemy. He turns towards Mickey. Mickey's got the top control.
Mickey's dying.
They try and come in with the ghost form, but the Ancient's exposed. Ace trying to bring
Watson's on Mickey.
Watson down to Mickey. Mickey's gone.
No way. They're doing it.
The Yandex are absolutely doing it. Liquid are not doing it.
They got it.
Qualification. What that for? Starting on for too long though.
Oh my God. Yandex's base as well.
Watson, they did it. They've done it.
Oh my God.
What just happened?
Oh my God.
What a day one of the main event we're having here, ladies and gentlemen, at the International.
Oh my God. I'm speechless.
That's insane.
That was absolutely ridiculous. Nisha throwing his body in, but the body ends up not working. It turns against them. The shackles from Watson, the focus fires He was the rock for the team. I cannot believe what we just witnessed.
They felt that they had the ticket to close it. They had the buybacks, and Yandex didn't. The play was there for them. And Yandex, against all the odds, are able to hold against these extra lives that Liquid are buying back and TPing into them with. Watson just holding clutch throughout it all.
That was insane, Owen.
You don't see games like that every day. That is insane stuff here, and it's only game one. Yandex take game one against Team Liquid.
That's the magic of TI. That's why we show up. That's what we look forward to every single year. Essentially, Insanio, what felt like a base race when the odds were so heavily stacked for Liquid's favor. I don't even know where Yandex ended up pulling this win from.
I mean, it's incredible. I thought when the Wisp died without buyback, when they did their like counter aggression to push forward, like that was it. I thought Liquid had the game. But then they do this incredible base hold, and like Watson, like we talked about Largo and like Wisp and how they're like this unkillable fortress and that's gonna be the focal point of the game. Watson said, nah, I'm the star of this show, you know? And I feel like this game was like crazy carry battle. I feel like Mickey shined really brightly on Tiny, and he was having so many moments where he's finding all these moves. All of Liquid's plays kind of flowed through him. And on the other side, Watson is like responding to it with his Wind Ranger.
Yeah. That was one of the most impactful carry performances I've seen at main stage, and we've had some absurd performances today already. I mean, Watson, he was the king of this game. He was the story. He was the carry from his laning stage to his smoke movements to playing aggressively while his eye was farming to clutching at the very end. I mean, there were moments where it looked so close, but these double shackles during the base defenses were so ridiculous. It felt like when it looked so dire and so desperate for Yandex, the shackles came through.
My goodness, I get chills just rewatching it, let alone watching it the first time. It's actually unbelievable. This fight, there's a little detail where IO skills the super fast relocate talent at 25, and right as the Dawnbreaker ult is coming in, he whips him out, and then it happens again on the pull out to like the second Dawnbreaker ult or some other stun. This was bonkers. I mean, you mentioned Mickey. I don't know what it feels like to lose a game like this because he played immaculately. It was actually an unbelievable game. Mayor talks about Watson. I think this very much was two carries, both popping off like crazy, and I fully agree. I think the IO Largo was whatever the heck. Like, you didn't even see it in this game. What you saw was Mickey and Watson going ham squeezy because I think a lot of other people felt the pressure like crazy and they thrived.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think we talked about like, can Chira Jr. play Wisp? And I feel like something that Mata used to say is like, if you play mid, no matter what hero you play, you have to find pressure. You have to find a way to make your hero's impact felt in the early stages of the game. And I think Chira didn't really show that.
Yeah.
And it's really cool to see that like Watson then goes like, all good. You know, you just hit the creeps, I will do it for you.
One of the first mega creep comebacks that we're having at TI as well. We were having this conversation of why aren't we seeing it that often, and more often than not, it feels like the heroes aren't enabling it, but you get someone that can target objectives like Wind Ranger, someone who can push waves out like their supports can, and you get a recipe for a banger game number one here. The carry-to-carry matchup, everything about it was so intense, but at the end of the day, you also have to wonder this Nature's Prophet for Nisha a couple of times, having a few question marks about his positioning. They get 3 Roches, and yet these Aegises don't have impacts the way you see other games and other Aegises have.
Yeah, I mean, while it was unfortunate, I do think sometimes some players do need to be called out. And while Nisha played a great game, he was on top of the GPM game, they made a lot of cool movements by Nature's Prophet's relocates and existence. He threw on a couple of those Aegises. The one fight that comes to mind is when he was pushing that mid-tier 1 tower with the first Aegis. Had that gone differently, this would have been a complete snowball from Liquid then on. And we see Watson on the screen as the standout player. I mean, we can't glaze him enough. That is extreme main character energy. Quinn, he was your former teammate. What's it like to play in a game like that with him?
I mean, I think sometimes he's just a player who goes into zone. I think he doesn't talk a lot. He doesn't super lead the game. He'll say some stuff here or there, but I think he very much prides himself on his clicks. He talks about the really small stuff, the way he moves his mouse, like how his hero like twitches back and forth. I think that's the kind of thing he focuses on. He's focused on the small things. He's about that micro, like that's what he really loves about the game. And I think you can see it in this game. The way the last fight where he's blinking back and forth and the angle of the shackles and which hero he focus fires. It's all about the minutia. It's about the tiny things. I think that's why it's so cool to watch him play a game like this where he's on, why he's such a cool player when he's owning, because that's what he cares about. It's not this harder to understand map stuff. You don't see as much. You see it all because that's all the stuff he cares about.
Look, highlighting CJ as well, coming into this, we kind of questioned his hero pool. He was up to 11 different heroes throughout the group stage. He picks Io. You're now up to number 12. Can you play Io mid? Well, it didn't really matter at the end of the day in CNU because he was able to play it in a different way than what you would expect a core Io to do. And that's what really matters as well. Leaving space for those that need it and for another avenue of a win.
Absolutely. I think like Watson shines. He's the star of the show, but there's a strategy here that's set up like all these picks. Watson gets to pick his Wind Ranger in the absolute last position of the game. He sees every single hero, and somebody has to tank it. You know, somebody has to play the hero he's not comfortable on. And in this situation, CJ took that role upon himself and decided to, you know, let Watson do it and make the strategy be the thing that Liquid answers, so Watson has a free game.
Yeah, that's an amazing point, genuinely. And I think it happens a lot in these matches where there is something like that, there's a hero that this is an amazing hero. Can you play this? And there's a lot of pressure in that question because he's being asked, he's probably not more as comfortable on it as Watson is. They practice it on carry and he's like, can you play this? And he says, yes, I can. And you're not expected to carry the game because he's silver tier on IO. He's not an IO player. This is probably his first IO official ever. And so the onus is not on him. And so I think being able to be like, this is stressful, this is new, this is a hard experience for me. I am in an uncomfortable position, and trusting your teammates and your teammates trusting you, there's a lot there.
Yeah. I think that's why he deserves the recognition.
Okay.
Yeah, it does feel like we were watching CJ level up his IO gameplay in real time because the way that he was playing IO and using his wisps at the start and maybe not pulling the lane like you mentioned earlier on IO, that there are ways to increase your GPM in the early game. That wasn't happening, but as that game went on and on, those relocates at the very end where he saved Watson's Wind Ranger were very clutch. And I can see this being a hero that gives Yandex that injection of confidence where if they can pick it, flex it to carry and mid, and win games like this, we're going to see more of it, even if CJ isn't the most comfortable on this hero.
We were briefly seeing as well our carry-to-carry matchup, looking at all the stats. And more often than not, I saw those numbers. They were a little bit of a discrepancy, but not enough where it felt like one was outplaying the other until you go down the list and you start to see hero damage. There was a 20K difference. Here it is. 48,000 to 63,000. So almost a 20K difference in hero damage. And that's a lot to be said because the Lago's letting him live. The IO's letting him live longer. And say what you will about it.
Okay. Hold up. I gotta say.
No.
I feel like they had very different roles in this game.
Yeah.
Like they did. Mickey's going in first. Literally every single move that Liquid did was off the back of Mickey finding a good jump. And for like the vast majority of the game, he was doing that. So while, yes, Watson's is very impressive, they had slightly different roles in the games and they have different avenues towards carrying it. So I don't think it's fully representative of how well Mickey also played.
Would you rather us compare Watson and Nisha? Is that more, did they have more similar roles than in the game?
I mean, maybe to some extent, yes.
Okay.
But I think more so I just want to make sure that we don't... let's
There's different narratives.
Yeah,
Their paths diverged when we picked up the heroes, even though they're both carries. All right, I respect that immensely.
Yeah, I think it's honestly hard to give Mickey enough praise in this game because I think he massively overperformed. And I think this is what you expect from him and Nisha and this Liquid team. When you're coming into a game, when you expect less pressure on them. And I think you saw that throughout the majority of the series, that I think the game rather, that they looked less pressured. It looked like they were playing a little more comfortably. Yandex was a little shakier. I could feel the tension in the game, the mistakes from both teams. But I think at the end of the day, it wasn't a game where Liquid was as confident as I expected them to be. I think both teams were making a buttload of mistakes, and I expected Liquid to make less, whereas I feel like by the end of the game, it was actually kind of comparable how the number of mistakes made.
It did feel like there was a lot of back and forth and adjusting in real time and maybe doing too much sometimes on the side of Liquid, like trying to push a tower when you don't need to, maybe going in on an Enchantress because Wind Ranger is dead and suddenly Enchantress survives and the tides are turned. Like Liquid could have chosen to take it a little bit more slowly, but as these things are happening, I'm sure that they are going into this game too with the knowledge that that could have been their game, and I hope that they can shake it off.
I mean, I think if you're Liquid, you think we win this game 8 times out of 10. Like I think like 90% of the game you feel like it went well, and you probably are going to be. I think the main point that you're going to talk about is the first Aegis when Niche TP'd on the mid tower, and he kind of dies, and then they all come in to try to like save the situation, and then they all die. I think that's like the main talking point after the game, where you're just like, if we just use the first Aegis better, this game is easy.
I mean, even before that, we're talking about how Yandex want to build an unstoppable wall for themselves, and it felt like they were pushing into Liquid's side of the map, and it was ever increasingly more difficult for Liquid to find any space for themselves. But even in this fight, there's still silver linings for Liquid. There's still great early game for them.
Yeah, and Mika is going to come turn this fight. He's like, I got you guys. Is Watson overperforming? Is he coming? Smoked mid? Is he putting his team on his back? I can do it too. And I think this kind of game is so cool to watch because while there were a lot of mistakes being made, there were a lot of very confident skirmishes being taken that I think a lot of teams wouldn't have even had the balls to do on the main stage. They'd have taken it a lot slower, and that's not what we saw today. And something that I want to praise Liquid for, despite them losing, is that they changed up their game plan. In the first 25 minutes of the game, it felt like they were constantly jumping on Io and prioritizing him. And then at some point, they realized that he didn't matter so much as Watson did. And then every jump afterwards became on the Wind Ranger, and the game looked easier for them after that.
How do you make that call? How do you know that IO is no longer an issue? Because so many times, if you were to come across an IO in your pub, you want to burst him, right? He's the one that's healing up, most notably normally played in support as well, but he's the one that's healing up a core that's doing a lot of damage. So at what point are you making that decision, and what leads into making that choice that you don't have to prioritize him?
I think a lot of it is sort of actually looking at how the fights are breaking down and having this really deep understanding of how timings and things like this work. You could hear Boxy's comms in the middle of the game saying that we have enough damage to this guy. He has heart, but we need to kill one hero at a time. And I think the concept of killing one hero at a time is really important. It's something that a lot of teams value very highly. You only have so much damage, especially when you're playing against a lot of healing. You need to focus one guy and make sure he dies, and then you can go to the next guy. And so there's a lot of synergy and looking at your teammates, saying, who are we going to kill? And you see opportunities and you take those opportunities. And so it's sort of a, like, noticing what your other teammates are doing, having this sort of vision, this peripheral vision almost for how are things playing out, and not being too tunnel visioned on one thing, having a little bit more of an open mind in terms of the fights.
Yeah, I think it's just understanding the difference between, like, in concept, when you play against Wisp, you should always kill the Wisp first. Right. That's a concept. But when you're really, really good at the game, you're able to recognize that we have enough damage to kill the Wind Ranger, and in essence, the Wind Ranger is the only thing killing us. So once the Wind Ranger piece is removed from the game, they all have to run. They have to scatter. We saw it a couple of times where, like, Wind Ranger died first, and all of them are just like, BKB, TP, run, like, try to get out any way we can.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Liquid seeing that and understanding that is just a high, like, very big representation of their skill.
Yeah, and knowing just how close that game number one was between them, walking back on stage for both Liquid and Yandex for game two in this best of three has a whole new meaning. Yandex were able to pull out something in the mid lane Liquid weren't necessarily ready for. It was a fantastic last pick by the side of Yandex, and whilst Liquid were almost able to get it over the line, unfortunately it doesn't for them. But that just means I think they're going to have to bring out more from the back pocket. There's going to be a little extra motivation, because instead you've been in this position before. You've been with these players, with Will as well, Blitz as the coach. So it's like, I can only imagine the motivation is even higher after losing a game one.
I mean, I think it's always an interesting position that you're put in, because I think usually when you lose a game, you look at the draft and you're like, what could we have done better? But I think if you're Liquid, after this game, the conclusion is that our draft was good. Mm-hmm. And I'm really curious to see if they decide to play against the Wisp again.
Yeah.
Because I think the Wisp didn't look comfortable. While they managed to pull it off, I would say it didn't look comfortable, and I think if Liquid get the same draft again, the same situation, they will win.
Yeah, I think that's very true. And I think it's honestly the biggest story going into the next draft is, do you call the IO's bluff? I think...
And let it through is what you're implying?
No, I totally agree, because I think that's a classic in these best of threes. If they try a new hero, they have a new strat, and you lose to it, do you respect ban that? Well, the issue with that is that throws off your other bans. So it may be easy to see game one and say, well, just ban the IO. It was obvious it was OP. Well, now you're leaving something else in that you didn't prepare for 24, 36, 48 hours beforehand, and that can throw another wrench in the wheels. And so maybe you're like, okay, we believe our prep. This game was good. Like Aiden said, we should have won this game in the same position. We would win. We trust ourselves. We trust our prep. We're going to run it back. I think that is the confident and the move that asserts aura, and going back and banning it, to me, is like, that wasn't the problem, and you've sort of come to the wrong conclusions after losing that game.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that game, if you're Liquid after that, you have to identify that the Wind Ranger was the issue. And while the IO did throw a wrench, I think the bigger wrench was flexing it to the mid lane. Because I do believe that Liquid came into the series prepared for the potential carry IO from Watson, and having that switch up at the very end is where they were caught off guard. So if anything, I don't think we're going to be seeing these 24 Wind Rangers come out if the IO is let through.
No, I fully agree.
Yeah, I'm curious, do you think it's harder to recover from a game like this compared to a game that you just get smacked down, or a game that you lose in the mid game, like one that you're right there on the cusp and you lose it? Do you feel like that hurts more or makes it harder to win the next one?
I think this kind of game, in my mind at least, it's good because it shows you that we had every chance to win and that we don't have that many problems to fix. Like when we played you guys in the finals a lot, it sometimes felt like there's 27 different issues. We'll try to address one, and then like when you fix this issue, there's another issue popping up over here.
Now you're up to 30 issues.
Yeah, exactly. And you're like, oh no, this was a bad fix, and we don't know what to do here. Whereas I feel like they can feel confident that their draft works. I don't think there's any player in that booth right now that's thinking like, oh no, our drafts aren't working. We need to change everything. So I think this kind of loss in that way is easier to handle. I think if you're an inexperienced team, it might be tougher that you got beat with your best stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, not having been put in that position, I can't comment from firsthand experience, but just based off
You've seen enough players crumble and stand the test of it, though.
Yeah, I've seen enough Dota, and I think in games where you come back from mega creeps, you're still really under pressure. Just like looking at the players from Yandex, they all seem really stressed out, especially DM and Soxa and CJ. They don't look happy. They don't look like, oh, that was awesome, guys. We're going to win game 2. Because when your carry overperforms like that, you also want to be able to rise to the occasion. You shouldn't only win Dota if your carry is putting on a generational performance, because it was a quiet game coming out of Largo, and it was a quiet game coming out of CJ.
Well, a game number 1 draft with a lot of twists and turns. There was that IO that ended up being changed to the mid lane there. A Wind Ranger overall final pick for the side of Yandex was phenomenal impact. And whilst Liquid were happy with their drafts, everything that they could do, a call to try and end wasn't enough. But a game 2 is a reset. It isn't the end all or be end here. So we'll see how our draft for game 2 plays out.
Team Liquid versus Team Yandex. Game 2.
To overcorrect or not is the question that you put towards Liquid. Is the IO enough of a nuisance, enough of an anomaly to enter that first phase ban territory? Or you go, fair play, Yandex, you've had your fun, but this time around, it's not going to play out the same way. We're going to have the overall last pick, and we're going to be seeing Yandex open up the draft and potentially reveal what they're willing to let Liquid have as a counter pick.
Yeah, this will definitely change things. Considering if Yandex wants the first pick, the Earth Spirit, then maybe they don't get the IO. I can get second phase banned. Liquid, since they are second pick, also have an extra ban, and so they have a little bit more choice in terms of what Yandex gets to play. So it's a slightly different situation, which may mean the first phase is totally different. Maybe Yandex just passes on the IO and says, we don't really want it from first pick. It's a second pick thing for us.
Yeah, and just to talk about something that we didn't mention yet, I do wonder about the decision that CJ had on his IO to never tether the Largo. Like, something was going on where it was the Wind Ranger every single fight with the tether, and they didn't take advantage of that heal amplification. And while it worked very well in that clutch team fight where he reloaded him out, it felt like a mistake.
Yeah, I think that's just as an experience on the hero. It's not understanding the concept of the draft necessarily. It's just like, I'll play it, guys. Like, this Wind Ranger will win us the game. I'll just play it, and it'll be fine.
Yeah, nerves in the moment. Sometimes something super basic like, hey, we have a heal sort of strategy here. I'm going to tether the guy that heals. You just forget because you're thinking about how to press your buttons, and you die, and now you're like kind of clammy and you're nervous. These things mount up, and you lose focus, and you lose sight of simple things. And so I've had it happen to me before plenty of times. Okay, game 1 is game 1. But now, okay, you've had a little bit to get used to that, to acclimate to the crowd, to the TI vibe and experience. You've got to bring a little bit more in game 2.
So I think this is super interesting. They decided to ban Earth Spirit on their own first pick. And then Liquid took a bunch of time to consider whether they're banning the Wisp. I'm sure that was a conversation that was just had. Because I think banning the Earth Spirit like this is essentially saying, we're not going to first pick Earth Spirit, we're going to first pick Wisp if we get the opportunity. Okay, never mind.
Just kidding, it's a bounty hunter.
Or a bounty hunter.
Or a bounty hunter.
Very similar heroes.
Very similar heroes.
To be fair, this was a hero in group stages Yandex could do so much on, right? Soxa was leading the charge. The way he plays a bounty hunter, we've seen it before. It's always a nuance of a hero that you just hate coming up against as well. It just is that pain or thorn in the side, right? That's how painful it is to come up against. But I feel like there's a whole nother level when Yandex get their hands on it.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think it's a very Soxa hero. We talk about Soxa being someone who plays the map, who sneaks around, who sets up kills. Well, what better hero to do that than a guy who's planting wards deep, who's invisible, setting up on kills? I think it's a great point, and I think this hero very much fits Soxa and is good for Yandex in that Soxa is going to be able to make the plays, make stuff happen, and let other people connect, and that's a weird response.
Yeah, traditionally when you play against Bounty Hunter, you want a hero that can kind of follow him around and like stop him from having free reign. And Wyvern traditionally is more of a hero that likes to sit in his lane, just play the 2v2 out, and kind of win the game that way. So in essence, Liquid are just not responding to the bounty. They're saying like, we're going to build our own strategy. We don't care about what you're doing. We're going to build our own thing here. And yeah, to extend on what you said, I absolutely agree. I think Soxa is the main shot caller, and Bounty Hunter is one of those heroes that you get to plan ahead. You get to run into places that you normally wouldn't be able to run to because you're invisible, put a deep ward, and then you can have the conversation about when somebody shows here, we're going to smoke to it, or we're going to make this move. And I think that really enables him to be like the leadership voice that they need.
I do think an aspect of it as well, outside of what you mentioned, is that DM's hero pool functions very well with Bounty Hunter. And the one hero in particular that I want to talk about is Darkseer. With Clockwork being nerfed and Support Earth Spirit not being as popular now that it's mainly a mid and it's just not really a Soxa hero either, this is kind of the hero that you would want to pair with the Darkseer and do a lot of the moves that we saw with the Earth Spirit 4 at EWC, for example, like getting that Ion Shot level 3, TPing mid. And once you have DM on a hero like Darkseer, you're always going to be comfortable on Yandex because you know that regardless of how the game goes, you're going to have that ability to take that one teamfight initiation with Vakwell and potentially change things.
It's definitely a hero that fits DM extremely well. I also think Liquid is one of the best anti-Darkseer teams because Mickey likes to play the Zvens, these Tinies. He has really good hero answers to Darkseer, which I think he would gladly pick into it. So it's interesting to see if they dare to go for it, even against Liquid.
Yeah, it's definitely an important dynamic in this draft, and I think Liquid is considering it, and so is Yandex, because Darkseer's also great against Wyvern. You've got magic damage through the shield, and also Wyvern likes sort of a controlled, calm fight, in that she gets to sit in the back and wait and look. I'm going to press heal on this guy, curse on that guy, and I get to press my spells in a nice manner. And Bounty Hunter's tracking you, he's seeing you, and causing some shenanigans there, and then suddenly Darks is there, he vacuums you in, breaks your positioning. Like these types of heroes, things like those, or Puck, or Storm, stuff that makes Wyvern's fight awkward and uncomfortable, that's not what he wants. He wants to sit back in the fortress.
Yeah, I wonder how much of it is just Dota coming full circle, where like we've had supports buying first item Essence Distiller for like 5 months now, and then someone remembered, hey, Bounty Hunter gets it for free at level 6. I don't need to buy an Essence Distiller.
He also works really well with Essence Distiller because you can like put it somewhere where you don't see any heroes, and then they walk into it, and then you get the track for free. So it actually has kind of cool synergies with the item too.
It was only one ban that Liquid had for themselves in the second phase, and so we're questioning, well, what is a combo or something that the Bounty Hunter can set up strongly that they want to take out? Their answer is Necro and an instant pick of a Clockwork to open their phase.
Yeah, this is an interesting one because it's 2 supports, which is not something we super typically see. It is range plus melee, which is nice. Clock goes in for you, so Wyvern has a little bit more space to cast the spells, but it does mean that you have to pick 2 cores back to back, and it can be awkward to find synergies between cores because they're not laning with each other, and that is oftentimes the kind of synergies you pick together, is heroes that actually work together in the early game, and cores don't often do that.
There's the list. No, I agree. I also think we touched on it in the pregame, how like what Liquid's been managing to do way better during TI compared to other events this year is they've managed to enable Ace, and that's mainly been through Boxy playing ranged heroes. And in both of these games now, they've kind of fallen back into like a little bit of old concepts. I think even in the previous game, Ace's game wasn't that good. He was not top of the net worth the way he wants to be. So, okay. Oh, never mind. Sorry, I got confused.
You thought that was something getting picked up for the side of Liquid?
I was like, what is happening? But no, okay, this makes way more sense.
You haven't heard of Clockwork off lane?
I don't want to hear about Clockwork.
Not right now.
I do not want to hear about Clockwork off lane.
I understand the Hoodwink run back for Yandex because we talked a lot about the carry performance, but Malady also had a really good early game. Like, he was able to kind of make moves, hide in trees, kill after the Tormentor. Like, he had the confidence that we didn't see from him in a lot of the group stage games in that game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And now they've got potential flex on the IO again. So that's one of the problems whenever, one of the problems presented when a team picks two supports first on second pick is you have to show your core first. Well, they show a flex, so they didn't really show the core first. So now Liquid gets 0 lane counter picks on these 2 picks here, which means potentially on the last pick of this upcoming phase is they can get a hero that's really good against you in either lane or in game, and there's some danger there.
And Liquid have to be tempted to pick Darkseer with their Clockwork and their Ember now to take it away from Yandex. That makes it so that what you mentioned, Aiden, about the ranged hero synergy between Ace and Boxy, it enables this hero and gives him a lane.
Yep, also they've banned out Dawnbreaker and Underlord, and when I think of Ace during this tournament, those are like the first 2 heroes that pop up in my mind.
Oh.
I think for Ace, I think this is quite an uncomfortable position, right? Like, he doesn't have his ranged boy, his 2 favorite boys to play are banned out, and like you said, there's the Darkseer, right? Like, do you go for it? Is it something he's comfortable playing? It has good synergies with the heroes.
The time is ticking down, though. Like, I think it's a great point. I think he hates this position. He hates playing double melees. He doesn't like dragging waves or getting loose in the lane. This is the Darkseer. But this hero is also not that strong in lane. You have to pull waves. You're also saying IO gets a full free lane because you can never, like, trap this guy in cogs. He's super fast. If Darkseer tries to run you, you just run away. And so you've contested that, okay, the IO gets a free lane if you want. Now the enemy can, Yandex can counterpick the Ember Spirit mid. They can pick an offlane hero here. There's no, this pick doesn't present pressure per se. It just has nice synergy with Liquid heroes. Going back to your point of Liquid just, we're going to pick our heroes and we don't really care so much what you're picking.
Yep.
I do think Yandex put Liquid in the position where if they didn't take Darkseer, they would have picked it themselves as well for DM, like we mentioned. And this makes it so that this IO is a carry, by the way, and this is a mid-Slark. I just want to say, this is a mid-Slark versus Ember.
Calling it now, everyone!
Yeah, this is mid-Slark versus Ember, and this is IO carry versus Darkseer because he's not at all bothered by this lane. And I would be surprised if we didn't see it happen this way.
I find this kind of funny because we were in the green room during some other game, and I was like, Huskar's kind of weak this patch. Like, what's like the Ember cheese? How do you cheese Ember? Because Ember always gets cheesed. And Quinn goes, it's Slark mid. I'm like,
and Unison Ember's like, Slark.
Nah, bro.
Well, one person who has played that matchup before is CJ. In the groups, he played Slark. He got a win with it too. So it isn't this, oh, I'm going to try and have this flavor of TI, show the creativity. It worked. So now we're having 2 fantastic mids come out from CJ where he's really showing up on a main stage.
It was versus Ember as well that he played the mid-Slark. So he knows that it works. And this is when I like Yandex, how they draft around CJ, is if they pick him counter-pick heroes. Not just like randomly putting in a hero that'll be good for the game. No, they give him something to dumpster the enemy mid laner.
Yeah, the Slark against the Ember is absolutely amazing. I think the one wrinkle here is Mika is a very confident Ember Spirit player, and so there is a world where they put the Ember Spirit safe lane and they pick a new mid to either force the IO to go mid or to dumpster Slark. Slark against Ember is awesome. It's a great mid, it functions super naturally and well, but Slark with a losing lane for mid is about the most worthless hero you could ever find. And so I think you have to consider that, and it's definitely something you need to keep in mind.
How is Slark able to take advantage of Ember in the ways that we're not seeing other heroes be able to do in this patch?
A big part of it is he can just man-fight you in the shield. You're not trying to break the shield. You skill your third spell, which steals regen and movement speed, and you just hit the guy, and he presses shield, and you say, I don't care. And you keep hitting him, you steal his damage, and the trade gets worse and worse for him over time, whereas traditionally, Ember, the trade gets better and better as the Flame Guard damage stacks up. It's very efficient damage for mana. So he kind of breaks Ember's like main dynamic, which is abusing Flame Guard, and it only gets worse.
I think the Mika Ember Spirit point is very, very interesting, because I think it is something that they're capable of doing, but what would you say the answer to Slark mid is for niche?
Any ranged hero that just hits him in the head, like it's a hero that has no nukes.
Yeah.
Right? He's all about, I'm going to hit you. And so if you're just a ranged hero, then Slark can actually never do any damage to you. He can't actually hurt your hero in any way. And so I think any ranged hero that just hits the guy, I'm not exactly sure off the top of my head, but like something like even like a Nature's Prophet, which is banned, but some guy that bonk, 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 bonk.
Ideally, you want to be Lina, Nature's Prophet, or like some Necro, right? But they're all banned out.
Exactly.
What's the downside to maybe swapping it and having a Slark carry and a IO mid? Is Slark Darkseer just not really a lane that feels comfortable for the Slark?
If it were a Slark carry, it would be a response to Liquid's last pick if they thought that it wouldn't be comfortable on whatever happens. And to me, it looks pretty comfy. I mean, CJ should play it. He should double down on this.
Okay, so you're saying we still want to see that Slark mid. Well, you're going to get what you wish for there. It is a Slark mid and an IO carry.
They haven't picked yet.
You can tell they're talking about it in the booth.
Yep, there it is. It's the Ember safe lane.
It's the Mickey Ember, yeah.
Okay, so this mid lane sucks. It fits the exact archetype. Winner's going to hit him in the head a bunch of times. But this Tidehunter now has a very free game. He's playing against Wyvern and Ember. He's going to press Anchor Smash, and he's not going to take any damage. I feel like that is troublesome because having Tidehunter with a really good game is one of the best heroes to have with a really good game.
And a big part of Tidehunter having a good game will change the way that Yandex play this, because now Sox is freed up. If Tide does not need help, this Bounty Hunter is going to be mid. He's going to be helping CJ Slark. He's going to be rotating. He's going to be making moves happen, and Sox is just happy with this.
I think the biggest thing for this game, though, is in the last game, I think Liquid conceptually answered the Wisp problem extremely well. They had high single target burst damage, and in this game, it's really not... It doesn't exist in the same way. I think it's going to be much harder for them to kill that one guy, to accomplish the concept that they did so well in game one. I think this time around is a lot harder with their heroes.
Is it also a different build for a carry IO? Do we see a different avenue get taken?
Usually Helm of the Dominator comes out before Aghanims, but typically it's just going to be Helm, Aghs, Heart, the things that we're used to seeing.
Yeah, my biggest worry for Yandex this game is this mid lane. Like, Slark literally cannot do one single point of damage to Winter Ranger. He's 600 units away. How can you hurt him? And I think this lane can potentially get very out of hand and put Nisha in a position to say, hey, I messed up last time with some Aegises. I'm going to prove you all wrong. I'm still the GOAT. All right, one-on-one, never lost, okay? He's in a position to say that.
Okay, what if it's no longer a one-on-one? What if all the supports from Yandex come mid?
Okay, then all bets are off.
All bets are off if those rotations happen, but Nisha wanting to prove himself here, and Yandex wanting to prove that their draft is superior. The only way they can do that is with some words for Tsunami.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by Excel of Team Yandex. All right, give it to me real, Excel. Should you have won that game one? What was going on in your head during the last 5 minutes of that game?
I mean, it was a crazy game, and you don't judge winners, so you win, you win.
Okay, so then that's why you seemed confident still. You go for the IO, but you didn't go for it first pick. You waited, went bounty, they still didn't ban it, and then you were like, okay, now I'll pick IO. What was the reason?
There was just too many heroes we wanted, and we just decided the bounty is... It's just different, and you don't want to be doing the same thing over and over again. Yeah.
Okay. I want to ask you about your entire TI experience. This is your very first TI, and I want to know what it's like getting into that booth, the door slides behind you, stressful games like this. What's the experience like for you?
I mean, it's a great experience, especially when you're winning, and I'm super happy we made it to playoffs, even though like a lot of people like put us in a very high seat, like they rate us and they expect us to do very well. I don't have like any expectations, and I didn't have advance the game, so group stage wasn't like the easiest one, but that's fine. We make it through, and now we play here, super happy.
The happiness shows. Excel, congratulations on the game one. Looking forward to how game two goes as we send it to our casters.
Thank you very much there, Tsunami and Axel. It is time for game two, the game about to begin. Fold, we had quite the game one.
I mean, how do you beat that game one? How do you beat that game one?
We'll see, we'll see. Already with the draft, we're getting some fun stuff. So, you know, it's a good start already. We're getting this switch up right. We're seeing Liquid pick the Ember mid initially, maybe even not, allowing the Slark through. Something that a lot of these upper Ember pickers are not doing, right? It's always banned.
Yes.
They leave it in, so of course, the mid Slark, it comes out. Then Liquid say, well, you know what? We weren't going to put it mid. But anyway, we're ready to play it safe lane, get something else. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, let's see how it goes.
Lane.
It's not something that's I've done often. It's always about dodging. It can work. But it does have the darks here with the Ion Shell, right? You can see synergy with their draft, but it can be a risk.
But the lane, right?
Exactly.
It really, really can be a risk. Honestly, I feel like a lot for Liquid, sort of was touched upon by the panel. You're looking at Nisha.
You're looking at 100%.
He's a Wind Ranger against a Slark. He's got a dumpster this lane.
100%, because even that top lane, right?
Yeah.
Ace playing the Darks here into the IO. It's not the easiest way to the counter. IO's just going to chill. You have sustain. You play from a distance unless you make some massive mistakes. You should be fine. And Ember, a hero that tends to be designed about having level advantage.
Getting that solo
Getting,
XP.
like, super fast max flame guard, especially currently at the moment. So not going to be the case, and he is playing versus a potential, I mean, not a hard lane, you could say, because it's a double melee, the Tide and the Bounty, but the Tide is going to get away with the free lane. He's going to be able to just chill down here for the most part, unless he makes a big mistake. So let's see what Nisha can do.
I feel like, yes,
a lot of pressure.
So much is on Nisha.
But he's got a lot to prove after that last game.
Not the cleanest of games.
No.
But, you know, looking at the group stage performances, Liquid, it kind of happens to them. I think pretty much all three of the series they won 2-1. They would always win. They would always lose the first game.
That is that's very true.
They always take time to adapt to their opponents. They've had that game one, and my goodness, quite a lot of back and forth moments to adapt to them.
True.
See if they can turn things around here in this game too.
Did feel like they adapted pretty well in that last game in terms of how they answered the IO Largo, but yeah, definitely not the case when they end up losing the game. As he said, you don't judge the winners, and they were the winners on the side of Yandex this time around. So
great game from them, and just them having the sort of the foresight to be able to close it in the way that they did. They held nothing back when they had that opportunity to get that win, and it was a fantastic one.
So something I could like to see potentially from Tofu is just give the Ember the levels. Don't play next to him. Don't soak the experience, right? If you're going to play this Wyvern Ember lane, just make sure the Ember kind of plays that solo.
You do have to.
Right?
You've got to find some sort of way indeed to ensure that you are giving that Ember the lion's share of the experience.
Exactly. So I'd like to see something like that from Tofu. Sure, he might have to soak a little bit here and there, but I want to see a majority going towards Mickey. So I've seen actually this IO and Slark thing together, Owen. I can't remember if it was, I think it was BoomBoys perhaps, or maybe it was Yandex. I'd have to look again, my bad. But I know somebody ran it earlier in this tournament. It gets pretty insane, the HP regen you start to build up.
I think it was GPK play.
I think it was, right?
So I think it probably was.
In a similar vein, sure, not in the same concept last time where the IO Largo kind of thing comes in, but these two together, when Slark gets the shard too, heroes kind of just become unkillable. So we'll have to see how Liquid ends up dealing with that, because this time around, like Insania was mentioning, Liquid's draft design is quite different than last time about we're going to just destroy one target, explode them. You can't even really do that versus the Slark, because he's going to get the shard eventually. He's going to be able to get safe. So a bit of a different style that we have coming in from both sides, and we're going to see a pause coming.
And I think that's the thing as well, going back to that game one, you know, you talk about who was sort of the solid rock for Liquid. I feel like it was Mickey.
It was
quite
Mickey.
literally, on the Tiny.
Literally.
He was doing some fantastic work. And obviously on this game, being put into a position which just, as we said, we've seen it before, this Ember safe lane, but it's definitely not one of those things that's like, oh my goodness, it's the Ember safe lane, everybody watch out. He's going to absolutely dumps the game. It's a lot harder for Mickey to be that strong rock this time round.
It is, but the important thing is, though, the Ember's not shut down, right? Because otherwise you send the Ember to the Slark lane, and it's going to be an Ember who has a pretty awful
they have to make
the
this
game.
move.
So
Absolutely.
they have to make
this move.
And I'm curious to see, too, that maybe if Mickey, I'm seeing the item queued up, it's not your traditional, but does he go Vessel from safe lane Ember versus IO and Slark? It's a good Vessel game. The argument is there for it because there's no Largo to lick it off this time.
But there is a
I don't know if there is, sure, but you're just going to use it on the IO. It's the IO carry, right? So I could see a world where he potentially does do it, but I don't know if he's guaranteed.
That's fair. And I'll tell you why it can work as well. Because obviously, you do have Nisha again on this hero in the mid. It's a Wind Ranger, quite like the Nature's Prophet.
He's the
you
carry.
Can build the right click.
Exactly.
He's the carry. So absolutely can work. It's just a question of whether you can get anywhere close to a similar sort of timings on that pickup and on the levels as you would if you were the Ember mid.
Exactly. So yeah, I'm really curious to see how this is going to go down. It sucks. So we're seeing 11 last hits on the bounty. So he's gotten a lot of wards. I believe he killed some couriers as well too. So that's inflated for him at the moment. So as we see DM, a lane that he's put in a position to be able to farm in. Mickey's going to free farm, but same thing for DM in mid lane. The one that we have to look at, right? Because Nisha, it's just designed for him to just completely destroy the Slark.
He's doing well.
And so far, yeah, 16, 17, 7 to the 10 and 3, and Boxy now even making the move over to be even more annoying.
Yeah, they need this. Just do not let this Slark get away with any sort of start.
Just don't let him play.
Yeah.
They're going to have potentially, like, I mean, honestly, he could become pretty dead weight pretty fast if he ends up getting pressured too hard in this game.
Because that's the thing, you know, would you rather be the team that's got a under-farmed Slark mid or a team with an under-farmed Ember safe lane? I'd rather be the one with the Ember. You know what I mean? So if they can punish Chira, it doesn't matter what goes on in Mickey's game. And the thing is, obviously, at the moment, Mickey's having a great game. So it's not even a concern that he's not getting farmed. He's top CS right now. So this approach from Liquid, definitely looking to test Yandex's approach with this mid Slark. Liquid They've clearly come prepared with an answer.
And overall for the Ember game, if he does get the early Flame Guard max, looking at the magical damage of Yandex early, they could definitely have some difficulties breaking and burning that Flame Guard with him running them down.
They don't get through it quicker at all.
It's going to take time, right? The IO in particular is all that magic damage and the bushwhack that can come in, so see how that goes down. Watson, though, he also has free lane. We didn't talk too much about the IO, but the IO versus Darkseer, he's just going to free farm up there too, so the Dominator timing, it's going to be very fast. And let's see if this time also, where Yandex has the edge on the global, how much that's going to matter. Because last time Liquid, they could respond accordingly. Nature's Prophet Dawn, they can always respond to all of these global moves. This time around, they don't have that luxury. They have the Ember to match the mobility, but that's about it. So Watson's relocates could be pretty devastating.
Bit of a slow pace start in terms of kills. The mid lane, we've got to keep our eyes on Chira Jr. Constantly being kept very, very low in this lane.
He's got the raindrop, so he's got ways to at least protect himself from some of these power shots, but Sox has got to come in at least to annoy Nisha a little.
He's doing it. I think that was what we've just had the stat up. I think that's the 5th courier in the 5 minutes. So
it's pretty insane how many he's been able to find.
When Sax is on his bounty, you do not want to be a courier.
Well, yeah,
We'll
I mean,
find you.
Looking at the game state right now, right? You see, it's 0-0, but the win range is completely free farming versus Slark, and it's actually Yandex with the gold lead because of those couriers.
Yeah, he's keeping it even with these courier snipes. Sax.
And he's even getting the rune here now too, so gets the regen, will be able to prevent Nisha from just grabbing it. Sure, there's no bottle lane actually in this game. So this has been interesting. Usually don't see a team, both teams without a bottle hero. This is going to be one of those games with no bottle.
I talked about this bounty as well. I mean, I also talked about the 2 opening picks, right? We're seeing some teams, they love the bounty.
They do.
This is one of the teams that will do it. First pick material, I guess not a surprise because of the team. Overall, like, where do you place this hero right now? Is it as highly valued as some of these teams are valuing it in your eyes?
It seems very good versus certain teams, especially too, because the map is just so massive. It's giving so much information, and I feel like some teams aren't responding as accordingly as I would have expected.
First pick Wyvern.
In the past, some teams, this isn't really the meta right now, but you could just go for these pushing aggressive lineups, and Bounty does nothing into group up in most situations. So this game, he's into a Wyvern, and he's good versus the Wyvern. Mickey, here comes the reload.
Yeah, Watson bringing in the extra numbers to make sure they can try and punish Mickey before he hits the 6.
Saxa.
Get that first blood. Saxa been doing these little moves with the couriers. We've got the runes, now setting up for the first blood. This is why they do like to get this first pick for him. He becomes quite nasty.
He's truly owning these first 7 minutes. An insane amount of D wards as well, as we're seeing on top of those courier snipes, and even finding that kill on Mickey. Before he hits the 6, he was very close to having that finished up there. Still, the Slark case continues of the struggle.
Yeah. But this is if this game does sort of go down the way of, Mickey, despite having the good farm, he's got the gold, but just obviously will not have the chance for solo XP, the solo levels. And if Chira Jr. is able to have more impact with the lack of farm that he's had in this mid lane on the Slark, I think, we'll kind of maybe learn a lesson of maybe the Ember safe lane is just that hard to pull off, that it's just not a situation where you want to end yourself in with a draft. And one of the reasons why we have seen, I want to say, the majority of the times where Ember's been picked, Slark has always been banned.
It has been. Just having Ember side lane, it's just not the same. Sure, you can still get the farm, but it's about the pressure that you apply. Ember is a hero that just applies so much pressher, and if he is playing from that slight behind, it can be very different. So we shall see how Liquid
play around. It's going to be a test for Liquid.
Yeah, truly.
And already game 1 was quite a test, and a test that they failed in the end.
that is true. And yeah, Watson, let's see how the pace that he can farm, because we do have to talk about Watson too. Literally as clutch as you could possibly ask for in this last game, completely carrying the game. This time playing the IO, he's a good IO player. He's very comfortable with it, plays with the Dominator, and he's already set up for success here. Absolute free farm. He's playing into Darkseer too, who Darkseer versus IO, the wall does nothing. This is a pretty pathetic wall game when you look at it on paper. Usually Darkseer's pick because the wall can be pretty good. But
and a nice easy rotation over towards the stacks where they find Ace, and they're going to be able to finish off a few of these big creeps and ancients as well on top of that.
Hey, Sox's early game so far here, pretty pristine.
And Mickey with the build, goes for the arm.
It's going to be Radiance.
It's going to be Radiance. So he's dreaming big.
Dreaming big, and it's an item overall that not too many heroes actually purchase.
You're not picking a carry really in this meta outside of what maybe is Spectre, but even that we haven't seen that much. And it's going to farm. Yeah, that's true. I guess it is lifesteal. It's that you're really picking in that safe lane to farm the Radiance. So
it takes a long time to get the Radiance at times. And like we're saying, and like we're indicating, Ember usually a hero that wants to dictate pace. So if you're playing that slow pace, we'll see whose design ends up feeling better and who actually comes away with at least this mid-game. Because you're going to just give Watson now, he's going to get a free Aghanim.
Yeah.
Because there's no pressure on him whatsoever.
Because Nisha, he's on the mid, he wants to farm. He's going this Maelstrom, obviously, on the Wind Ranger. So it's a fair bit of greed here from Liquid.
They could get punished for it. There's a lot of team fight. There's a lot of things that can come together very quickly from the side of Yandex. And DM, a hero that we don't see picked too often because it can just get punished in this current turret meta, he's gotten away with the lane completely.
Sax is nearly getting away with the courier snipe. In fact,
Another
Will.
one.
Surely, are they going to be able to kill him for this? He's going to have the Shadow Walk back up.
Their catch is really not the best until they have the hook shot.
He really is doing so much.
Oh, he is so
in this
annoying.
first 10 minutes, Sax are the MVP by far.
Oh, yeah.
For what's been going on across the map in favor of Yandex.
That's dangerous, too, as a first pick. Being able to have this type of effect in the 10 minutes is pretty crazy. Top also now, Ace. And he speed himself away, still has the Surge active, should be able to.
Chase, yeah, a little bit too far for Saxa to try and set up to buy time for Malady and Watson to get in.
He'll get the Dom creep, though, and in the meantime, too, Saxa did block the Ancients while he was in that vicinity, too, so no extra farm for the Darkseer. 2K lead from the side of Yandex, just playing that economy game, and the Slark, he's only 700 behind the Wind Ranger, Owen.
He has absolutely gone through this lane good enough.
Good enough, indeed.
And Nisha, we saw him try. Yeah, he was putting the pressure on. Honestly, this was just very good safe plays from Cheerio, making sure he never fed in the matchup. And he didn't try and overstay his welcome, didn't push for CS that he wasn't going to be able to get.
And the bonus,
he's played it very carefully.
All this bonus gold from the bounty, too, absolutely adds up, right? As you said, I think, what, was it 6 or was it 7? Courier kills, I can't believe I just said that. I hate myself for it, but it was something around that. So, yeah, he's been giving so much extra gold, so much extra information.
They just need time. I'm looking at Liquid, they got an Ember trying to farm a Radiance.
They're going to farm.
Mid-Wind Ranger obviously wants his Maelstrom. I feel like they're hoping that Yandex isn't going to do something that Yandex is almost certainly going to do, that Yandex is going to come running at them. The Diffusal Blade, if Chiro Jr. gets a good timing on this Diffusal Blade,
it's a great game
The setup they have between any of them, right? If Slark, Bounty, Tide, Hoodwin go in, Watson's going to be relocating on top of him. They're going to feel a lot of early pressure, Liquid.
Tofu is going to have to be in pretty prime position, it feels like, in that mid-game with no curse to kind of turn these aggressive moves that can come in, because the team fight, it's very strong from Yandex when it comes together with the IO in particular. Sure, Liquid has responses of team fights, it's just, we'll see what Mikke can do until he gets Radiance, because before Radiance, he's going to be a bit underwhelming.
I don't think
die in 1 pound.
I mean, I don't think he's going to want to turn up at all.
And that, I mean, that could be dangerous, right? If he doesn't show up to some of these early fights versus the IO could take over. So,
and even when you have the Radiance on the Ember, it's not like, whoa!
No.
It will eventually feel good, but
you'll farm fast.
The Radiance alone, you're still going to die.
You're very vulnerable.
You need time.
They'll be able to burn heroes quick, though. Ion Shell, Radiance, Flame Guards. You can see what they want to do here, so we'll see if that ends up working for them, though. But yeah, Yandex, I feel like they're cruising right now, especially Watson. The timing's going to come pretty soon here.
It's Diffusal Blade. It's only about 700 gold away. And really did get through the lane nicely, Chiro Jr.
And good versus pretty much everybody. Good versus everybody that the Liquid has. This time, Saxa
to try for a deny, won't get it. Nisha gets the kill.
3 heroes, 2 cores to rotate to deal with Saxa's obnoxious pressure that he's doing. And Wall was used just to push him away here. I mean, Saxa's just giving info. The base ward that he placed earlier, scouting things out, sniping these couriers. I think Yandex just is, they have literally map hack essentially at the moment right now. They know everything that Liquid's doing because of the way he's playing.
I'll tell you what, in terms of control, they've got some quite annoying options, right, Yandex. They have the Pounce, and then also the Anchor from the Tide this game.
The Anchor's gonna
it
be
kind
very
of
strong.
ruins all 3 of their cores, right?
I think he should really, I think maybe as a first item. I was considering
that good
this game on the Tide. After having the scraps, essentially, could just go for it.
I think DM might think about that, yeah. It's going to be very effective against Liquid's cores.
Liquids overall just don't have the easiest ways to gank, right? This is just going to be a lot of farming. So we'll have to see if their plan ends up working in this. That Slark, he is caught up completely with the Wind Ranger. It's literally same goal.
Yeah. Let's able to get involved in some more action there, top against Box. It really...
It's going to accelerate fast, it feels like.
It really
how
is.
Liquid's going to deal with this Aghanim.
I think that really is the question. There's no way they forgot about the Slark being able to be picked against the Ember. This has to have been the plan from Liquid, right? That they were like, haha, we're going to do the Ember safe lane and going to beat you. You think it might have been a slip-up?
Yeah, they did a last-minute pivot because the way that they draft. Oh, Curse will connect, will get Saxa brought down, but they'll lose their Shrine. Watson will be fine to get out as well, too, with the re-relocate. Boxy is looking for him potentially on the re-relocate, but not something you can go for here without the Wind Ranger.
Not an easy kill. They need that extra damage.
Quiet game from Nisha, who said just farming, going for Maelstrom.
Relic's done. So okay, crossing that first hurdle, but Jira Jr. with the defusal, he's going to be starting to be quite annoying. He's going to be all over the map, getting these pickoffs.
Him and the bounty can really try just...
and they're going to
they can ruin the supports pretty hard.
And they're going to get the money.
They are.
With sort of the track potential from the bounty. It's tough times here for Liquid.
It's going to be a dangerous couple moments here until they do have the Radiance on the Ember to see what they can actually do to deal with this pressure from Yandex. I feel like Yandex, they got everything they wanted and more in this lane.
Oh, absolutely.
Because of how this Slark is done.
This first 15 minutes, Yandex, they're feeling like this one is very much in the direction of being in the bag.
3K lead at the moment here. DM, as we see, he's still queuing up the Blink first, so might just want that to be able to jump the back lines, but already making an aggressive move bottom. Counts.
The Ravage into the mana sale and the sharp shot. It is easily enough.
I think he actually ended up missing the pounce there, but ended up not mattering.
He did miss the pounce. He did miss the pounce. Just sort of the mana burn with the right clicks.
Okay, Boxy, can he get a connection here onto Chiri? He's got
Shadow Dance. He is out of this. I don't think they've got any way to chase him afterwards, and if anything, Liquid's got to be careful. You don't want to be running into this. This Slark's scary.
And this Io can come in at any moment.
Oh yeah, Watson's at the ready if the call's sort of made.
I mean, Watson's getting too much freedom, Owen. He's going to be level 15 very soon. I mentioned it the last game, how strong the 15
Where does the pressure from Liquid come from? Nisha's not going to be putting pressure on.
That's why I thought
December's not going to be putting pressure on.
That's why I thought he might do even though it sounds super weird, just doing the Vessel from the safe lane from the Ember, because I thought he was going to play faster, but not the case right now.
Yeah.
This is tough to see these next moments for Liquid, how they're going to be able to deal with the pressure that comes in. Watson, 15's about to hit, and the damage is insane when you do have this talent this early, and he's got the save. I do want to see Chira even potentially getting the shard a little early on the Slark too, since the IO is going to be so massive. All you have to do is just protect him.
Yeah, I mean, that would completely ruin any opportunity.
Ooh, big!
Would get kills if he goes for it.
Off the mark with the Bushwhack might actually save Nisha's life.
Going to throw a blood grenade out the side. Chira Jr. said the Cold Embrace will come into play. The Shuriken bounce, the curse has to be used to hold Chira Jr. back and will allow them to turn towards him. Chira Jr. does get taken out. Watson's going to turn up to the fight. They're able to take out both Boxy and Nisha here with Watson's presence.
A lot of damage from Watson.
They do not have the damage to bring Watson down. A remnant over from Mickey, but Watson's already out. And Mickey, he gets finished off by Malady.
Oh my goodness.
3 dead on Liquid, maybe even 4 Tofu. Will be able to get the Cold Embrace off underneath the tier 2 tower.
Oh, and this is insane. It's 8K lead. Watson comes in, cleans up, gets out. Chira gives his life, but he's like, I don't care. I set up for the dream for us. Track kills aplenty.
And Zax, he treats himself to a 17-minute Blink Dagger on the bounty.
Oh my goodness.
They're having a lot of fun this game, Yandex. I reckon this one must feel fantastic to play right now in the booth here on the main stage.
They don't even have the Radiance yet for the Ember. Mickey now 0-3. Even though they moved him out of the mid lane, he's suffering just as much as if maybe as if he would have been there.
Yeah, game 1 was quite the back and forth spectacle. This
one's looking could be decided pretty quick with the way, because IO, when you do get ahead like this, it's very hard to play versus because of how much they can pressure the map. Chira,
he's fine. He's got a bounce.
Into the cog.
He's got a shadow dance. Maybe they kill him though. Let's have a look.
Chira,
they might get him. They need to get him. They will get Malady.
They should have Chira.
Sure, he's gonna have a pounce in a second.
Surely they finish him here.
There's no way he gets out. They get it. All right, they needed that Liquid.
They did.
They needed that big time.
Mickey did not get the last hits though, so does not have the Radiance yet, but will have it finished up soon. But a pretty slow one that's coming out here for him. Saxa getting into very sneaky territories, by the way. Another base squad that he's placing, so more couriers.
This is one of the things you can do when you get the blink early on these sort of heroes.
You not only are able to know like where you can snipe these couriers, but you know where Liquid's going to want to play, because you'll see where the couriers are going, so you get full information. You're going to get so much out of this.
And do you ever expect that, Ward? Or it's one of those things that maybe you see in the replay, and the next game, if he does it, you're checking it out. But this game is going to live the whole
It'll live the whole duration, unless they buy a gym, which maybe they will do if they do feel that pressure from the bounty so much.
All right, there we go. So Radiant's
done.
It's done here for Mickey on the safe lane Ember.
But Watson, level 16, and he's got a BKB on top of the Aghanim. So a clear separation of almost 2 items. Ace
trying to surge away, but the Bushwhack comes in beautifully from Malady.
The damage from these spirits with the 15 talent is insane at this point when it's this early.
Chira Jr. gets the pounce. Into the Ravage from DM. They're locking Mickey down. He's got the 1 charges.
He's healing.
He's not going to be able to get away though. He came up with the slide. I don't think he had any more remnants out to jump to. So he's gone. They lose 3 heroes again on Liquid. They just cannot fight Yandex right now. Yandex are far too strong.
Nisha can't get into these fights either. He is having an incredibly quiet game.
Very quiet game.
For being that mid-win ranger versus the Slark, he's not finding much of anything.
They needed so much more from him this game, and it's not happened so far.
It's a 12k lead at 19 minutes with an IO lineup. And look at his net worth. It is insane how much he's getting out of the map here. And it's not just him too, it's not just the cores. These supports, because they're getting all these kills too, they're very rich. Malady's got a vessel, he's got the Distiller, he's got the Crest. Pretty crazy how much farm they're able to find here. And you can see that Liquid, they're having to just use like Winter's Curse to just hold the Slark back. Sure, they got the kill on him before because they did hold him back long enough, but how are they going to deal with Watson? He's going right-click now. So this is the build we've seen from Watson, also from Safe Lane too. He's actually even done the Maelstrom before the Aghanims a couple games. He's going to have it done too, so the farm's going to continue to accelerate. And to point out too is this is an amazing Mjolnir game. You're playing versus Flame Guard, Ion Shell. The Mjolnir is going to go crazy in the fights.
Can they get Children? Put him in the cogs.
Got back up.
Watson's going to come in and try and help out. Children is surviving.
The heals.
He's living proud. He knows he's going to be able to turn over. Mickey's out of mind.
Too much.
The double kill. Watson keeps him alive. It might be early days, Fog, but this has got to be painful for Liquid to play. They are getting completely destroyed. And this is looking like one of those ideas that you kind of have in a pub game. You're like, it's all right, boys. I'm going to take Ember Safe Lane, Farmer Radiance, and then you're like, wait, what?
It's looking like you just got to, I mean, you got to go for like the high ground base kind of, but your map is just completely desolated. Yandex, they're playing this to utmost perfection. This is going to be one of the most farms IOs I think I've ever seen.
Oh, yeah.
16k net worth.
1 minute in.
He's not only getting enabled to kills, he's getting the tracks.
They get Saxa.
We'll find
They
one.
drop a wall down, they're able to finish him off. Every now and then, they get a little something, but they need so many things. They're down 17k at 21 minutes.
And this is even before Cheer Jr. has the shard, too. He was able to survive during the majority of that. He doesn't even have the Depth Shroud yet to protect. So on top of, if he does want to go for that, then he probably will just never die again, if he does have the IO near him. So for Liquid, you got to just play for mass team fight, get the BKB online, at least for Nisha, and hope that they can overcommit onto you. But it is such a deficit.
This is, it's a desperate move, but they've got to make these desperate plays in this position. The smoke comes out, this goes wrong. This game looks irrecoverable.
I mean, Chira just scouts it immediately. Got the ulti. Looking to reset.
There, DME just comes in and gets the full-man Ravage! Watson ready to come across. He's ready to fight with the BKB. He's just trying to go for the focus fire to Watson. Watson is so tanky. They just do not have the damage to touch Yandex. Boxy's dead. Nisha chased down by DM. He's going to get the win run off turn with the shackle, but the final right clicks at the tide, kill him off. Ace trying to get Malady, won't even get him. Watson's in with the tether to heal Malady up. 4 dead on Liquid, and nobody dead on Yandex. Mickey, he's also going to get caught bottom. They're going to get the team wipe.
Another kill for DM. 5 track kills.
When you see, the Tide just finishing off your mid-win Ranger with a right click, the carry Ember Spirit with a right click, I think you know it's over.
Yeah, it's looking pretty over. 20 minutes, wow. 22 minutes, 21,000 lead. They're pretty
This is actually, is this the biggest stomp we've had in terms of kind of gold lead per minute?
It's
22, 1,000 gold a lead coming up, 1,000 gold a minute lead, just coming up to 23 minutes. This is just an approach to the game gone horribly wrong for Liquid, and really just sort of begs the question, if this was the plan, did they think that they didn't need to ban the Slark because they had this alternate switch around strategy? Did they think this would be you've only got to imagine that they did think so, but it has not been the case. It's just getting completely walked over by Yandex.
The pivot that you did in this game is 0-6. Right? The Ember Spirit that got moved out of that matchup is actually having the worst game out of all the cores. They are just completely shutting him down.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful approach from Yandex, and a lot of credit has to be given to Saxa. This early game, this first 10 minutes, he devastated the game plan from Liquid.
Couriers dying everywhere, information being given all around, and just information right to ensure that Chira Jr. didn't die during the laning stage.
Exactly.
He knew when he could kind of approach the lane in the mid, get what he could, when to back away and get through this laning stage without dying at all in that matchup against Nisha's win range.
And it truly is just looking so difficult to see how they can bring down the IO. As you saw there, Nisha focus fired, and he literally just ran right.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
No, and this is pre having those actual big healing items, the heart or the satanic. He's got all the damage. Essence rings, of course, we did see save them back to back there, Chira and him, I think, in one scenario. But yeah, this is it's just so limited for what Liquid can do on the map. They don't really have the damage at this point to deal with the sustain that comes in, and they're just so tanky too. DM, we haven't even said how, I mean, you kind of did, right? I was beating the Ember,
Right
beating the
click.
Wind Ranger.
Yeah, he's finished him off with a right click.
That's indicative of how good a Tidehunter game it truly is in this one. About to have, I mean, getting closer and closer to the Ags finished up. They're really just getting everything on the map here. Ags finished up for the Slark. Even more control now for the quote-unquote elusive heroes on Liquid.
Ready with the setup.
BKB's there for Nisha.
A little deep. Fox is going to be in the backup, and they won't push it too far here. Yandex, they'll respect the reaction. Nice
vacuum.
Vacuum.
Is there
wall.
damage?
There should be at least a kill Malady right there. They could kill the Hook.
Shackle and Watson.
And get the Aya. There's a lot of damage. He's up front of BKB's up.
They'll get it.
They get it.
Wow. That was insane.
Huge kill here for Liquid to take down. Finally take down the Watson. Money going the way of Ace. Gets a lot of money for that one.
Hey, Boxy coming in very clutch.
Right.
Those cogs back to back to back hitting him, preventing from the BKB to get used at first. Wow, biggest kill they've been able to find in this game. I'm impressed they were able to even do it at this point.
Yeah, I think, Yandex going to be surprised themselves that they could lose Watson in that situation. It's something.
It's breathing.
For Liquid.
Much needed kill for Mickey to get the space to try to get the BKB himself too. He just can't farm anywhere safe. DM just blinks in front of him.
Got the pipe out for Ace now, thanks to that gold burst that he just got from ending that streak of Watson.
Very nice shackle, as we did see from Nisha there too, being the answer there for the IO for a moment. Punchback, it doesn't change too much, of course, of the game state. It still is one of the most substantial leads that we've seen in this early game.
Yeah. I mean, but
the punchback.
In our last game, we saw Yandex win a game against Mega Creeps. That's not something that happens often.
That is true.
If Liquid are able to turn this is going to be sort of a similar level of impressiveness. Against Saxa.
Gonna be killed. Cheer up, we'll find Tofu in the backlines. And Liquid turned this into more kills rallied around Ace, because Ace, he's being the rock for the team a bit here, right? He's got the Shivas, he's got the pipe, he's got some of the answers here, at least versus all this magical. They got to play around those vacuum combos, see if they can get the coordination to try to bring down some of these targets. Yandex, they can back up. They don't really have to force things, to be fair.
No,
they can get the Satanic for Watson. They were just trying to apply as much pressure as possible and got punished for it. They still have the availability to go for Tormentor. They can set up for these Roshans, and I think that'll be the case for Yandex. Liquid, a lot harder for them to fight around those terms of Yandex. If Yandex is going in with 2 heroes versus 5, then Liquid can perhaps respond.
Yandex ready to bring the action to them with the Blink Ravage ready again here for DM.
Chira on the hunt here. I'm shocked he hasn't bought the shard, actually. Maybe he is just waiting to see if he does get some luck. Mickey, he gets caught in the pounce.
Ravage open things up into the pounce and the bushwhack. Not a chance.
I just don't know how Mickey ever comes back in this game, Owen. 0-7, and it's just a game where Ember feels hard countered. Perhaps it's going to be all on Nisha and Ace, but you need this Ember to do something, it feels like. I don't know if the Wind Ranger and the Dark Suit can do it enough.
DM afraid of nothing.
Truly not. Gets the Yules off as the Surge goes off, so Ace in trouble.
With the pounce onto Ace, Watson's relocated over as well. He's able to take out Tofu at the back of the fight. Ace going to try and run away, but he's caught by the leash. That'll be the 3 of them dead. Back to getting the gold lead growing on track here for Yandex.
Track money. Level 2 track also starting to build up there. He has the shard on the bounty hunter too, so even more pressure on the map. On top of what Sox has already been able to apply this game. Now he can invis his buddies, go for even more dive plays. Nisha has to be so careful here.
Nice one. Foxy. Hello. Was afraid that Saxa would get some sort of setup onto him. Tried to hook shot over in case he needed to be there by his side.
These supports are very likely to overtake.
I mean, they're massive.
Honestly,
both of them.
This could be a game where they have like five heroes in the top 7, right? There could just be the Ember and the Wind Ranger getting surpassed, and it's just the Darkseer up there if they don't get something rolling together. And Yandex, it is going to be that Roche call next. They're going to play it a little safe. Full Satanic for Watson. You have to have like a 5v1 to bring down this IO, it feels like now at this point. They did do it before, but that's kind of what it was, right? They did have the 5 on top of him.
How quickly he farms. Not just only gold, but XP as well.
Oh, and now he also
23.
He also now has the 15 talent from the bounty that could potentially be thrown on him. You get the damage reduction, the 30% damage reduction.
Yeah, you're not killing this IO. Unless he's left completely on his own. Which is that situation earlier when he was in the triangle. They weren't really set up around him. They could kill him then. Okay, killing him in a team fight looks to be impossible for Liquid. But Liquid, they're ready to try. the impossible.
It's double BKB timings. They're going to try. At this deficit, let's see what they can connect with.
See Saxa.
DM's in.
Saxa's got the use to protect himself. Mika's going to commit here with the BKBs. Look to try and finish off at least the bouncy. Look at the vacuum ball down. And once the big ball down to half HP, it needs to commit to the focus fire. The curse as well will lock down the two of them. But they've lost Tofu.
That's the BKB.
It's about to come to an end. And DM, he waited for it perfectly. Comes in with the Ravage to slam down yet another team fight in Yandex's favor. Ace?
That was the BKB fight for Liquid, and they only find the supports.
And they might just get Ace as well. As he's brought Alf to the side. Another kill for Watson. Another team fight in the bag for Yandex as they continue to very much enjoy this game too.
And Chira probably enjoying things too. He's like, guys, I got the pick Slark. They moved the Ember, and I'm still owning. 6-2 and 11. Has the Mage Slayer, has Axe, has all the timings. Is completely reducing anything Liquid wants to do in this.
I mean, and this is huge, right, going forward in the competition. It very much sends a message of if you pick Ember,
you better ban the Slark.
You have to ban the Slark.
Oh, yeah.
You're not going to be able to lane the Ember against it, and by the looks of it, you're certainly not going to be able to make a lane switch up and try and run the Ember safely.
Okay. Might get caught here. Shadow Walk stun. Yules.
Let's catch him on the way down. They don't.
Still had the Remnant down. Nice.
Watson.
There, Watson now.
Look at his on his own. He has got BKB and Satanic ready to press. BKB and a tether alone is enough. He zooms away.
So far. Chira in position to protect him. Did Chira buy Shard? Okay, I guess he's not going to do it. I thought he was going to get it, but he feels like he doesn't need it. He just wants to go for his own items this game. Feels like Watson doesn't need that protection. This is crazy net worth on this IO. We knew how insane this hero was going to be coming into this tournament. Some of these players are truly showing how strong it is.
Yeah, getting to pick it up as their second pick as well after the bouncy this strong.
I didn't think that they were going to get it again.
Especially because they have this flexibility. We saw game one from Chira, and then game two on Watson.
And Watson about to hit 25. He can go for the attack tether target this game since he's got the Slark. And with this build, yeah, absolutely. There we go. This damage is going to be absolutely ridiculous with him and Chira hitting targets. And for Liquid, I mean, it's got to be some type of like 5-man curse.
What is the comeback situation?
They don't really have physical damage is the issue. Their damage comes quite slowly versus this IO at this point with how far behind they truly are. They need to just somehow miraculously win a team fight to get some type of gold back coming their way. But it would be pretty miraculous if they could. Bottom, the catch again.
Very dead.
Doesn't even bother popping the BKB there.
Trying to stop things on the Saxa.
The DM you can't touch.
He's got Ravage as well ready when it's necessary. Saxa will get taken out. DM has to wait out the BKB from Mickey. Not to commit anything too heavily.
Get the Yules. We'll be able to find Boxy here on the way down. A DM just walks through them. The cores really do feel unkillable on the side of Yandex at this point. Sure, you can get down these supports at some times, but he got a bounce. I think he got a track off too, so it did get that extra gold for the team. Roche can look to back up for that one soon. Full regen also for DM. It's just not. I'm like trying to think of it. It's just not. There's no timings. All the timings for Liquid are just shot. There's not any big gains that they have in these next few moments. They got a Kaya on the Ember Spirit. That's not going to change much of anything. The Wind Ranger too. I mean, the Daedalus, maybe if they weren't so far behind, could have a bit of more of a difference maker, but there's just so much that Yandex has at this point to deal with it. Could look to close it out now in these next few moments with this Aegis. Full MKB for Watson.
And next. They're looking ready to put an end to this series. Yeah. Smoke up here around the Aegis, ready to run straight at Liquid.
No BKB still for Mickey, 2 for 20 seconds, so a free catch if they do see him. Saxa.
So we'll spot him out.
He's tanky.
He'll be here to help out. They're going to hook shot over the wall. Saxa.
Backline.
Mickey's just dead at the beginning of the fight.
No BKB for him.
He's gone. Indeed, the BKB was still on cooldown for about 10 seconds. They do get Saxa in return. The Ravage from DM comes out, puts a stop. Tanisha's attempted TP out. Malady with a follow-up bushwhack. Nisha's gone. The mid and the carry dead. And more. Tofu picked off up on the high ground.
I don't know how much more of this they want to take on Liquid.
This has got to hurt big time.
What an approach from Yandex. Coming off of that last game with the momentum into this one. Saxa leading the charge in the first 10 minutes, but the rest of the team leading it afterwards. Sheer and Watson having a beautiful game this time. All three cores having pretty flawless performance this time around for Yandex. It's time to close it out.
Certainly is Yandex. They're not going anywhere now. They're inside the base. A very hard-fought game one that's simply rewarded them with quite a smooth victory it looks to be here in game two. 35k ahead, 35 minutes in. Yandex looking very, very cool in this game too.
They had the clutch factor in game one. This game, they don't need the clutch factor as much. They're just running through it. 2 racks is claimed. Liquid will still hang on, but it's truly just hanging on by a thread at this point. Nearly 900 GPM for the IO. They're gonna smoke out, look for a last hurrah. There is no Ravage available. They've got their BKB, so they're gonna try something, but
all right,
let's see if they can kill a core, Owen.
So if they turn this, it will be even more impressive than the Mega Creep comeback we saw in game one from Yandex.
Yeah, actually would be.
It would. Let's see what they can do. Liquid smoking up, ready to give it their potentially final shot here in game two.
Hey, this would be the biggest comeback of all time, to be honest with you. 36k, 35 minutes with this type of draft, with this type of things, yeah, it's tough to see how they can kill a core even at this point. Yandex ready to close it up. Foxy stepping outside for some vision.
On their end. See the chance to jump Foxy. Sharpshooter coming in, it will dodge it with a hook shot over towards Nisha.
They're all getting tracked up. Soxa did find a place to put a sneaky ward in the base again, Owen, so they have full information of Liquid as well. Hasn't been de-warded, and yeah, I mean, it's to be expected to see that win probability in this game.
Having to put the BKB there just to get out. It was only the Slark alone that was threatening him. So yeah, very much feeling that 100-0.
Might even be higher than 100.
If it could be, it would.
This clean execution, truly. Overwhelming Blink. DM treating himself to a luxury item as well. Making Liquid suffer a little bit more in this game, it feels like. 25s.
What they can go for here. 1 minute left on the Aegis.
The insane thing, too, is that Watson still has quite a bit to grow. He's level 26, he can still eat the Aghanims, get the Daedalus, replace the Dom. Still has ways that he can just continue to get even bigger versus this, as he's doubling the net worth of the cores on the side of Liquid. Truly super impressive here. And yeah, just showing this Ember side lane ain't gonna work versus us.
It certainly isn't.
Jump forward, Ravage.
The base, Ravage is there, they get the jump straight away on the Wolf Toe for an ace. Ace will fall. Foxy taking apart a few right clicks from Chira Jr., the 3 of them dead. On Liquid, and outside of the base, Saxa is caught a 4th. Nisha's gonna go for the BKB TP out, he'll make it back to the fountain.
Just barely. Time to see how fast these buildings drop with the IO tether.
McKay's going to TP out to try and cut some of the creeps, but still he has the remnant back.
Here we go. Watch the push. Look at that IO.
DM's already in with a jump right up towards the fountain again, ready to stop. Bullying both Mickey and Nisha back.
He's vulnerable at this point.
Come on, the bite.
Maybe the fountain can kill him.
Jump out with the cogs.
Let's see if the fountain can.
Still kind of tanky, DM. He's walking this one off.
Nope, he's fine.
Doesn't get lower than half HP there, DM. He's fine. Foxy. Catch on Saxa, can they at least get a bounty up to kill? A Yules comes out, Saxa buys time for himself. Chira Jr. jumps over towards East. The Cold Embrace comes out, won't save him.
They can't go support.
Gone, dead for 70 seconds. DM continues to hold them just stuck inside the fountain. They'll finally tap out. They've had enough. GG's called. Yandex stomping this game 2, and with that taking the series 2-0, knocking Liquid down to the lower bracket.
An absolute self-failure at this point.
I think it's one I think we've seen throughout the group stage into this main event. This was
not even.
I mean, just completely outdrafted and completely outplayed on both fronts here, folks.
100% outclassed, outplayed in every possible way. As we said, it was up to Nisha in this game to shut down the Slark, kind of make the space happen for. It didn't happen at all. The Slark came out of the lane. Sure, he was behind, but very quickly caught up. Saxa finding all these couriers, setting up for all this information. It was a dream for Yandex this game, truly. They got to play versus a side lane Ember here on the main stage.
Yeah, and something that it has worked out.
It has.
But
not versus the Slark.
Over kind of all the patches and the games that we see of Dota 2 over the years, it just never has really been something that's reliable.
It's definitely not.
It was a big risk. A risk that they felt forced to go for, of course, here in this situation, not wanting to put it against the Slark, but definitely things to be learned here, I think, from Liquid in this game too, and I think from a lot of other teams watching, that maybe we're also considering this as an option against a team like Yandex that can run such a safe Slark mid from Chira Jr. to counter these sort of melee mids.
And maybe in some scenarios too, maybe it's not this end-all be-all hero for most teams, but Zaxa Bounty Hunter,
it does so much.
It does way too much. He really devastated that early game for them. Like you said, what was it, 5 or 6 couriers? I can't even remember, by like the 6-minute mark, truly set them up for success and just to snowball this game.
Yeah. Now Liquid, I'm sure they're going to be able to pick themselves up in the lower bracket.
Sure.
You know, this game too is definitely going to hit them pretty hard, but some pretty clear things that they can sort of step away from this one and say, all right, we know what it not do, we know what it change. And their high is still very high. We saw in the group stage coming into this, they look strong, but they're going to have to pick themselves up from quite a hard hit here from Yandex. Yandex 2-0, moving on in the upper bracket, knocking Liquid down. We're going to be able to head over to the stage, I believe, for some words from Malady.
掌声和欢呼声送给 Yandex。站在我旁边的是来自 Team Yandex 的 Malady， 以及我的搭档非常非常酷的 Tsunami。
Malady, everyone is very excited in the arena after that game number 1. Game number 2, not quite as exciting, but what was that game 1 experience like for you?
Melody 第一场比赛实在是太精彩了，整个现场所有观看直播的观众都为之沸腾。第二场比赛可能没有第一场比赛那么精彩，但是依然这个 BO3 还是非常的精彩。想问一下，第一场比赛你打下来感觉怎么样呢？
I don't know about first game, but we played it very bad. But somehow, Liquid even played even worse than us. I hope you guys are entertained.
我不知道第一场比赛发生了什么，让我说的话，我们第一场比赛打得非常糟糕，但是不知道为什么 Liquid 好像比我们打的还不在状态，还要再差一点。我们两个战队打的都不是很好，但是我希望观众朋友们你们看得开心就足够了。
We are very entertained, Malady, especially after that series, but that's not what we were expecting from your team because we saw you guys during the group stage. It was a little shaky, and this match was a rematch. You guys turned it around. What did you do in the time off between group stage and playoffs?
这两场比赛其实跟我们想象中的不太一样，因为在小组赛当中，我们感觉 Yandex 好像有一点不在状态，甚至有点危险。但是今天的这场淘汰赛 BO3， 你们和你们的旧对手在小组赛就迎面过的 Liquid 战队再一次对决，但是你们却赢下了这场比赛。想问一下，你们是怎么做到的呢
For these 3 days, we were playing scrims non-stop. We were playing pops as well. We were having sim talk, and we tried to fix our mistakes.
我们休息的这3天没有干别的，就是不停地打训练赛，不停地打天梯。我们只有一个目标，就是我们不能犯同样的错误。我们经过了很多队内的讨论和开会，所以最终我们今天的状态会看起来不太一样了。
My last question, Malady. You have been playing competitive Dota since 2019, but now this is your very first TI.
2019年到现在 ，Melody 一直在打职业，而今天上海是他的第1年 TI 哦。
What is the experience like? All these people watching you across the world right now, excited for the plays that you make. How is it finally living up to your expectations?
请问在上海在 TI 2026打比赛，在这样的一个不一样的场馆里、不一样的观众面前，你觉得怎么样？你的体验是什么样的？和你预期当中是否一样呢
I feel very excited. I really appreciate every last moment of this TI. This has been my dream, my whole life. And thank you, China. Thank you for this crowd. I really love and enjoying this.
我其实内心非常的激动，在这里打比赛，我能够感觉到我仿佛融入了这里，然后我感觉到现场的每一次为我们的欢呼。打 TI 是我的梦想，是我这辈子所追求的。能够在这里感觉现场的观众，他们实在是太棒了。我感谢中国，感谢现场的粉丝，谢谢你们。
whatever entertainment it felt we were lacking in game number 2, Malady made sure we got it in that interview there. And yeah, the shock that Dove had there, it's so right. Not a lot of people expect Malady to be a debutant when it comes to TI. To walk out on the stage, to have a showing in a game 1 like that, to be able to close it out in a game 2 against Liquid, so dominant in their group stage, you wouldn't expect it of someone who's never taken to the TI stage, to the TI main stage before.
Yeah, I'm so happy for him. I'm so happy that he's gotten to play this TI and that they've been doing so well that he's able to show what he's really made of. A player that was grinding in pubs and tier 2 teams for a long time before he actually made it onto the scene that makes tournaments, that gets to compete at these huge lands. And you can hear the emotion in his voice. He's a pretty
stoic,
like, sort of stable, stoic guy. You don't get a lot of emotion from Malady typically. So hearing that in his voice there, I'm just really happy for him, and I'm really proud of them for how they played in this game, because this was an immaculate, incredibly impressive game.
Yeah, it's just extra reaffirmation what this tournament means to the teams, what it means to the players. They can play and win all year, but nothing is like competing at TI and lifting the Aegis. And it's just such an incredible thing to see someone as cool as a cucumber, as Malady, look that emotional and that excited. And even in the series, his hoodwink was very stable. He did make a joke about that game 1 being which team played worse, but he had a lot of key moments there that enabled them to win Insania.
This guy is unbelievably based. I can't. He's honestly one of the funniest people to have interviews with, because I think he genuinely just says exactly what he feels.
Yeah.
Because I think after a game 1 like that, a lot of pro players will draw that conclusion. As viewers, it's amazing to watch. But as a pro player, game 2 is what you want to play for. This is what every game, this is what you're trying to set up.
Yeah.
And after game 1, you feel like we played garbage, and then
his words,
even more garbage. I think that is exactly how he feels, and he just says it, which is really refreshing and really cool.
No, it's great to hear. We like someone that's able to be so candid with us, to show that honesty as well. But yeah, game number 2, whilst it didn't feel as impactful with the ending of the craziness of game number 1, you have to give props to Yandex. We didn't think that this slot would necessarily have the impact as early as he did, considering how much Liquid adjusted in their draft to ensure that they had that better mid-to-mid matchup against him.
I think a lot of that is attributed to DM on Tidehunter having a free lane, which then frees up Saksa on the Bounty Hunter to just eat that early game. He was moving around, he was being a nuisance, and while Nisha's Windranger was dominating CJ on that mid lane, Saksa was sniping his couriers, he was taking his runes, he was being a pest wherever he could be, and that was the little push he needed on CJ to come back from that laning stage.
Yeah, it's also very much a game for Liquid where you're not okay sitting around and trading farm, because there is a timing coming down the pipeline that you cannot stop. And we saw it this game, right? Yandex is kind of chilling for 10 minutes, sniping couriers, and then at some point the Ags is online, it is go, 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 go. And you have to recognize that it's not a game where you can sit around and find some way to speed the game, but it's just very hard off of draft. I think Yandex changed things very well from the first game and altered stuff, because this game was, it was night and day.
I feel like in the first game, Liquid designed a draft that was meant to beat Wisp. IO. It was meant to beat IO. And, crazy. 7 kills is insane. And, people actually don't realize this, how much this affects your game. But when you're playing lanes in high-level Dota, being able to ferry regen to yourself is everything. Side lanes don't work unless you're able to ferry regen. If Dota went back to only having 1 courier, side lanes would not be the same. People would not be picking these heroes. They would not be playing these matchups. So that is actually an incredibly impactful stat.
It's not even just necessarily the laning phase that gets altered with couriers getting killed, but it's item timings of their cores that get delayed when their courier dies. It's also wards being ferried out for their supports. That happened a number of times, that we'd see Tofu's courier die, Boxy's courier die, wards gone. That's it. Your observers and your sentries, they're all limited numbers. They're on a timer, and you don't get them until your courier respawns. That really sucks when you're coming up against a bounty hunter that thrives on you not having any vision.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point, because they were getting out GPM'd and they felt the pressure of that IO and how early he got his Ags. But on top of that, they were losing in vision, not just to Bounty Hunter and Slark being natural vision heroes, with Slark being able to deward throughout the game, but not being able to combat it in any capacity. If Bounty Hunter's running free on the map and you can't place sentries and try to counterplay, it's just a very slow losing battle.
Yeah, and on top of all of that, there's the mental factor, I think, of having your chicken sniped, is that sort of
Courier for people who don't know what a
your
chicken
curry,
is.
I apologize. Some of them are chickens. It sort of breaks the normal formation of a Dota game. You're bringing items out, and there's things happening forward in a forward direction toward the enemy. But now there's stuff like in your base, and you're turning around all the time. Like, where is he? I can't find him. And it really messes with your head. I think it can make you lose focus of what the actual goal is.
I think it also ties back to the draft. I think we have to touch on it because I think in Game 1, Liquid did such a good job of creating like this anti-wisp draft, and then in Game 2, we're trying to create like a draft where they're just like we do our own thing again because we could do it in Game 1, but the way they did it just did not work. Like this Wyvern into Bounty Hunter could not respond at all. I feel like it didn't address it, and it was a big problem for them. Bounty had so much space because of it.
I think something else that was just so pivotal in that you're talking about when it comes to draft is, Game 1, Liquid had more answers. This time around, they were so reactionary. We ended up seeing a Mickey Ember Spirit, and whilst it was really hyped to see in the draft, it wasn't so hyped when we got to see it play out. And Purge is going to pinpoint exactly all the reasons why it didn't live up to some of the Mickey hype we've been having.
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, the lane swap that they did was very, very necessary in this game, but there's some negatives to it that a lot of players have experienced before. You need your mid hero to ideally not get stomped in his lane, which they would have if Ember was mid, but you also need to make things happen on the map, and Wind Ranger isn't the easiest hero to gank with, so that's one of the downsides that they had to deal with. And on top of that, farm speed is also a really relevant thing. This affected Mickey a lot with his Ember Spirit here. He's basically using his third skill to do AoE damage on the creep wave, and he's instantly using his ulti to jump to a neutral camp. So he's farming at max efficiency that he can get at, but until he gets another item, he's just simply not going to farm as fast as other carries, even though he's doing a good job here. At the same moment that he's farming like this, watch how Io is farming on the other side of the map. He's got a Helm of the Dominator, he's got his Spirits maxed out. The difference is that his farming skill, Spirits, are going constantly, and the AoE is bigger, much bigger. So between the Spirits and his Helm of the Dominator, he is clearing creep waves and neutral camps and stacking them and clearing them again at a much, much bigger speed. So he's getting more farm faster, which means that no matter what, he's going to have more net worth. And the other downside is based on the rest of the lineup, with Bounty Hunter roaming the map, they've got better kill potential. This is one of the downsides to the Ember Spirit being in the safe lane. He can't go get things done because he's getting less levels. He was splitting his experience, and he wasn't as much of a pressure on the map. So he's just now at 15 minutes, just about finishing Radiance, where his farm speed will go up. But right before that happens, a great gank by Yandex. So he's just behind. If we take a look at the net worth here, this experiment just was okay. He's sitting all right net worth, but at some point he is going to get out farmed by his opponents and definitely out team fought when the tracks come into play.
Thank you so much, Purge. It is just one of those things where you would love to see an experiment of a response to what was a Slaka mid workout, but at the end of the day, this Ember can only do so much when it's coming up against a Tide, when it's coming up a Yandex that finally feels full form, the Yandex that we've expected throughout the year. But we're going to move our attention towards what is going to be our final series today, because we still have two more teams in our top 8 that we haven't had a chance to look at or really talk about. It's Falcons up against Nigma Galaxy, and what a clash this is. It's so interesting knowing some of the behind the scenes, the interactions. I know Amar has so much respect for the side of Nigma Galaxy, but also just a roster that no one knew what to expect coming into TI qualifiers, because that's how Nigma Galaxy had to get here.
Yeah, I think Sumail is such a TI darling with his story of winning his first ever TI, being the youngest player to ever win a TI, that every time he makes it to the playoffs or the main stage at TI, it's something to watch. Like this player inspires so much optimism and like awe at his skill that you can't help but root for him.
I feel like he is that TI guy. I think every single TI he performs like nothing you've ever seen before. I think his first TI with EG obviously, but even like moving forward, like his tiny performances during like TI 8 or 9, I can't remember which one it was, just like absolutely pops off when he gets to the main stage. And I know he loves playing in front of a crowd. I've heard him talk about this like, so like that is the one thing he loves the most about Dota. He doesn't really enjoy playing pubs. He doesn't really enjoy the grind, but he loves being in front of a crowd.
I mean, this is his evolution as a player. You come in, TI5 in 2015, you win it. We've seen display after display for himself until we saw him at TI10 coming in as a carry, 7th, 8th. Then he misses out on 3 TIs, but finally he's sitting back into that carry role. That's the big thing that people who, might not be aware of what Nigma's trajectory is we've seen a role swap from Sumail yet again.
Yeah, he shifted and changed a lot as a player over time. I think in the beginning he was very much, I don't talk, I play mid, I do what I want, stay away from me, don't talk to me, I'm the boss. And I think he's become much more sacrificial and a player that's much more for the team and is willing to do things to highlight others. And I think he is highlighting other players in this team, right? He's playing a role that's not the star of the show, right? People think of the star role, they think of mid oftentimes. He's passed away from that and said, okay, I'll give that on to another player. I'm a more seasoned veteran at this point, and he's helping other people.
Is carry where mid laners go to retire, Quinn?
Well, not for me, but maybe for others.
I mean, yeah, we got a new stand-in in Lorinov for the side of Enigma Galaxy. It's just insane to think that we have a long-running lineup like Falcons, 3 years together up against a roster like Enigma Galaxy. Only 2 months, 2 weeks before TI qualifiers, they were formed, but both of them taking to the stage, seeing who's going to come out on top.
Galaxy.
That was their group stage record. They had a dominance no one expected to be able to make it into the main stage with a roster as young as 2.5 months. It really begs the question, are they able to keep that going for themselves, or can a veteran Falcons break that streak? Than any other defending TI champs have in the last 4 years. They've already achieved so much, but is it enough for themselves? Are they satisfied? Is this 5-man, the longest we've ever had in Dota history, going to be satisfied with a top 8? I just can't imagine, Mira, that they're going to be the ones that walk away from even this best of 3 happy if it's the best they get.
I mean, these players are in it to win it. Like when you look at that, this team, there are so many Aegises, like on each player, of course, from their win last year, but even before that, from Tundra's win, where Snay and Skeeter got it. Aoi, their coach, is a 3-time TI winner, twice as a coach, 1 time as a player. They're not here to just say, oh, we've done well. You know, we've made it very far. They're here to win again and break records.
I feel like it's win or last if you're Falcons. Nothing else matters.
Oh, like mentally, you mean?
Yeah. It's first place or you're last. It's all the same. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, whatever, 8th. It's all the same. It's first or last. That's it.
Yeah, they've all been to so many TIs. They've experienced every result between all of them, right? These are very veteran players. One of the most veteran teams, I think, when you look at the total of them. And so they've experienced everything there is to experience. But you know what they want? They want the shield again. They want to be the 2-time again. I think you see that in these players. They want first. They don't care about some other stuff. They've experienced everything there is.
I would agree with that very quickly, except for Malrine. When you think about it, his TI attendance is with Falcons. They got 4th in a year that they were winning everything. In a year that felt shaky for them, they got 1st. And now I wonder, this year is sort of emulating what happened last year, where we weren't really sure of Falcons' form. We weren't really sure if there was going to be those heroes for them, that strength and that confidence in their players to be able to go on and achieve victory.
I mean, I think for them, they really have had the whole, all of your heroes from last year are nerfed. You have nothing. None of your heroes that you won TI with are available to you.
Start from scratch.
Yeah, and they're like notoriously not a team that does that, right? They play their own stuff. So I think they're presented with one of the biggest challenges here at TI, which is find a new way to do it. And like, I think we talked about it before, but Skeeter won TI twice, and he played Medusa in both winning games. So like, they don't have like that. They're, I don't think of them as that team.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to change your playstyle especially when you're built in a very specific way. I think they're a team that is characterized by structure. They like doing the same way. They like team fighting the same way. They're picking the same heroes and building something very solid that they can run back over and over again because it's just fundamentally sound. They have great ideas from Aoi, who is honestly just the GOAT of coaching in this game. He is so incredibly accomplished and intelligent. When you talk to this guy, he just oozes Dota. And so I think this Falcons team they've built on that.
Was there a little bit of salt in the wound, Insania, when Snay won TI last year and he took your record of being the oldest player to win TI?
When I won, I thought that's not going to get broken for a while.
No way, really?
I did think that. I'm like, I'm going to keep this for a while.
Yeah,
and then he
1
went
year.
and did it like the next year.
Yeah, you had less than 12 months.
I was cheering for Ame hard in that final, let me tell you. I was a big Ame fan in that final.
What about yourself, Mira? Seeing those Falcons again already taking those steps that defending champions haven't really been able to take for themselves in the last few years of our TI?
It's very cool to watch happen if it does, because they've already broken records in so many different ways. I think at some point they were the most dominant team in Dota history ever in terms of their first places in 1 year. Maybe there was like contention there with Gaming Gladiators at some point, but
we won't ask the panel which era was better.
That's probably good.
But if they were able to do it one more year, I would be in so much awe. But I'm very curious about a dynamic that's happening here, is that at EWC 1 month ago, both of these teams, Falcons and Nigma, topped their group. Nigma went like 9-1, and I believe Falcons went 8-2 in their respective group. And then there was a 5-day break for both of these teams before they played again. And they got eliminated. They bombed out. And I do wonder what the effect of a break this long is going to look like, because it seems like these teams like to get the ball rolling and they like to consistently be playing. And some teams are favored by long breaks, but I don't think that's the case here.
It's a tricky dynamic for sure. I think they've all experienced it because, you know, a couple of the TIs in recent years have had bigger breaks. And so I think in some ways it's a skill you've had to build. Like, it is just an aspect of tournaments. It's not you play every day anymore. And so I think for them, if they feel like they're weak at doing that, to me, that's just an oversight as a player or a team that I think you need to be good at this. You need to be able to scrim and practice on those down days and to keep the momentum rolling, feel the energy still, because there just will be breaks. It's how Dota works these days.
It brings back the question of what's behind the curtain, right? We've only gotten a limited amount of sample size from Nigma Galaxy with this modified Swiss bracket. They were 4-1. They didn't have to worry about going into the elimination round or anything like that. And these are some of the other records that we're talking about for Falcons. No 5-man roster has done 3 TI appearances together with no roster changes in between. So they've had some stand-ins amidst with the Lorinov and Sumail as well, but to have no legitimate roster changes for themselves and 3 TI appearances.
It's honestly incredibly impressive. I had a long run playing with the same guys. Like me, Mick, and Boxy were together for years and years, and something that happens, and I think, you know, people can relate to it in their relationships, where like you just start getting annoyed about small stuff that like
bickering, I think we call it.
What is it called?
Bickering,
yeah. And you start bickering about like random stuff that really doesn't matter, and you get on each other's nerves, and you've seen, you know, like you've probably seen, like, these guys have seen Snaking run and die in the stupid way. I promise you, 47 million
times. Why Snaking, huh?
I just took him as an example. And yeah, it's just, you've seen it so many times that you can't help but like get annoyed by it. And to be able to get past that and still show up and still be such a strong team as they've been throughout these 3 years, I find to be incredibly respectful.
Yeah, it's actually amazing. As much as Dota is a game about ideas and strategy and knowing all the heroes and the gameplay, it's a very emotional game. You spend a lot of time with these players, more time than you do with anyone else, friends, family, the like. You spend so much time together, and to be able to put all that aside, all the little frustrations that you build up with people, any person over time, and say that we're going to build on this thing together, we're going to push towards a goal, and do that for 3 years on end, longer than anyone else, I think it's incredibly impressive. Like, it's hard to even state how awesome this is to watch. As someone who also played on a team with people for a long time, like, there is a very, you're bound together when you play this game. It's hard. It sucks a lot of the time, but you do it anyway because you want the goal. You want that Aegis in your hands. And so I have so much respect for these guys.
And that love and pride that you talked about, we saw it in that tweet that was brought up a minute ago. Amar just tweets the accomplishments of his own team. He just brags wherever he can. And I know that a lot of people clown on him for it, but I actually think it's a very beautiful thing to take pride in what it is that you do and feel confident in that, because it is confidence that carries you through TI. It is the ability to cooperate and be prideful in the situation that you're in and know that you can always do better. Because it was Amar's confidence last TI that allowed them to do some pretty crazy things, like pick Ursa offlane in an elimination game.
Yeah, and he's a star player of this team for a reason. I think a lot of people see his pub shenanigans and the all chatting and all this, but when you talk to the other people on his team, you talk to people that know him, he is an amazing teammate. He works hard, he watches replays, he accepts blame, and he lifts other people up and is a confidence-inducing player, and you want that. You want someone who comes to main stage, he's going to lift other people up and say, hey guys, we got this, and people are going to believe it. It's not fake, it's not something you're just saying. He means it, and you can tell that he means it.
I do think that that is a clear difference as well. Amar is someone that can bring up other players, that can instill confidence in other players, but Amar isn't a player that you can instill confidence in for himself. He needs to have it, right? He is that player that when he believes in himself, everything will work. If it doesn't, it's hard to change that for himself. And I'm hoping when we see him tweet things like that, when he celebrates the small things that maybe people don't necessarily praise as much, that is that little bit of ego showing through a bit more, showing that we are that team that will do what no one else has been able to.
Yeah, I mean, I personally can't think of any time I've interacted with him where he has not been confident. Like, I'm sure it exists, right? But he's not going to show his competitors, and he's not going to show the people that he plays against. Like, you always feel like this guy is going to be one of the hardest matchups I have. I think in recent years, there are very few players that have reached the mechanical skill peak that he has.
Yeah.
I think when you talk to pro players and you like really look at the details on his gameplay, you can tell how sharp it is. It's a level that is, I think, there is no other offlaner that competes with it right now, and not really throughout the last couple of years.
Amar being the linchpin for Falcons in their offlane, Sumail having only recently moved, and I know he has done it in his career before, but only recently, 2 weeks before TEI qualifies, moved to the carry role. How does he stand the test against someone who is comfortable in his role, being someone and a player that has flip-flopped here and there, had mixed performances, and we ourselves don't know what is going to show up on the day?
I feel like when it comes to confidence battle, like you could not pick two better people, because Sumail, no matter like how
we need an ego meter.
That ego meter would break. Like,
it's immovable, unstoppable force type deal.
It genuinely is, and like, I mean, this guy he moved to carry recently, and we actually had the pleasure of talking to him on our podcast, where he mentioned like he thinks carry is like the easiest role, and like he could play on any top team, and he could not play carry, and he would just cook anyway. He believes that's the level of confidence that he moves into a new role.
Wow.
I mean, that is the kind of confidence that you need, even if it borders on delusion sometimes. That's what the best players in the world at any sport or any esport have, is faith in themselves, regardless of what the results may be, and the ability to keep trying. And it's funny because I remember watching his evolution as a carry, even through this last month, where there was a situation where Nigma at EWC had a PL picked against them, and they had last pick, and they just didn't really have anything that they could pick outside of potentially Sven. And then all of a sudden it's a carry invoker. And it looked awful. But the fact that you can call for a carry invoker and give it a try anyway and have your ideas come through into the carry role from the mid, I think is an asset for teams. We saw it in the past with Liquid when Mike switched to carry from mid and how that affected his hero pool.
Yeah, he's always got some tricks up his sleeve. Sumail is, I mean, it's just such a fun player to watch, and I think the parallel of him and Amar is so true. Like, they are, I don't know, Amar is like the new generation of Sumail in a lot of ways. The confidence, I think, is the most similar thing, and I don't know if there's ever been a player quite like Sumail besides Amar in terms of that confidence. I was walking by Amar in lunch today, I said hello, and he said, I will first pick Necrophos, and I said,
shouldn't ask.
All right, brother, you do you.
You love it. They're just putting everything out there that they possibly can. But we should also acknowledge the fact that when Sumail has moved to carry, it leaves a void in the lineup of Nigma Galaxy. I know he had departed the team prior to that, but to welcome him back in a new role, you have to have the question of, is the person who's replacing him in mid living up to those standards? Lorinov takes that role, and I could very happily say that is someone who lives up to expectations, who will follow very easily and fill those shoes of Sumail in mid.
Yeah, Lorinov is one of those star players that never really got on a star-studded team. And it felt like that's been his position for a while now. We've called him a mercenary. We've talked about his mercenary buffs because every time he joins a team, whether it's as a stand-in or for the first few months, you can really feel his impact on his teammates because they're overachieving. He's playing incredibly, and their ideas shift for that time. And then after a while, it kind of just stagnates a little, and then we don't hear from Lorinov for a while. I wonder if this will be the case here, but as we can see, his results as a stand-in are pretty ridiculous. Yeah, there's a little bit of Falcon sabotage there. Maybe they saw the future.
He knew it was coming.
He's like, I gotta keep him low because I'm gonna beat them at TI. But with Aurora, his history as a stand-in, getting a first and a second is pretty absurd.
And yourself, Quinn, very quickly, you've also stood in for Falcons. Do you feel like Lorenov's walked away with much info on them for today's matchup?
Possibly so. They're not a team that keeps it close to the chest. They're honest, they're open, and I mean, I think they're ready. They're both ready to play here.
It feels like a familiar matchup, despite the fact we haven't actually seen these two teams come up against each other very often. Whether you want to coin it as an ego battle, whether it's a draft battle, all I know is we're in store for one of the best of threes here for our first day of TI 15.
Nigma Galaxy versus Team Falcons. Game 1.
We've already had two of our lower seeded teams come into today and create those upsets. If you're looking at this matchup, maybe you're wondering which team I'm referring to here. Falcons come in as the lowest seed up against a dominant group stage Nigma Galaxy who went 4-1. And so I wonder, is that group stage performance going to be another one that Nigma fans are unfortunate to put their copium into, or is it going to be this display of consistency?
I feel like Lorenov has genuinely revolutionized this team. I think this team has been stuck in the same sort of patterns that won TI7. It's crazy to think that, but they've kind of like followed that kind of play style of like high tempo, we're going to try to pressure the map, we're going to overwhelm our opponents with moves, which just hasn't really worked. And I feel like ever since Lorenov has stepped into this team, they've become a lot more of a macro team. They're playing a lot more for their farm, they're playing more for scaling, they're kind of stabilizing their game a lot more. And I think this idea of Nigma as like a chaotic team that tries to run around as 5 and create all these moves, it's gone. They're not that team anymore.
Yeah, and that's further amplified by a lot of the really close games they had during group stage. They played for very long. A lot of their battles were gruesome, and they made some really big comebacks too against Team Spirit in particular. Both of those games were hard fought and not easy, and that's not the Nigma of old. The Nigma of old was the one with the lead throwing it away.
Yeah, I think this team needed someone with strong resolve, because I think Nigma's a team that's very easy to get roped into what everyone else is saying. People are saying, go, 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 and you go too, and you get roped into that. And Lorenov says, no, I'm farming my camps, I'm getting my gold, and I think in a lot of ways, he's the true carry of this team. Sumail is playing mid from the side lane, and Lorenov is playing carry. He's getting the gold. He's being the rock that they need, because they go crazy a little bit, and they've got someone to come back to who's still got high net worth. The game is still okay. We're still solid.
That's absolutely been the case, because if you look at Sumail's hero pool, he's been thriving on stun heroes and setup heroes, and it works because Lorenov is so greedy, and Devi as well. From the offlane, you can just put him on a last pick Timber Saw or something like that, and he can put the game on his back.
Well, we're not looking at last picks just yet. We're looking towards what has been the opening phase for both Falcons and Nigma Galaxy. Falcons with the first pick go for the center there. It was completely ignored in our previous series, despite being a hot commodity in the group stages. And Nigma Galaxy go for the newer trend, a Nature's Prophet that has definitely shown what it's capable of as a hero today.
I think Falcons have this idea that they don't need to ban Lina if they first pick Centaur, because they're just going to play it on mid if Lina gets thrown mid, and he's just going to skill retaliate and farm, and it's not going to matter. And I've seen mid Centaur look kind of boring and underwhelming, but for Falcons, it makes sense conceptually. They want the offlane to mid flexes. That's always been their style.
I also feel like we talk about like Collapse for Team Spirit being the best guy to buy a blink and stunning people. I feel like Malrine is that guy from there.
Yeah.
Give him a strength hero that's tanky and you can just blink and stun someone and be able to like create these moves. He will do it.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's an incredibly hard balance to strike, and I think he hits it. He's somehow farm, but also is everywhere stunning you. I don't think anyone has ever done it like him from mid, actually. Maybe I think back to S4 or something, but not since S4 can I think of another mid that has played tempo in the pure essence of the way Malrine does it. The Nature's Prophet, I think, is interesting response to Centaur in that, in a lot of ways, Stampede is very good against Nature's Prophet because you just run at this guy. He doesn't like people getting on him. He has no escape mechanisms. But at the same time, these trees are very strong right now. They do a ton of damage to heroes. So there's a world where you can beat this guy up in lane, and sure, he Stampedes every once in a while, but you can play so fast, open up the towers, while Centaur is playing this new, slower farming build with Helmet Dominator into Heart. You're kind of AFK for 20 minutes.
I think it's also a hero that Sumail kind of likes. It's an active carry. It's a hero that he can get involved with. So if he wants to play it on the safe lane, it allows him to like have that pacing and that tempo that he wants to be able to set. So Lorenov can take a little bit more of that passive macro role on their team.
Yeah, and the flex is open for them too, because they have run it mid before and won with it.
Yeah, it is definitely an option for them. And I also like when you see the Centaur, you pick these two fighters. Like the fact that this hero is slow, I think is one of the biggest things about this hero. The build has drastically changed. This hero scales insanely well. He's not some blink bot that he used to be. He's kind of a carrier from the offlane, and so picking two really fast heroes in response, heroes that are low cooldown, high tempo, I think that is conceptually what you want against this guy, because you want to speed the game up and abuse the fact that they've got two carries.
Also, speaking of concepts, I feel like it's important to touch on Falcons. They follow this idea of like, we want to create a draft where none of our heroes die. They always look for these very tanky heroes. They try to find ways to play the game without dying, I think. Like, they want to have heroes that are hard to kill. And you see here, they're further trying to do that. You have the Shadow Demon that has Disruption for a save. You have Mirana, which is a very tricky support to kill. Snaking likes to push out a lot of creep waves, and he likes to be very aggressive on the waves. So Mirana's a great hero for that. You can get away pretty easily. And I feel like for Nigma, they're going to have to try to break that. It's kind of a similar thing we saw in the last game with like the damage issues that Liquid had. I think Falcons are going to try to create the same thing.
While we are waiting for Nigma Galaxy's pick, by the way, I think a worthy mention is the Dazzle ban. More often than not, bans just fall to the wayside. It isn't so much as an enticing or an exciting ban, but this Dazzle one is, because it is so bread and butter for Nigma Galaxy in their 8-game win streak that they ended up getting in group stage.
It's very much a GH specialty hero, and the thing about GH teams is that he is so respected by his enemies that if you look at Falcon's bans, there are 4 of his heroes that are banned on here. It's his 5 Dazzle, his 5 Wyvern, his IO, and his Coddle. And they're not afraid of the potential IO flex. It is GH usually on this IO. They're terrified of him. Even all of these years later after his TI win, he's still getting target banned. What the heck is that?
He is built different. He's also just always ranked 20 or 30 for like 10 years. I don't even know how it's possible. And that is crazy.
That's an Elder Titan. Okay, so Elder Titan, when I think of this hero, I love playing it. It's amazing, so fun.
Even in this patch?
No.
Okay.
Absolutely not. I actually, when I was reading the patch notes, I was like, this hero kind of has some stuff, but he just doesn't really make sense in any of the games. Because he has this aura that reduces magic damage, like magic armor, and amplifies essentially whatever magic damage you deal, makes it better. So generally you want to run it with some sort of spirits or some sort of heroes where like you can make that guy super strong. And you want to play it against heroes that don't have high mobility. And in this case, I feel like it's very hard to land the stomps, and you don't really have a clear hero to amplify at the moment. So it's a really interesting pick. It's a GH classic though, I will add that.
It is. It's also, like, I think it's taken advantage of by this Huskar in a lot of ways. You've got 2 melee supports, both of which are not very good at coming and killing the mid hero, and that is what's best against Huskar. You want stuff like Hoodwink, or stuff that scales really well, like a Shadow Demon who can get Ags and take off his passive so he doesn't heal. You want to kill this guy and offer threat on him, because your mid lane is going to have a hard time, whatever it is, and you're going to get shut down. And so now they have 2 supports that are sort of stable and don't really do those ganks. Then there's, you know, the Malrine Huskar, and he's the best player at this hero by, it's not even close. It's unbelievable how good he is at this hero compared to everyone else.
Don't let ATF hear you say that though.
It's true. I think Amar would hype his boy up and agree with me too.
You think so?
I think so.
You think you'd give him the crown?
Nah, maybe not. Not with Huskar.
Close, almost though.
I mean, he was beating mid Vipers with Huskar. Like, if you're winning against Vipers as a Huskar player, you're elite. You're the cream of the crop, for sure. And in this game, it feels like he's going to have free reign to just farm. Like, any kind of move that's made on him, as Quinn mentioned, will be hard, but there's also the counterplay from his SD plus Mirana combination.
Don't let the Huskar win rate fool you, okay, everyone? This Huskar has been first picked, like opening draft pick, many times through group stages. It gives a lot of heroes, a lot of potential for teams through Canada to come up with a recipe for success against it. So the win rate, whilst yes, looking very dire,
I think you can't look at it at all. Because like,
ignore, throw it out the window.
There's Huskar and then there's Malrine Huskar.
Yep.
It's in a tier of its own.
Yep.
And I will say he has bled during this tournament.
Oh yes,
he
definitely
has actually lost. And I feel like, I don't know the exact stats for this, but he does not lose on Huskar. Generally speaking, I feel like he just never loses on the hero. So I think they also, this is a different position, right? They get to pick it 4th, they get to see the support matchups, they get to see everything. So it's not like he's playing it into a draft that's fully constructed to beat him.
Yeah, it's a very, very different scenario. And I'm curious to see what they counterpick it with. Huskar's biggest strength, as everybody knows who's ever laned against it, is his laning is disgusting. I think there's borderline no heroes in the entire game that can beat him in lane. And so really your goal is to just survive. What can live through the lane? Nature's Prophet is something that people have tried in the past to lane against Huskar. I don't think it works. He kind of just kills your tree super fast, and then what comes shortly after is he kills you. So you need something else. Lina is banned. It's one of the classic responses. Viper is the best one by far. Both of these are out. And so what does Lornoth have in his pocket to actually deal with this? Because it's a lot harder than you'd think, even when you see him.
What about Sniper? Or is it too hard to play as a versus SD Mirana? They're going to move to the mid lane too easily.
Yeah, it's not only that, but it's also the Centaur. You're playing against Stampedes. There's so much, like, you have to play perfect to be able to play Sniper. And I think Mallory would also maybe even win the lane. But it is like one of the heroes that can lane.
So one of the things that's gotten, like, Huskar's gotten weaker over the past year is that he's not as dominant of a scaler as I feel like he was back when Malrine used to just beat everybody with it no matter matchups. The scaling of the hero has gotten worse. So, like, I think you have angles now where you can try to play some lanes to draw but have a better scaling situation. But again, for me, it ties back to the supports. You have Elder Titan, who kind of wants a spirit. This hero really thrives off of, like, amplifying a Storm or an Ember or having something like that to play with. And Darkseer kind of falls into the same category. And Huskar is just like, nah, you can't do that. You can't do that against me. So for Nigma, I think this is a really tricky pick. You have to try to find something that makes your draft tie together.
Yeah, the one game that Malrine lost with Huskar this tournament, he lost to Tops and Windranger, so potentially they're looking at that and saying, okay, that could be decent. Now, you will not win the lane, but you have good answers for him in the mid game, right? You press focus fire on the guy and you just shoot him and he can't shoot you back. So there's a lot of, there's good dynamics there apart from the lane. But it's tricky for Nigma because they want a melee hero to enable their Darkseer. They want, like you said, they want that spirit. So they're being forced to grief their own draft so they can lane.
Falcons created a huge draft issue for them too by picking the Sven as well, because there's nothing for the Sven in Nigma's draft. There's no BKB piercing disable. It's a very strong lane against Darkseer because he can just cleave through the waves, and it's going to have an incredible BKB timing where he's not threatened by anything, and they're going to be able to take every objective. So it's, do you answer the Sven or do you answer the Huskar? And Nigma have said, we're just going to pick a hero, we're going to pick a carry-to-carry matchup that can scale, and Lornoth's just laning against Huskar.
I don't know if Falcons are just baiting me into, like, thinking it, but they're not picking who's on Centaur or Huskar right now, even though they know Simeo's playing Lifestealer.
Oh, you're right.
And Lornoth is picking Nature's Prophet. I could be getting baited here.
No, it's very possible. This is not a bait. They're considering it.
Yeah?
The Lifestealer Elder Titan will get obliterated by Huskar in lane.
But what's the Centaur and Nature's Prophet matchup then? Are you willing to sack
They
that?
did it. You're good call.
Wow.
I think
Centaur does well against Prophet, I think.
Yeah, I think you'll draw at a minimum. You have potential to even win the lane because he's hitting you and you just retaliate him back. You're so tanky, so much regen. Mir talked about it earlier in the draft, but Malrine is willing to play this hero. He is sort of the stun goat from mid. This is an interesting twist and one that I think could really heavily punish Nigma early. These lanes, there's a lot of potential to get run over early, and when Falcons runs you over early, they tend to keep their foot on the pedal.
Yeah, even though there's that scaling issue you brought up, Insanio, with Huskar, is it enough that from the off lane, we won't necessarily hit that timing? We could still see so much of what he is good at for a hero shine?
I think we touched on it in the previous series. When you play mid, you have to have some sort of tempo. And now he can just happily click creeps forever, because that's what you do on the off lane. So I think it kind of, he's going to fix the scaling issue by being given more time to just hit creeps, where he doesn't have to tempo, he doesn't have to find these moves. Malrine's going to do it from the Centaur. So I really like what Falcons cooked up.
Yeah, I think while this switch up of having the Nature's Prophet mid is good for Nigma, I think that the scaling is still not good enough. Even though Nature's Prophet is going to be able to farm where he wouldn't have versus Huskar, I still think Sven's going to have free reign in this game, and the Shadow Demon Mirana are going to move very freely as well. They're going to be making a lot of moves, getting a lot of early game kills.
So how do we see an avenue potentially for Nigma Galaxy to have a foot in the door, to be able to take advantage of a potential downfall of Falcons?
I think Lornoth needs to overperform in this lane, and we need the stars to align a little bit, because I think Falcons have done a really good job here, and we need some magic.
Well, some stars are aligning. It might not be necessarily in the draft, but someone who curated that draft, it's Tsunami and Kuro.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm joined by Kuroki, where Falcons, they're throwing you a lot of curveballs. So first, they pick up a Huskar, and then they say, oh, it's actually an off-lane Huskar, and it's a mid-lane Centaur. How's your team dealing with that?
We're ready for that.
Oh, really? Okay, how about just the Huskar itself? Were you ready for that?
I hope so.
So then was the idea send Lornoth mid Nature's Prophet, and then either one we'll deal with? Either it's the mid Huskar or the mid Centaur?
Yeah, we're ready to match the Huskar, and hopefully it works out.
I want to ask you about your momentum into this tournament. So, group stage, you guys did exceptional. And then I think that 2-0 against Team Spirit really convinced everyone that this Nigma roster knows what it's doing extremely well. We were here last year, though, and the journey ended in top 8. So I'm wondering, how's your confidence levels from last year compared to this year?
I think we got top 6.
Top 6, you're right, my bad.
All right. We're confident, but whatever comes, we're just grateful to be here, very happy. Yeah, it's just enjoying life.
Is there any extra motivation with Sumail's supposed that this might be my final TI?
Well, let's see if it's truly his final TI. But...
Let's see, and let's also see how this game 1 goes. Good luck, Kuroki.
The reigning champions, Team Falcons, return to another TI. Here they are. They are the longest running roster in Dota history. And here, in what could be their last tournament, they look to make history once again. Only 3 TI champions have returned the next year to be able to claim a podium finish, and none of them are from the modern era. Falcons looks to change that, Avery.
The irony is they're against one of the guys who did it early on in Sumail, TI5, TI6 EGs, one of the last remaining players from a double podium finish. He knows what it takes to get there. He also knows how difficult it is. We're looking at 10 years since his first TI win, in perhaps his last run, so he claims, to try and get the second ring that he wants so badly. There is so much history in this match. So many brothers who have played with each other between these squads, right? Sumail's longest running teammate is against him in this match with Crit. ATF, he just said brothers against brothers on the stage. He played with Nigma Galaxy in the season before. These guys know each other so well over so many games, so many years. You better hope that knowledge pays off.
I love the Amar Sumail matchup. You know, like Amar in the game has already said, you know, this is the first time we played on stage together. They didn't get to do it when they were teammates. You know, they never got that opportunity. They didn't have that success. But now, as opponents, they do get that chance. And two members who have also gravitated to the carry role at some point in time in their career. Amar did have that stint where he was playing carry, said it's easy to be carry. Sumail very recently says it really doesn't take much to play carry in modern Dota nowadays. Well, they're going to put that to the test.
Give me the lane. I will say one of those stints was not like the other. You know, we're not going to name names, but you're hoping you come out on the better side of it, because a lot of players have moved to that carry role and had it be unsuccessful for them, right? It's not as easy as it looks. This role is never as easy as it looks. And Sumail, he's trying to prove himself in a different way here on a squad that he has fought for a long time on. This Nigma squad has just been together for so long. I mean, I think back to how long GH and Kuroki have been together. You know, there was a time where I remember Eternal Envy wanted to pick up this young pub star GH. He was a mid-Magnus, mid-Naga player back in the day. And we said, like, is this guy that good? And guess what? Kuroki picked him up instead, and they won TI that year. So yeah, this guy is that damn good. He's still a menace, still getting so many bans for his hero pool. It's disgusting. You can never count these guys out there. Always poised, always ready to deliver. And this is a new squad with some new faces, ready to prove themselves on the biggest stage in the world. This is going to be a match, especially up against Falcons. You already look at this game 1 draft. There is so much meat to get through in this Falcons lineup. So many tanky heroes, so many 3-4K HP pools are going to come out in this game with a Moonlight Shadow behind them, with the Disruption behind them. You need to be able to output damage to deal with that. You need to get through the lane stage. We're already seeing double lane swap come out. You put the Centaur mid, trying to get this Huskar Lifestealer matchup. No, Sumail, he's a mid player. You go mid. I'm going to play mid Lifestealer.
That's right.
That's the flexibility you have right here.
All right, so So Nigma Galaxy wants the matchup mid that they got.
Yes.
But our panel already talked about, like, Huskar is not a bad matchup against Furion, right?
I think it's better for him mid, though. I think in the side lane, you're splitting the XP. You don't want to necessarily put the Huskar on the side lane unless you know he's going to dominate that lane really hard. He's not going to dominate the Furion here. Even ET can do some damage against this hero with the level 2 Spirit timing on the level 3. So you do have to be a little more careful up here as Falcons. They did not want this to happen, basically. I guess the one upside is I'd say the Centaur's a better mid than Lifestealer. Lifestealer's not doing anything for you out of the mid lane.
No.
He's just farming. He's going to maybe switch lanes at some point. You could, I guess you get a faster Infest online.
Yeah. I mean, we have seen some of these Lifestealers from the carry role go for that early Infest onto a creep and make a move with it. maybe there's some play that a Lifestealer could make. Snaking, a little bit of trouble here. Starstorm, but that's going to be a vacuum back into a First Blood as Omar gets the block for Divide to line up the hit.
That's super nice. First Blood on a Darkseer, extra gold, going to push you into that Helmet Dominator. And I was just about to say, if you get levels on the Darkseer, maybe this Lifestealer can make some extra moves in this game. Like, there's some really nice early synergy there. Ion Shell plus Surge. Suddenly, Sumail can just run in there, or he runs in with the creep. As Best Bomb out, you get shelled, you get surged. There's a lot more to the fight for this Lifestealer than just him on an island. And you always have that Furion to connect on top, which, I mean, we got to mention at the start of the series. Has Lornoff had the highest potential of any mid player at this event?
Yeah,
some of the games this guy has carried as the greatest stand-in of all time, and now a permanent member of the squad, is just ridiculous. So if he gets a 4-0, 5-0 start on this Furion and he starts cooking, this game's going to be tough for Falcons.
And it does look like Nigma Galaxy is already getting the better of the lanes. If you like the lane switch up better for Nigma Galaxy, and we already see them getting a First Blood for Darkseer and getting the extra golden experience, then you gotta favor them for this early game, right?
I like the switch up. I think they got the better of it. Kuroki was very confident in that interview. I don't think they were caught off guard. I think they were well aware of this potential swap. You always need to think about the Maureen ATF Flex Heroes, which is basically their entire pool, right? These guys hold 9 records for like the most played heroes in professional Dota across their hero pool. They have the record for the most level 30 heroes. If you're not aware of it by now, you should have been. Yeah, and this is that flex potential they always have. So I think Nigma were ready for it. I like the lane swap. The only downside for them is they don't get that super fast solo level Furion out of mid, which I think is a little scarier for how they like to play. But it's perfectly fine here to play this hero in the safe.
Yeah, I was about to say, a mid Lifestealer, like surely Falcons are happy with a slow mid hero that's not going to be running over their side lanes. If the game goes slow, it's usually Falcons' favor.
I would agree. They just want to farm up. They want to get fat on all their heroes. They have a lot of core potential. You know, 5 or 6 slots across all 3 of these 3 meaty boys is going to go a long way. Yeah. So they're not afraid of playing a slow game. It's just a question of how much Nigma Galaxy can speed it up. And I think that'll be the MO of this series. I think Nigma are going to want to play a little faster, get a little more done in the early game, synergize their heroes, connect, make some moves.
Maureen, I was just about to praise him for getting such great CS. 1911, Centaur is very good at doing that. Mid lane Centaur, I felt like, is near impossible to stop getting great CS. Omar is going to go for a bit of a dive here. Divide also pressures Snaking, but it's just a poke. They're not really going in for anything.
Always have to think about these Furion rotations a little later on. Doesn't have the teleport yet, but between that level 4 to 6 is where this lineup can really pick up. Mid's your dead lane this time around. If you're Nigma Galaxy, it's going to change how the rotations happen, how you use the powers, but that's kind of the same for both teams. The Centaur's not going to offer much more here other than early Stampede.
Ornoff getting low. Amar trying to gun for the kill. The Shadow Poison pop, the Burning Spears, but they feed him the Lotus. GH comes out of the disruption just in time, but the Poison still takes him out alongside the Burning Spears. That's just too much damage over time.
Very close trade. You got an early Ash Legion shield on GH as well, picking up some early neutral item. Should have won you this trade, but the boots plus quelling on Amar, he's just able to get the chase down, and he calls him old.
Oh, Maureen has already taken to his teammates Amar's ult chat. Falcons, well known for a bit of BM, young and playing Cent mid. Yeah, that's actually an appropriate response. Like, what are you doing playing Centaur mid? Back in Sumail's day, he was playing 16 years old playing Invoker mid, Storm Spirit.
Not the flashiest hero.
Nope.
You know, I don't know if I would ever imagine Sumail being the player to be called old on the TI team.
Yep.
That makes me feel really old.
Yep.
Sitting here watching that. But he does have a point. He's one of the older players now.
Yep. Not just when it comes to his career and how long he's been playing Dota and attending TIs, but he's actually feeling the age. That's why he's, you know, thought about retirement for this TI. Though he has said very clearly, if he wins it, you gotta go for the third.
I can't imagine Dota without Sumail, so we'll keep seeing him around. Divide, CS leader, trying to do a little back laning.
It will be chased away.
Yeah, they do not want this to happen. You do not want an ultra farm Darkseer in this game who can provide some utility and boost up these other 2 cores.
Gotta be careful, the support duo. Got him on the disruption after the surge. That leaves Divine nowhere to run. He's just gonna try and get the neutral deny. Vacuums the neutrals to him to try and get the tentacles. It would have been a really sick play, but Crit still gets the last hit.
Got to take advantage of the space elsewhere if you're Enigma Galaxy. They're going to try and punish Amar a little bit top, but the TP comes through from the Centaur.
Yeah, Centaur's actually going to go for it. Stampede running down Lornoff. This is not what they expected whatsoever. A two-man stop from Maureen to set up the kill. They kill Lornoff together.
That was a sick read from Maureen. And this is what the panel talked about. He's arguably, you know, the best stunner tempo creator from mid we've seen in a long, long time. The stats back it up. This guy makes the most out of weird situations you just don't expect. That is not a TP kill Enigma Galaxy are even thinking of. You see the supports go bottom. You're thinking you have free reign on this top lane, and all of a sudden it's a Centaur counter ganking you out of mid. Yep. Okay, you know, you got to write that one off and just move on.
And what's Sumail's response? He's a mid-life stealer. Like, what are you expecting him to do? Counter TP?
Call him old in the chat. That's about all you got.
Yep, that's all you got.
Definitely set this Furion back. Lornoff is not having a fun time in this laning stage. Core is core by far. He's had some pressure put on him. He's had to lane against the Huskar. He's going to have to find a way to recover off of the team fights. Try and get this Nature's Wrath up as soon as possible. This is the biggest thing. You debilitate the Furion levels. Wrath comes online later. He farms his way back a little later. He can't boost up the other lanes as quickly. You buy yourself so much extra time in this game.
Yeah, Crit is being an absolute nuisance. He's not even letting Lornoff hit some of those neutrals behind the tower.
So annoying. Disruption into harass. Now you have to waste.
He's even threatening to kill him with the Shadow Poisons. Now, it's probably not going to be enough here. Crit, ooh, it was actually pretty damn close, but unable to finish the job, and Lornoff gets some much-needed experience even as his jungling is slowed down. He is a level and a half behind Amar.
A little bit of a gap has opened up. He's also just buying a lot of space for, again, 3 cores on the side of Falcons that are all farming. Helmet Dominator's going to be done here for the Centaur. The Sven's free farming bottom, and that Huskar has an empty lane top. So you're giving a lot of lane freedom here to Falcons, conceding a lot of this laning phase, and you're going to have to make it up elsewhere. Well, he's taking mid tower with an amp damage.
Yeah, he's no Dragon Knight, but because of the amp damage rune, he is chipping away at that mid tower, so.
I'll be really curious to see if he tries to make moves or join anything early with this mid lifestealer. It seems super awkward to do. You can maybe make that creep infest play.
And imagine it goes wrong, right? You slow down your Radiance, you're going to be like, oh man, I've just compounded the issue here.
I think you might just want to treat it as if you're a Necrophos or something.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to play my game, get a Radiance, and then we can maybe start doing something and I can bring people back in this game. Yeah, especially if he's given an empty lane hit. It's pretty hard to turn down empty solo XP plus runes.
Yeah, he's like, where are you at, Maureen?
He's creeps mid. That's where he's at.
Yeah.
Dragging waves.
Trying to stop these Helmet Dom creep shenanigans.
So slippery, so annoying, man.
Omar with the Surge, Ion Shell, going after Amar.
That's close.
Trying to close that gap, unfortunately doesn't quite connect.
Trying to get this Huskar before the arm link comes out. Nice idea. It'll at least buy some space for Lornoff in the jungle, and Wrath of Nature online here in 1 creep. So you have that spell to play with now if you're Enigma.
He denies the regen rune. Finally gets hunted down by Battery Assault from Omar. They kill the Helmet Dom creep. But Maureen, I mean, he farmed so many neutral camps during that, and the creep wave will now push into him, or into Crit rather, who's collecting the experience, trying to get level 6, would be much needed against a Darkseer lifetime. I mean, this is a very value Demonic Purge game, that's for sure.
It is tremendous.
Actually managed to get the stomp here on Sumail, though nothing's going to come of this. Still no level 6.
They're not going to put any attention in this lifestealer. They don't threaten him. He's not their biggest priority. You want to shut down the Furion early, and then if anything, I think shutting down the Darkseer a little bit in the team fights would be nice. Start to pressure this tower, though, with the boys. Darkseer Summoner doing a lot of work in these games.
That's right. Rally it up.
Nice little rage bait.
Sumail might be able to threaten Maureen a little bit, but he can't really stop this push that's coming in. They have no AoE clear whatsoever. Best they get is a deny. Let's see if they're able to snag that one as the glyph is going to go away. Maureen, Helmet Dom creep is going to die. They go for the deny. Oh, they didn't get it. What?
They missed the creep last hit and the tower last hit.
Oh,
I mean, that's where you drop another ult, right? You got to go back to the all chat here. I was about to say, how is GH level 7? What on earth?
Well, Lornoff doesn't want to lane anymore.
I know, but this is a ridiculously high level ET. He already had level 3 in the Echo Stomp plus Thirst Splitter. Not a bad spell in this game. This is kind of a nice ET game against effectively triple melee core with all these heroes going in.
Yeah.
The SD is a little annoying, but there's no real hard save for your setup. If you can stomp 2 or 3 heroes and throw an Earth Splitter in there, it's going to do some work. It's also not a bad matchup against Huskar. You can kind of sleep him, set up the damage. Earth Splitter does a huge amount of physical and just chunk him down. I always felt this matchup was kind of nice. Huskar always goes into U2. If he leaps on somebody and you stomp him on the leap in, it resets the fight. You have a lot of counterplay after that. So GH can do a lot of work in this game, and honestly, I think he is historically the best the best ET player in the world.
That's quite praise coming from you. Ooh, sneaky move. Divine managed to get the vacuum back mid-leap. However, his lane partner, Omar, whiffs the hook shot, and he missed the kill.
I'd like to see Nigma kind of group up for some sneaky play here and get the ball rolling, especially just to bring the Furion in the game with Wrath and Nature off cooldown. You have a lot of these little combinations with the darks here. There
yeah, HTP away with a Demonic Purge plus Fire Spirits. That's too much damage, even if he could get back to Fountain.
That's a lot of experience. High-level ET going down.
Arrow, good try. Trying to sneak in a stomp on Sumail and then combo it with the arrow. Doesn't work.
I think the one play you can make now, you have hook shot. You can shell this Clockwork. You can even infest him and just hook shot this Centaur around mid, bring the Furion in and collapse, kill this mid tower. I don't think the other 2 cores from Falcons would want to respond to a move like that. But I think you want to start to disrupt this farming a little bit, because this Sven and Huskar, they are just soaking up the sides of the map.
Yeah, it's too much.
It's way too much freedom. You have some BKB control. It's not an ultimately free Sven game. I'm just worried about the overall accumulation here. This is how Falcons like to play. They want to hit their mid-game timing where they're too tanky for you to deal with. They start forcing objectives. You have to take some fight. Maybe you don't have the same timing to match them. The game gets really weird really quickly. And we're seeing this ramp up considerably. It's going to be a really hurricane fight for ATF. The more kiting, more ability to lock onto the damage while maybe maintaining a gap around the other 2 melee cores.
Right, he's got to try and challenge the Furion, but keep away from the Lifestealer in fights.
I think this is what this is designed to do.
Britt trying to sneak something here, but will be caught by Omar. Nice hook shot into Cogs. And thought it was going to guarantee the kill here. Earth Splitter goes out. Crit managed to dodge that one as well. Demonic Purge, they saw him down with a blood grenade. They will finally collect the kill. Goodness, I mean, Cogs into Stomp felt free, but it actually forced them to chase so far. They're going to get a trade-off, maybe even 2. As Omar comes in, he'll go after Omar, who gets up to the high ground. Cogs pushing him back.
A lot of burn.
Ticking low, ticking down, and he dies.
Just not worth it on that move. And instant TP top with the newly minted Blink from Already instantly puts it to use. These little plays the Centaur can make really make a big difference in this game. Starting to look a little concerning for Enigma Galaxy. The game's not in a terrible state yet, but you can definitely feel the net worth starting to ramp up here.
Yeah.
And it's these tier 1 standing up. This is another issue with the Furion going safely and getting punished in that Huskar matchup. Your tempo around these tier 1s is a lot slower than if you had that 1v1 mid where he can rotate around and the moves become a lot more natural.
Yeah, mid Furion gets level 6, level 7. He teleports to a side lane. He's the baddest guy in the game, right? And like nobody wants to challenge him. A side lane Furion's like, whatever, man. Like we're the same level. Who cares?
He just lost too much XP in that lane. Another TP out from GH. He'll survive that one. Giving a little information space. We are closing in on that Sumail raid, so it's going to be a solid timing here.
And that presumably Enigma Galaxy are going to make big moves.
You got to do
right?
something.
Like there's no way they're just going to camp out and farm more, right?
No, it has to be an infest play, either Clockwork, some surge target. And again, look for some fight around one of these tier 1s where the Fury collapse in. You get a team fight into that objective and start to snowball the map a little bit. Definitely working on these Dom creeps, that's for sure.
Yeah, I wonder sometimes if these Clockworks are like, man, maybe I should put more levels in Battery Assault just to try and kill these Helmet Dom creeps better. Oh! Crit! Trying to get in front of him, lands a hook shot. Beautifully done by Lorna. Whoopsies! Pushing him away with the Cogs allows the Stampede. Okay, never mind. Struck down by Lornoff with the global presence.
Efficient kill. Furion's recovering. His hero will always recover as long as he's not getting gone on. So some early deaths set you back. Now you get some revenge. And the Radiance for the Lifestealer is done. So Enigma Galaxy can start to look for some more aggressive moves of their own. Assuming you're not getting jumped on.
Has to instantly teleport away, and it's
might be
still
dead.
going to be close call. 21 charges will keep him away from death.
Might be able to make a move off that. Because again, you know these Falcons heroes are pretty static right now.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Can't afford for them to just keep soaking up all this map between the neutrals that they're farming, the tier 1 towers that they're taking.
This Centaur Dom has done work in this game.
Oh, stomps right as the Sven jumps in. Happy coincidence there for Divide, but
Might just
still
be
results.
that tier 1 now.
Lamar, best pop out, trying to go for the fast kill here. It's not super fast. In fact, Omar's going to die for it.
Well worth it.
Dominating kill streak, though, for Samael, so he gets his Radiance, immediately finds a big kill, 500 gold to him.
That's exactly what you wanted. Kill one of these static farmers on the side lane. No one's going to respond to this play. You just got to bring the numbers to do it. You even got the tower denied bottom with the Darkseer. So nice little gold swing going your way there.
The panel talked about Falcon's style, how they want to be able to limit their deaths as much as possible, make it as hard as possible for you to be able to kill them. And it's not that they're trying to go completely deathless, right? In situations like that, it just means you have to throw so many resources to kill one of us, and then guess what? Everybody else is farming.
They will never respond to a move like that. They understand when they're in farm mode. They understand when they're in fight mode. They're always going to play the map as efficiently as possible. You also have to be worried about these supports mopping up some of the extra waves. They sneakily get very farmed in these games where nothing's happening. Yeah, they're not going to waste their time. They're hitting creeps. This is a team coached by AU at 2000. Like, they're not messing around when it comes to the farming efficiency.
We can probably see that from the gold gained in these last few minutes is no matter how much the Furion might be getting out of the map, Sven probably outpacing him. Mirana going to be outpacing the other two supports on the enemy side for sure. And even Crit is staying ahead in net worth by a solid amount.
Another reason to go and look for plays. Instant smoke up. They're going to infest the clockwork. I think this is the easiest connection to try and make here and try and open up the map. You'd really like the Sven off this play if he's still lingering in this bottom lane.
Yeah, they do not want to be killing Snaking here. But it might be
really
the only hero they have the chance to do so. They're just going to take the fast kill and try and go for the tower.
It's fine. You have to kill whoever's down here. You want it to be Sven, you'll take the Miranda. This will open up a tier 1. Lornoff needs some of these lanes to go in a little deeper. It's part of the advantage of having Furion is you can create some lane pressure innately. If all the tier 1s are standing, it really limits your efficacy. So a nice little connection. Gets glyphed on the bottom tower, but I think it's still dead here. Falcons, no interest in defending this. They're closing in on Skeeter's BKB, which is ridiculously fast here.
It's a 19-minute-and-a-half tier 1 safe lane tower. And they still have 2 more tier 1s. Like, Falcons got to be living kind of the dream right now. They're not that far ahead in net worth, but it kind of implies the game is, it's going to guarantee that they have more and more time to farm.
Look at Skeeter's CS. I mean, what is this? Almost 320 minutes? That is just an absolute free lane. So it's going to be a really fast BKB. They're going hard on the other 2 cores, by the way. Of course, they talked about how they like their tanky boys.
Yeah.
Why not tank it up even more? I guess it's good you have Lifestealer in this game.
Yeah, I was going to say, can you tank up so much that it's too much for even Lifestealer to handle?
Well, you're just adding extra feast damage. Good for Sumail. He sees these hearts. He's just licking his lips. He's like, oh, yeah. My passive's getting better by the minute.
Yeah, same goes with Earth Splitter. But that is kind of where the buck stops, right? You've got 2 percentage-based damage dealers. So, see if it takes them far enough. 5,000 net worth lead for Falcons, and trying to sneak a Roshan here, but it's going to be read by Enigma Galaxy. So, the fight is definitely coming. And Falcons, are you actually going to try and stick it? Are they going to dare Enigma Galaxy to stop them from doing this Roshan? They're going to try and intercept them as they smoke into play here. Smoke's going to break on the Helmet Dom creep. Amar is outside of the pit.
They want the fight more than the Roche. They know how strong they are right now.
Really trying to bait him in. They spot GH. Amar doesn't get the opportunity.
Oh, we got silence.
With the Hurricane Pipe. They push him away for the Centaur. Still trying to go for that kill. Samael's looking for the invest. Doesn't have to pop it right away. And they killed the Huskar with a jump in from Omar. And then Burnoff with a big Wrath of Nature. They actually managed to get the kill. They got baited into thinking they could actually burst down the Lifestealer.
That's a really funny cosmetic.
It is.
Just to point that out, that's the ET Huskar matchup before you have BKB. he just annihilates you. And after that fight, ATF instantly switch from the heart to the BKB.
Yeah.
He knows. Like, you cannot play this matchup without it. You just get slept into chunk down. There has to be a disruption there, and if there's not, you're just going to get obliterated. So, a nice little defensive fight from Nigma. You don't get Roche off that. I wonder if they even knew how low the Roche was. It's healing up right now.
If they knew, do you think they actually tried to get it?
The
Or was
Roche,
that like a third HP.
The Roche is just so bad at this point in the game. You need a little more physical DPS between the two cores.
Right.
I think they're fine with that, though. You've really stabilized this game. You've mitigated the potential damage that Falcons were building towards and bought yourself a lot of time here. And you also don't need as much farm on your support duo to function well. Block ET, you don't need much, right? You just need boots, tank up a little bit, and you're going to be able to have a lot of impact in the fights.
Okay, you got to explain that further because they got one kill. He lowered the net worth by like 2,000, but Falcons is still up 3K. Why was that such a big move to you?
If Falcons get a kill there, win that fight, they finish Roshan. This lead's going to be 7 to 9K. And you're going to have a tough time pushing lanes out or finding another pickoff because the hearts are going to come out. Some hero's going to have Aegis. This Sven is going to start running into you because the momentum feels a little bit better for them. That just felt like
Falcons was so, in your mind, so favored for that fight. There was a potential of growth that would have been explosive, but instead, Nigma managed to parry that, stop it in its tracks, and have a chance to be able to.
It was a really big kill momentum-wise in terms of Falcons progressing this game. Now they're going to have to look for that same fight again off the back of Skeeter's farm.
Mars smoke's going to break, trying to go for the hook shot, ends up going to the neutrals. Run, little clockwork, run!
Is he alive?
He's actually maybe going to. Oh, the arrow stops him. What could have been.
That was almost the greatest escape of all time.
It really was. The pickoff does lead to Falcons going back to that Roshan pit.
Oh, nice.
Enigma Galaxy. Yeah, nice stomp. That'll slow him down just a little bit further.
God Strength running out.
With only 4 heroes.
Falcons can't do this. Not with God Strength running out. Very hard to force the Roche against the Elder Titan.
Okay.
This pick is proving its worth in this game for sure. And GHE has been on point, too.
So because they stopped the first time, now they've kind of stopped them a second time. And now, like, you can't do it as Falcons. You're gunning into the time where Roshan's going to swap to the other side.
Yep. And this is all time for the Furion.
Yeah.
The Furion
5,000 gold in the last 5 minutes.
He is soaking up the lanes.
1,000 GPM for Lornoff in this window of time.
Nigma are really happy with the last 5 minutes or so here. Again, this lead could have built. This Roshan could have done a lot more for Falcons. Instead, they got stymied on 2 moves. Not happy about that. Got to get the next round of items up and then try and either just force the objective straight up or play the map a little bit more, which their lineup is... It's not the greatest at doing. I think it'll get better over time, the more the Centaur becomes a threat. They're just going to start progressing objectives. A little bit easier over 1 here. And no snipe. Shard to crit. That's super nice here. You get a little cleanse action. Yeah. Not the greatest cleanse game, but hey, it's free.
Is anything on their side cleansable? Is stop not cleansable, dispellable? No, it's strong dispel only.
I don't think it's really doing anything here.
Yeah. Interesting. Huh?
Oh, maybe that was one of the worst cleanses we've seen. It's still
it's still a heal.
It's still such a good demonic purge game. I don't think you mind too much.
Sure.
Especially if you ever landed on the life stealer. Oh, that's true, man. Smoke from Nigma.
Breaks on Malrine. They spot him. Hook shot. Thank you, boy. Take down this big old Centaur. They're trying to slow him down, but the Stampede has gotten far enough away, and the jump in from Skeeter quickly kills Divide. Now he's got a kite back against Mail. Wants to go for the squishier heroes. Now Amar's next up. Disruptions. Mail's getting kited, but he doesn't have the intent to get out of here. He's just going to be chained, done, and out. Falcons couldn't find their win on the Radiant side. Roshan will find it on the other side. It's quad kill for Falcons. Skeeter picks up 3 of them.
That's the dream for Falcons. You want to jump our tankiest hero who does the least damage and set the entire fight up on great jumps for our other 2 damage-dealing cores? By all means, we will happily oblige. Enigma Galaxy, they bit the bait too much there. Just not the target you want to run into. I'm not even sure how he dies there, to be honest, unless you just full commit, vacuum wall Fury on TP aggressively, and they were tentative to do all that.
And there's no way that's a winning team fight.
No.
For Enigma, right? Because you'll have nothing left to deal with the Huskar, nothing left to deal with the Sven. Who almost has a data list, by the way.
He's so farmed.
He's
putting in work. And ATF, he'll switch back to the heart now that he got an Aegis.
Now that we're winning the game.
Yeah, now that I got my Roshan, okay, I'll go for the bigger payoff item over the long run. Just gonna tank up. This build is always a little weird on Huskar because it does regen you. It can be a little awkward.
Yeah, it slows down your DPS.
Yes, but on the low HP, it can be absolutely insane, especially if the enemy has no healing, anti-healing, which we should mention. This lineup has no anti-healing in it. I'm not even really sure how you build it. There's no Croze, there's no Scotty builder. I guess Darkseer can get one eventually. It's probably your best option here.
Yeah.
That's a wild.
I know people really like Essence Distiller, but I do, like, there are moments like this where I'm like, oh.
The Vessel's just so much.
It was a Vessel.
It's so much more expensive for support. I think that's the biggest prohibiting factor. So now you just have to survive this period. If you're Enigma Galaxy, you continue to try and scale up the Furion and the Lifestealer's physical damage as much as possible. Which is going to be rough for these two supports because they're not the best at just casually farming the map in these downtimes. You can break some smokes. You can try and shut down Falcon's aggressive play. The last thing you want happening here is getting picked off on your side of the map. If Falcons get a pick off on Nigma's side of the map, it's going to be tower into potential high ground. You're going to lose some buildings pretty quickly at this point.
All the meanwhile, Falcons have no problem extending the game if it means that they can just increase their chance, their win percent, bit by bit.
Get a Centaur card up, get Huskar Ags. You can keep scaling all three of these cores for a long time here.
Get
no rush.
Satanic on Sven.
Your support net worth lead's also just going to grow because you have 2 farming supports versus 2 melee subs who don't clear waves. That's always going to be in your favor too. A lot of little things working for you here in this time period. And there's the Ags for the Centaur. Decided to rush it here. Try and bail the Huskar out in any situation where ATF's getting all in.
So, with so much against Enigma Galaxy here, what's gotta happen? Is it possible for them to win a fight? Let's start with that. Oh, Lord off. Well, not like this, that's for sure, with your carry getting picked off just outside your base.
In a straight 5-on-5 right now, no. I don't think it is. I think they have to...
with like a fantastic vacuum wall into Stomper
I guess
Splitter.
they do have a combo. If you can back 3 or 4 heroes into Stomper Splitter, then yes, it's doable. I think you would prefer to be able to play the map a little bit more here. But again, that was the death on your side of the map.
Yep.
This is what you could not afford in this time. This is going to force the high ground very quickly. You're not going to be able to reset the map fast enough. You might have to take this fight. Look for that big back combo.
Look at Mar, just straight to it. GH with the instant TP back.
Very smart TP.
He saw what was coming. And does manage to get away before sneaking or Crit can stop him with the disable. That's still going to be a lane of barracks. No Furion, there's just no way to fight.
Losing the Furion also hurts because he's your big lane shover.
Yeah.
Just hard to find an equivalent exchange there. So an early racks, 30 minutes in. Falcons feeling very comfortable in this game 1.
And we've talked a lot about how older eras of Dota, they paid off so much more to be flexible, to adapt. And modern Dota has become much more about playing to your 99% of your potential. And it does kind of feel like, in some ways, Enigma Galaxy feels a bit lost how to be able to play the map and such with the setup that they have, right? With Samael being in the mid lane, Lornoff not being able to have the experience advantage with the Nature's Prophet, to bully Falcons. Nice blink away.
It definitely feels a little awkward for them. It's just one of those things you're trying to adjust to get the better lane setup, which makes sense. But how many times have you played with this configuration? It's a risk. Everything's a risk. You just have to weigh the pros and cons. Trust your team to execute.
I mean, Skeeter is high net worth. He's also crazy high level. Level 24 in 31 minutes. Ooh, you're going to see a level 25 Sven not too soon.
He has a nice matchup against this Furion for a long time. The Harpoon is right here. That's an XPM. That'll do it. That'll absolutely do it. I don't know if you force high ground without another Aegis. I think technically you could here because you have the hearts. And you have the bailout from the disruption on the Shadow Demon.
Right.
It's just not Falcon's MO. I think they are a very conservative team when it comes to pushing high ground. They prefer to choke the map out, play for the next Roshan, get an Aegis, then choke the map out again. Sometimes for 60 minutes. And then once they're very confident they cannot lose that high ground fight or they find the pickoff, they will commit for that play. Big smoke bottom.
Well, they just have to make sure to kind of sweep back and forth through the map, make sure that these heroes aren't out on the map farming. Want to limit them as much as possible. Omar does a good job of breaking his smoke. Let's see if he can actually get away. Unlikely. Hook shot off the mark on the neutral camp that he was hoping to get away.
Got like pulled out of it by Harpoon.
Yeah, it felt
awkward. That's what you want though. You want the Clockwork just breaking the moves here. He's not farming waves anyway.
Natsumale a little bit more farm.
Yep.
How much does this Aghanim Scepter change though?
It's good in the Sven matchup for sure. Probably good in this Huskar one as well. Just being able to hop in one of these damage dealers, they can't hit you. You buy time for Rage to come off cooldown again. It's super nice.
They do have an Ags on Huskar to kind of make sure you don't get the chance to infest in the first place.
You just have to find ways to outplay them in the team fight. That's what you're going back to if you're Nigma here, which is probably a big vacuum combo.
Yeah, because you have no saves, right? If they see the opportunity to go on Sumail, it's not like there's a bailout from Nigma Galaxy.
No.
It's pretty much just all in on a vacuum into a wall, maybe a stomp. Really good stomp. Might be able to save you, but kind of unlikely.
Oh, I saw that Spirit running top off the ward.
Yeah, that's going to hurt.
They're just trying to bait someone top. See if Falcons bite the bait. They might.
Actually.
Yeah, he's thinking about it.
Playing pretty close to them. Mar, he's going to find him down here. He's going to spot him. Pops the dust as the smoke breaks. Managed to get the hook shot. Laying onto the Huskar. Huskar, the Earth Splitter. Trouble. Does manage to do. Oh, pulled back in by the vacuum. Where are you going?
Great connection there. You want to reset though. You don't want to overextend
Here
into
comes
the
Skeeter. Looking for the opening on Sumail. Managed to hit him with a shot. The follow-up barrel lands, and down he goes.
Couldn't get out in time.
Stomp attempted from GH, trying to get away from the Centaur. Defy running away from the Sven, but Crit's gonna hunt him down. A double for Crit. And yeah, Nigma Galaxy are not getting out of this unscathed. In fact, they are getting out of it worse for wear as they trade 1 for 3.
So hard to disengage there. It's almost like you had the instant TP with everybody, and I don't even know how you make that read. Stampede doing a lot of work on the re-engage. You always have that Earth Splitter threat. Again, he didn't go BKB. The heart's not helping you against the spell.
You weren't wrong about that matchup. We're seeing the power of the Elder Titan against this hero.
That's doing work.
It is just unfortunate that there are 2, or at least 1, much bigger threats.
You can only Earth Splitter one of these damage dealers. If they ever catch both, though, that is a world where that fight just goes Nigma's way. Even though they're behind gold here, they have a lot of spell powers. You can never count an Elder Titan lineup out.
Well, then you have a Centaur save for one of them. So if you get all 3 cores...
Okay, yeah, now we're talking.
All right.
I think the cogs can do some work. It's not guaranteed he gets a card save off in time. Depends how fast that initiation is.
Disruption in Arrow. The support duo has an easy way to find these big offs around the map.
They've been setting up a lot of quick action. The gem's running on the Mirana too. You're just playing for that next Roshan. Sven already level 25 with the Swift Blink. Some disgusting timings here from Skeeter. I don't know how you deal with him.
Yeah, plus 50% God Strength damage. Also, levels mean more to Sven than they've ever mattered, I think. The talents are good, but also don't forget about the innate, right? He's one of the highest strength gain heroes in the game.
Get more damage.
And his innate is being buffed for every level. So every level he's getting more strength, and every level his innate is also getting stronger with that strength.
It's a lot of extra damage. People forget about it.
And, you can see right there, an extra 117 damage.
It only takes 3 or 4 hits to evaporate these heroes. There's no evasion. I guess you have a little bit with the Radiance. Did not feel like it in that last fight. Gonna try and get a butterfly on the NP. That helps a little bit.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Can you contest the next Roshan here? That's the question for Nigma Galaxy. I think there's a world you can. Again, you have very good supports around the pit. Clockwork can give the vision, he can be disruptive. The ET Spirits a great clump abuser, and you always have that vacuum.
But in theory, Falcons don't need a clump at all.
No, they can just stick Sven or Huskar in there.
One Huskar inside, and everybody else plays the margins.
That's why it's scary to contest.
Initiation from Omar. Not going to work out well for him.
Just fishing.
Doesn't find any kill, but he also doesn't die either. Skeeter even blinks forward and tries to catch him on the rebound, but...
They have Ags on the Lifestealer now. 5,000 gold on the Furion. See if Lornoff tries to one-shot this Butterfly to give some extra surprise factor here. Could be his plan.
Yeah,
it's either that or you save buyback gold. You don't know if the buyback's doing much here.
Yeah.
I think you have to spend here if you're Furion. Trying to have as much damage from the team fight as possible.
How do you set up a surprise Butterfly reveal? Like, do you try and bait Lornoff? Like, that still sounds kind of crazy.
No. You TP in the next fight with a fully completed Butterfly. They have no information to go off. There's no time to build an MKB or anything.
Right.
It's a slight thing. I'm not saying it.
Turns and tries to kill Lornoff.
Yeah, exactly.
Instead of, you know, getting 3-shot on Furion. He's like, why am I not doing damage?
Pray to the RNG gods that the invasion moves to play. That Roach was very quick. So it's going to be high ground defense. Nice little banner. Aegis for the Huskar again. Let him siege the high ground. Let Sven deal with the waves. Ron Ag's done too. That's the extra issue in this game is these supports are just going to find so much farm.
Omar, unfortunately, drops a ward in the triangle. They were actually going to think about making some sort of move. But Snaking just happened to be there, farming up the triangle with his gem, so he instantly kills the ward. Now they're right back to just kind of the expected play.
This is kind of the point where Enigma would want to make a move. You just bought out big items on all 3 of your cores.
Yeah.
You're not going to get much stronger for another round here, another 5 or 6 minutes. It just overlaps with this Aegis timing.
Yeah, knowing that Falcons with the Aegis likely to split up a little bit.
Yeah.
That ward, that aggressive ward should have been an opportunity for them to make a play off of, but instead they have no vision to play off of.
Have to be more patient here.
Going to take their triangle back.
Falcon's not forcing the high ground yet. Kind of interesting.
Making them sweat.
Yeah, they are a team that like to choke the map. There's no reason to choke the map in this type of game. You're not waiting for anything. You're not necessarily getting that much stronger. You have a massive gold lead.
In a way, they are kind of 6-slotted.
Yes. Your Sven is ready to go. You don't wait with Sven. You send it.
Amar might send it straight to Samael. Nope. Do Falcons make that critical mistake of stacking Amar and Skeeter?
Cannot clump with
an opportunity for Devi.
You'd rather just let someone dive and stack with your core, honestly.
Yeah. Especially since Amar has the Aegis, there really is no need. They've got the save of the Centaur, they've got an extra life.
Maybe you can aggressively force staff him in.
What was that? Zombin, it's Devi, managed to catch him, they go for an infest save, hook shot, trying to throw everything they have, the bailout Devi, allowed to get off spells, no hope! Skeeter just does far too much right now during this BKB window. Samael can't fight him. It's not even close. They make a run back to the fountain. They're going to use the buybacks here, and they're going to need the fountain force.
Oh, he got arrowed.
Oh, wait, but he got arrowed on Samael. He ran in, and an arrow intended for Lornoff instead finds the face of Samael. A dieback for him, and the rest of Enigma Galaxy will huddle in their fountain. Nothing they can do. They could barely even stop Amar as is. They keep on pushing him away. He keeps on pushing himself away, toying with Enigma Galaxy with this jump in with his ultimate Hurricane Pike.
You always get the taunt. He is taunting them on multiple levels here. No chance for Enigma Galaxy in these 5-on-5s. Lineup just got online way too quickly here. And the lane swap shenanigans. I don't think it looked too bad in terms of the laning, but it definitely made this game really awkward to play.
Just keep taunting him, trying to combo to get the 3-man vacuum into a stomp into a wall. Unfortunately, no Earth Splitter, so no real damage to follow it up.
drone exposed. They're going to pop the glyph, but there's still 30+ seconds for 2 more of their heroes. And they can hardly take a 5-on-5, let alone a 3-on-6. All the way into the fountain goes Amar to finish things in style. Falcons in extremely dominant game 1.
That's about as one-sided as you can hope for on the TI main stage. They were very comfortable, very confident. They get their heroes. They get the kind of lineup they want to play. They throw that lane swap at the end that forced Nigma into a tough decision. Do we play the lane straight up and realize our matches are bad, or do we try and swap this slice through the mid to salvage it? I don't want to see Lornoff on a side lane next game. I think that's the biggest thing for me, even regardless of the matchup. And if the Huskar pick puts you in that position where you feel so pressured to take him off the mid lane, then I think you can't be in that position in the first place. Yeah, because you need this guy to pop up.
Just too much when it comes to the draft. I mean, Kuro, old school when it comes to the coach. They're just they know that there are opportunities to be able to make these sort of things. I mean, this is something you come from an old school era as well. You've been talking about, like,
not that
where the tri lanes, where the lane swaps, like where are these sorts of things? And you could see it seems like, you know, you do that, it comes with a hefty risk, right?
For sure. I like that they were thinking about it. I don't think the swap was bad in terms of the lane. Again, I think it's just how this team functions. Like, this is a team that needs Lornoff to control the game.
Yes.
Control the pace, the win condition especially. He did not feel like the win condition in that game. No. And some of that's the lane swap, some of it's also the draft. Is Furion even going to carry this game? I think the way he carries it is having such a strong early game presence that he's 5 or 6K net worth ahead, and you're winning fights, you're winning Roshans.
Yeah.
I don't think he can do that from the safe lane against the Huskar of all heroes. Just not doable.
And Falcons also take a risk, right? But there's a reason right there. They are veterans at the game. Nigma Galaxy, a relatively young roster, recently put together before the TI qualifiers. You could see inexperience hurt them here.
There's risks and there's calculated risks, right? That's the one that Falcons took here, changing that Centaur into mid instead of its traditional off-lane role. The Huskar going to Amar as well. But big prop still here for Nigma Galaxy and Sumail. He goes, this is the reason I swapped the carry, so I can every now and then have a mid game for himself. But I'll still a mid Quinn. That's the question mark we have.
Yeah. To be honest, I think it's a pretty reasonable switch because you know that your lanes are going to be really bad otherwise. Lifesteal is going to get crushed by Huskar, so you say, okay, let's create maybe a better scenario. It's just not good enough. And even past, like, to be honest, they're not down that much gold. I think the real issue is their heroes don't work very well together because the laning phase wasn't that bad. They were only down like maybe 1K at 10 minutes. That's fine.
I mean, I do think for Enigma, it's the best thing they could have done in that situation. Like, had Nature's Prophet gone mid, it doesn't matter what kind of lane he would have had, it would have been a loss even earlier if your lifestealer doesn't have a game. Because what ended up happening in this game is Huskar took a lot of attention, had a lot of pressure, forced a lot of TPs, tanked a few deaths even, but Skeeter on his Sven was farming up a storm. And the issue was this Sven scaling is very hard to deal with.
And I feel like this is exactly what Falcons wanted to accomplish, right? They present Huskar, so it's so much of a problem that we spend all our time talking about Huskar. Niga spends all their time thinking about Huskar, and nobody thinks about Sven. He just gets to do his own thing.
Yeah, I mean, you're also looking at how do we make sure that we have the best lane matchup. And this has to be, I mean, Skeeter is an amazing carry, but this has to be one of those rivaling performances for him when it comes to XPM. That's the one that I think is most important, because normally we look at GPM, we will always focus on, okay, when are you going to get certain item timing so your carry can join you in fights? But what was it? He was level 19 at 21, 23 minutes, I believe it was. It was something egregious.
Crazy.
Yeah, he's out of control, and he's playing a Blink Stun hero, which is what he loves. You know, he wants to get up in there. He wants to be a part of fights. His other two players are the real cores, and he's like he's really the offlaner, to be honest, on this team. But he was the carry and the offlaner in this game. He kind of had all the hats on at once, and he owned. And I think this game really shows the difference between like a team that has a ton of experience and a team that has worked together for a long time compared to a team that is new, right? Like Nigma Galaxy, they were the higher seed, but they are the much newer team with the much easier group stage path. And I think Falcons showing, hey, we're the big dogs for a reason.
Yeah, 1,183 XPM is pretty insane. But when you have your team just drawing the attention of the enemy and forcing them to one side of the map, and you have free reign in this patch, you can make a lot of gold. And I can see why Skeeter, this TI, has been going back to heroes like Sven, because with the heroes that Falcons have been running, like the Necrophos flex, the Centaur flex, and the Huskar, it creates situations for him to just have free farm. And while he does play the offlaner role, like you mentioned, Skeeter has shown us time and time again that he can carry if that's the role that he's put in. If he's the hero who's going to do the damage, he will do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this Falcons idea in many ways is like we have 3 cores that are all going to pressure very heavily, and then like one of them or 2 of them will get out of control. You can't answer all the problems that we present to you. You don't have enough damage for all 3 of them. And it's kind of interesting. When we saw this draft, Nigma ends up banning Alchemist and Tiny in the last phase. And then they literally picked the 3rd hero that does the exact same thing. Like Alk, Tiny, and Sven are all the same guy. Whichever one of them that was left through, they would have picked that one.
Yeah.
And I think this speaks to like how Falcons, that's the kind of team they are. They will always put themselves in positions where they can do the same thing they did last time, and you don't actually have a way to respond to it.
Well, it works for them. In game 1, at least, it definitely does. And whilst we love what Skeeter was able to do on the Sven, being such an unsung hero, there was a lot of focus put on this Husker on the side of Enigma Galaxy, but that's exactly where Purge wants to put his focus as well.
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, the Huskar on the side lane, it's something that Amar does slightly, semi-regularly. He's known for it, but the way that he laned it against Lornoff was quite interesting. Now, if you don't know, when you right-click enemy heroes, it creates a little aggro around your hero, and any enemy creeps in there are going to run at you. And that's why these dire creeps are running in this direction every time that they get near. You're going to see Crit do the same thing. He's going to walk up here, right-click an enemy hero briefly, and it's going to pull aggro from the creeps, and what they're trying to do is get these range creeps here below half HP so they can get a deny. So this was the big priority. And normally players prioritize having at least one hero that has an ability that they can use to secure the range creep, because that's where the majority of the gold or a significant portion of that and the experience are. So these denies kept coming from the Falcon side. And the whole goal is that they hit level 2 before their opponents. They get more golden experience than their opponents, and they got a huge amount of these denies here. Here's another one at a minute 40. That was the first range creep that Enigma Galaxy actually secured there in the safe lane, which helped their trajectory. And even here, Amar pulling 2 melee creeps to get the range creep when nobody's remotely close. He's just consistently denying creeps to make sure that his lane goes okay, that he hits his level 2, that he hits his level 3. Lornoff even forced to use his Sprout to secure last hits, and when that happens, they end up getting more opportunities to go for kills. Again, pulling the range creeps back and controlling the wave almost entirely. But eventually, they can start going for kills too. The Sprout gets wasted, GH gets a little bit aggressive, and Falcons realize, oh, we can actually walk forward at him now, because he's forced to use his spells just to try to get golden experience. So securing these kills are really instrumental, helps keep this Nature's Prophet hero, who is arguably the fastest farming hero of this tournament so far. They kept him back, even in this moment too, pressuring Amar here on the lane. Sprout to the left, he gets a TP in from Mallory, and there's this the Stampede, and a really easy kill. So excellent laning there by the Falcons to lane swap the Huskar where he needed to go to keep the heroes locked down on Enigma Galaxy to give them a very easy win.
A beautiful display. Thank you so much, Purge. Outlining, yes, what we saw in draft and what we coined as a fantastic move from Falcons, but breaking down exactly why that early part, that lane, is so detrimental. And it really ties back to what Cap and SVG were saying too, where, sure, this Nature's Prophet needed to be the win condition, but was not set up in any way, shape, or form to be a win condition.
Yeah, he's also got 2 really heavy farmers on his other lanes. Lifestealer just farms, that doesn't make any moves. And Darkseer is honestly a very, very farm-oriented offlane here. So you've got 3 dudes who all need the same thing. No one's willing to make space for them. Me and Aiden were talking about it backstage, but having 2 melee supports on your team is often a pretty big hindrance because neither one of them really does damage oftentimes. The typical archetypes, they tend to be set up and not follow up, and so you can end up in situations where it's hard to actually make kills happen because your 2 dudes do the same job.
Shifting our focus a little bit away of the nitty-gritty when it comes to this game number 1 and this best of 3, and looking at our focus of what were these teams doing between groups and our main event here. How were they preparing for themselves, and how happy were they? More importantly, GH and Sumail giving us their time there during the group stage and main stage.
Throughout the group stage, we had our first defeat against Team Iron Wing.
We choked a bit, and then after that we just grouped ourselves together, and it's pretty smooth sailing from there.
Starting the first game, it went a bit rough, first years actually, and then it started getting better slowly. And now we're 4-1 in the group stage.
Going against Falcons, I am predicting a 2-0, to be honest, for us.
Coming into this TI, we had a relatively weak boot camp. I think we had some struggles, but we picked it up slowly in this event and a bit before we came here. So I'm very confident against them, and I believe we have good chances. Honestly, every tournament I go to, be it TI or any other tournament, I really don't put any expectations, because usually when I put expectations for myself at least, it kind of sets me in a bad mindset, so I just remove all expectations.
I think going to TI, I always have the mindset to like either win or there's no other result that you're happy with. So nothing has changed, I would say, so far.
Well, TI compared to any other tournament always feels special, for me at least. It's the air feels different, the stage feels different, and this year is going to be in Shanghai, so I believe the last time we played TI in Shanghai was in 2019. China has always been kind to us, we always had a lot of success here, I'm very grateful for that. I think this time, I hope it's going to be the same. I'm extremely excited to play in front of a crowd and to have some parts of my family support me being here, so I'm happy for that. Ni hao to the Chinese fans, and hope you support us too, and hope we give you a good time.
TI is, I don't know, I won my first one, and in my back of my head that I'm gonna win like at least 2 more. And then I've been playing for like 11 years since, I haven't done it. So it's just something I'm always chasing. I think this year looks pretty good though, so let's see.
8 TI appearances for Sumail. One of them a win, but for him, 2 more is needed to feel a little bit of satisfaction. And yes, the group stage looked great for them. There was this streak, 8 games in a row they won. It's broken in game number 1 by Falcons here, but that doesn't mean Nigma Galaxy can't come back insane here. It's a best of 3 for a reason, and I truly believe with what this new Nigma Galaxy is showing, an adaptation and a readiness to learn from that game 1 is very there.
I think they got trapped into playing Falcons game. And I think a lot of great teams have been trapped into playing Falcons game, and it always ends up with you losing. I think when you end up playing this game, Falcons are just way too good. These players are too skilled, they're too comfortable, they're too happy to play this kind of game. So I think for them, it's all about trying to create a scenario where it doesn't look like this, and they get to play their stuff. They get to do like the Lornoff macro, they get to set up their game, and Falcons now has to respond to them. Because I think Falcons are also kind of bad when they're put in that position. Mm-hmm. They need to play their own game.
I'm glad there was a little bit more to that sentence, because I would have been scratching my head there. As Falcons and Nigma Galaxy are both going to be taken to the stage once again. It is Nigma Galaxy potentially on the back foot. It's how you look at losses, the way that you can learn and grow from them and make those quick adaptations in a best of 3. It didn't feel like any foundations or fundamentals for the side of Nigma Galaxy Mirror were an issue. So whether you want to chalk it up to draft, even if it's something you might not like to do, it feels that's one of the easiest ways to move on and restart for game 2.
For sure. If you can just say, we messed up in the draft, we got
hustled.
What can you do? That allows you to talk about what it is that you want to approach in terms of your game plan versus Falcons. Because like Insania mentioned, Falcons, if they're on the back foot and they're playing from behind, they don't necessarily look like a good comeback team. They struggle in these situations. Fundamentally, Falcons are a team that will skill check you when it comes to laning. Their players are the best in the world at laning, maybe second to BoomBoys, who are also exceptionally good at it. But from there, if you are in a situation where you've given them winning lanes, the game is difficult from then on. So if you're Nigma, you go into this game too thinking about what heroes can you pick early on in your draft, what supports can you pick that enable your lanes and make sure you're not in a situation like that.
Yeah, I think it's a great point. And I think another thing that we always found gave us a lot of success against Falcons was they push waves a lot. I think the thing Aiden said about like they're kind of just everywhere, pushing all the waves and farming on everyone all at once, and you feel like you can't catch everyone and they're just getting more gold than you. And so I think having heroes that can chat up and just push the waves in and take some areas so that you get vision, you're the one who's taking the space. Because then I think when they're clumped, those players feel really uncomfortable and they're not all able to get farm, because that is how they play. They are a trident, of course, with the support standing behind them. And so if you're the ones who are up in their faces, we would pick stuff like Terrorblade or Lina that we can just go push the waves. We kill them without people seeing us. And then now suddenly we see where they are and they don't have this, constant wave push threat.
Do you think that that's a better approach than potentially having a core and a support that can try and pick off a hero, and then another 2 cores and a support that can be elsewhere, trying to still overwhelm them in numbers if they're trying to solo push out waves?
I think a combination of both is really nice. Having like those sort of kill pairs, not too many numbers, because you don't want to get sucked into being too many people in one place, because they're everywhere. And so you have to commit some heroes here and you kill one guy, but at the same time the others are farming, I think is sort of your ideal setup.
Yeah, I think in my ideal game against Falcons, every 2 pairs of our heroes kills them. So like if it's my carry on my 5 or my carry on my mid, or if it's my 5 and my 4, like whatever way you can create a situation where as few heroes as possible kills the Falcons heroes that shows on waves, you're gonna do good. And I think really even more important than killing them, I think, is like you said, it's taking their map space away, because these guys want a big map. They want like tier 1 towers to fall early on. They tend to make a lot of moves towards Amar's lane to try to open up the tower early on when he hits a certain timing. And I think preventing these things from happening really hinders their game.
And with that being said, that just brings us back to the draft, right? It's because the Huskar looked so good because they had a Clockwork and they had a Elder Titan. Well, what do you do after that?
It doesn't feel like it's linear, straightforward at all. This was right at the beginning of TI, one of the most joyous moments that you can have with your teammates coming back to TI together is getting those rings after 12 months of lifting the Aegis. It's definitely a feeling very few have gotten to do for themselves. And like I said, to return as a 5-stack, a stack that has come back together for their 3rd TI when it comes to Falcons.
Yeah, it must be so special to be bound by not only the time you spent together in the tournaments you played, but you got the crown jewel, the accomplishment you've been striving for. You got it, and you get to see that sort of realized and immortalized in the ring. You get 12 months later, like, oh yeah, we did that, and you have this sort of sense of gratefulness that like we went through all this, and maybe this year felt kind of crappy, but like remember what we did last year, and we get the chance to do that again, and I can't imagine how special that feels.
It's funny how this year is crappy for them when they got so many top 4s anyway, but any other team would have been content with a year like they had. They didn't get any first places, but they got so many podium finishes. And for them, it's just an awful year. This is a team that expects to win, like you mentioned, Insania. It's either first place or last place, and it seems like because of their year, maybe some teams are underestimating them. They're forgetting about some of their specialty heroes. They're forgetting about their Huskars and their Flexes, because we heard in that interview, Samil thought they'd come in with a very strong 2-0.
Look, whether you want to put that up to Enigma Galaxy, confident in their ideas, or if it's a little bit of I need to fake it till I make it, either way, it's not looking like a 2-0 for Enigma Galaxy, but a Game 2 is on the cards.
Enigma Galaxy versus Team Falcons. Game 2.
Looking at those results, talking about those results, Mira, something that Falcons have always coined for themselves is how much they thrive on consistency. And so often throughout years, whether it's visa issues or whether it's an adjustment with one of their teammates maybe being off a little bit mentally, it feels like they suffer drastically from that. But when I look at what has been the lead up into TI, there has been a consistency for them. How well they did in those group stages of EWC, how well they did for the online tournament before coming into TI, it really is quite an interesting aspect of why aren't people maybe rating Falcons a little bit higher? But you also can't blame them when their group stage was shaky.
Yeah, it almost feels a bit disrespectful towards them in that sense, because their results aren't the usual, that you maybe let your guard down and let some heroes through. We see in this game too that Huskar is banned in that first phase. Enigma don't want that smoke. They've just decided that this hero changes their drafts too much. It changes the way that they want to play the game, and they're going in a different direction.
Yeah, it's a good idea. But what it's a little unsettling or worrying maybe is how much time they're using on this first pick. It's typically the thing that's the most planned out. You know all the variables. Oftentimes you can predict what will be banned based on what other teams ban, but they still spent 40 seconds of their reserve time on it, which to pick the same hero they picked last game, which now it's a little bit different circumstances as the Huskars ban, but still that doesn't bode a ton of confidence whenever you use a ton of thought on the most prepared pick.
Yeah, and I would assume Falcons responds kind of similarly to game 1. I think Suntar is pretty good, no?
Yeah, I would think so.
He goes into both lanes, and I think that's like really the main thing that you want to hit with this pick. It's a hero that responds to Nature's Prophet that you can run in both lanes. I also think if you're banning Earth Spirit on first pick, it's a pretty worrisome sign for like the tournament as a whole. Because this hero has proven to be so dominant that if you're banning it on first pick, you're definitely banning it on second pick as well.
Yeah, That is like a very good point. It's something teams think about in the heroes they try to play or they try to make people think they play.
Yep.
Is you have to think about not just this series but the whole tournament. And now when you've shown, hey, we're banning Earth Spirit both sides, that means the enemy team saves a ban whenever they're second pick, and that can really add up over time. It can restrict the number of heroes you have that you get to choose between playing.
I mean, for first pick, it's a massive deal. You only have 3 bans, and one of those is guaranteed now Earth Spirit for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah.
You essentially just have 1 ban less to work with than every other team.
And you've got another issue with the Huskar ban taking up space that you didn't talk about. I do think a big part of why this first pick took so long for Enigma was that they got given the Enchantress, and they got given heroes they didn't think they would like the Necrophos. You saw ATF walked by you and just yelled, "I'm going to first pick Necrophos."
Yeah, may have been fibbing a little bit there, but I think the Centaur is a much better response. It makes sense against its
It was banned in game 1.
I was going to say,
That's true.
game 1, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, but
Okay.
game 2, straight up lying.
Fair.
Unless he meant overall first pick, like if they had opener, that's
what he would say. I feel like he would find a way to like
move the goalpost
yeah,
a bit.
Exactly. Get his
I'm a
way
man
out.
of honor.
Yeah, exactly.
He was still telling the truth there. Look, the Enchantress does eventually get banned out by Enigma Galaxy, and completely understandable for Falcons. It's a flex when it comes to supports. A 4 or a 5, it still leaves so much open for them. And at the end of the day, when we saw Enchantress get played earlier by Yandex, we're seeing it kill cores. That's insane that a support at, as early as 20 minutes is more than willing to man up and fight a core.
I mean, that part of Enchantress is amazing, but what makes Enchantress even better for Falcons, it ties back to like the concept of their team that we talked about. And it's the fact that this hero can farm creeps from a safe distance. She takes over a creep, she sends it on a creep wave, like on a mission far away, and then it just cuts all of your creep waves. And you have to run all the way back to your base to go kill this stupid creep, and then he just takes over a new creep, so you might not even get gold for killing it. And you wasted all this time, and it just buys times for the rest of them to farm up their items and, you know, build that big map in that regard.
And on top of that, she is enemy number 1 of the mid lane. Enchantress and good Enchantress players will always rotate with that first siege creep to the mid lane, try to kill the enemy mid laner. They'll take the creeps in the triangle, and they will be oppressing them for as long as possible. And for Enigma, that we talked about, Lorinov being their win condition and their primary carry player in the sense that he's going to be taking most of the GPM, Enchantress is a very, very bad fit for that stylistically.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. This Dazzle ban repeated is so funny to me that
I
these are the
respect
heroes. Yeah, I do too, and I think it's cool when teams have a really specific read on like, this may seem like not that important of a hero, it's just a 5 hero that no one else plays. A lot of people think it's trash, but for some reason, Falcons have decided that they think it's crucial to the way this team functions.
Yep.
And I think that is, like, that's what's really cool about some of the best teams, is how they analyze bans and what they feel like makes a team really tick. Because that's what you're kind of doing when you're preparing, is what do we think of the heroes and the playstyle that really makes this team function? What's at the center of the machine?
Yeah, for Enigma, their supports haven't had very big hero pools so far. And in the last game, GH's hero pool also got target banned, and he ended up on that ET, which didn't look so hot. I mean, Bane is something that he's also been running that when ignored in that last game, it's something that they could look towards and then pick a hoodwink for Omar, just anything with kill threat. But I do think it's a very cool concept when without your support, your draft falls apart.
Yeah, I was going to say they do leave open, I was going to say a Mirana Hoodwink combo for the side of Enigma Galaxy, but changing it up, adding another hero into the support pool for themselves of a Bounty Hunter.
I mean, this hero seems to be the hero of the day. I feel like Team Vision played it.
Yep.
And Saksa played it.
Yep, Yandex
and now Bigma's playing it too. So it just seems like probably during these off days, it's been scrimmed a lot. It's kind of the vibe I get. Sometimes this happens where like you get 3 days off, people start scrimming, and for whatever reason, some team starts playing a hero, and then like they're the first scrim of the day, and then it just like trickles into all the other scrims.
And they're also playing opposite sides of the bracket, so there's no way that Enigma Galaxy was scrimming up against a Falcons or potentially even like a Liquid or a Yandex. So they might have even gotten it from Vision themselves.
Exactly. And then like the whole thing just develops, right, in these 3 off days, and you're like, oh, where did this come from? And it was picked in group. It's not like completely out of nowhere, but the popularity of it, I feel like, is new.
100% agree.
And there's a Necro.
I wonder what Enigma are planning to do to really activate the Bounty Hunter, because I'm looking at their draft, and to me, it doesn't make that much sense. Because, like, you're going to track things, sure, and maybe NP can TP in, but your Mirana isn't enabled. Your Bounty Hunter isn't going to be setting up very comfortably on either Centaur or Necrophos. His gameplay is very unclear as of the draft right now.
I think for Enigma, it's about setting up their macro. You're trying to set up, like, ways for Lorinov to TP in. You're just trying to set up for ways for them to play the vision game, kind of try to play that slow game, and not so much focus on like how do we win the fight, and rather like how do we contest Falcon on the map.
I just worry if you can actually play the slow game. Like when I think about the Vision game where they won earlier, where Nature's Prophet Bounty, they were winning because they went ham and they killed a bunch of heroes and they sped the game up like crazy. And if I look at this game, there is a Necrophos for which you have very little magic damage. When he presses Ghost Shroud, he's not going to die. There's a Centaur who's going to press Stampede, a Clockwork who cogs and runs away. Like there's a lot of heroes that it's not that easy for you to feed off of. And these heroes have no team fight. Well, I can't say that anymore, but they had no team fight. And I also think, like, if you put a Necrophos safe lane, right, if Skitter plays it, suddenly this Darkseer's losing lane, and you can end up in a situation where you've got a lot of heroes that want kills, and a Darkseer that's farming, and you can't get those.
I mean, I guess you can do cool things now. Like, you can stack Ancients on Bounty Hunter if there are no clear kills or map disruptions to be made, and you can just get Ion Shelled and, you know, stand around invisibly. This is a very old-school Darkseer farming GPM combination. That could be something they do.
Yep. And I found it interesting. Nigma's like, they're like banning Sven, and I'm pretty sure the next ban's going to be Tiny or Alk, and then Skeeter's just going to pick like whichever one of them's left over.
You think that it still needs to be that archetype of carry though for Skeeter, or could you see him playing more of like a range, let's say a Wind Ranger or a Shadow Fiend or something like that?
I mean, I feel like he's just going to play Alk, and like there is a world in which he plays the Necro. I don't hate that idea. I think if for whatever reason they want to put the Centaur on the off lane and pick Malrine as well, that option definitely exists. But I think this is the cool thing about Falcons. Like, when you get to this point in the draft, first of all, you know none of their lanes. And you have to ban 2 of Skeeter's Blinkstun heroes, because he's going to want to play one of those. And even then, he might not, because they have so many options when they reach this point.
There's also the option of Clinks, and that's his most played carry of this tournament. It's not a hero that gives Darkseer a good illusion, and it can eat one of the Ion Shell creeps, making the laning stage a lot simpler.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a good call. And they have plenty of disables and plenty of lockdowns, so he can play a Blink Stun if he wants, but I think he will do it if it's good game matchups on the Blink Stun hero, not necessarily for the draft as a whole, which I think is a lot of times the reason. This game, they have Clockwork starting, they have Centaur starting, like they got plenty of that, and so they can have some more. You don't necessarily...
It's not bad.
Yeah, but they don't need it. And so it should be, I think this last pick, you're in a situation which you're super happy about, which is your draft is kind of well-rounded already. You got stuns and follow-up and teamfight and stuff, so now you just want a good game matchup that scales.
They're going to have overall last pick, and like you guys have already pointed out multiple times, flexibility coming out for the side of Falcons, but Enigma Galaxy find a Wind Ranger for themselves here, and so are we seeing Lorinov hopefully go back into the mid with a Nature's Prophet, or...
I don't really know. I mean, they have options to decide this for themselves. I think whenever you end up running like double turret heroes, like 2 ranged carry heroes on the same draft, it always presents some problems for you, because you have 2 boys that essentially don't want to go in first, and they want everybody else to like kind of do the dirty work and then come in and clean up. And you can have one of those. You actually want one of those most of the time, but you don't really like having 2. And Darkseer, in some ways, kind of plays that kind of game too, where he ideally wants somebody else to go in, and then I can blink vacuum everybody and like suck them into some nice situation. So I feel like Nigma right now, they kind of lack, like when I look at their draft, I see a lot of problems like that they might run into. If they play extremely well and they find these like clutch openings, you can absolutely still make it happen. But I think for Falcons, it just looks a lot more stable.
I think Nigma have a read that it's an offlane Necrophos, and they think that Wind Ranger has a good lane against it, and it's a hero that can buy an early nullifier, and they prioritize that over the redundancy of having those 2 turret heroes. This can work if their lanes go very well. The caveat is, what if their lanes don't? What's the plan B? There's no setup for this Mirana Arrow. Getting track kills will not be easy. You're just going to have to outskill. And if you're playing to farm, Falcons would love to be in that situation.
Yeah, the lack of ways to set up arrow and then kill combos is very true, and I think it's the exact opposite of what we talked about, how you beat Falcons. What combos on Enigma Galaxy's lineup really kill people together? You've got a Bounty Hunter and a Wind Ranger maybe, but besides that, does Nature's Prophet work with Potom, Mirana, or does Wind Ranger work with Mirana? These combos are weird and awkward. Darkseer doesn't help these heroes really. There's no heroes to shell or to surge. It's very strange synergy between the heroes. They don't particularly work well together.
Well, Falcons ran down that clock literally until 5 seconds, but Insania's call all the way from the ban phase.
It's truly shocking. I can't believe he picked one of the 3 heroes that does the exact same thing as the heroes that were banned previously.
But is it, that game for us, is it where it's one of those things that, yes, it's very telegraphed, it's very scripted in a way, but my goodness, it is going to give them that extra oomph?
I don't think it's not like, oh my god, Alec, what do we do? It's super game winning, but it's more like if I'm Falcons and I look at my heroes, I'm like, we got everything that we wanted. Nothing like, there's no hurdles for us. Whereas I feel like for Nigma, I look at it and I'm thinking like, is this truly what they wanted before they came into this game? Is this the draft that they had in mind? Or is this the fact that like Falcons presented problems and we try to fix those problems through our draft?
Now that this Alec has come out, I actually think Nigma have a chance to play for a later scaling and win off of that if they wanted to. Again, it's going to depend on them not getting crushed on the lanes and having the opportunity to play. But had it been a Clinks, for example, the scaling would have been better than both turrets on the side of Nigma. That's not the case now.
Yeah, if I'm honest, I think the preparation Falcons did, whether it be Owie or the rest of the team, they've done a masterclass because I think Nigma has been outbrained and outstrategized in both these games in draft. And I think there's some hurdles to overcome because I think Falcons cooked.
Well, Falcons cooking is only one part of it. It's all down to execution as well. And so even though it's difficult, do we think Nigma Galaxy are going to live up to that standard? Again, they come in as the highest seed.
I think Nigma, to be honest, they proved in game one that like their fundamentals were so solid. And I feel like despite them not having like the ideal setup from the draft, they were able to contest to a certain point in the game. And if they're able to do that again, I think at least compared to last game, they have more playability in this game. I think last game it was a lot tougher. This time it's a lot more playable, though again, there are issues that they need to overcome, but it's not issues that you can't fix through skill.
I agree. I don't think it's that bleak. I think there's no one hero that's creating a massive problem for Lorinov in particular. So this is a different kind of nature swap that we're going to see. He's going to be TPing in on the Alchemist. He's going to be playing on these side lanes and trying to add tempo to his team, which is going to be the difference maker here.
AOI's the GOAT. AOI's the GOAT.
You're sticking to
it. I'm with the birds. I'm with the birds.
All right, you're sticking to it that you fully have faith in what Owie is doing it for himself. I can see a little bit behind me. You guys can't. Hopefully they are ready because I do believe Tsunami and Owie are ready to give us a bit more insight into how this game 2 draft played out.
That's correct. I'm standing by with AUI 2000, coach of Falcons. You are getting a lot of praise from our panel for your drafts this series. What would you say is your confidence level compared to the average Falcons draft during group stage?
I think our drafts were pretty good this series. I mean, Amar does most of the drafting, so that's a lot on him. But I think it was pretty good.
And then in terms of preparation, I feel like in many tournaments, many TIs, there's a group stage meta, and then it kind of evolves into a playoff meta. This is now the 9th game of our playoffs so far. Do you see any difference emerging quite yet?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I think most teams just looked at Paravision and how they're playing the map, and that's like the biggest development since the group stage. I'm not too sure on heroes if there's been a lot. It's a bit hard to play pubs in this region, to be honest, so like it doesn't develop as fast.
And then in terms of one hero, maybe I can get your opinion on it. Bounty Hunter has been trending quite a bit today, especially. What's your opinions on it?
No, I think the hero's pretty good. I think it was already sort of getting popular before this tournament. And I don't know, there's like this guy called Serpent who's just sniping couriers on the EU server. Some people are like watching him and like he's very annoying. So I think that's like the new meta.
You think it's a role model for how we should be playing this at TI?
Yeah, maybe. It's like the 9-class Monkey King, but you're invisible and you have tracks. So it's pretty good.
Well, let's see if it works out or if you have the solution. Good luck in this game as we send it to our casters.
The bird is the word. It seems like everybody is favoring Falcons going into this game 2, but Nigma Galaxy have been here before. They've had some rough games before. In fact, the very first group stage game they had, Avery, we casted it, and it was not a good time. It was perhaps the worst I've seen from Nigma Galaxy in quite some time, but they bounced back. They looked great for the rest of the group stage. Is that possible here, Avery?
Oh, absolutely. This is a team that can recover. They're not going to tilt out. They're not going to choke out. They have too much veteran experience in those leadership roles. They just need to figure out how to make the game flow a little better. I honestly think Nigma is one of those teams where I don't honestly care what they draft. I care a lot more how they play and how the game's flowing for them, particularly for that man in the mid lane, Lornal. I think if he's cooking, if he's controlling the tempo, getting them off to a good start, stabilizing the map, this team is going to look good with almost anything, and they're always going to have an upbeat attitude. They're never going to GG out early. They're going to make it work. They're going to find a way. I kind of believe in that. That said, Falcons are always a test in that regard. they throw you off your game. They make it so the game doesn't flow that well, and they're going to try and do that.
Eater might be getting in some trouble here. The blood grenade thrown out. The Iron Shell's going to burn him down. They do manage to get that first blood over to Divide. Maybe even a second blood. Wait a minute. The 4 and 3 of Nigma Galaxy are cooking in the off lane. A double for Divide.
He got first blood game 1, too. So they've been overperforming in these early stages. We heard the panel talk about the last bands going into the pick. The Tiny, the Sven, and the Alchemist. I think it was important to give the Alchemist there. I think if they gave Sven or Tiny, the scale and the map pressure that the Darkseer was going to be able to create is a lot worse. I think they have way better tools against the Alch. The wall illusion is a lot more influential with the Radiance plus some of the other auras. The Bounty Hunter can harass them in the jungle, potentially set kills up with Furion TPing in, and you have a lot of lane shove that this Outcast has to respond to. So I actually think those bans were on point. I think this was the hero you wanted to give Skeeter in this situation, and there are going to be some openings to potentially abuse it here.
There's another hero we got to talk about, though. A player-hero combination. Amar and his Necrophos. Now, Falcons, this was a bad pickup for them early on in the group stage. It was not working whatsoever. And you said this was a hero they had to keep picking and had to work for them. Why?
I think Amar has this idea of they can make Necro work, and it's a true flex for them, and it becomes a threat. It's going to open up a lot of their lines, because then you can start to pick it earlier in the middle of that draft, and you're going to keep so many options open for yourself. Falcons needs a couple cores that they can flex around between Amar and Malrine specifically, but across all 3 lanes, they will put this hero. We're seeing it with the Centaur in this series, right? They need to be able to early pick cores and have the flexibility to make their draft work. I think Amar really likes this concept, and I think Necrophos is one of those that fits into a T. So in that sense, they need either the Necro or the Centaur. Some of these early cores to flex around, I think the Necro is the one who was trying to force them most. There's some unsuccessful games for sure, but as a draft tool, it's super powerful. So he's going to bust it out here. It's an okay Necrophos game. I don't think he's up against some of the hardest counters in Dota, but he's not abusing any big melee heroes. The Wind Ranger can be a tough matchup. The Darkseer one's kind of negligible, and I think the Furion's the really bad one here. There's a lot of lane shove. The Furion is really mobile. Again, you're a static hero in this game. A lot of static cores for Falcons if Nigma can get off to a fast start. I would really like to see them play this game at a fast pace. Don't let Falcons just farm the map, and we might see a game 3.
It does make a lot of sense that this was crucial for a drafting perspective. If Amar, we heard AEY very humbly, the praise should go to Amar. He's the one doing most of the drafting. Close call, close call.
Yeah. Skill shots.
So if Amar is like, he feels like, this is a must-win situation for us. We have to get this Necro up and running so we can flex it in the draft, and he is the drafter. That makes a lot of sense. It's a formula that they won TI with. We're sure to be able to go back to it here, but he's definitely a little bit rough against the Wind Ranger sometimes.
He's not having a lot of fun, though the Wind Ranger's also not having too much fun down here. Smail is not CSing really well. The lane got pushed in pretty deep. It's this top lane that's really blowing open the laning phase right now. Overperforming on this Bounty Hunter plus Darkseer early on. You do ramp up pretty fast, but they got a lot of extra gold out of that early double kill. And now they're just wave cutting, pushing towards the Helm. And the second the Helm comes out, this Bounty Hunter can roam. You don't really have the best kill threat mid. I'd say you roam into that Necrophos lane with potential Furion ports. That's the real point of abuse here. Falcons need to read these moves and defend them well. There's the TP.
Here it comes.
With the Ion Shell, that's what makes this move extra deadly.
Damage against a hero that is susceptible to the magic damage. You have a teleport coming in as well. Just you think you're getting away with Ghost Shroud. There's Lorna popping out with the Sprout. GH, the one to get the last hit.
The exact move you wanted. That's the point of pressure. Those are the exact heroes you want combining for that kill. The Furion instantly can head back towards mid. Doesn't cost you anything. And he will have Wrath of Nature here in another wave. So this Furion pace is going to look a lot different than game 1. And that is something you have to consider. I think Nigma Galaxy are very confident in what this hero can do for them. We just didn't see it be able to function at that level due to the lane swap.
Do you think they're going to run it back? Like, you don't have the teleport on Furion, but do you think they're going to try and set up another kill on Necro with the Wrath of Nature?
You're either going to one of these side lanes. I'm not attacking Centaur mid. I just don't care about Centaur mid. It cannot be the biggest point of focus. It has to be either Necrophos or Alchemist if you're trying to slow down in this early game and feed some extra kills off of. I'm going back
tackle on him.
Mar getting low. Here comes that Wrath of Nature. It was a close call, but he lives.
There's a bounty hunter behind.
Yeah, Mar, if he was here a little bit sooner, in fact, still will manage to get. Oh no, the power shot missed.
Where are the skill shots, man?
Oh, Samael. A whiff there on a setup little stun from Omar that should have been free, and Lornoff is going to pay the price for this one.
Just one fairy.
Teleporting in. Yeah, they do have a lot of extra regen for Lornoff. They're going to pop the Stampede. Snaking's going to go down first. Can they finish off Lornoff? They do, but Maureen is low enough that he'll die to the tower. A double for Lornoff after death.
That's a lot of experience for GH. He's almost level 6 all of a sudden.
Oh, wow, yeah.
I don't know if Nigma mind that too much. This Centaur's getting a lot out of that situation. You don't want your Furion dying, but getting some extra experience here on the supports could pay off big time. What is this, man?
Yeah, this is a
that's a
move from Skeeter. If you're going to run all these heroes to bottom, all these heroes to mid, well, guess what? I'm going to take your Wisdom Shrine. That extra experience is going to be much needed as Lornoff continues his assault on the side lanes. Teleports in, gets a kill on Snaking, and very early on with the Helmadam and Treants, the safe lane tower will die. Nigma Galaxy, last time it was a 1930 Tier 1 tower, the first of the game that they managed to take. Here, it's 7.5 minutes. 12 minutes ahead of schedule. Is this what you were talking about, Avery, when you said,
yes,
you know, this is a team that I don't really care about the heroes, more so about how they're playing them?
I want to see the good moves. I want to see the combinations. I want to see the spells landing. The support's enabled. To me, that's what makes Nigma Galaxy scary, not necessarily some specific lineup. And this is where the Alk can get punished. Skeeter's just playing super well. I don't know what his read of that move was, but he dodged the gank and took their Wisdom Shrine, and then TP'd and bailed on the tower, so he was not the one dying there. Very heads-up play, and it secured him a really nice start here, despite all the pressure going into him very early. Don't know if I've ever seen Alchemist taking a Wisdom Shrine.
That is quite the
that is insane.
And if he does well enough, right, he can pull Amar back into the game very easily. Not just with the aggression that Alchemist is able to pull off, being a blink stunning hero potentially, but also giving away an axe to Necrophos later on to the game.
There's a lot of ag stuff pool in this game. That's some extra scale. Nigma, they're going to continue to hunt bottom. They have connections with the power shot and arrow down here.
Going to set up an arrow, does manage to land.
Level 3 Starfall.
Yeah, they got it.
Plus the Wrath. Yeah, you definitely have it on that.
But it is going to be a Reaper Scythe kill potentially. Wait, Amar's not level 6. Okay, they get it with the Stampede at least. Now he's level 6.
Still worth it though. You're just getting experience for the Bounty Hunter. Once more, GH is mega high level off of the extra experience mid. So you have some extra damage to play with here. Not a bad start for Nigma Galaxy. The Alok is quite farmed, but you did shut down the Necrophos, which I think was important. You had to pick one of these. And you're getting your supports online. This 10 to 20 minute mark is where the game can be scary for Falcons. You have to limit the damage, just try and get through this period, get to the other side where you're going to start to farm up, take advantage of the Alk's net worth advantage and kind of just win fights off the back of Skeeter. That can be dangerous though. When you look at the actual 5-on-5, who's going to deal damage to set up a Reaper site? It's only the Alk. If he gets kited or dealt with.
Nice
quick kickoff.
In the arrow, Snaking. He falls. And Omar's even still looking at a play mid at the exact same time.
He's low.
Mid tower ramping up. Maureen, he's going to reach in up a little bit here. Gets pulled back in, though, by the vacuum.
Look at the double shell.
And all he can do is double edge and hope that somebody can help him out. Unfortunately, Falcons are all split up. Nobody to help mid Maureen.
What a difference in this game versus game one. The pressure the Furion's been able to create on top of the extra roam, the towers. We're going to see 3 tier 1s dead. Almost 7 minutes before we saw 1 in the last game. To me, this is why I wanted that Furion. I think it just flows better for them. Or if you're going to play the safe lane Furion, Samael plays it fine, but then it can't get cheesed out. You just can't have this hero get cheesed. So 3 tier 1s dead. Last hit to the Furion.
What a move this could be. A double invis support duo set up. Here comes that arrow. Lands perfectly. Starstorm and the power shot. Samael takes the last hit. The Wrath of Nature comes through and takes out the neutrals, leaving nothing behind for Amar.
This is getting scary for Falcons. You can bend, not break in this game, but you're being broken right now across the map. You have no response to the Bounty Hunter ganks, and he has the extra damage with the Ion Shells, with the Wrath, some long-range artillery connection between arrow and the power shot. These kills are just surprising Falcons. In some ways, I think the panel underestimated how these heroes are connecting.
Enigma Galaxy able to keep the momentum flowing. Got a 4,000 net worth lead over an Alchemist lineup. Now, this is an Alchemist that hasn't really started cruising yet.
But he's not gonna... This version of Alk is not like the old ones where you just get Radiance, you run in the fight, and you're a god, no one can touch you. You can die in this game. You probably need Radiance Blink BKB to really just chat up and 1v5 it. You will have a strong BKB timing. Wind Ranger does have a good matchup against you with full Mjolnir done. It can bring you down, so there's threats to Skeeter here. And he's sweating a little right now. He's getting harassed in the jungle. He's worried about where the threats are. You can't afford to die right now in this Alchemist. Now you're getting tracked. You're thinking, man, am I going to get TP'd on? Is there a smoke gank going into me? You have to keep the farm rate up. All of these little, like, look at the little time that's being wasted here. This is annoying for him.
Yeah, Devi is actually taking the camp right in front of him with the Helmet Dom creep with an Ion Shell on it.
Very efficient. To me, this has been the greatest strength of Bounty Hunter at this tournament. It's a hero that can really disrupt farming patterns, give you a lot of information advantage. It's not really even about what the hero is doing itself. It's just, it throws teams off their game. It reminds me of some of the patches where Nyx Assassin was really popular in Flame. He goes 0-8, but he makes the game very different.
Nice catch, but will it be enough? Not by a long shot. Only half HP for GH off that duo of Maureen and Snake King. It's a reveal of the Blink Dagger, and they didn't get anything for it.
They're going to have to smoke it up here. They do have Radiance timing on the Alk. They have Macro Pyre plus Hookshot to throw into a Centaur lead off.
They want to connect to the Wind Ranger, but Samael's already shoved the wave into the tier 2, into Amar, and will retreat back to his own tower.
A tough smoke to land. Again, the Bounty Hunter is giving so much information right now.
Yeah, he's behind the tier 2 mid and saying, there's nobody around here, guys. They're doing something. Does Samael still get caught by it, though? The smoke's going to break. Maureen spots him. Wind run. Can't get far enough away. Hit by the hook shot, leading to the ice path. Push him into. Oh, that's a beautiful Cogs hit. That'll keep him inside the Macro Pyre. He's dead. Enigma Galaxy are going to try and get a punish here. The teleport in from Lornoff. No stuns available.
Nothing.
They all teleport away scot-free.
That was a weird response. They TP'd the Darkseer super late. Lornoff wasn't sure if he wanted to just man up there. Great Cog bounce, though. That Wind Ranger survives if you don't stun him and slow him down in that macro a little longer. So well executed from Falcons. Not an easy smoke to land with a lack of vision on the map. Buys time for this Alchemist to push towards that blink where he can start to get more active. Still looking at how fat Devi is in this game. It's going to be a fast pipe. That makes it harder for Amar to come into these fights and clean up some easy Reaper kill. Yeah. This is bots first. To me, this signals doesn't even want the second Radiance in this game. Like, how greedy do they feel they can get with some of the map pressure that's been exerted?
That's very awkward, especially with the way the lanes are all pushed in. They lost all their tier 1 towers. Like, the map is kind of small. Like, how much are you actually going to be using this Boots of Travel?
He's effectively 0 net worth right now.
Yeah,
you know, that's how you have to think about it. And then if he buys a second Radiance, your effective net worth maybe goes up by a couple thousand, but it's not a full value.
Nice double stun from Omar, leading to the arrow once again, and the track of gold comes in.
And he snipes the last hit on the Furion, so it's even more gold.
So he gets to be a part of track kill, gets the bounty for the kill. The other two supports pick up some track gold on top of that.
Quick Moonlight Shadow, try and snowball off this even a little more. You got to be careful running in here without the full team backup.
Devi is giving them really good information, and Amar and GH. They're lining these up nicely, man.
This team is just completely different when the support duo is flowing. Just the whole game feels a lot smoother.
He's going to have a poke at Skeeter. Nothing real serious coming of it, but just keeping him aware. Hey, we could pressure you too. Never know when that gank is going to come up to the top lane.
It's so much space to work with right now.
Now, Skeeter does have his Blink Dagger, so Falcons will be able to return fire soon. But a Eul Scepter already done for GH. He doesn't even need the Bounty Hunter to set up his arrows anymore.
I think this is the most crucial decision of this game in some ways for Falcons is, do you try and risk the fight with just the Blink on the Alk? Or do you need him to have BKB as well? Because if you take the fight and you Blink the Alk and he dies, this game is going to crumble. And my gut read is he needs BKB to make that play.
Sure.
I don't think you can fight with this out, because I don't think this Necrophos is doing anything. He's just a creep right now. So if I'm Skeeter, I'm sweating. Like, man, there's a lot of pressure on me in this one.
Yeah.
And two, I think I just have to prioritize my game, except that Amar is going to be in core for a little longer, and hope that BKB timing hits hard, because it's going to have to hit hard right now.
Yeah, at the rate that Lornoff is farming and keeping up with this Alchemist, not to mention Devi, who's even ahead of the Furion.
He's
not
gigantic.
behind the Alch.
200 CS on the Darkseer, full pipe done.
Yeah, and he's going to Radabato, so he wants some extra catch with the Gleipnir.
I
build up.
I don't know if they need it. I think their kills have been connecting, right? I think you just play to protect your other 2 cores. I'd be surprised if he commits for it. Could just be an Octarine build up here or something.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I think it's also a pretty good Shiva's game if you want to go Chasm Stone build up.
Yeah, most people who on Darkseer, they go Shivas because they want the Chasm Stone. The extra armor is very nice.
Basically, I think you want to try and devalue the Alch BKB as much as possible. And for me, Atos is not going to do that. Because if you can kite the Alch BKB, I think the fight looks pretty straightforward right now.
But it's going to be effective for a long time against the Necro.
It will.
You're not considering, like, if your goal is not to shut down Alch, but to keep the Necro poor.
I think this Necro is going to be poor for a while in this one.
Here comes
this could
Night
be
Shadow gang setup.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Gonna be caught by the Shackle. Very easy kill for Enigma Galaxy. Just like that, all of a sudden there are 5 heroes on top of the Alchemist.
And now you got to look for something else. Chain this kill. GH looking for the setup with the Yules. Should get it.
Yules cancels the TP. And his team, 2 cores sandwiching Snake King. Both racing to try and get this bounty.
We'll get him here eventually. They're also setting up bottom. Amar, he gets tracked, gets walled. Zeri on TP.
Exactly what you want to see. Enigma Galaxy punishing them on all 3 lanes. Amar tries to make a run for it with Stampede, but you can't outrun the Surge, that's for sure.
Look at the connections right now. So the thing is, you can overcommit on these connections because you have track gold, and you have the Furion, who he's a free committal. I think Lornoff's TP was pretty awkward. It didn't even matter.
It is. I mean, you could also overcommit if you manage to get 3 different kills in 3 different lanes. Falcons aren't getting anything for this. Skeeter trying to bait out Marine in the mid lane, goes for the punish onto the Brana, and they do get that kill. So
okay, something for him.
It's been a minute since they've got a kill, but they finally get one. It was last time was Snake King killing Sumail in about 13 minutes.
It's got to be some kind of Skeeter legacy game right here. He needs to build up to it. He needs to basically play it perfect from here on out.
We've already had 1 carry legacy game today.
That's probably true. They'll have hard on Centaur soon. That helps a lot. It will be a 2nd Radiance on Amar. That'll help his farm rate, especially if you can win a fight and then just clear the map with double Radiance. We can see this lead vanish for Enigma Galaxy in the blink of an eye. They just need to keep snowballing with this Bounty Hunter. Find pickoffs. Don't get too complacent with farming your side of the map. Abuse your advantage as much as possible right now.
Yeah, it's like easy for you to win fights and get pickoffs, but you do kind of have to be perfect about it. So close. Got the TP away from Malrine. They'll go for crit instead.
Do they see the Alch up here?
With the Swabs? Crazy pickup. They could get him a 2nd time.
He's going to walk it.
Like it.
They see him now.
Yeah, they spot him off this ward, but it's kind of a bit too late.
Yeah, he has BKB too. This is Skeeter's time to get more involved in this game if the fights can be set up properly for him. It is 20 minutes as well, so he did hit it right with the Tormentor spawn.
I am interested to see with that Tormentor, like how much are they willing to stall their aggression to hit objectives, right? To hit Tormentor, to hit Roshan. It kind of feels like any minute that you're not hitting the Falcons' cores is kind of bad for you.
I think it's fine as long as it's not everybody. I don't want to see 5 heroes hit this Tormentor. 3, 4, perfectly fine. Gets done pretty fast here with the Focus Fire. And get a free shard here. Some extra invis for some heroes on the map. Could be spicy and set some of these extra kills up. You never know.
Yeah, especially with Falcons being behind. Just means the supports don't really have the most net worth. May not be able to. Certainly not going to be able to buy a gem early on. No. And maybe low enough they can't afford all the sentries.
This is a nice timing for Falcons, though. That's that BKB for the Alch and the Heart for the Centaur. So their tank just went up. Their ability to stay in the fight just went up considerably.
Oh, a little sidestep there. Hookshot does not land on Amar.
And the smoke's coming through.
Comes.
They're committing the Alk into the play. Pivotal moment for Falcons in this game.
They really want to find the connection with one of these cores. With the Furion, that would be ideal.
They're being real patient
right now. Enigma Galaxy might smoke into them here. It's going to break for the Bounty Hunter. They do get dusted. Managed to stop the stomp there. Still
Skeeter got arrow.
It's going to lead to a self-concoction explosion there. He's going to start the fight at half health. Very awkward. And the vacuum back in on Malrine alongside the Shackles. Sumail doesn't give a damn about the return. He'll just keep it going. Pumping the damage into the mid laner of Falcons, who cannot get away, can't stop the damage, can't get the blink. Skeeter actually went for the kill on Lornoff, but a BKB from Lornoff. Great reaction from him. A Reaper sight put down the Bounty Hunter, but they're still in trouble.
The Alchemist
being chased after. Device trying to back away from the Necrophos. Amar using his extra regen to his advantage, but he's still kind of squishy. Hit by the Yules, hit by a power shot. Look at it, down he goes pretty fast. They go back for Lornoff though. They're hitting with the hook shot. Managed the unstable concoction, trying to focus him down, but Lornoff, he just won't die. Grit, all they do try and get the kill, throws a blood grenade, but it won't be enough. Falcons get wiped.
That arrow was so devastating.
Oh my god.
I cannot imagine a worse scenario. All of your hopes are on this Alchemist BKB. You run in the fight, you take an arrow to the knee, and you gotta sit there for 8 seconds with the chain stun on yourself. I literally cannot imagine a worse way for that fight to start for Falcon. And then you could just see the second guessing of, are we still supposed to commit? Are we supposed to get out? Are we going in again? It was so chaotic. That's never a team fight you're going to win when you're so indecisive like that based on how it started.
You imagine Malrine's perspective? He's like, guys, I got them to go on me. I'm a heart centaur. Like,
he's doing his job.
Dream. Where's my team?
He attracted so much attention. He even tanked the focus fire, which is pretty much what you want here if you're Falcons. You did get a Reaper kill. As much as you can hope for. It's on a bounty. It's not the biggest target, but you're not going to be able to Reaper the BKB Furion. The Wind Ranger's playing on the outskirts of the fight. Here you re-engage. This is just, it's not the ticket. Now you have to get out if you're Skeeter. You have to kite. You get your Reaper kill. Are you bailing on this fight, or are you sticking around at this point? And Amar's going in. Skeeter's going out. A crazy commit from Amar. Maybe he feels like there's just no way out of this fight anyway, so you just got to full send it.
Sure.
It's just
the fact that they go back in for the Lornoff kill, commit 2 heroes to try and get this, and fail to do so by just 100 damage.
Enigma Galaxy very happy with that team fight win. That's going to break this game open. A lot of track gold on top of it. You win those team fights with Furion, you're feeling real good.
Now up to an 11,000 net worth lead. They do have a Furion, they do have a Bounty Hunter, so they do have some ways to generate gold. They're also against an Alchemist. An Alchemist who's fighting against a gold lead rather than having one. Not a comfortable position to be in.
I think GH finished ads off of that. That's huge. He's going to start to increase his own farm rate and scale in this game. He's level 15 as well. Wow. GH is just a beast. I don't know how this guy is so good for so long. But
focus fire again, funneling. Are they intentionally funneling all of these kills to Lornoff?
They're leaving it for the Wrath to come through, and he's purposely getting the last hit, so it's extra assist / kill gold, I guess. Track gold for everybody else. They're playing towards their win condition. Get this Furion fat, let Wind Ranger assassinate somebody, and then Darkseer just keeps everybody alive. Bounty Hunter starts the fight. It's all coming together here. Falcon's just a little lost on the map. Unsure of how to deal with the Bounty Hunter pressure in terms of the information. Afraid to shove the waves. I think that is the biggest factor in this game too. They're a little tentative to get these lanes out deep. And it means they're getting forced to their side of the map more. The farm is overlapping. We're not seeing Amar recover in this game because he has nowhere to go with Bot's Radiance. You build Bot Radiance, and this tier 1 bottom is sitting there. I don't think he's been across the river in 10 minutes. And this is the intangible effects of the Bounty Hunter plus the Furion global threat really causing them issues here. The Galaxy starting to take this map over. There's a Daedalus for the Furion.
Yeah, nobody can challenge him.
You might just be able to force the Roshan right here with a quick focus fire play if you really feel confident. AC for the Alk is big.
Yeah.
And that is another big timing for Skeeter. But he has to do something at some point in terms of turning this game around and bringing his other 2 cores back in.
Well, it is very easy for them to get a chain stun combo, right? They've got unstable concoction, they've got hook shot, like they've got a way to be able to start fights
Yes.
keep the chain stun going for Macropie or Reaper side to come through. And
They do have
burn out at one of these cores.
They do have a guaranteed Reaper. There's no hard save in this game.
Yeah.
I'm almost tempted to say Amar should just buy a Blink, so he can Blink Reaper the dude. I've just never seen him do that. It's not his MO.
Yeah.
Maybe Shard on Centaur gives you a little extra sustain damage. They're looking for the play with the ALK timing. I do think Falcons they've understood the position, and they're playing to the best of their ability to take these fights. It's just tough to find an angle.
The worst thing that could happen for Falcons right now would be Mar being picked off in this bottom lane. He shows for a second there, immediately Tumbler Toy heading for the hills. And we'll have some time to think about the situation that we're in. Both teams are going to be sitting there. I mean, if you're Enigma Galaxy, you know 100% that Falcons are making a move somewhere, right? That they smoked up or did something. There's too many heroes off the map for too long.
You see where Lornoff is right now. He's reading this play going in bottom, and he sent Treants up north from his position. He also scanned there, I believe. So basically, you're looking at these Treants, and you can just look for the aura on the Treants.
Sure.
The Radiance is turned off right now for Skeeter. You're not going to see that, but he has AC. You will see that. You're looking for any sort of body blocks, any sort of information. These little things make a big difference in dodging some of these plays, but Enigma Galaxy absolutely have a read of what's going on right now. As long as you don't lose your Furion on the backside of the map, you're pretty happy with the outcome.
A Deathless Divine, the only one on Enigma Galaxy.
Didn't have that on your bingo card, huh? He's a different player now.
Yeah. I mean, this is a player that we have watched mature and grow a lot over the last 2 years. I mean, I almost feel like he's pulled a 180 where he was one of the most volatile offlaners, where he reminded me so much of Saberlight and his aggression in the off lane, where he could just roll over some lanes, or, you know, he could give up a lot of unnecessary kills. And now it feels like he's not that at all. It feels like he's way more disciplined.
I think he still has some games that are rough for him, but they're not all his own doing. You have two greedy core players you got to make some space for, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think this guy just brings the chill vibes. Look at him. He's in the zone right
Doing
now.
a little
He's enjoying
dance, making
himself.
sure he's keeping the energy up.
I think he just loves Dota. Like, that's the thing that sticks out to me. Maybe about this Nigma team in general. I think they just love playing the game.
I mean, anybody who's grinded through as many regions as Devi has, right? He played in Europe.
Yeah.
He's played in North America, the biggest grind of all. Played through South America. Now he's back in Europe again.
There's a couple players in this series that escaped NHL. That's for sure.
Indeed. I thought it was pretty funny talking to Devi recently and asking him, you know, what region did he enjoy pubs the most in outside of Europe, obviously. And he actually enjoyed the NA Gula. You know, he thought it was a good time. You know, like there was personality and characters.
Oh, there's personality.
Devi Lama was
there are characters.
Personalities in one of the characters. That's
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure he enjoyed his brief tour because he knew he was getting out of there soon. That's for sure. Sounds like a little trauma speaking, but, you know, I'm not going to speak on his behalf.
And he was doing it from Europe, so, you know, he was there in Belgium.
That's even rougher.
Just playing all through the night because he was playing on an NA team. He would play in the NA servers, you know.
Playing on NA on ping.
I know.
I don't know if I'd wish that on my worst end.
Can you imagine doing that? Like,
that's training. Hey, that's training.
Everybody else in the world is doing the exact opposite, and there's Devi. No, I'm not going to play on the European servers. I'm going to play in the North American servers.
Perseverance. I'm not talking about the item. I mean, that's a man who wants to grind, get better, take every opportunity he can, stick it out.
Sees his opportunity with Nigma Galaxy, his best opportunity in a while since his time in Heroic, and a lineup that was not really working for them until the pickup of Lornoff. And another situation where a team felt like they transformed, right? We talk about Devi changing as a player, but Nigma Galaxy, I mean, come on. The fans were just, I think there was no esports fans in the world that were just more hurt all the time by their team. It was so promising, get a 10,000 net worth lead, a 15,000 net worth lead, and then they go high ground. How many times did that Nigma Galaxy roster throw on the high ground?
And they're not doing it now.
It doesn't happen anymore. Ever since Lornoff joined, it really feels like it's changed a lot.
The high ground master, apparently.
Apparently.
Fix their problems.
The high ground whisperer. He knows what to do. He knows chill out, farm some creeps.
He's very good
to scale.
at playing towards his scale and win condition.
Yeah.
He rarely throws that position. And I think that is something they needed, and it's slotted in real nice here. Not getting a whole new PC. Very nice.
What was the longest pause you had to go through with during TI? Do you have any memorable situations?
No.
Because I feel like I have to imagine
Rare.
it's pretty stressful to be in like one of the biggest games of your career and just have the entire thing.
You gotta stay calm.
Ground to a hole.
You gotta stay calm, cool, connected. You can't lose the energy. You gotta maintain the mentality.
Okay, so the
whatever that
last thing you said you think you would do is like, say, put your chair back.
Oh, that's fine.
In a resting position.
As long as you're chill, you're vibing, you know.
It's just like a year ago. They're laying together on the TI stage.
Yeah, they're just boys hanging out in a pod, you know.
Yeah.
As long as people don't start to despair, you're happy in the pod. You know, that's all that matters.
The despair in the pod.
As long as no one's freaking out, going crazy.
Did you ever have anybody freak out?
There was a couple times where someone really, you know, bathroom emergency. You're like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Why did we dig
like
here?
you don't think it was a real bathroom emergency?
No.
You think they were just like overthinking it?
No, it was real. But it's like you gotta prep yourself for a series, right?
Sure. Okay.
You don't want to come out of that booth and some guy was like, "Oh, I could think about that entire game." I think also a lot of these teams, if you look at the history of Dota, the teams that are playing now, particularly these guys in the Falcons booth, I look at Snaking and I think what Tundra developed in their TI win that carried over, you know, a lot of their teams in terms of the communication. I think OG kind of solidified how much comms matter and did it in their way.
Yeah.
And then Tundra said, we're going to take that idea and make it professional. Not that OG weren't professional, but like as concise as possible, as clear as possible, get rid of all the chatter.
Right.
They're not chat wheeling. They're not doing that nonsense. It's just straight comms. And I think that's carried over into this Falcon squad, talking to AUI, Snake, King, Crit. Their comms are very discreet. No messing around, no bad information unless they're just trash talking and the game's over.
Sure.
And I think you see that in a lot of modern teams now catching up to that, streamlining the communication as much as possible. Back in the day, people were just shouting random stuff, man. You're going in the middle of a fight, some guy's yelling, drop your stick, and you're like, what is going on? It's crazy. Like, it's just, you think back on this, and it's silly how far behind you were. But that's the progression of a competitive landscape is things are always progressing, whether you realize it or not. And you better work hard and hope that you are on the cutting edge of that and you're not falling behind.
Who are the biggest yappers of all time, Dota history? Because I'm already thinking, imagine a team with these two players. Ready? Eternal Envy and Nightfall.
I knew you were going to say those two. I knew you were going to say those two.
Can you imagine like
it wouldn't be, no, it wouldn't
the
function.
brain jam that you're experiencing being on this team?
I was on a team with one of them and it barely functioned. So like, it's no way it's functioning with both of those. It's just not happening, brother. I don't know what to tell you.
What are some other yappers?
I think a lot of captains were, like the classic 5-position captains were the biggest talkers back in the day. Outside of you were a tempo controller, like an S4 archetype.
Yeah.
Those were also the big communication players. Honestly, Snaking was a yapper back in the day. Yeah, he really was. And I think he's still a communicative player, but maybe he's taken a step back. I think he talks less as a support than he did as an offlaner.
Yeah, as an offlaner, he was crazy at.
And I think offlaners in general tend to talk more. You
have to. You're very often you're the archetype for starting the fight.
Sure.
Right? You have to be able to tell your team you're starting that fight.
Well, I also think their perception of themselves is they're just the bad boy on the squad. I'm like the renegade offlaner, I'm the real carry in this game. Someone's got to do the heavy lift.
No lane, no net worth, just a blink dagger and balls. Let's go.
That's how it was. I think back to, players like Mind Control was a big shot caller. ATF is obviously a huge shot caller.
Yeah.
It's just so many classes. Seb, the archetype captain from the offlane, right?
Yeah. Okay, so you said something very interesting recently. You said that maybe not every, but most of the TI winning squads, you felt like had an offlaner that was ahead of their time.
I stand by that statement, yes.
And
maybe not ahead.
Back through it.
Maybe not ahead, but in their prime and the offlaner of the year or top 2 of the year.
Yeah. And the first one that comes to mind, where you go back through history, right? Alliance Bulldog, right? He changed
trendsetter
the offlane
for sure.
entirely, right? Going how long? Can I take a nap? All right, Molly is really not concerned at all with the state of the game, apparently.
He's chilling.
Because it's not going well for Falcons, but he, maybe he takes a nap and it's all changed. But then going on from there, right? You pointed out Universe for EG. He was obviously one of the best in the world to ever do that.
Yeah.
Then next up was Wings, right? He went into TI6 as the best offlaner in the world.
Probably the most versatile up to that point, I would say. Maybe
Do you think Mind Control was that ahead of the game for TI7?
Yes. I think he really took playing edges of the map to the next level and specializing on a group of heroes that enabled the team. I also think he's one of the first players that could kind of play sacrificial or more scaling style and make both work really well. He was a very unique player, for sure, at the time.
I think TI8 Seb, though, I don't think you would say he was, he individually was ahead, would you?
Yes, ideas-wise. I think OG would.
Specifically, okay, so my understanding would be as a team, they were very ahead.
But I think a lot of those ideas came from him and No-Tail.
Okay.
Brainstorming it up, the draft ideas, the ideas on comms, draft, strategizing. I also think Seb had very good ideas for his own role in particular. I think he was ahead in itemization. I go back to some of the games. I go back to the TI game where he built pipe on Legion Commander.
Yeah.
Who was doing that back then?
Nobody.
Nobody was doing that. And so I think in that sense, yeah, absolutely. His ideas about connecting heroes too, the fast-paced nature of a game, how fast you can take a game over. I'm not saying it was all him, but it flowed through him to a large degree.
Yeah. TI-10 collapse. All right, there's a trend going on here, but surely some of this is revisionist history, right?
Yeah,
they're the best offlaner in the world because they won TI.
Yeah, for sure. But part of that is, I think, if you're trying to build a championship team, if you're trying to win this tournament, and you as a team don't feel your offlaner is in that category, you can sense it real quickly. You have to have that confidence, that faith. And as an offlaner, you have to believe in yourself to that degree because the role is very nebulous. It's very easy to lose faith in what you're doing. You get lost in the sauce, lost in the meta. Am I a jump stun? Am I a lane shove hero? Am I a scaling offlaner, right? You can do anything and make it work, but you have to have the identity. You have to have the clear idea. I think that's what worked for ATF last year at TI-14, right? This guy has such a clear identity of, when I tell you what style ATF is playing in offlane, everybody in the world instantly knows this guy's farming, he's scaling, he's anti-carry, he's lane dominant. You know exactly what his game looks like.
Dame goes for 33. Incredibly stylized offlane play.
Yeah, and that's the point in Dota history we're at, is you have to be that good. You have to be that confident in the way you're playing the game and force people to respond to you. You can't be some guy who's like, yeah, I'm going to try and do what Collapse does, It's not going to work out for you.
You have to mold the game to your style.
That's right.
Not the other way around.
So I think those are the guys who go on to win this event. It's not easy to find, and sometimes you don't even know you're that guy until you win. I think that's true of a lot of champions sometimes, but some guys definitely know before.
And that's why you have had so much faith in Team Vision this year, right? Because
I'm a big Notice fan.
I think Notice is the new best offlaner in the world.
He has potential. He has potential.
He will get there.
I think he's the breakout offlaner of the season, and I think that has catapulted them and Yandex early on to some great results. So yeah, you always got to look for that. It's a super pivotal role at these big lands events.
That's a rough one. Half the hero damage of Skeeter to Samael. A little different there with the Alchemist, Wind Ranger, but obviously that last team fight, that was a pivotal moment for the Alchemist to be able to shine. And, he did the exact opposite of shine.
But I will say the biggest thing, it looks like we're getting close to coming back here. When you come back in from this pause, one, you need to reset the energy to where it was. Okay. You don't want to be too lax. You also don't want to, you're hyperventilating or whatever. Obviously, that's less likely.
All right,
got to bring that energy
I'm kind of freaking out right now.
No, don't be freaking out.
I'm a hyperventilator.
No, you got to calm down.
You talk me through it. You talk me through it.
You got to calm down.
Give me an example of what you as a captain are stepping in and telling your team.
If I feel like the energy is too low, which is usually the case coming out of a pause, you need to amp people back up a little. You need to say, hey, let's get focused. Wake up. Maybe you can yell at people a little. snap at them, hey, look at me, let's get back in this game, remind us what we're doing, we're making this move, we think they're here, we think they're going for this timing play, let's regroup. I don't think it's ever bad after a pause to just kind of reset, have nothing happen for 30 seconds, and then go for something.
Okay.
Because a lot of times something bad can happen to you because your mentality changes a little bit. Your feel for the game shifts a little bit, right? And you just want to reset
that. The same for both teams, though? Their
it
feel of the
is.
game is off. So why don't you just,
But the thing is, Falcons are behind here.
Ah, okay.
Right? They have less to lose.
It's not worth it.
Yes, they have less to lose. So Falcons, they might just try.
You already see Lordoff is drawing the circles. He's saying, all right, we know where they're at.
Yes, exactly. And that's what you want to do if you're Enigma. And if you're Falcons, like, you need to remember where you are in this game. Yeah, you're behind, but you have this out timing. You're trying to use it right now. You don't want to lose sight of that. You have an opportunity to try and turn this game off of Skeeter's strength as we go back into it.
Falcons with the smoke. Expired. They are going to back out of their aggression. They have a ward that they can go back to here.
It's a nice ward.
But for now, they're just going to back away, farm up. Mars already out of here, already farming up the top corner of the map. Enigma Galaxy are going to stay a little bit more grouped up until they see some more heroes. They're beginning to show. They're going to show on mid. They'll
totally
see
fine.
Somebody at top lane at some point.
And then you make your move. You either kick some heroes out. You can force Roshan here. I think that's the riskier play. I don't think it's necessary either. You do have BKBs on your 2 cores, however, so I think it is a option if you feel that Falcons have moved away to top half of the map or just giving you too much freedom. These are what you're looking for, though. You always have this bottom lane pressure. Either it's Dominator Creep or Furion, pushing this lane all the way to Falcons tier 3. That is your informational advantage on the map right now, and you should be able to make a play off of that. Outpost also increases the likelihood you just man up for Roche on this side of the map right now. Otherwise, it's heading top in 2 minutes, and it's going to go into their vision, which I think feels a little awkward. You got to make a call quick here if you're Enigma Galaxy. You going to make this objective play, or are you going to try and hunt heroes on the map?
The Bounty Hunter's going to go for the hunt. Moonlight Shadow.
I might find him here.
Oh, he's going to get... They're going to catch him right as he went for the TP. Nice pickoff. Neutrals will do what they can to interfere, but
died pretty fast.
Now straight to Roshan, right? You're right outside the pit. You just killed the mid laner.
Yes, 100%.
GH is going to get even more catch. Like Devi with the Radavato's Gleipnir build. Extra catch. Now we've got a Blink Dagger build up for the Mirana. I mean, these guys are going to be moving fast around the map.
I like their animation. The Gleipnir is the only one I'm like unsure of, but it makes sense in terms of we just want to get some extra stuns and catch and make this lineup a lot easier to function in terms of catching heroes and playing the fight. There is the stick that got dropped off the courier. We'll free up some slots here. Very important. And they'll give it to Lornoff. Still has slots to utilize it well.
I like Enigma Galaxy like smoke up during that Roshan. They got their position for the team fight. They were really prepared just in case Falcons did contest them.
You should be. You should never assume that Falcons are just sleeping on the job. They've absolutely contested objectives 4v5, 3v5 if they feel their other 2 cores are strong enough. This is probably an unlikely game for that to happen, but you do not want to give them some crazy opportunity. There's the Manta for the Necro. It does make him a lot stronger in the fight. It's just...
These are going to be back-to-back deaths for Maureen.
I think it might be.
They can keep him here long enough. They got him with the vacuum, pull him back into the shackle.
Beautiful. Beautiful stuff. That's right outside the base, too, and they have a ward on that high ground. Sees a little bit. Yeah, you just swing here. Still 4 minutes on the Aegis. What are you afraid of? This is not a great high ground defense lineup for Falcon. The fight kind of looks the same if you're fighting here as if you're fighting anywhere.
Sure. Maybe the spacing is a little bit easier for Amar to get there for the Reaper's Scythe.
Yeah. That's about it. And because you have Aegis, that play is not easy.
All you have to do is just plant Lornoff in the front. Let him, the master of high grounds, hit that high ground.
He's going to force everybody back.
Yeah, he's going to make the call. All right, we got enough heroes back. We're going to clear out their triangle as we retreat. Leave them no camps to be able to farm.
Fire Butterfly done. That's tough for Skeeter to go into. I mean, this is the target you want to jump and just try and burst down with the Basher build-up. Evasion makes it really difficult.
Yeah, you can't hit the Wind Ranger with a Wind Run. Now it feels like you can't hit the Furion with the Butterfly.
Who are you hitting in this game? Find a bounty hunter and Reaper him again. It's not going to win you the long haul.
Maybe hit some more neutrals until you maybe hit the enter button and GG.
That was a nasty shackling.
Nice little catch and more gold for Lorna. Dude, I don't know how he keeps on getting these Wrath of Natures. Like, even when it looks like Enigma Galaxy is not trying to give it to him, he still snipes it every time.
He is fat. Very fat. His net worth counts more for the Alchemist.
42 damage. That's how he got the last hit.
Hey, give it to the man. He knows what he's doing out here.
He's about to complete a Hurricane Pike after that butterfly was complete. It's just 1 minute an item, another minute another item. Nice Vlad's pickup. That's a cool idea. Just get more team fight.
Are Falcons really going to try and jump the Furion up here? This is
try. They're going to go for it.
Wild.
It seems like not a great idea. They're still going to follow it up. Drop the wall just in case. Lornoff's going to battle this out. He's not worried about this at all. He's got an extra life, and then he's got a BKB he can slot in. So that Stampede from Falcons is going to have to be used to just retreat. And Enigma Galaxy, they stick around and take this tier 2. Lornoff's coming back for it. Why not?
Aegis for 2 minutes here. Should not be afraid of forcing objectives.
And you should keep this pace going for a high ground hit with the last minute left on Aegis, right?
I don't think you have to force high ground with this Aegis. You don't have a banner or anything. Makes it a little more difficult. I think you'd rather just choke the map and look for kills. That's what your lineup's designed to do.
GH. Got the Yule set up into the arrow. Crit. He's going to be stopped so he can't get the hook shot in.
Damn it.
The arrow. Oh, man, that Aghanim Scepter combined with the Wrath of Nature. Now maybe they get snaking as well. Divine fishing for the vacuum. Hits him with the Gleipnir. Now pulls him back into play. And Lornoff delivers the damage. It's just too easy. A 1-2-3 and a lane of barracks for Enigma Galaxy in a game 2.
GH destroyed this game. Absolutely destroyed it in combination with Omar. They found so many just clutch little two-man pickoffs with a Furion connection. Set this game up beautifully. And this is going to be multiple lanes. You can't buy the Necrophos here. I just don't know what he's doing in the fight. This has been a very impotent game for Omar. We're probably going to see him on a different hero in this game 3.
Yeah, impotent
tried to make it work.
Falcons all around, right? I mean, it feels like nobody has really done anything. They've got 5 kills.
First threatening Megas. And the Centaur got caught on the TPGH again.
He just keeps racking him up. He'll keep tracing him. Maureen would have to do some crazy juke in order to get a
3-man wall mid.
TH is just going to keep following him. And yeah, they're actually going to fight this up a little split off because Sumail left. Is it possible for them to win this mid fight? Because Maureen is certainly going to be dying up here in the corner. They can at least get 1 kill. The bounty hunter is going to be going down. Maureen is finally going to fall with a Sprout. They chased after Devi.
Might be able to get him here.
It's taking a long time. Here comes Amar, but he's got the Reaper sight, but he doesn't have the mobility. Oh, and let Devi goes back in. Devi, you don't want this. You don't want this at all. The Reaper sight trying to get him right now, but now Lornoff is going to join the team. The Reaper sight, they finally goes through, and it gets the kill.
I get Skeeter.
Going to be in trouble. It'll be well worth it if the hits. Galaxy the high ground. He gets the hit.
Of course, Lornoff don't miss. No way he's going to miss up that high ground.
Almost level 25 and ready to rock. A high ground hit. GH is going to set up the kill on Amar. Perhaps the arrow does land. Look at the Starstorm damage raining in. They finish him off. Does manage to use the shard there to get some distance, but Lornoff putting the damage on him. Amar cuts to the trees. Very swift. Gets back to the fountain. But you can retreat. Your buildings cannot. Lornoff, they'll get the tier 3 before they back away. They'll respect the fact that Falcons, they could still fight this potentially. There's no reason to do this without Devi.
Don't know the Alk buyback status. He didn't have it there. You just have to assume because he's an Alk. A little worried about getting turned around on.
They got the Wisdom Shrine for Lornoff, so that is level 25 at 35 minutes. He's got the upgraded Treants. It's all but guaranteed they're going to get Megas at this point.
It's a lot of map pressure to deal with. Can maybe get 1 or 2 more items here to try and stem the bleeding, turn the tide of your Falcon. And you have to land a big Reaper kill. I think you have to be able to Reaper kill the Wind Ranger or the Furion at some point to win the overall fight. Interesting little creep trap here.
The neutrals in the tree. Okay.
Why not? Think about what you've done.
Like that one has the high ground though.
Dire
Easy to look out.
All right, well, Nick Galaxy, I mean, you got stalled out by Falcons in game 1 where they played for Roshan. There's no reason why you can't return the favor to them. They're 24,000 net worth lead. You can wait a little bit for Aegis to collect that extra life before you get Megas.
He even have Wind Waker completed on GH, also level 20, so the Starstorm damage just increased, and he has a save for the Reaper.
Omar's got a save for himself with an Aeon Disc. So when he's scouting out these heroes, Falcons can't even really set up a trap and punish them too easily.
No, fight's just becoming more and more difficult.
Anything Falcons are picking up that...
They have Nullifier on the Alk.
Okay, so...
That is something that allows you to potentially just all in that first target off the chain stun. Even through the Wind Waker and some of these defensive mechanisms. I do think it's the correct purchase here from Skeeter. It's just going to be difficult to connect everything on the target you want. Again, you have to find the Wind Ranger or the Furion at some point to take some damage out of the fight. Wind Ranger might just kill Skeeter straight up. Sumail has a full Hydra's Breath.
Yeah, he's doing the percentage-based damage that makes it... How much do you think this item has changed the game when it comes to these tanky lineups that are so meta?
It's very efficient. We just don't see it as much anymore. It's extremely expensive to build up. It's a great late-game item. I also feel like a lot of times your 6 slots, you just rather have something else there. Like you'd rather have an MKB or a Satanic plus Daedalus or something of this nature. Not the preferred item for a lot of players in the final 6 slots, but there are games where it does look very good on paper. Okay. Yeah, 600 gold for 5 minutes on Alk. That is rough.
Yeah, it's really bad.
That is rough.
Do you think that Hydra's Breath is like a hard counter to like this Centaur heart, or do you feel like I sometimes feel like it's not actually like it's good, but it's not a full counter?
No, I think oftentimes you're better off with just Satanic plus MKB, Satanic plus Daedalus, whichever you think is better. Higher single target burst damage. The Hydra's going to do more over the long run of the fight. It can be nasty if you're hitting multiple heroes. And here's the last desperation smoke from Falcons.
Push out, drop wards, do what you can.
There's the bounty.
Get the initiation, but Amar's going to walk straight into them. What are you going to do about it? I've got an Aeon Disc, 4 steps away. Meanwhile, Maureen ripped apart. Man, Sumail did some work on him. Skeeter's trying to do what he can with the Abyssal Blade to fall. Too much damage, too much evasion. The Wind Waker, but there's the Wind Waker save. And that's it. Falcons, I don't think they have anything left in the tank. Maybe you can get Sumail, but Lornoff is just going to town. You dealt with one of the cores. What about the other one? What about the supports who are super farmed? What about the offlaner? They'll come through and chase you down.
And what about your base? The reason Maureen's seeping out there is the super level treants just killed your Megas.
Oh no.
That fight was doomed before it started.
Well, here comes Megas, Falcons. In it for the long haul now with 4 minutes left on the Aegis.
They just have answers for everything in the team fight. And this Alk absolutely needed MKB. He had no shot of getting through the Wind Ranger or the Furion there.
Just one-man stomp. 1 second health dom. Hook shot. In a position to get the Hogs pushback, but they're going to be fighting without Reaper's Sight, so no early fast kill. And tough to deal with Lornoff. He's got a Satanic, he's got an Aegis, he's got a ton of damage. He kills Shakiro on the retreat. He's not getting out of there, nor Samar. He can pop the Ghost Shroud, but they've got time on Enigma Galaxy. Yules to stop Maureen, straight into the arrow. They finish him off. 3 dead. Falcons, nothing left but the tier 4s and a throne. They're going to fall shortly.
Lornoff, he's thinking about going for some fountain diving at this point.
Yeah, why not? They're willing to fountain farm you. Turn it right back around, a Sprout into a Shackle. Easily set up. The little 1 or 2-man combos here they've got.
That's over.
Skeeter going for the kill, but they're going to call GG before Skeeter is even dead, and we will see a game 3. 2 extremely one-sided games between these two teams. What is a game 3 going to look like here?
I'm very hyped this is going to a game 3. I think this game 3 could absolutely be a barn burner here.
Why is that? Like, since we had 2 one-sided games, do you think Enigma Galaxy kind of figured some things out? Falcons will even it up in this draft going into game 3?
I think there's a lot of small things that work for Enigma in this game in terms of the pickoff, the tempo they have off the lanes, the way they want to play with Furion. But ultimately, I'm going to be straightforward about it. I think you put Lornoff in mid lane, this guy's going to cook. And it's a way different game the second time around because he can control the pace, control the tempo, give him the win condition.
Enigma Galaxy have found the winning solution. Maybe it's not heroes. Maybe it's just Lornoff.
Lorinov has provided for so many teams throughout this year. It's definitely something we have to look towards. He was finally able to have a showing in mid lane on the main stage here, and to have fun, to have a great showing at that as well here. It's just one of those things at the Temple of Enigma Galaxy, whilst we might have been questioning their draft a little bit, Quinn, there were believers out there in FE about how it wasn't so bleak for Enigma Galaxy's lineup.
Yeah, I'll sign my apology. I was not familiar with your game, Enigma Galaxy. Sorry, Lorinov. I've shipped it. It's in the mail. You'll receive it soon.
I mean, I just think it's so funny when Nature's Prophet gets the ball rolling in that early game, because it stops feeling like you played Dota at some point. At some point, it's just, what did it even do? Lorinov really did wake up in this game too. He didn't want any of what happened in that game one. Because there is no threat against the Nature's Prophet like the Husker from that game one, he had free reign of that early game. He TP'd bottom, got a kill. He got dove in that mid lane, got 2 kills. TP'd top, killed the Alchemist. And because of that, his team were able to snowball from the side lanes too, and that bled into the mid lane.
And I feel like big credit to the supports this game, because they don't have an easy game to play. Like, I think neither Bounty Hunter nor Mirana really have like that nice setup for them. I mean, Bounty has the Dark Shade that he can play through, but especially the Mirana, like he landed a lot of arrows on like Bounty Hunter in the stuns, and I'm sure you guys at home, like, there's no way you guys could have done that. Like, this is GH, like, truly being an amazing player.
If you think about it, that stun, it's not a full stun. It's this micro stun that he's able to time the arrow in the perfect direction. Like, the supports for sure. It's so easy to sit here and be like a Nature's Prophet that's very global. Great, it joined team fights. It was able to farm. We still want to give it its flowers, especially that showing on Lorinov. But Amar had only played 3 heroes when it came to a position 4 throughout that group stage, that there was that question mark of, okay, well, he's probably just going to go back to it. We don't really need to target it, but there isn't going to be anything new that comes out. And he rocks up, and they're 1 game down in a best of 3, this upper bracket, and he goes, I'm pulling out the Bounty Hunter. It's been the flavor of the day, and I'm going to show you that it's something I'm incredibly comfortable and confident of.
Yeah, it looked really good against Falcons. And I mean, it's looked, like you said, it looked good all day. The hero just seems to be very powerful. For whatever reason, it's just good against the meta. Sometimes heroes just pop up like this, and you have to just respect them before you understand them. Like, they may not fully get why it's so powerful, but you can feel that we kind of got ransacked this game, and it felt really hard, and maybe we just need to get rid of this guy because we don't know how to counter him yet. He's too new to the meta.
Yeah, I mean, I would say we as a panel definitely underestimate whatever Enigma's draft goes. I didn't think it was going to play out this way.
Yeah.
Because you don't win a game like this unless your draft is good. Mm-hmm. So whatever they saw, we didn't see, and, you know, that's props to them.
Yeah, as that game unfolded, I think the Bounty Hunter played out really beautifully, and I would attribute that to, because the rotations from Nature's Prophet in the early game were so successful, what ended up happening was that all of the tier 1s were taken, I think, in under 12 minutes. There was no tier 1 bottom, no tier 1 mid, and no tier 1 top. And the reason why that's an issue is if you look at Falcon's draft, Necrophos on a side lane and Alchemist on a side lane, they need their towers because they need access to camps. They need to be able to farm. And if their towers are run early, then a Bounty Hunter who's Iron Shop is walking into your camps and taking them away from you. That's what losing your towers takes away from you, and that's why the Bounty Hunter looked amazing.
I also remember something that we used to think on Liquid for a very long time is that Nature's Prophet is just fundamentally good against Falcons, because Falcons likes to play the split map. They like to be like a little bit all over the place, and Prophet essentially just whatever move you do that you would normally only want to bring 2 heroes to, you just get a +1 for free, either through the ult or through him also teleporting and showing up.
And that was something that you guys said was so detrimental for the side of Enigma Galaxy in game 1, is they didn't have that, right? Because of how rough the laning phase went for the Nature's Prophet, it felt like he was playing catch up this whole time. This time around, he gets a much better lane for himself. The side lanes are going stronger as well, so a mid Nature's Prophet feels like it is a stronger avenue for Enigma Galaxy to play through, but they're punishing exactly what you guys said Falcons love to do, and that's to play in every lane to push out as much as possible. And now it's, okay, we actually don't have a map, and we also can't push out waves without feeling like someone's sitting right on top of us and is going to be able to shut us down quickly.
Yeah, the punish is absolutely the right word. And I think you look at this fight, man, Lorinov has an incredible BKB reaction to this Alchemist stun in a little bit. You can see there's some poking going on, and the Alk is charging up, and he goes on this Necrophos before too long, and Lorinov is just man, it's crazy how slept on this guy was in a lot of ways throughout the entire year. And he joins this team and he just looks like one of the best mids in the world. Look at this BKB.
That's crazy, pal.
Like, it's not that long. Like, that is very quick. And it turns this whole fight. Now Alchemist runs away, wastes his whole BKB duration, has no HP. Like, it's the little plays like that that show Nigma's not just here because of some strategical thing, because they're running at people, whatever. Like, they are in zone and playing really well. GH is like 9-1 and 17 at the end of this game. Omar also has only 4 deaths. Like, it's super clean across the board with a lot of individually good performances. I think this fight shows, like, they're not winning off some cheese. Like, I don't know. I honestly, coming into this, I doubted them like crazy. They were like the team I thought of the least going into this, and they are proving me wrong, genuinely. I think that game was very impressive. And not only do you not win with a good draft or like that, but you also don't win a game like that without playing really well.
Yeah. That fight brings so many questions for me. Yes, that massive props for the side of Nigma Galaxy, but also the way that Falcons initiated in it, because I'm seeing them know that they're not necessarily at a numbers advantage, yet Malrine is still engaging when their supports are making their way around it. When the Alk doesn't feel like he's ready to jump in at the same time Malrine does. And I'm looking at this and I'm wondering what was the misplay, if there was one, or if this is truly chalked up to Nigma Galaxy made it hard for Falcons to want to commit in that fight.
And I think if you're running mid-Centaur, that's kind of how you have to play. You have to go in early, soak up damage, tank spells, and he did all of those things, but they were in a position where they were so behind in net worth that they couldn't make the magic that they usually do happen. And watching that team fight play out, it begs the question of, was the Alchemist the right call? You already have a Blink stun hero in the Centaur, and what you lacked is damage. Is Alchemist the hero that's going to provide you a damage? Why do you need 2 Blink stun heroes? Potentially, they thought their lanes would go better, and the game wouldn't look like that, but if the lanes fall apart, then their draft is redundant. I hate to say it.
Yeah, I mean, I think a big, like, while that is true, and I think there is a redundancy there, I put more fault on the Centaur than I do the Alchemist. I feel like a big reason why Lornov is able to make so many moves and Falcons can't do anything is Centaur as a mid-hero does not do anything until he has Helm Blink. That's like, I don't know, 6,000 gold or something with all the small items. And Necrophos is never really going to TP react. So now you're in a situation where 2 guys are just sitting there and Nature's Prophet is everywhere. So every fight is a 4v2 or a 4v1. How can Falcons fight back? And to me, the Centaur mid, if he does not win his lane, not just draw, not just do okay, but win, is just completely useless because he stands around, presses one R button once every 2 minutes while his team gets massacred. It looked terrible.
It was not the showing that we expected from Falcons, considering how strong that game number 1 was for them. But these teams have been preparing for this matchup for a couple of days now. And it wasn't just preparation that was on the cards for them, but it was also expressing and sharing with us how they're feeling coming into the main stage into a top 8 for TI.
The international for Team Falcons, when we arrived here in Shanghai, there was a typhoon and our flights got canceled. We only came like a day and a half before the tournament officially started, so jet lag was really bad. And it was a tough start, and then suddenly we were facing LGD first round with a stand-in. We ended up winning that series, but then we kind of lost the next 2 series.
We understood we missing just like quite a bit to get to be at the top at least of the tournament. So we just kind of step up and had a talk together so we could actually fix those things.
I always believed in our team that we could always come back and learn from our mistakes and get better in the group stage. And that's exactly what happened last year at TI, and we ended up winning.
I'm happy that we qualify. I don't care about which way, 4-0 like any others. We qualified and that's it. We're still in the upper bracket. And I'm just happy about it.
Our next match against Nigma Galaxy is a bit of a old rivalry.
I'm just feeling happy that I'm gonna face them. I'm gonna help Omar to actually beat them.
I think it'll be a fun and competitive series, so we'll see how it goes.
Some games we're having a good lead, but we just don't know how to close the game.
It's just classic Falcons, where we always somehow end up fumbling the opening series. We always drop the first game, and then we start slowly ramping up, and we're getting better and better for the playoffs.
The TI is going to be very important for me because it's going to be first time my parents coming with my wife.
I just hope that I'll be able to play a couple more series for my family who's coming for the first time to see me play at the international, and that's quite meaningful.
I would say TI means everything for me as a professional player.
The last time I was here in Shanghai was in 2019, where OG ended up upholding the trophy for the 2nd time in a row, and that's really set very deep memory in my heart because they were the first team to win it back-to-back, and now I also have the chance to do it as well. So this is something that I really want to accomplish and do, and if I were to do it, that would be like a dream come true.
The previous stat that we won, and just when we qualified to playoff, and there was like opening ceremonial, I was like, my tear was coming from my eyes because like that's what I was playing for it, and I just wanted to be there because like if I'm gonna see my personally with my eyes, Gaben, I would be like even the voice when he's saying welcome to the international is like my head is just exploding because like I actually here, you know, I'm part of it.
I tell you, these players, every year, there's another reason why I feel like I'm cheering for them. Snay and Malrine, they're giving us more reasons. The first time that they're going to have a lot of family members in the crowd, watching them here in Shanghai as well. But even a step further, when it comes from snaking here, he's like, I saw in Shanghai OG win back-to-back TIs, the first time ever. They're ready to repeat, but for him, it's that extra step. First player to be able to win 3 TIs as well. So this man is constantly striving to do more for more people as well.
Yeah, that's just snaking. He's a grinder. He's played Dota and only Dota since the beginning of Dota 2's existence, whether it be in NA, in the trenches, or in recent years finally getting to that top echelon. I think he is one of the hardest workers and one of the longest lasting grinders of anyone. I think he is like the longest lasting player at this tournament, him and Crit. So these I don't know, it means a lot to them, and they've been here for a long time for a good reason. They really care about the game. It's a huge part of their life, and I don't know. I mean, I was there with him at TI9, losing to Hector, farming on Wraith King, and then watching OG win and just being sad. And he wants a chance to do that to some other teams.
Yeah.
Yeah, and interviews like that are so endearing to me because sometimes it's easy to forget that professional players are also big Dota fans too, and they're moved by the same moments that we are, like OG winning twice in Shanghai. And Snay is someone who sees it, thinks that he can do it for himself, and they might be able to do it now.
Yeah, the motivation is there for themselves, not just necessarily carving their names again on that Aegis to be another team that joins the ranks and the likes of what OG were able to do. But the fact that they have so many family members, so many fans here in Shanghai cheering for them. We heard these players walking out there into the booths for their game number 3 in an upper bracket best of 3. And you got a question, Insania, where exactly does the cookie crumble on the side of these two teams? A dominant game each way, a 1-1.
I mean, I think for Falcons, it's probably going to be something similar. This is part of their strength, is we run back the same thing and we'll just do it better. That is their solution to every single problem you present to them. It's just, we're going to do what we did last game, just better. And I think for Nigma, it's how can we recreate a similar situation? Because I think they showed in game 1 that if their draft does not go nicely for them, they can look like Nigma from 3-4 months ago. And here they showed the Nigma that we saw in the group stage, Nigma that we want to see. And personally, I like the Huskar ban. I think that set them up for success. They need to make the game like as not cheesy as possible, I think.
Yeah, I was thinking that if the Huskar ban comes back in game 3, they should just ban the Nature's Prophet. I think this Nature's Prophet is baiting them into weird drafts and weird situations, and I think their Centaur mid idea versus it is not that functional.
Yeah, I agree. And I think they should also probably consider this Bounty Hunter ban. I think there's a chance that it gets moved up the first pick, and these are some of the questions you sort of juggle with drafting. Is you lost to both. I think these are the 2 heroes you lost to. The others, whatever, they were there, but you didn't lose to them. You lost to Bounty Hunter and Nature's Prophet. So now you're deciding, do we ban them both first phase? Do we ban just one of them? What are we giving up in terms of bans to replace with those? Because you're trading things off here. They will get other stuff instead. And those are sort of tricky decisions to make. You can get in your head a little bit. You've got all the pressure of TI that makes all those decisions feel so much heavier and a little bit harder to make.
I think you go one step further. You could ban the Nature's Prophet and take the bounty for yourself if you're the side of Falcons.
It was a hero crit played a lot a while back. It was really like a signature crit. I think even on Falcons he had a period where he played it quite a bit.
It was a little bit smaller. I think it gets like very shadowed by his hoodwink.
Yeah,
right?
for sure. But I feel like there was a more recent time than EG crit.
No, you're right. I mean, Shopify. No, I'm joking.
My concern there is the Bounty Hunter is strengthened by the existence or / threat of Darkseer. I don't associate Darkseer very much with ATF and his hero pool, and I don't think Bounty Hunter in the early phase will be as valuable for Falcons as it would be for Nigma. Not even close.
I do remember an Amar Darkseer game. I think they called GG 30-something minutes and he hadn't completed Greaves. I'm not saying the game is always that dire when he's playing Darkseer, but I fully agree that he has his archetype. He's trying to recreate this magic of an 11-minute victory that they got a couple weeks ago with his off-lane Necro, maybe that sort of clouds the judgment a little bit. I'm not really sure exactly where they're going to sit for themselves, how strong their faith is going to be in running that one back, or if they're going to try and find something a little bit different, not telltale that a Necro is going to be sitting in that off lane.
I think the initial 4 bans of this draft is extremely interesting. I think for a lot of series, like, it doesn't matter that much, but there's a lot of question marks. I think there's the Huskar question mark, there's the Prophet, the Bounty. I think if Falcons are on second pick, they might even ban both.
Yeah, I think it's possible. I mean, to me, this IO support is a funny ban. It's so fully respect because no one else is playing its support at all. So I wonder if they're actually gonna run that back, or if they're going to alter to different paths.
Well, there's a lot of questions you guys want, and I'm here to give you the good news. Those questions will be answered as we're getting into our game number 3.
Nigma Galaxy versus Team Falcons. Game 3.
Where are our first bans going to fall? Which heroes will not get to see themselves picked up in this Game 3 draft? We do have Nigma Galaxy being first pick. That is the same as what happened in game number 2. And so it does give Falcons that avenue of this 4th ban here in the first phase. They've taken out the Io Coddle Ember. That's been consistent through all 3 games. Game 2, it was Wyvern. This time around, is it a bounty? No, it's going to be that Nature's Prophet. They're not willing to do that trade, and they go, where exactly are you going to go now, Nigma Galaxy? And it is back to that bounty.
Yep, I think this makes a lot of sense. I think Falcons should have seen this coming.
Oh, sure, for sure.
I think the Ember ban is a little bit weird. Like, there's no way Nigma would first ban or first pick Ember Spirit rather. So you are saying this is a future ban with the Ember Spirit, and we're okay with you taking bounty now. We think that wasn't the problem. Nature's Prophet was the problem. That's their assessment.
I mean, sometimes it's also like you map out the draft and you feel like we'll give them the bounty, but then at some point they're going to have a problem. Like, they're going to, on the 4th pick, they're going to run into an issue. They don't have a hero that they can actually play. So if you give them the bounty and ban out the Ember, maybe Ember is, for whatever reason, that hero that's going to create issues for the things that they want to pick.
Yeah, definitely possible. And the Lina response, I think, is he's very chill. Bounty doesn't particularly do that much to Lina. Now, you can sneak up on her and potentially try to do some ganks and speed the game up a little bit, but if you have 1 sentry, like, it's relatively easy to actually prevent those mid ganks for Bounty Hunter. I think it's harder in a side lane to prevent them, but for mid, you kind of just put a sentry. And if you're even like a little bit aware of it, and the comms are good around Bounty Hunters, missing he might be looking towards mid, then you can not die to these, and then suddenly you reach a point where Lina has Ags just flying around, and what does Bounty Hunter do to her?
Interestingly enough, I think as I've watched the Bounty Hunter meta unfold a little bit during this TI, I think a lot of teams are picking it after Lina because they have a read that this hero is good against her.
Yeah.
And I think it's just the track vision on this hero plus 1 blink stun, like a Tiny, for example, with the tossback. The ability to instantly jump her is their solution to her. And I think it's still pretty functional. You have to enable it through the draft, but the Lina pick into it, to me, says Malrein's playing for the lane. He's not going for these centaurs anymore. He's just going to pick his level 30 Lina, dumpster, whatever hero Lorenov's going to play, and the game's going to go off of that. But as it progresses, I think the macro is very much there for Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, I think you want something that helps you kill him, because you don't have much kill threat on him on your own, so you want something like the Clockwork, or some dude who just locks onto him and lets you dump all your spells, and so you can just kill him when he runs into these in-between areas. So especially Saksa just running around causing mayhem, and they can't actually kill him, they're chasing him around forever. You want these fast kills where you instantly kill the Bounty Hunter, you don't waste too much time, and then you put him back in base and you start the clock running
I
again.
would say Lina is, like, to some degree pretty good at defending her own side of the map. Like,
Yeah.
I think this hero likes to farm her own camps. Like, we refer to them as the Lorenov camps, funnily enough, which is like the 2 camps that you find close to the mid lane tier 2 tower. And whenever Bounty would enter that kind of space, she has a very easy time just like blasting him off the screen. I personally hate Crystal Maiden, but I know Falcons love this hero and they're very successful with it. It's
I feel
one
like
of those...
you need to be more specific. It's Owie and Snake King. Every time a patch drops, they're in there running the numbers, they're crunching it. They're like, Crystal Maiden, can we make her work this patch? Is she going to be our support? We need to be able to play. We need to fit her into a draft.
Yeah, I feel like they love this hero. I personally, like, in the last couple of years of my career, my relationship with CM kind of fell off. I love playing her in the start, but then towards the end, we weren't very friendly. we're on good terms.
You know what it is, Aiden? It's
Yeah.
because you were a selfless support player for a lot of your career, and a lot of these fives who love CM are very farm-brained. You know, they want to frostbite creeps, and with the new CM build of buying the shard early, whenever it's ready, you buy it, and you just get all
You
the
should tell
farm
Mickey
all
I
over the
was
map.
selfless because he keeps claiming that I was a kill stealer.
You had one phase where you were playing Tinker and taking all of the farm, but aside from that, you've been pretty selfless.
Thank
so
you,
I'll
thank
defend you. I'll
My
defend
Rubik
you.
never stole any kills.
Never.
I don't even want to think about
Just like Lorenov in the last game. Anyways, back to Mirana. They ran the same combo as in last game, right? I feel like the question, I think when you do this, you're also kind of saying, like, I don't think you guys can beat this.
Yeah.
Which, going up against Falcons, I think that is a big statement of saying, like, hey, we beat you with this last game. We're going to beat you with this again. And even though we don't have one of the core heroes that made it come together, it's still strong.
Yeah, you're sitting in that camp that with the Lina CM right now, you are wondering if there is an answer in the back pocket.
No, I'm
for
saying,
the-
like, Nigma's running back the exact same two supports.
Oh, you're just saying
And
what they're thinking.
Yeah, and they don't have
Oh, okay.
Nature's Prophet, which I think is kind of like a statement. It's like, this is just broken. We don't need like the specific draft setup to make it work, which I think they probably, like, I feel like that's what made it work. It was everything coming together in a nice way, but they're saying it's not the case.
You know, it's easy to feel that way if you have a mid-Nature's Prophet getting you side lane kills every 2 minutes, and then you have an early Yules on Mirana, and you're landing every arrow.
Woohoo! Yippee! I love Sniper. It's been so long. We haven't got this hero at TI. Finally, we get it. Lorenov, my goat, picking Sniper. It's a classic response to Lina because Lina is the queen of outranging you. Well, Sniper says, well, my name is Sharp Eye, and he outranges even Lina. The lane's very chill. The scaling's very good. I like it a lot. And it's good with Bounty Hunter because he's up in your face being the sort of tank that Sniper needs to function.
Dude, I don't know why seeing Lina, Crystal Maiden, and Wind Ranger on the same draft makes me think like this cannot win. It's like too many ranged, just like weak, no tankiness, you know, to them.
I think Falcons did something really fun here, which is because you have this mid sniper, and what I mentioned earlier about Mirana and Bounty Hunter being able to play their game without setup, it's because they were snowballing off of lanes because of Nature's Prophet. I still think they need setup, and they needed stun heroes from Sumail on the carry. So what Falcons did is they took two of his favorite stun heroes for themselves instead of banning it, and now he's not left with a lot to work with from his regular hero pool. And I think that's a very cool approach, even though it looks weird.
No, I think Nigma have really cooked this game. The first two games was not a fan. Second game I was proven wrong, but I think Underlord is one of the classic responses to Tiny because you've got a ton of percentage damage and you've got a spell that locks him in place forever. So whenever he jumps into the fight and full commits like that hero has to do, he only does damage at point blank range. Well, you pit him and now he's stuck and then Sniper shoots him and he gets arrowed and you've got a lot of follow-up. So I think their draft, if you look at their heroes, they really work together. They've got a nice mix of disable with damage. They've got some beefy boys. They've got some follow-up. And I agree, if you look at Falcons, it's the triple range scared heroes, and that is not often a recipe for success, and it's also not a recipe that Falcons likes very much.
Yeah, it's not. We don't really see them play like that. Like you know, if they run the 2 double support like ranged heroes that are high nuke damage, usually it's 3 strong tanky cores in the front. But yeah, I mean, I think Skeeter is kind of also making a statement for the rest of his tournament run, which could be good to know that he's playing Sven, Tiny, or Alk. I think, and. Personally, I like the Tiny a lot more because it's just a lot more damage than the Alchemist, and they ran into that issue in last game, like Mira mentioned. But I do agree, like Tiny, the way he likes to teamfight is he likes to run in, press his spells, kill one guy, run away, and then survive for 12 seconds, and then go back in and do it again. And against Pit Lord, that becomes very difficult, Underlord.
I think it's time for ATF to bust out Mars.
Mars?
Is it?
Did you
I think so. I think any kind of blink stunner. I do. Or something of that note, because while I do agree with what both of you said, Nigma's draft to me does not function in the same way as that game 2. I see it as an entirely different draft. There's no Ion Shell for the Bounty Hunter. There's no setup for the Mirana. There's no Nature's Prophet winning you side lanes. Sniper is very stationary. Sure, he can move to side lanes, but for the most part, he'll be sitting mid, he'll be farming. You're not going to have the same lead that you do. Your Underlord can connect and make things happen with an Atos, but it's not going to function in a way where you have the GPM lead versus Falcons. So I just think that Falcons can correct their draft with one more blink stun, and Nigma will still have these issues when I look at it. Maybe I'm wrong.
Do you think Mars is that guy? Because I think Mars' tournament has looked very underwhelming, right?
He doesn't necessarily have to be Mars, but within that archetype.
Okay.
Blink, tanky, lane with the 4-1 Ranger, press stun, something to shut down the sniper.
It's also interesting. I don't know if it's they respect the Sumail safe lane Invoker, but they banned Invoker. Okay. Necro.
So carry Necro, I guess.
It's a good hero against Tiny. It's it's Tiny. When you play against Tiny, generally speaking, like you brought it up to percent damage, but he becomes so tanky that you can't kill him. Necro is like the guy that says like, you are never gonna get too tanky for me. I can always kill you.
Yeah, it's very good. I think what Mira said is very true, and I think you need to use the fact that Nigma, they have a little bit of what Falcons had going on last game, where it's 3 greedy cores, none of them like making moves. It's all in the supports and make moves, and so if Falcons have a way to do that themselves, they have a way to start fights, get the ball rolling, then I think you can have problems. The sniper hero is not picked very often for a reason. It's very volatile, and if you die once or twice early, suddenly you're just farming forever, and you can never take a fight because you'll just get jumped and die. And so it's a very different game. I think it's a great point.
How do you... I feel like playing these supports, like Mirana, Windrunner, it's very hard to get on top of Sniper. Or sorry, it's Crystal Maiden, Windrunner.
Yeah.
It's hard to enter that mid lane. Like the area is very tricky to get to.
It very much is. I think you're probably flying through side lanes, or you're looking for support kills on the side, and you're not even trying to kill the Sniper, because I think it's kind of just unreasonable for it to happen unless he makes a serious misstep. The Doom response I like a lot because it just sort of shuts down Necrophos' scaling in a lot of ways. He's supposed to be this big tanky bull. He outlasts the Tiny. He plays a long fight. Well, Doom says, well, you can't do that anymore. There's no healing. If you run into the fight and you try to blob on the Tiny and stand next to him, I'm dooming you, and now the fight has turned the other way. And so it's a very immediate response of like, you want to play this way? Well, you can't anymore.
And I love the counterpick to the Necrophos. I look at these two drafts and I think that Nigma feel very inspired in their support duo from how Game 2 went, but I think this Game 3 will function very differently, and it's going to be trading farm in the mid lane, trading farm on the side lanes, and Falcons are very content to trade farm. The reason why they couldn't in that Game 2 was their lanes were crushed and their towers were gone. That's not going to be the case in this Game 3 from what I'm seeing.
Is there a potential for shakeup of tempo though? Like, do you see Falcons going, we have strong lanes, and if they do well in those lanes, we could really see them push that? And if a team fight were to fail, it's not doom and gloom. They could still go back to that, okay, we'll just trade farm. We'll both see where we're at in another 10 to 15 minutes.
I think Falcons has very good scaling. I don't think they're scared about like the game being slow paced and nothing happening. But I think what is scary for them is if it's like a prime sniper meta gameplay where the sniper and the two supports just like move around and you can't enter the area that they're in, and then they are just shooting down your towers from 2,000 range, and you just have to watch the tower die because there's nothing you can do about it. I think if that sort of gameplay can happen through Loranov, then they have the potential to kind of snowball this game and take control of the map.
Yeah, I think it's one of those games where you look at the draft and you can see a world where both teams' drafts function. And I think that's what you want for Game 3, the last series of the night. I look and I think whoever is on fire, who's playing to their strengths and using the heroes the way that they work, because the heroes work very differently. Like you said, it's not the same game as Game 2. I think Mira's on point. And I think, I don't know, I'm just looking forward to see it. I'm contractually obligated to root for my boy Cardell. I'm signed by John Sharpeye, so yeah. Big Sniper fan here, and I think he's got it.
All right, well, I don't know if I necessarily agree with Quinn and his desire to see a sniper success there, but the fact that we have a 50-50 on this draft, one of the most even we've seen in this best of 3, well, that's what brings me excitement, but also the fact that it's going to be brought to us by Cap and SBG.
You're too kind, Nat. Thank you. That's right. We are going into our favorite situation. Avery, it's the last series of the night. It's a Game 3. It's past midnight. We're into some D-Gen hours here. The pressure is on, but also these teams are going to be fatigued. We're going to get weird with it.
Brings me back to those old NA pub days, you know, where some of these guys grew up. So you got to dig deep. You got to find your energy, find your focus, believe in your lineup, and just go with it. You can't start questioning things in the middle of this Game 3. That, to me, is one of the most important things about these very intense, very stressful situations. You don't want to get 30 minutes of this game and be like, man, should have we picked Necro? Should we pick Doom? Like, you don't want to have these thoughts in your mind. You just need to be disciplined about it, come together as a team, believe in each other, believe in the calls, and full send it. Because the team that plays with confidence in this Game 3 is going to win it. I don't care about draft. It's all about confidence. It's about coming together as a 5-man unit and playing decisively. I think both of these lineups can be really annoying to play against with the super long-range turret heroes and these goobers that just go in and make space for them. Yep, but there's a lot of room for execution in that. I don't think either lineup is super straightforward.
Power shot
cutting across the way there. Omar gets a little bit low, but they did the damage to Omar. And we'll see if that snowballs the lane a little bit, because it almost looks like they're going to start off with a little bit of tri-lane action here. Which could be just what you need to get this game 3 started off the right way. Even if they don't get the kill, they'll start off with some better trades and damage, that's for sure. It does leave the Underlord in lane alone for just a little bit, but it's against the Crystal Maiden. Meanwhile, the mid lane matchup, that's going to be the biggest one to watch. It's Lornoff Sniper versus Malrine Lina. This is Siggy's for both.
We were discussing the Sniper before the event. Like, who is scariest on this hero? Who can actually execute the Sniper and make it work? And the two players that at least I heard most people agree on was No One for P-Vision and Lornoff for Enigma Galaxy. Yep. Individually, they are super skilled on the hero, and as a team, they play really well around it. Maybe honorable mention to Thompson, but he was a stand-in, so I'm not going to give as much team credit there, though his sniper is insane.
Sure.
I think what makes a good sniper player is it feels like they always find a little extra farm, and they scale a little bit harder. They don't fall off, and they understand how to play around this hero in the first 10 minutes. To me, that is the most important thing about a sniper game. It has to find impact in the first 10 to 15. Bring supports to this hero, find ways to drag the enemy into unfavorable skirmishes and just abuse shrapnel, abuse the extra range. Be 5-0, 6-0, 9-0. We've seen this hero run games over. It can happen. The very obnoxious hero in terms of the zone of control. That's what we're going to see Enigma Galaxy try and provide here. They have two other heroes that can kind of frontline and tank some spells between Underlord coming in with Gate and the Necrophos just going in. That's kind of what the Doom is there, to break these frontline healers and open up some space, but their gap close is pretty minimal. So this sniper should have a good time for a long time until the Tiny is fully online, and then maybe you can find him with this Skeeter jump, but that's about it.
Yeah, if you say comfort and confidence is going to be key to winning a game 3 late into the night like this, I mean, you really can't get more confident if you're Enigma Galaxy for a sniper. Omar almost giving up the first blood, but does manage to get away with the invisibility, pops a fairy fire, and gets out. First blood still on the table here. But on the other side, Falcons, I feel like they also got to be very comfortable because they've got scale. Maybe they don't have the most signature heroes on every single one of their players, but they absolutely have scale, and they absolutely have the kind of style of game that I feel like Falcons is known for.
Lina can take Sniper on. It's not the best matchup for her, but if you get to the blink later on, you can just kind of blink stun him and try and burst him down. It can be a little bit of a obnoxious matchup. Right. They have some blink dagger heroes in all 3 cores potentially. Game can get really weird if it goes late here.
Yeah, I feel like the biggest one for me is that last big Doom against the carried Necrophos. It was just like, okay, we're not going to let you be able to play scale into late game 2. No, that's not going to happen. We're just going to Doom you, and you don't have a carry anymore.
Maybe I'm most worried for Smail in this game. I think his scale looks the most difficult. His impact in the fights looks the most difficult. This Necrophos just feels out of place to me. It's against a lot of long-ranged heroes, a lot of spellcasters, a displacement spell, an anti-healing spell in this Doom. It's just kind of miserable. He's going to have a good laning phase for sure. Safely Necro always does against any melee hero. But Amar, he already got ice armor. Kind of a little extra tankier up here, a little annoying. He's playing aggressive. He's finding some CS against the Necrophos early.
Centrally placed early here. So Omar's rotation is going to be spotted. Malrine is not going to fake anything here. Says, hey, I see you coming. Don't even try it.
It's a stable lane phase so far for Enigma Galaxy. They are top of the net worth and CS chart comfortably here. So they're getting what they want for all 3 of their cores. No early kills, though. Little sad for the bounty hunter. Not a lot of courier snipes, not a lot of action. You want that extra experience if you can get it. I think the Maiden is an interesting pick.
Ooh, managed to get the Shackle on him. A big land. They still have the Fairy Fire, and they're turning around with another round of heal available. Samael not actually that close to dying.
So much sustain, this hero.
Yeah.
Really got to be careful up here. If you're Falcons, that you don't feed away some bad double kill. He just gets to regen back up. He has a large wand plus Fairy Fire plus Raindrop. You're still getting baited a little bit.
Oh, maybe it's Amar's getting baited in. So many heroes are low in this top lane. Everybody's baiting out their magic wands and their Fairy Fires and their Lotuses.
Whoever bites first is going to lose. And it could snowball this lane considerably. Could also maybe see that gate rotation off the Crystal Maiden. It's really tempting right now.
It's Crit running into mid. Other Starstorm brings Crit low. Quick little power shot, not going to do much damage there. GH out of leap charges. Missed. Low ground miss. Maybe Sumail can get the hit. He does, and that will deliver the kill to GH, who finally closes the distance just enough. He had to drop a ward to be able to get it, but it's first blood. It's worth it.
Absolutely worth the first blood here. If you can get the 6-minute Lotus 2, as Wind Ranger either has to come back to lane or go somewhere else, that can also be worth it. 6-minute power runes also spawning, so where Crit goes right now, he's going to go back top. He's going to fight for the Lotus, try and deny that. This does free up the power rune for the sniper, with the bounty roaming through mid, support numbers advantage. And Malrine, he needs to be careful manning up for it too here. Don't want to get baited going for this rune without knowing where the bounty is. They're going to bring the Maiden over.
Especially with level 6 on. This is picked up. They're going to go for him. Pops out of the trees. Slow him down with the shrapnel. It's a haste rune. Oh no.
Run.
Can he get there in time? Starts running after him. Omar's just going to try and keep it. Yeah, Malrine knows he can't really run so much. He's going to turn and fight. Laguna Blade goes back down, but now GH is going to join in on the party, and Lorinov continuing to play with that haste rune. He gets low. Crit's going to join in, already using the power shot. He's got another one coming up soon.
Damage is done, though. That's a big kill for Sniper, because he can run back towards the fountain. It's going to speed up his heal here. That was a really fortunate rune. However, I think that's also a rune that I don't think you can get the test up top with the bounty off the map. I think you just had to go bottom with the Lina and gamble with the main backup. You got to respect where Omar is rotating towards. I was about to say, the Maiden pick, I'm not a huge fan of this hero. It can shut down Bounty Hunter early. It's hard to pop out if you just get frostbitten. And it does give you some extra lane shove in the game. It's a hero that Falcons are really comfortable with. It's not a hero that's been too successful in the last year or so. It's really difficult to make work because you're not that unkillable support archetype. Yeah, you don't have some sort of big survivability spell. The shard's a little bit, but Maiden is generally easy to kill. You're just kind of food in some of these games.
What are the advantage of Maiden? She farms better.
You farm a lot. You farm a lot, you can buy some nice items, and you can honestly scale pretty well if you get to the full kit. You do a lot of damage on this hero. The aura also basically helps you shove waves by getting more mana, etc. There's some small advantages. The feel thing. Triple lane win for Enigma Galaxy, though. Pretty dominant here in this game 3 to start it off. Can't be too upset with this start.
Are going to be spotted by the sentry that is sitting on tower.
Sniper pressure is starting to build up. We're seeing heroes get dragged towards mid. Falcons need to be really careful getting dragged into this sniper zone of control. It can go bad real fast, so you got to be disciplined here. Play on sentries, group up with all 3. Find a little pickoff.
Pickoff, very nice. Frostbite, Laguna Blade, and a gate out of the Underlord. So that is very nice for Falcons.
Really well played there. They did not overextend. Very disciplined about it. Get the little pickoff, back off. Sniper doesn't get anything in this interim. Sidelaners are still farming well in these matchups. That's one thing Nigma set up well. I think when you have the Sniper, you need to be able to rotate supports to him, which means the 2 1-on-1s that get isolated, if you have favorable matchups in those, which they do, you're really happy on the map overall.
All right, he already knew about the sentry from before, but still is going to dare it to try and get the kill on Malrine. Instead, will be punished.
That was a little greedy. You know there's vision back there.
Yeah, I mean, he already did the walk behind. The creep saw him. They attacked him. One grenade goes a real awry, and that's going to lead to the death of...
you are doomed.
GH is doomed. Well, that means Sumail doesn't have to worry about Doom for a little bit.
Falcons are defending mid really well in this game. And I think Nigma need to recognize that and either play around it by going back to side lanes and dragging supports there and then going back mid, or just setting up deeper wards to find this Lina in the jungle. Kind of playing for the kill in that area.
Okay.
You don't want to keep...
you ever pull Lorne off to side lanes? Should you ever do that?
You can with the hero, but you better make it work. Now, you pull him to a side lane, it has to be a kill and a half to 2. Between that 1 and 2, the 1 core kill or the double. If you just kill a support or you give up a power rune in exchange, I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah, the combination of tower pressure with the very easy neutral farming with shrapnel. There's the bait gonna die again.
It's really hard to run to these areas with the bounty. And yeah, he keeps getting assassinated, but Lornov's not happy with this. He's free farming, but he's not getting those little extras on top. The bounty roam to mid has been generally shut down by these Falcon supports. experience paying off here. They've played against this hero a million times. Like, they know what he wants to do.
Even got a power rune for their troubles to Maureen, a regen at that. It is going to be a very fast Radiance for the Necrophos, and it is also going to be a Rush Aghanim Scepter for the Underlord. No surprise there.
Strong items when they hit. Going to be able to back up this sniper a lot.
But it is going to be a little while until they hit, which means the sniper is, like, he's not left alone on an island. He still has supports helping him, but if they can't find those kills, it's not like the side laners can change that. Frostbite and plenty of damage, especially with the freezing field being dropped on Devi's head.
There's that damage.
Right again. After GH, Maureen pops a regen, turns and fights GH. He's fast. He's out of leaf charges. Maureen really could kill him here. Laguna Blade, another Dragon Slave would get the kill, or maybe just the right clicks. He gets run down by Maureen. These supports are having no luck to get Maureen whatsoever.
He's just straight out playing. The positioning, how well he played the lane, only giving up that one death. Such a consistent mid laner. And this is Nigma banging their head against that brick wall mid. That begs that question of, you know, you could have gone to a side lane and then back to mid.
Yeah, you could have gone and enabled this Reaper Sight to go off on Amar, because they could set it up with the stun, just like they were doing in game 2.
Ooh, that was close.
It does connect. It does get the extra bit of regen for Samantha.
This is the move I think they should have done after the first bounty death mid. Because now, if you want to go back for this mid play, the game flow is going to open up a little bit more.
Does put Lauren off a really awkward spot. There's no gate, no supports to help him out. They are going to be running into shrapnel, and that's dangerous.
That's a tough hero to gap close.
Going to go after Snake in here. Power Rune. Amp damage on the other side. Omar is unable to get the kill, and now he's just going to give up his life. Unnecessary.
Bounty's getting punished hard.
Yeah.
Every time he shows.
You're not going to get any tracks out of him anytime soon. It's going to need the 14-minute Wisdom Shrine to get level 6.
Doom is threatening the Necrophos top. Enigma they had a strong start to the lane phase. Falcons are striking back, making this early skirmish power work for them. Really stabilize this game. Shut down the sniper potential. Not that the heroes shut down, but they didn't let him snowball off this laning phase. That's a
hit it with the power shot. GH, nice little dodge to the side there. Crit did get low off of that one, so he's got to be careful. Great space for the Doom, and they got him. That was nicely set up. Even strapped the ult there from the sniper to finish him off. That felt great.
What they wanted in this game. A couple more of those get the track online. Snake King sitting no detection here.
Easily found, and all of a sudden, Lamar gets some much needed experience if they can get this kill. Oh, failing to get it. Now he's going to die to Amar instead. Keeps on getting baited in to try and finish off these heroes, and the Falcons supports and cores keep punishing him for it.
This bait pick really worked out in terms of shutting the bounty. See if it works out for the rest of the game. But I felt like that was the majority of the reason they picked it, and it's done its job as another assassinate.
Is it even worth it to do that to a booted travel hero?
It does force him off the lane. It's effectively getting this mid tower, which got glyphed on 20 HP. You gonna let it get denied here?
Yeah, he doesn't want to get baited into trying to go for that last hit, so Crit gets a deny.
I think Falcons are weathering the storm right now. Yeah, I think they're playing a lot better than the game 2. They have more play options. They're more comfortable. They're finding these little extra kills. This is just a solo kill from Amar.
Yeah, well, it is going to bait him in underneath these neutrals. Oh, needs a Reaper Scythe, and it finally comes through. They've got
all right, a little too aggressive there. Another Reaper kill. Gonna give Sumail some extra regen. Radiance is done. His farm rate's gonna start to pick up here. Falcons maybe gonna try and hunt him on this wave with the Lina rotation. I don't know if Sumail expects this at all.
Frostbite, LSA, through the blade, freezing field. They've got so much damage to throw at him that even through the heals, they've got Sumail.
Cheeky little pickoff right there. That's what this lineup can do. They have a lot of wave shove, and they have a lot of just the two-man pickoff game with the Lina plus anybody, Tiny plus anybody, Doom on his own. There's a lot of threats to consider on this map, which means the information you're getting off the bounty is probably more important than any other game in this series. But it's a lot to keep track of. Kind of hard to be everywhere right now, and the threats for Falcons are starting to pick up. They're heading straight bottom. Devi, you look like you are in trouble.
Yeah, he is very dead with 4 heroes surrounding him. Toss actually grabs Amar. Not that it matters one bit.
And a little Goomba stomp for the road. Tears are getting a lot of gold out of this early game just off the kills.
Amar not really finding the connection there. Maybe he will on Maureen. They're going to try to chase after him underneath this tower. Really going after it. Do manage to land the stun into the arrow, finish him off. Killing spree taken away from Maureen.
That's a big kill.
And put into Lornoff's pocket.
All a product of taking down that mid tower. This is way more of a dangerous area to sit around now. And honestly, this Bounty Mirana duo has looked just like a setup stun into arrow. It's surprisingly effective.
Yeah.
I think it's catching Falcons off guard in this series.
Go after Amar here. Amar making the read, just pops a dust.
Some gold down the drain.
He'll farm this lane, knowing that the bounty hunter isn't on it. So,
be very interested to see what he goes for this game on the Doom. If he wants a faster blink, he's going to try and scale up. He didn't go early Radiance, so he's not trying to hyper scale. Ags in this game could be interesting later on. We've seen it against Necro. It goes a couple times, makes it really hard to just stick in the fight. Playing some options here as he's getting ganked. Would be another trap.
oh, what? Trying to get the hit in. They still got him inside the pit, though. That will lead.
That's a Reaper.
Leads to a Reaper side. There you go.
More HP, more mana regen, more gold for Sumail. Everybody wants to KS these kills, but only one of them can. Anti-Lornoff KS technology with the Reaper.
Enigma Galaxy, they seem to really thrive with these global heroes, where they're allowed to over-rotate on you. And
yeah, for sure.
Doesn't feel as bad because, like in this case, the Underlord just gates right back through. A ward behind this mid tower, though. Falcons are setting up for a big move. Managed to get the blink toss back onto Sniper.
Yes, Hurricane
Here too. He's got a Hurricane Pike to push him farther away from the freezing field. They can't get this kill. Lamar does die underneath the tower, but Snaking is in a real awful position, and there's no way out for him. So it's just a support trade-off. The Sniper too hard to hunt down for Falcons.
He's still looking here. Has a lot of damage on his own.
Yeah, with a power shot, he can easily one-shot GH, but it's going to be a bit awkward. Diving past this here, too. The Sniper's in trouble. Devi trying to help him out. Lornoff, though, there's something they can do to save him.
He Hurricane Piked in, trying to chase the Skeeter Tiny. Didn't recognize the flank that was coming in from the Doom. Just no way to get him out of there.
Yeah, the Doom just thrown on Sumail, keeps him out of the fight entirely.
That was a nice ward from Falcons. They got some solid value out of it. Will go down. And now Amar, he's like, maybe I can go Radiance in this game.
Still going to find the opening on Maureen. It's hard to make this happen against the Tiny. He leaps away for the initiation and coming here from behind. What a move from GH. That was just nasty.
He used the Tiny too, so now he's going to get set up on.
He is.
Reaper in 2. One.
Try and stop him. Shackle shot, but here comes the Reaper sight. The cut skater down the side.
GH gone. What can you do? This guy is in zone. He is one of the best supports to ever do it. Having himself another fantastic Mirana game here. Not as smooth in the very early game, but now he's starting to heat up. Really making this Yule Scepter work. Finding some extra moves here. A Breath of Life. Gap gets created. They're going to get a tier 1 off it as well. Yeah, you lost your Sniper mid. That's a blow, but you got a bigger prize here. And it's so funny watching Amar switch between his item ideas, you know.
Yeah.
They got those mid kills. He's thinking Radiance. His 2 cores die bottom. Okay, I'm going back to BKB. Yeah, he's looking a little worse now. It just keeps oscillating. That's some nice juicy farm.
If they're winning, win more. Ooh. If they're losing, he always feels like he needs the team fight. Missed out on the arrow.
Little caster curse, I apologize.
It's fine. It means Sumail can catch up in order to be a part of the track kill.
Just intentional.
Exactly. Extra gold, extra gold. That's all you're focused on. Lornoff is hoping to snowball this even more. This is the dangerous part of the time for Falcons. Falcons have all this scale, but Enigma Galaxy are very much online with their Sniper, ready to run the map, ready to close things off. This is going to start looking a little bit like Game 2. So, Avery, are Falcons better equipped to weather that storm than they were in Game 2, or is this just going to come down to better play?
I think it just comes down to better play.
The double hits again from these bounty hunters set up.
It's just
pop out of the Shadow Walk, stun. stun him again with another Shadow Walk and hit the arrow.
The thing is, I don't like Falcon's support duo against the bounty once this map gets opened up. I think early game it's quite strong, but as the map gets opened up, your support duo becomes a little clunky. They're not great at locking the bounty down. You're not Spirit Break, you're not Clockwork, you're not Bane, you're not Disruptor, right? These classic heroes that just cast one spell on the bounty, lock him in place, and then you can set up the damage. It's closer range between this Shackle and Frostbite that is
Devi is really committed here. He's going to get punished for it. Instantly doomed up. The Necrophos is nearby with the Doom used. I do wonder if Samael, not that he can save Devi, but maybe he can get a turnaround kill.
Got the BKB. Yeah. Throw the Reaper.
Out of Amar, that's good enough.
Too high there.
Meanwhile, the Crystal Maiden, I mean, it's another track kill.
This trio.
Track kill for Lornov, who, with the Furion, was collecting on all the last hits. Now with a Sniper, he's running along with his supports.
The thing is, normally when Nigma play this style, if you're Falcons, you're okay giving up some kills if you're farming 3 cores. But the issue is it's bounty hunting. So you just win the net worth trade off of the extra track, plus information and D-wards and all this stuff, right? And then the Falcon supports have to invest more gold in detection, and it just compounds. So you can build a lead with just kill threat style against a team that is very efficient at playing the map. This Underlord's going to spawn with an Axe Gate available. You really have to be careful of this as well.
Especially with the information that Omar has gotten. Considering the fact that he had such a rough start, a very late level 6, the information he's been getting is been
huge.
Invaluable, right? It's the whole reason GH was able to make that move in the first place and bottom. Why they're able to kill Maureen with just 2 supports. Why they might be able to get this kill on crit as well and get some extra gold for it. Actually, Bounty Hunter's not going to join him. He's going to scout even more heroes here in order for the Reaper Sight to land on the Maureen. They get that one.
That's the bigger prize.
Bigger bounty picked up. Now Skeeter being run down with the track on him, making it easy for the Sniper to use his range to max advantage.
They're really starting to pick up the aggression here. They know this is their window to take the map over. Whenever you find the Tiny, it's just free season for everybody to go in. These Reapers have been landing. Manta's going to be done soon for the Necrophos. That's more lane shove, more obnoxious presence around the map. And these tracks are just such a big threat. You really have to be worried every time that Fiend's Gate is up. You get found on this Lina, you get gated on. We saw the early 4-staff from Maureen. This is not the build you want to have to go on Lina. It's just forced into the position.
Tiny will have no way to deal with this until he gets BKB.
Yes.
And it's going to be a bit before that happens.
They do have BKB on Doom.
Yeah.
They still have ways to win the team fight. If you can land a Doom on the Necrophos especially, it takes a lot of the net worth out of Enigma Galaxy sales. The Sniper's a bigger problem in this game. Like, that's when you're just going to have to address with overwhelming force.
Yeah, that's the part that seems kind of questionable for me. You have to land the Doom on Necro, but you still have to kind of chase after him in order to get the kill.
Yes.
Right?
That's
and
where
then
it's awkward.
You're chasing into the Sniper, which sounds like hell.
That's the double-edged sword of this Doom pick. It really debilitates the Necrophos scale, but I don't think it's a hero that addresses Sniper scale. It's generally a rough matchup for Doom. You pretty much just have to get really farmed and just send it in the fight and run at the dude. And if the gap gets recreated, you're absolutely screwed. So it's very all-in. And that's where Skeeter is maybe the one wild card here. Like, what kind of initiations can this Tiny find? If you can start a fight where Skeeter somehow finds Lornoff and like tosses him in on somebody else, double hero avalanche, that fight's gonna look great.
Where he has to use his Hurricane Pike just to get a little bit of distance, and then he's got nothing left.
And he's still susceptible right now. He only has the Hurricane Pike, doesn't have the Shard, doesn't have any other defensive item. So if you do find him right now, he's killable.
Trying to maximize damage right now for Mjolnir. It's level 15. There's the Hurricane Pike for the Lina, so another core answer to the Underlord Gate.
Falcon's just taking a pause here and trying to farm up, getting a bunch of 4-stabs, getting their Tiny to the BKB that they need to enter the engagement. Amar now thinking about going back for the Radiance as well. Doesn't want to fall behind in terms of scale in this game. I don't know if periods like this are that favorable for Nigma. Depends how much they believe in the Sniper scale in this game and being able to execute down the stretch, which it is a Lornoff Sniper. He has been popping off this event. good reason to have faith in him that he's just going to carry this game.
Are already looking at a site device saying, yeah, I've got everything I want. Now I'm just going to focus on my scale to late game.
That's a tough buildup. I don't know if he'll commit for that. See what he ends up going.
Well, it depends on if they can keep the snowball rolling off these track kills, but the game is slowed down.
Neon Disc third for Sumail.
Yeah, very interesting. I mean, he understands that this is not a game he's going to carry, right? He's playing
for sure.
Create space for Lorinov to be the one to carry.
You just have to survive as long as possible, tank as many spells as possible, not be afraid to push waves. Aeon can do that for you here. It's a mixed bag. It's very good against Lina Tiny. One of the best items in the game against Tiny. Yeah. Really bad against ATF here. Like, it's not solving your Doom issue. That is the hardest issue for the Necrophos to solve, though. So in that sense, like, what are you really going to get?
Would it not be worth to get Lincoln's? I think it's just too much.
I don't think so. I think you just have to rely on your team. Your team just needs to build 4-staff Glimmer Capes and just bail you out the second Doom pops. Your best bet.
Well, Omar is not the only support with big dreams. GH has much more realistic dreams of a very fast Aghanim Scepter once again.
Will pay off here. This game goes late.
Omar's going to be spotted by the Crystal Maiden. Frostbite. Forstaff gets away from the LSA, but of course he has nowhere to run, so he is definitely dead, just trying to create as much.
Well, they found the sniper.
That's real rough for Lorinov. He even managed to get the shackle shot, so he's not going anywhere.
Nice ward down there. Found him on the TP out. Just a random death for him on the map. That's rough.
And that's right. Like, that's the moment where Crits has the confidence now. He's going to buy a gem.
These little things matter a lot in terms of your feel for the game, the momentum, how confident you are to just go out on the map, perhaps take an objective. Tormentor. The ball. Who picks up the shard here? Alina.
Okay.
Yeah. The Maiden one got bought, so did have some high roll chances here.
Now we're going to see her. She pops out Laguna Blade, just instantly maxed out.
It's nice. It's really nice with the 15 talent. Getting insta stacks, you become super tanky. It's something that you have to consider in this game if you're Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, they've got a lot of magic.
Yes. It's deceptive. You don't think of this Lina as a tanky magic resistance hero. This hero can survive some scythes on low HP. You get 70, you can get up to 80% magic resist with Ags plus all the stacks.
That's just ridiculous.
It's disgusting. So you do have to be a little careful here for Enigma in terms of putting the physical to Lina, not overcommitting too much magic damage, and just being aware of how tanky this hero can get.
Enigma, it feels like things have slowed down enough.
They definitely have.
That it's got to be working against them. Like, this is the game going Falcons' way, right? This is where they want it to be. Game slowed down.
The lead just not as convincing because I don't think this Necrophos net worth counts for a huge amount here. Yeah, the win probability is in their favor. I think the sniper is going to continue to scale. I'm just worried for Sumail. He has to play against some really tough counters in this game. The Lina matchup's tough. The spell casting from the supports is tough. The Doom is really tough. So yeah, he's mega rich, but how much is that going to impact the fight? To me, it's still all about the sniper. And the sniper is the poorest core in this game. Lorinov really didn't find a lot early on. He found a little in the mid game, and then it quieted down again. He had that one death bottom. He needs another good fight to go his way to kind of kickstart his scale into the late game. Daka's just not giving up anything right now.
Why do you think it's that Dota Plus has it at 25.75? Because they're only Enigma Galaxy is not up by very much, and I don't know if I love their scale more than Enigma.
It might just underrate the Lina matchups here. It might overrate the sniper scale a little bit. A lot of these are just executional based. Like on paper, yeah, the sniper is going to be a threat, but again, he just randomly gets found by a toss, then the whole fight breaks apart.
Yeah. Or Lina is able to, with an Aghanim Scepter, you know, later on, sneak up on him, do most of his HP with one go.
Same with Necrophos. If Necrophos doesn't get doomed or dodge the Lina damage, then he can do a lot of work in the fight.
Enigma Galaxy can keep going back to these pickoffs. They had a good window of just pick off after pick off, and now they're trying to keep that going again, but maybe it turns into a team fight. Mar kind of in bad spot. Ooh, big heals come out, even through the Laguna Blade. He doesn't die.
Amp damage.
An avalanche. There's an amp damage on the ground. Lornoff does manage to grab it. Now he returns fire back on the speeder. Last pop of BKB. Toss back on Necrophos.
Amar?
Meanwhile, Amar is in, and Mar's dead.
What is he trying to do there? It's on no HP, just goes in. Gets obliterated by Reaper Sight.
Yeah, just instant sight from Samael. There was no questions about that one. And big opening from Enigma Galaxy, because now, hey, guaranteed row shot right outside the pit. You get a win like that.
And another very clutch Yules by GH. He really has, he's been ruining some of these tiny jumps in the series. Every time this tiny goes in, he gets Yules, and it just buys so much time and space.
That was also like he reacted really quickly. He leaped out of the avalanche when Skeeter jumped in.
Honestly, it's like the best series I've seen GH play in a long time. That's not blaming his other series. He is just in zone right now. Making this Mirana look absolutely beautiful. Already level 15 Ags online. He's going to continue to scale from here. We work towards that triple arrow. It's always the dream. That's a really nice Aegis to get here. Give it to the sniper. He has a lot more confidence to stick in the fight. Necrophos is continuing to be big, bad, and in charge unless you can connect the spells on him. And we saw that type of fight. It's not so easy to just leap in and connect damage on some of these heroes. Like, a lot can go wrong for you, especially around these Underworld hits.
Toss back at the Bounty Hunter.
Nice little freebie there. No heals going in that time.
We are seeing the value of that 15 talent for the Bounty Hunter. He dies there, but last time they went on him, it was
tanky.
Real difficult to kill him. There's the heart on the Necrophos. So another hero that's going to be very difficult to kill.
Unless you get doomed.
Well, I mean, even then, Aeon Disc and Heart.
Might be able to bail him out.
Yeah, like he's able to disengage, wait up the dude.
Honestly, a lot of the fights might come down to how much Falcons get done before their BKBs run out and you just get stuck in the pits.
Yeah, that is going to be the biggest problem. I feel like Falcons, back when the refresh BKB, it would be very favorable.
Yeah, sure.
This game, like, now that you can't have that, as you said, there's so much they need to get done during that BKB window. It is pretty concerning as the game goes late.
It has to happen fast. They can't get kited. You get stuck in pits and Sniper has position, I don't think you can win that fight.
Right.
It just sounds impossible. Which, I don't know, maybe you just doom Divine if the opportunity presents itself. I think that's unlikely because he's not going to be on the front line. He's going to be doing action like this.
Setting up the play. Omar, he does die. Enigma Galaxy. See if they can get something for it. Laguna Blade onto Divine. Actually lost sight of him there. Dust finally goes off, but maybe for a little bit too late to go after this Divine Llama kill. Ooh, crit.
Sniper? Doing sniper things?
Is that going to be enough damage?
Oh,
It
yeah.
is rather easily.
You saw Amar. He doesn't want to doom this Underlord after the gate goes off especially. He had Lotus as well, so you're kind of baiting it. Need the bigger targets. They still have a ward down here. They see everything. Did not want to jump the Aegis. Too much of a deterrence.
The other side, Amar goes. Falcons back to farming. Enigma Galaxy doing the same.
Continue to scale up the Lina and the Doom here.
Third BKB online. Malrina's going to go for the right-click build rather than the magic damage build. What are your thoughts about that?
This does not strike me as an AC.
Yeah, you've been a big proponent of more physical damage builds on Lina.
I think he's maybe just paying it for, you know, hey, Skeeter, build this for me, thank you. Because if anyone's getting AC in this game, it's Tiny.
Yeah,
I think Lina needs to end up... I feel he needs to end up with a Blink at some point in this game.
Or at least an... I mean, Aghanim Scepter, right?
That is another route, yeah. You can go Ag. I always think ending up with Satanic plus a couple damage items feels great. I want to go that route.
Interesting situation. Threatening the site here. Amar's just going to have to BKB. Don't want to take any risks.
Could get... Quick Blink. Dodge the gank. That is BKB down. Which, again, how easy is it to fight without BKBs available? Be another quick tower during this Aegis period. The lead is not growing for Enigma during the stages, though. They need to be aware of that. You're getting some objectives, you're getting more time for the sniper to build back up. But you're not going to take Falcons off the map. That is a much taller order, as Shackle will not land, and they're just going to bail on this situation. Nothing to fight for there.
Wisdom goes to Falcon, trying to get a Blink Dagger. Blink Daggers all around, it seems. The GH agrees that is a great item. Chris going to try and build one pretty soon here so he can get better Shackle shot initiations or fall through. Maureen did buy...
I was looking at that.
Yeah, maybe.
This really... It seems off to me. This is not a great AC hero because you stand in the back of fights. This also just isn't the game where I look at it and say he needs more armor.
But if he does have that armor combined with his magic resistance,
he's very tanky.
Yeah, like he's going to be crazy tanky.
Yeah, maybe that's the goal. Just be able to tank sniper hits on top of all the magic damage.
I was kind of thinking there was this weird sort of situation where you had pop out with that friendly shadow from Samael. Chasing after Mallory, these heroes are just too fast, it seems. Even when they get him in the pit, it's too late.
Need heroes to connect here. It's your big stun in this game. Here he's going to walk into Samael.
Spotted on the sentry. Peter, Harpoon, he's far enough away. He'll be able to pick out just fine.
Game is so much about vision control. The sentries, the gems, the bounty scouting, Mirana ultimate, Shadowblade Tiny. There's so many in this mechanism trying to set the fight up.
They had the ward on the gate that spotted in. The Reaper's Scythe is not going to be enough damage. They have a track on him, but nobody able to close the gap.
Kills are getting a little frustrating for Enigma.
They are.
That is time. Time for this Tricore to farm their way to the top of the chart.
Falcons just keep on looking for an opening. They're going to go for one on Divide here. Toss him up in the air, allow the LSA to fall through with Maureen having amp damage. Makes it a whole lot smoother to get that kill.
That's a big pickoff. It's what their lineup's supposed to do. Find the isolated hero, kill him, snowball the map. Not necessarily just take a 5-on-5 into Necrophos plus Unlord Goo, creating space for the sniper. That formation's very tough to break. Isolated heroes into snowball, way easier for all their single target damage. Page gonna dodge and gain top. Such a close game. Dead even.
Going to TP in. They're going to drop some vision here. They say this is an opportunity. Amar apparently not scared of anything here. I mean, I guess there's really nothing that's ever going to stop him from BKB running away.
Could get chain stun on top of arrow into sight. That's about all you're afraid of. Another Tormentor. Another shard. Net worth lead swings towards Falcons for the first time in this game. That's kind of wild.
Other amp damage. Enigma Galaxy feels like they haven't gotten the better of power rooms for a little bit, but they will get one on Samael here. Him and Amar gonna lead the charge with the friendly shadow. We'll keep the lanes pushed in with these Radiance Illusions.
Just crossing the whole map. Kind of need this play to land. Committed so much for it.
You have a high ground ward plus sentry here from Maureen Skeeter. They both make a quick retreat as soon as some heroes show up. This is the annoying part. For Enigma Galaxy against Falcons, they can be so elusive what they want to be. They understand the game they're playing right now, and it's a game of keep away.
They're just stalling out the timing. They're just slowly making this Necrophos net worth less and less impactful. Enigma need to find a way to speed this game up or force the fights. Roshan is one mechanism to do that.
You're about to hit pretty peak Necro. Level 25, overwhelming Blink, just spamming out his Q. Enigma Galaxy, if they are struggling to find pickoffs, is there any point that you say, all right, screw it, let's just 5-man ball into a tier 2, force Falcons to try and fight us?
No way. Someone's just gonna get tossed.
Yeah.
they potentially have buybacks on that fight, full vision. They're not worried about the bounty hunter. You definitely don't force a fight on an objective that Falcons control. You can maybe force it on Roshan because then you can bring them into a more open area or into your wards or bounty hunter control. Play off of a pit blocking a staircase or something. That fight can get a lot more weird for Falcons. Going into one of their towers is complete suicide here.
There's the overwhelming blink for the Necro, but we also have a Daedalus complete for Skeeter. So many of these cores are closing in on their 25s. There's multiple level 24s right now.
Falcons are finding a little more net worth on their cores, though. Big items on all their heroes. Overwhelming Blink Doom. Satanic going to be finished shortly for Maureen with his 25. And that Daedalus on the Tiny.
Will it make the difference?
He got the Flares Boda too. It's so much damage on this hero.
Maureen trying to beat a little bit, has a shield rune. Reaper's try and cut him down, it's not going to be quite enough. And the shield rune activates, Maureen's going to be good for now. Still poking at him, Device actually thinking about chasing, but the fight comes straight to Enigma Galaxy. A jump in from Skeeter, finish off the bounty hunter, while they're poking at him with the sniper, and those pokes hurt too. Skeeter even has to pop his BKB as he backs it out. They have to feed him a Lotus, they try and keep him alive right now. With the Silver Edge, I think he might have made it. Avalanche toss back, Maureen going after Omar. That might be a dieback for him. Got the Doom onto the sniper, and they can put damage on him. He might take out, but they can't do it. With the invisibility, he's able to get away. Crit pushed back into the pit. Very nicely done by Enigma Galaxy.
Jules on the Lina.
Out of the fight.
GH found him.
Managed to get the arrow. Big play from GH, finding the opening onto Maureen. If they can finish him off, it'll be a massive win, and they got him. Hunt him down. Snake King's up next. And Enigma Galaxy, the long fight, it draws out, and it's all to their favor.
The jumps were also a little disconnected for Falcons. The tiny jumps were good, but the Doom, he kind of had to back off, and then he went in on his own. Doom the sniper, which honestly is just not the target you want to Doom because he can survive that. They're going to play around him here. And the formation. Formation means everything for Enigma Galaxy in this game. Look at the space created for Lornov in this fight. They're nowhere close to dealing with him. He zones out Amar. Now he's going to zone out the Tiny. He's sitting under a gate in a pit. He has his two big boys running in front of him. And by the time you try and turn this fight and jump him off of a little overextension here, you do find him with the Doom, but everybody else got zoned off. You can't put any extra damage into him. Great positioning for Enigma Galaxy. Great find at the end by GH again. Enigma, they're pushing. They're pushing deep.
Behind the tier 4, second to run down. Oh, they get Amar and crits.
Oh, they're crumbling.
Keep the numbers.
No pie.
Falcons have slipped up in a big, big way. Enigma Galaxy, one lane of barracks into 2. Are they just going to be able to close out the game right here? And
they might. The Sumail aggression.
A tier 2 remains in the bottom lane. Enigma Galaxy, they can't get Megas, so they will back out. Roshan's up after all. There's no reason to try and end it out here. They can play it safe. They can play it a bit more disciplined. They'll go back to the extra life.
What a read on that moment right there. To go for more right outside the fountain. So much can go wrong. But that man right there has never cared about getting close to the enemy fountain. Sumail has had many TI moments centered around that objective. Some of them have worked out, some haven't, but he has never grown fearful. And perhaps a moment in this game, in this series, the Galaxy, they will claim another Aegis with a banner. Only one lane remaining for Falcons.
Aegis now for Lornov. Falcons have found no way, despite the net worth that they pulled back throughout some of this mid-game, despite them evening things out, they still have not found a solution. The item increase has not managed to get them through the formation that Enigma Galaxy have presented.
They need more ways to get around it or just punch through the front line. They're not doing either right now. They do have 25 on Tiny for double toss charge. They have 25 on Lina for the extra crit attacks. That is extra damage to punch through this front line. It's a lot to punch through. Potential buybacks as well. You have to worry about the Necrophos second life with the buy bots into the fight. Underlord second life with buy gate into the fight. Enigma Galaxy can just throw lives at a high ground to get through the big spells here like the Doom. You only have one Doom available.
Double Lincolns, Devi and GH both pick up a Lincolns in this window. Off for the one team fight into more pickoffs into lanes of barracks. That flush gold.
And Amar.
Lincolns that can protect Sumail.
He didn't go Ags on this Doom. He went to Overwhelming Blink. He might regret that now. There's also that Hex completed on the bounty. You really have to watch the jumps with the Tiny. in particular, if you go in, you don't BKB, you get Hex, that can be the fight.
He also doesn't have a neutral creep that would give him a way to break through lane. He got Hex, and that Legend instant Hex, and now the Tiny's dead.
Does have buy.
A buyback, but Enigma Galaxy have used very little for this. A Reaper's Sight, that's good enough. Lornoff is still plinking away at this tier 3, putting the pressure on Falcons.
What are you gonna do?
Gotta come up with a solution fast. They managed to find an LSA, and arrow burned through the sniper here. Malrine had to pop his BKB to come in. Can he go around for a second life here? But he didn't get the BKB. Cut through him, try and get through these Lincolns, and they've got the final hits coming in. Lornoff does die. Now Skeeter marches forward. Now they've got the
boy.
They just get slaughtered. Oh, Enigma Galaxy, the high ground becomes their nemesis once again.
They needed to get that sniper back a little further, or have someone go in, check some of the blink daggers. He did not get BKB off on the respawn and just got annihilated. And that Skeeter buyback did work. He just laid into them on the clump. The second the sniper's gone, there's no hope of you winning that fight. But there's no way of getting out.
Close to just being able to close out this game. One fight, one hold from Falcons, and they still have a chance in this now.
See, everybody's behind his positioning here. Like, you either have to run in and try and debilitate some of the damage that's going to come out, or be confident that he's getting BKB and you're going to be able to reset. And that is just worst case scenario. I mean, that's an incredibly brutal way for that fight to go, that you all get clumped and annihilated from the AoE cleave.
They are dead for so long that Falcons are going to get a ton off the map.
That gold swing is insane in this game.
Okay.
Last few minutes.
How much will this change? Like, it's going to be more items for Falcons, but Falcons have still struggled even with the items presented to them. They might even get a lane of barracks here, but
might get a couple.
That evens things out to what Enigma Galaxy kind of already had.
Got the Satanic on the Lina. That's pretty big here. It'll get Amar to Ags, which is also pretty big. They had a nice timing where they had these Lincolns and Lotus and he didn't have Ags. Now he's going to have that. That kind of removes some net worth from their side, adds a lot to Falcons. If he can just blink in there with this overwhelming like Shiva's AoE Doom, and Enigma can't really get away from it because you're slowed, it's going to be a big problem.
That's so funny. They invested so much to counter this Doom, and there was one window where the Doom should have been ineffective.
They had an opportunity there.
And now an Aghanim Scepter to be done for Amar, so he doesn't care about those Lincolns.
That's one of those high grounds that it could decide a lot in this series, in this tournament.
May haunt Enigma Galaxy and their fans' dreams to come, but there's still an advantage. They still have
for sure
a setup that has been hard for Falcons to crack. That was really the only time, and it was simply because, I mean, a lot of it was based off of the fact they were sitting on a high ground situation.
For sure. Going high ground is the hardest thing for Enigma in this game with the sniper in terms of that positioning. There's a lot of ways to backstab the formation, abuse buybacks. You got to remember, Skeeter had to buy for that fight too. Insta died on the blink into the Hex, just didn't expect it. Got to be more disciplined next time. Gonna think about it for sure. Lina doing Lina things though. Really scary hero. No Silver Edge, no blink, no Ags for Malrine does really hurt his gap close mechanisms. However, he just stands there and right clicks them.
Yeah, he's trying to outsnipe him.
Yeah, he's incredibly tanky. Very hard to bring down. That was like almost a 20k gold swing off of that one high ground.
Double gems on Falcons, so Omar's going to have to be real careful when he's trying to be out on the map and trying to scout what Falcons are up to.
I still think buybacks for Enigma Galaxy are huge in this game. Just being able to go and take a fight that Doom or Lina kill somebody and you can buy back and still win the overall engagement.
But I mean, I feel like it
takes
an extreme level of confidence to utilize buybacks when you're pushing into the enemy.
Okay, that situation is also very difficult to do it, I agree. Something around a Roshan pit or something, though. A lot of games of Dota end outside of someone's base. You just win that fight. They feel they have to commit. Game is going the distance, though. Both high grounds are tough to break when you have these really long-range turret heroes.
Scotty being built up for the sniper, which will be, make this hero even tankier, will be rather debilitating.
For any of these heroes trying to close the gap is extra effective against ranged heroes.
Got a shrapnel talent too.
Yeah.
It's a lot of extra just vision control in the team fight. Pretty nice talent. He's slow though. This sniper is not very mobile. Another reason the formation matters so much.
So we had this bug not too long ago where the Daedalus and the crit damage made its talent kind of mess things up.
It's fine now.
Okay.
So these Daedaluses are gonna hit real hard. Still have a tiny buyback cooldown for 3 minutes here. If Enigma want to try and do something with it, it's just tough with Roche is not available. How do you're not just gonna force high ground? It's insane. Maybe you get a fast Roche spawn though, and I think Falcons are gonna be tentative to contest that without 2 lives on the tiny.
Certainly be the most ideal scenario, but maybe it's possible something just kind of shows up. They can find a pickoff somewhere here. It's fishing arrows, perhaps.
I also think the Mirana 25 is huge.
Yeah.
It's a really impressive talent with the triple arrow. They got 25 on the Underlord for the extra hit route. Took that over the DPS, which I think is fine this game. I don't think the DPS matters too much. Probably not landing it anyway.
Yeah, like, these pits are going to be effective at some point. The fight is not going to last just 7 seconds. It's not going to be just a BKB duration. At least that's what
gets
Enigma
jumped.
Galaxy are hoping.
It's all in the sniper. He gets jumped, the fight's over.
Let's get him on the pit. X follow-up sight. Amar in big trouble. Will activate the BKB. Start making his way away. They've got a track on him still. They're putting damage on him. He can't blink away. Got him in a pit once again. Smel's got to blink after. Hit him with the Reaper Sight. Do they have the saves? They've got nothing.
Ooh. I thought you were maybe overextending on that chase, but you're able to connect the Necrophos.
That was a
Big
ton of
kill.
gold, too. 700 team gold for that kill.
Right as this Roche spawns, however, it's a long spawn.
That is unfortunate for Enigma Galaxy. They do have control of this amp damage, so they can kind of hold it and have it if they really want. It's just Lornoff's just going to instantly activate it. His Scotty, you can almost buy that out right now.
I'm going to look for something here. Use this Bounty Hunter shard to give an extra Shadow Blade to the sniper. Pretty nice for him to engage. Might try and surprise Falcons on their high ground.
Nice aggression. Kind of
The
like
team is so aggressive when they're confident. I wouldn't be surprised if Sumail just blinks in here or something. Like, it's anything's on the table.
Enigma Galaxy, this could be their finest moment, or it could be another throw on a high ground. They will retreat. They don't see the opportunity. Falcons doesn't give it to them. They smoked up on behind their tier 4s. They really made the read. Enigma Galaxy was trying something there.
You got to play for Roche here. You got to be disciplined. I'm sure somewhere in the back, Roki was sweating right there. Like, please, guys. Please don't.
9,000 gold on Sumail. He's thinking about buying out a full Wind Waker.
I do think Wind Waker is your best tool in this situation to try and get away from the Doom. He's almost too rich for his own good, though. And we have 10 buybacks available in this game. Outpost control is available for Enigma Galaxy. That's a big deal here for this Roshan. You gotta hold this hill. 10 buyback fight, though. You only have the one Doom. I think this is where...
Gonna go for the smoke.
This is, in theory, where Underlord shines. These super late-game team fights where you have multiple lives on everybody, you know the fight's going to be super long. The second time they go in with lives, they don't have BKBs.
They made the scan. They know what's going on. They're going to run right into the Falcons. Omar, he's almost immediately going to be popped. They actually do go for the AoE Doom. The Reaper side cut down crit at the same time. But
Viper has position.
Total free fight right now. Malrain's going to try and challenge him. He's going to force that forward. And Lordoff's losing that fight. He's making a run for it. The shots are coming in for Malrain. What after that? Got a quit to finish him off.
Has to buy.
Does the damage. He's going to have to buy for this one. And they can gate in potentially. Malrain surrounded by too many heroes. He's not making it out of here. He delivers what damage he can, hopes to kill Omar, will not have enough for it. Will he buy back to try and play for this Roshan? Skeeter trying to get away with the harpoon. He gets out. Sumail with a chase. A friendly toss from Skeeter trying to get Snake King out of here. Snake King once again tossed over by Skeeter before he blinks away. They got Snake King out. They kept some heroes alive. They got buybacks out of some of Enigma Galaxy.
but Enigma Galaxy have controlled the pit. They will take this Roshan.
Lornoff canceled his TP. Did not like the position he was going to end up being on the outpost. I think it was a wise call, but it did mean he had to walk out from base. Still, if he gets Aegis here, Enigma Galaxy are okay with this exchange. They did get double support buyback that's influential here. You get to give a second life to your sniper. I mean, that's the power of Lina. If he can man-fight the sniper, you win that man-fight.
Roshan is trying to get to the other
Got
side
yeeted.
right now, and he's running real fast. They do not let this get away, fortunately. The pit will hold them back. They'll get all the items, because if Roshan managed to make a sprint for the other side, Falcons was lying in wait.
These are big items. You needed second life on the buyback for the sniper. The banner, you need to go high ground. And Refresher Shard. Pretty tempting to leave it for Sumail here for double Reaper. It's solid on Underlord as well. There's good arguments for both. Just depends how you think the fight's going to play out, but I see Sumail keeping this.
Finally, the Scotty is done there for Lornoff. He had to hold on for a buyback earlier.
Yes. And we saw that Wind Waker for snaking, a huge item in this game in terms of dodging the Reaper sights. The sights have been a problem. They don't have a hard save for them.
Okay. Well, you got the extra life on the sniper, but are you willing to use it when that sniper doesn't have buyback? If they go high ground, he dies twice. It feels like Enigma Galaxy will lose the game off of that.
Look at this smoke. Proactive from Falcons. They're not going to wait on the high ground. They're going to try and catch Enigma Galaxy off guard. Not expecting
right
this.
Now, trying to get a pick off.
GH have a read of this?
GH has a read. Oh, but it got caught by the avalanche. They toss him up in the air midway through the leap. They got the pick. Not a huge one. Not something that necessarily will change anything about the state of the game.
It's just going to cause Enigma to wait another minute and a half here before doing anything. R did finish Refresher as well, so that's a big deal. Now those long fights look a little better for Falcons with double Doom capability. He can pop one early, run somebody down. Maybe you kill the Necrophos, he buys back. You still have a Doom waiting for him again. That can be pretty brutal to play into here. And of course, 60-minute items. Only a couple minutes away here. You think you have the stronger role potential, and wait for it.
Avery, if you're Enigma Galaxy right now.
I don't want to be Enigma Galaxy. That is an incredibly stressful situation.
Would you go high ground with the Aegis, no buyback? Because it is almost 5 minutes with that. Otherwise, you're just kind of wasting the Aegis. Do you want a total reset here? Do you feel better for that?
I think if Enigma Galaxy go high ground now, it will not end well for them. I think triple core buyback being available with Tiny Toss and double Doom defending that position with vision advantage, I think you can kill the sniper twice, and I think that's all they need. I think it's too scary. I think the way you win this game is taking a fight outside of Falcon's base and getting core buybacks. Once core buybacks are down, then you can go for that high ground.
Right, which is why it was so crucial that Falcons, in that fight, only had to use support buybacks.
Yes. I don't think the support buybacks are enough. They don't matter, because the two supports don't have to initiate or do anything. They're just going to sit in the back. You need to find them outside the base. This kind of situation can be
on multiple heroes.
Very good.
Forced to get away. Jump onto the Tiny. Let's go, the AoE Doom. That's blocking down the
arrow. Landed.
He threw onto the Doom. They do have a Wind Waker. Try and help him out. They are just protecting Sumail for now. And Amar just locked in place. Has to pop his BKB and make
the assassinate.
He didn't see that arrow coming. Meanwhile, the assassinate
got canceled.
Sumail, he jumps toward him. He needs an avalanche from Skeeter, but he can't get away. Sumail cuts him down. The pin almost catching the Doom, but Amar, he gets away.
The Tiny just got melted by the Necrophos. What a clutch arrow. Stun the Doom, full duration. He's getting pelted down. Has to bail on that fight. About to be assassinated, LSA come in and canceled it.
They do have that refresher on Amar. They do have a buyback.
Look at that play.
Look at Sumail just straight to the high ground. They got the side device initiation. A force down trying to get Maureen away. He pops. They say Tanner. That's Wind Waker. Wind Waker to keep him alive. They say Tanner. Can they get him in? He heals the Scotty. Slow down. Another force down trying to get him out. Out. Maureen running. He's back to the fountain. He's good for now. Snaking. Those are going to die.
The blink cancel.
Hit on Amar.
Oh, he's in trouble.
A bit with AoE Doom. Lornoff stops him in his tracks. Maureen tries to stop him. Teleporting right on top of him. Another side device. Another initiation. More damage flowing in. Lornoff standing his ground. Maureen, Amar, they're pushed all the way back. Amar got his initiation in. Alongside Skater. Maureen, he goes down. They have to Galaxy. Everything to try and kill Lornoff, but they can't. It's over. It's over. It's all over. Enigma Galaxy. They managed to get the victory over Falcons and will stay in the upper bracket.
What a win for this team. Pushing it to the exact 60-minute mark. They were not going to wait for neutral items in this one. They were not going to wait for some sort of buyback opportunity. They got the fight outside the pace. A single moment in this game where you get a chance to catch Falcons off guard. They take it and they just jam it all the way to the throne. The aggression. We've talked about it time and time again. How many times has it backfired for this squad? And when they needed it to go right, the most, perhaps the biggest series in this team's history, Sumail just blinks to the high ground. The quintessential play for this man. And it works out because you have Lornoff to give you that scale, give you that edge in the late game fights. What a series, what a game 3. And what an upset probably for a lot of people out there. Doubting this Enigma Galaxy squad. Are they real? Are they a fluke? How good is this team really?
Groups, right? Oh, okay, you beat Spirit, but everything else was kind of fake.
Yeah,
You didn't play up against the best teams. Well, they just managed to beat Falcons on the main stage. They will stay in the upper bracket. Comes back to some of that experience, right? GH, Sumail.
What a
If Enigma Galaxy had lost this, right, they go down to the lower bracket, maybe they lose that one there. And that would have been an all-time low for Sumail and GH. But the experience showed in this game 3, GH, sick plays throughout this series.
I think he's MVP.
Sumail pulled out the moves towards the end that were necessary for them to be able to get the victory. A crazy game 3 for Enigma Galaxy. They get it. Let's go to the stage with Divide.
欢呼声送给 Enigma Galaxy。哇，我知道这场比赛其实已经进行的比较晚了，但是现场还有很多在坚守的粉丝们，让我们来一起问问他关于这场比赛的一些问题吧。这是我的搭档村纳米。
Divide, I know all across the world, every Enigma Galaxy fan saw you guys going for high ground, getting 5 hero wiped, and immediately was like, oh no, not again. I want to know what was going through your mind as you recovered after that.
我相信观看上一场比赛的朋友们一定记得他们在后期要上高的那一波被5人团灭，所有在全世界正在观看尼格玛的粉丝们一定都为他们感觉担心，非常的担心呢。想问一下他自己是怎么看待那场团灭的这个上高失败呢
To be honest, we didn't even flinch. We just said, we have tier 2 Rex, we have 2 glyphs. Don't worry, they could take 1 Rex, we didn't care.
说实话，其实我们都没有一点动摇。我们觉得我们已经破了他们2路了，让我们就算被他们反破1路又怎么样呢？我们不是很在乎啊。
I guess that kind of answers my second question because I know that this is your first time making it to TI playoffs. Last time, your run was actually interrupted by your teammate, Lornoff, on Aurora, ended that top 8 run in 2024. What's it like finally being able to be in the booth, on the stage, in this arena in Shanghai?
这是 Divide 他本人在 TI 淘汰赛舞台上的第一个比赛。他之前在2024年，就差一点点就能够突破小组赛了，可是被他的队友 Lornoff 给挡住了。他当时所在的 Aurora 反而是赢得了他们进入了淘汰赛。所以想问一下，他跟 Lornoff 做队友一起来打 TI 是什么样的感受
It's great. The stage, the booths, it's all very, very special. And I'm just around here trying to enjoy it. I'm happy my first series on the main stage was a win.
一切都感觉非常好，我感觉一切都很特殊，我的队友们也很好，我在这里就是尽情享受比赛，享受这里，我感觉这个舞台也很棒。
My last question, we've seen you around the hotel, we saw that you brought your daughter with you. Years from now, when maybe she's a teenager and she's like, oh, my dad's so uncool, I was wondering, do you have a message for her in the future that you'd like to share?
Divide 这一次来参加比赛，也是携带了他的家属，包括他的小女儿。虽然他的女儿现在可能不知道爸爸在干什么，但是村纳米想问他，几年之后，当他的女儿可能在青春期的时候，觉得哦，我的爸爸一点都不酷，然后他有没有什么信息，有没有什么话想要留给女儿？这个时候可以播放出来给他看的呢
I would tell you, try and be happy, follow your dreams. It worked for your dad, so maybe it'll work for you.
我会跟他说，尽量保持开心，追逐你的梦想。对于我来说，这一切我实现了，它对我来说是有效的。我希望对你来说也是。好的，让我们最后把掌声送给 Divine， 也是感谢他们为我们带来这样精彩的比赛。Thank you.
Such a beautiful and sweet message there from Divine. And just a phenomenal game number 3 from Nigma Galaxy, keeping their cool like that. Of course, every Nigma Galaxy fan out there, definitely their hearts at least dropped. Even if Nigma didn't necessarily flinch themselves, I thought, is this going to be it? Are we not going to see Nigma Galaxy be able to get a Game 3 win for themselves? But my goodness, it looked phenomenal when we got into the motions of this. A Sumail Necro just... I don't even know necessarily how to describe it in Sania because of what he was able to do.
I mean, this entire game, I was just flip-flopping between they lost, no, they won, no, they lost, no, it's over. And I mean, this was the perfect kind of Game 3, right? Like, it's what you want to see. You want to see two teams go battle it out. You have moments from both sides where, like, it kind of looks good again. But then, in the end, you know, Sniper triumphed, I feel like, more than even Necro. Necro was amazing, but once again, Lornoff has this ability to make every game it just seems like it's all about him.
Yeah, this was honestly in terms of gameplay, but I think in terms of like mental fortitude and the resilience, like him saying they weren't too bothered when they get wiped here, I think that's a big sign, but also just that it's a main stage game. Nigma, I think in, I don't know, the recent decade is a team that whenever it comes down to brass tacks, they crumble. And this is the first time in a long time that I can remember where they didn't crumble, where they beat a team that was in everyone's mind favored, that was, I'm sure, very largely predicted as the victors. And they said, you know what? No. For once, we're not going to be trampled over. We're not going to throw at the high ground. Well, maybe a little, but we're going to win the game anyway.
Yeah.
And I think that's like a huge step, and a lot of, like, it means maybe they actually have a chance to go further than just 6th.
Yeah, the addition of Lorinov to this team has changed their identity so much in such a good way, where in the past, the fear for any Nigma fan was them going high ground. Your heart would drop. You would feel every nerve ending in your body just be ignited in anxiety and fear, because that's usually where the throws happen and the leads would go. But this version of Nigma at this TI, they're disciplined. They play for late game. The way that Lorinov plays for GPM actually kind of cascades to the rest of his team, and it's just about outscaling your enemies and executing. And they were able to do that versus Falcons of all people. That is no small feat. That is incredibly impressive.
That's so sick. No, for sure. And I feel like what they got more than anything in Lornoff is a game closer. Like they have some, like, and it reiterates what you say. Like he is the guy that's gonna take whatever they do and win the game with it. And I feel like what's really cool about the series also is I feel like Game 2 was a glimpse into Nigma of the past. That's how they used to win games, through pressure, through like this high tempo. It wasn't necessarily like just like fall back and hold our side and play defense. I feel like Game 2, they also got to show that their old concepts can work. And there are situations where that can happen. And in Game 3, they showed that their old high grounds can happen, even though they don't work. And then Lornoff still brought it back and kind of like closed the game out for them.
It feels like there's faith in more than necessarily one core of Nigma Galaxy. And I think to some degree that has been what they've been lacking for so often. Devi isn't this offlaner that you look at and is going to win you the game, but he's going to be stable, right? Giving him a hero like Underlord, he's going to be able to just be there when a core like Sumail or Lorinov needs it. And then the flip side is, I just love the limit testing that Sumail was able to do on a Necro. We've seen it falter a little bit on terms of a hero, about how its early game is, if you can snowball it or not, but also making sure that you're not pushing it too far where you're overstepping what this hero is able to do. And so Sumail, even in the last clip that we saw there, where he blinks up into the high ground despite that tier 3 still being up, you're like, whoa, this is carry Sumail, and I'm ready to see more of it at TI.
Yeah, limit testing is a great word for it, because even when he was a mid laner, he did the exact same thing on his heroes. He would always play to the edge. He would try to make solo plays. He would invade jungles early and be put in situations where most other players would crumble. And to have that quality go from mid to carry is such an asset, I would say, because the current carry meta requires a lot of limit testing. And we saw it in Skater as well in his Tiny. His ability to hold on to the BKB for the last second, finding the jumps and going in and out. It was just a matter of who limit tested better in that sense, and Sumail came out on top.
I feel like it even ties back to the laning phase. I don't know if you guys remember, it's so long ago, but like the four of them, Crit, Amar, Sumail, and GH are all playing at like 10% HP for the entire lane. Like Necro has no mana. They're all just sitting at 10% HP trying to find the kill. So it definitely was like a theme for the entire game for him. I mean, it's just who he is.
Yeah, it's just awesome to see. And I love that you mentioned Divide because I think, especially, I mean, we see Sumail on the screen, but I want to talk about Divide. A special shout out to him, I think, because he's one of the most improved players, I think, over the past couple of years. Went from someone everyone thought was honestly just like a laughingstock, a joke of a player, to someone that is performing very well and very consistently, which I think was his biggest weakness, was that he had horrible games that just like lost you the game single-handedly. And he doesn't have that anymore. He's coming into games and he's playing consistently, he's playing well, he's doing what the team needs. And I think that's such a hard gap to bridge. And I think he deserves kudos for improving at one of the most difficult areas in the game to improve, which is consistency.
And then you take it one step further because the support that he has with him is a bounty hunter. And the way bounty hunter plays is he doesn't want to be with you. So we've got Divide, this offlaner who will coin him however you want, but in this tournament, you can't contest the fact that he has been consistent and he's been able to hold lanes on his own. That's what's enabling the bounty hunter even more to pop off the way that it has been.
And on the topic of the bounty hunter, if we look at this graphic, this is his impact and stats at minute 15, which were not ideal, especially compared to that game 2 where that hero was the king of the map at this minute. And it's so cool that this hero, despite having such a rough start and not being able to accomplish much on the map, all it took was a level 6 timing, playing with GH on his Mirana, and they were able to bring the early game back and create space for both of their cores. Because when I look at who set the tempo for this game, it was actually GH on Mirana and Omar on this bounty. GH honestly felt like he had a magnet attached to his arrow. He was just hitting them without any setup.
GH is honestly like, I don't know, he's playing unreal. I feel like there's something that sorry.
It's late at night. It's 1:30 in the morning. I feel like we're allowed to have these moments here. But yeah, you can see his KDA just under his name, 0-4 and 4, right at 15 minutes, and you're just like, has there been that element right now of the support being a little too overconfident? But it answers your question, Insane, where you're like, the bounty hunter and the Mirana are just as impactful even without an Aegis puppet. Yeah. That's our sign, by the way. They want us to leave the arena. They're saying, show's over. Go home. Go to bed, especially everyone that is watching in this time zone. We're going to quickly leave you with the schedule of tomorrow. It's going to be the lower bracket starting up. Iron Wing up against BoomBoys. Liquid and Falcons, after such a late night, are going to have an early rise for themselves. Spirit Vision, and then it is Yandex and Nigma Galaxy, who have very much earned themselves a sleep in there. Very quickly, your favorite series of tomorrow, of day number 2 for main event with our top 8, 2 potential eliminations.
Spirit versus Team Vision, I think I'm the most excited about.
Okay, don't care why. Mira.
This is what he said.
Okay, don't care why.
Yandex versus Nigma.
Hey, at least you're willing to change it up. For me, it's the eliminations. We'll see which teams are able to push through a day number 2 of main stage here at TI 15. But for now, we'll say goodbye and we'll see you guys same time tomorrow for day 2.